sailor had climbed into a time machine in the year 1850 and was randomly transported through time, he would have found himself more at home as a foremast jack in the Spanish Armada, which had sailed against England in 1588, than in one of the big steel battleships of 1900. In those latter 50 years of the 19th century, a period brief enough to span one man's career, the Industrial Revolution had utterly demolished and recreated the hardware and technology of naval warfare. Even so, there was to be no intermission, no respite in the pace of change. At the turn of the 20th century, the world's navies stood on the verge of parallel revolutions in ship design, engine design, weapons systems, communications, and doctrine. Turbine engines would replace inefficient reciprocating engines. Fuel oil would replace coal. Fire director systems would allow one man to train all of a ship's guns on a target and to correct for the pitch and roll of the ship. The self-propelled torpedo, designed to strike an enemy ship at the waterline, was improving in range and dependability. Radio communications would link fleets at sea to their shore-based commands. Several nations were experimenting successfully with submarines. In 1903, the Wright brothers made their historic first flight at Kitty Hawk, and far-sighted officers could envision the future possibilities of these new flying machines. In 1906, Great Britain launched a new battleship, the HMS Dreadnought. She had 12-inch guns and a 21-knot cruising speed, and from the day she slid down the ways, every other battleship in the world was obsolete. All the ranking American admirals of the Second World War had began their naval careers during that era of stupendous technological change. Between about 1900 and 1910, as fresh-faced teenagers leaving home for the first time, they had entered the U.S. Naval Academy in Annapolis, Maryland. To win admission, they had passed punishing entrance examinations and survived a ruthless selection process. They were Protestant and middle class, almost to a man. There were no blacks, no Jews, and precious few Catholics. A few were Navy juniors, following in the footsteps of fathers or grandfathers. They came from every region of the country, but within a year or two their accents and dialects were wrung out of them, and they spoke in an efficient super-regional version of English, so that their family and friends at home would shake their heads in wonder at the changes the Navy had wrought. Now he belongs to his country, his parents were told, and the implication was clear. Their influence over him was all part of the past. He had crossed a threshold into a new life from which there was no return except by the disgraceful act of failing and flunking out. At Annapolis they entered an austere, inward-looking, highly regimented social order, hermetically sealed off from the cacophonous civilian society in which they had been raised. From reveille at 6:30 to lights out at 9:30, their days were parceled out in exacting increments of time. They drilled and marched for hours in all kinds of weather on the academy grounds, and conducted physically exhausting amphibious drills in open boats on the Chesapeake. Plebes learned to double time down the corridor, change directions at sharp right angles, and sit rigidly at attention while sitting on the forward 2 inches of his chair. Wayward behavior was kept in check by a combination of stern discipline and social pressure. Demerits were assessed against a long list of violations: tardiness, talking in ranks, smoking, failing to square away one's room, or sneaking into town for a beer. They learned basic seamanship, first by practicing on rigging and spars erected in a drill hall, later by cruising in old schooners and cutters on the Severn River. Academic coursework emphasized seamanship, navigation, gunnery, tactics, and engineering. The key to a high-class ranking lay in rote memorization of data supplied in classroom lectures and textbooks, followed by regurgitation on command. There was little occasion for analysis or independent thought, and the midshipmen were not encouraged to grapple too daringly with the great naval, military, technical, doctrinal issues of the day. The great emphasis was on character. Referring both to West Point and Annapolis, President Theodore Roosevelt told the Congress, "We do not need to have these schools made more scholastic. On the contrary, we should never lose sight of the fact that the aim of each school is to turn out a man who shall be above everything else a fighting man. The best part of the education is the high standard of character and of professional morale which it confers." What was imperative in those first years of a naval career was to cultivate the right set of attitudes, the correct personal bearing, to cut a figure in dress blues or whites, immaculately turned out in fore and aft hat and crisp white gloves, with a ceremonial sword at the hip. In short, to be well liked, to fit in. The past was always present. They were never allowed to forget that they were heirs to a proud warrior tradition, that they were charged personally and collectively with upholding the honor of their flag. The halls at Annapolis were decorated with tattered ensigns and faded oil paintings depicting naval scenes of the American Revolution and the War of 1812, the age of wooden ships and iron men, when the ancient heroes, Jones, Perry, Decatur, Preble, Stuart, had won and defended the nation's independence at sea. Heavy emphasis was laid on the social graces. The young men were taught to cultivate good manners, to balance teacups in a parlor, to compose a handwritten letter that would not embarrass the sender or recipient, and to dance a passable waltz without treading on a lady's toes. They were encouraged to speak a little French and earn at least a nodding acquaintance with the classics. As naval officers, they would perform quasi-diplomatic roles in ports of call around the world, and it was thought important that they should carry themselves with grace and confidence in every social setting, and never risk being looked down upon by any man or his wife, be they civil or military, foreigners or Americans. Above all, Annapolis functioned as an engine of assimilation. Those who would not or could not fit in were spat out. Those who stayed and saw it through were bonded to each other and to the Navy with a deeply felt esprit de corps, overpoweringly and for life. As for the big doctrinal questions of fleet strategy, these were the glory days of Alfred Thayer Mahan, the American naval officer turned historian and strategic guru, whose doctrines had been embraced and put into practice by every major navy in the world. Mahan had been catapulted into international fame with the publication in 1890 of his first major work, The Influence of Sea Power Upon History. In that and subsequent books and essays, he set forth the three Mahanian dogmas that governed the thinking of naval strategists right up until the beginning of the Second World War: the cult of the big-gun battleship, the iron rule of concentration, and the annihilation of the enemy fleet in a single decisive battle. In looks, Mahan was the caricature of a bookish intellectual, tall, lanky, and spare, with posture very erect, his face sallow and sad, with pale blue eyes, a weak chin concealed under a graying beard, and a bulbous forehead merging into a majestic bald dome. He was abstemious, self-disciplined, pious, and reserved with strangers even to the point of seeming shy. He had graduated Annapolis in 1859, when the institution was only 14 years old, and entered the old wooden-hull sailing navy in time for the election of Lincoln and the secession of the Southern states. He passed the 4 years of the Civil War in uneventful blockade duty off the rebel coast. In the post-war period, his duties took him around the globe, with cruises on various ships throughout Europe, the Middle East, Latin America, and Asia. By 1884, Mahan had 25 years of honorable but otherwise unremarkable naval service behind him. He was a 45-year-old captain with no great hope of attaining flag rank, admiral. There was nothing to stop him drifting along for 20 more years and retiring with a comfortable pension. But he was heartily tired of the sea, where he had spent more than half his career, and keen to try a new direction. So when he was offered a position as history lecturer at the newly founded U.S. Naval War College in Newport, Rhode Island, he took the job at once. Mahan believed himself to be utterly unqualified for the job, profoundly ignorant, as he put it. But he had a voracious appetite for knowledge and a monastic temperament that suited him to long hours of solitary study. He pillaged bookshops, haunted libraries, and bored through hundreds of years of history, the ancient Greeks and Romans, the colonial rivalries of Britain, Holland, France, and Spain, the rise and fall of Napoleon. I tackled the job much as I presume an immigrant begins a clearing in the wilderness, not troubling greatly which tree he takes first, he later wrote. I laid my hands on whatever came along, reading with the profound attention of one who is looking for something. One afternoon in the fall of 1885, while working in the library of the English Club in Lima, Peru, where his ship had put in, Mahan was engrossed in a history of the Punic Wars of Rome and Carthage in the 2nd and 3rd centuries B.C. A question entered his mind, arriving with the force of a revelation. What if Hannibal had invaded Italy by sea rather than by the long overland route through Spain and the Alps? Would Rome have fallen and the entire course of Western history been diverted? "The light dawned first on my inner consciousness," he wrote, "that control of the sea was an historic factor which had never been systematically appreciated and expounded." His mind took hold of the idea and did not let go, and soon afterward he began to write. The press of time required that he complete his Naval War College lectures in time for the fall of 1886, and the trial of putting his ideas into words forced him to clarify his essential thesis. As the pages flew, he recalled, "Every faculty I possessed was alive and jumping." The lectures were committed to paper by September of 1886 and subsequently published by Little Brown under the famously stilted title, "The Influence of Sea Power Upon History." The timing was propitious. Industrialization and technological change had prompted many nations to begin overhauling their fleets. National rivalries and imperial ambitions, especially among the great powers of Europe, threatened to provoke the mother of all naval arms races. The world was grasping toward a better understanding of sea power. What was it? What was its value? How was it attained? How should it be used? Mahan was not the first to ask those questions, but he framed them cogently and elegantly and set out to answer them in a methodical way with examples taken from the naval wars of the past. Above all, Mahan preached the importance of capital ships, or heavily armed battleships of the largest class. Frigates, cruisers, and destroyers might provide useful supporting roles, such as scouting or protecting convoys, but a nation lacking big ships armed with big guns could never be more than a second-rate naval power. Mahan was adamant that this fleet of battleships must act at all times as a single concentrated unit. To divide or disperse the fleet was the classic and recurring error of naval strategy. Again and again, throughout the pages of history, a united fleet had hunted down and destroyed the scattered elements of a divided fleet. To those Mahan added a third precept, an emphasis on the offensive. The battle fleet should not be deployed as a kind of coast guard, to be kept close to one's harbors. A navy's supreme purpose, he declared, must be to range across the oceans, relying upon secure overseas bases if necessary, to hunt down and destroy the enemy fleet. War, once declared, must be waged offensively, aggressively. The enemy must not be fended off, but smitten down. The enemy must be met and destroyed in a decisive battle, like those of Salamis, Actium, Lepanto, the Nile, or Trafalgar, an engagement in which the victors sink or capture all, or substantially all, the enemy's ships, putting an end to his ability to wage naval war. Big ships with big guns, concentrated into a single undivided battle fleet and infused with an overriding purpose to wipe the enemy off the face of the sea. That was Mahan's formula for sea power. Recognition came quickly and globally. Reviews were adulatory, and admiring letters poured in from around the world. Influence and his subsequent works were swiftly translated into French, German, Japanese, Russian, and Spanish. 2 years after he had broken into print, Mahan was acclaimed as the most influential scholar of sea power ever to have picked up a pen, and a foreign policy sage whose statements were parsed and pondered and brooded over as if they had been handed down from Mount Olympus. From 1892 on, everyone quoted him, wrote an admiring Frenchman, and those who debated the subject endeavored to show their views were in agreement with his. In Britain, it was said that every officer in the Royal Navy had either read the book or was pretending that he had. Prime Minister William Gladstone labeled Influence the Book of the Age, and in the Houses of Parliament, Mahan's name was thrown around in such a way as to cut off all debate. In 1894, Mahan received honorary degrees from both Oxford and Cambridge, and at a Royal Navy Club banquet a toast was offered. "We owe to Captain Mahan the £3 million sterling just voted for the increase of the Navy." In Germany, Kaiser Wilhelm II reported to a friend, "I am just now not reading but devouring Captain Mahan's book, and am trying to learn it by heart. It is a first-class book and classical in all points." The voluble Kaiser ordered his naval minister, Alfred von Tirpitz, to place translated copies of Influence aboard every ship in the German Navy, and to let it be known that every officer was expected to read it. The Anglo-German naval arms race that preceded, and by some lights provoked, the First World War unfolded under the deep influence of Mahan. But in no nation did Mahan's writings make so deep and lasting an impression as in Japan. Mahan himself believed that to be the case. He remarked that More of my works have been done into Japanese than into any other tongue, and said no other country had showed closer or more interested attention to the general subject. In 1894, Influence was translated and distributed through the Association of Imperial Japanese Navy Officers. Both the Navy and Army staff colleges adopted it as a textbook. Copies were presented to the Meiji Emperor and the Crown Prince, Yoshihito. The Japanese Naval Staff College attempted, unsuccessfully, to recruit Mahan to join its faculty. Mahan's doctrine of the decisive battle echoed Miyamoto Musashi, the great samurai philosopher and swordsman of the 16th century, who had extolled the power of total absorption in a single telling blow. Admiral Heiichiro Togo wrote in his own brush hand, in exquisite calligraphy, a tribute. Naval strategists of all nations are of one opinion that Mahan's works will forever occupy the highest position as a worldwide authority in the study of military science. I express my deep and cordial reverence for his far-reaching knowledge and keen judgment. As Japan's political elites fell under the sway of Mahan's ideas, the Navy's never-ending crusade for a greater share of the national budget gained momentum and adherence. Japan was an island nation like Britain, declared the admirals, and like Britain, Japan could be attacked only by enemies who must come from over the sea. The Army's imperial ambitions would come to nothing unless troops could be delivered safely to the Asian mainland. The Japanese Navy, they insisted, should hold status equivalent to that of the British Royal Navy. It should be reconstituted as the primary branch of the nation's military forces, with a prior claim on policy-making influence and state funding. In his own country, Mahan's most ardent champion was Teddy Roosevelt, who, upon finishing Influence in May of 1890, wrote to congratulate the captain. During the last 2 days I have spent half my time, busy as I am, in reading your book, and that I found it interesting is shown by the fact that, having taken it up, I have gone straight through and finished it. Roosevelt published an admiring review in the Atlantic Monthly, reserving special praise for Mahan's conclusion that the United States should build a new fleet of heavy battleships. Their partnership grew more intimate in 1897 to 98, during Roosevelt's stint as Assistant Secretary of the Navy, when the two collaborated in planning the fleet deployments that would lead to a quick American victory in the Spanish-American War. During Roosevelt's presidency, 1901 to 1909, Mahan was one of an inner circle of the president's advisors, allies, and fellow imperialists, a group that included John Hay, Elihu Root, and Massachusetts Senator Henry Cabot Lodge. Roosevelt sometimes lifted passages out of Mahan's essays and wove them into his speeches nearly word for word. Mahan was only too glad that his work should be put to use in that way. He told the president, "The question of credit in such connection is to me quite immaterial." Roosevelt was a brilliant, vociferous, combustible man, not the type who ordinarily reaches the presidency. In his whirlwind career, which had taken him from college to the White House in less than 20 years, he had been many things: an historian, lawyer, ornithologist, minority leader of the New York State Assembly, boxer, ranchman, New York City police commissioner, naturalist, hunter, civil service reformer, prolific author, devoted husband and father, voracious reader, assistant secretary of the Navy, war hero, empire builder, advocate of vigorous physical exercise, governor of New York, and vice president of the United States. He was a big, broad-shouldered, barrel-chested man with tan, rough-textured skin. His hair was close-cropped and reddish-brown in color, with bristles around the temples beginning to show gray, and his almost impossibly muscular neck looked as if it was on the verge of bursting his collar stays. He wore pince-nez spectacles with a ribbon that hung down the left side of his face. When he smiled or spoke, he revealed 2 very straight rows of teeth, plainly visible from incisor to incisor, their gleaming whiteness sharply accented by his ruddy complexion. No president since John Adams had campaigned so vigorously to expand the American Navy. In 1903, he had shouted to an audience of 5,000 Chicagoans, "There is a homely old adage which runs, 'Speak softly and carry a big stick. You will go far.' If the American nation will speak softly and yet build and keep at a pitch of the highest training, a thoroughly efficient Navy, the Monroe Doctrine will go far." That doctrine, a promise to ward off new European encroachments in the Western Hemisphere, was as strong as the United States Navy and no stronger. The United States had once faced one great ocean, now it faced two, and its long, sparsely populated Pacific coastline presented both opportunities and dangers. In the century that is opening, he told an audience of San Franciscans that year, the commerce and the command of the Pacific will be factors of incalculable moment in the world's history. The president was determined to cut a canal through the Central American Isthmus and did not flinch from fomenting a revolution to detach Panama from Colombia. In Roosevelt's mind, the Panama Canal was above all a military necessity, for it would make possible a rapid transfer of naval power between the Atlantic and the Pacific. By 1906, digging on a vast scale was underway. The Spanish-American War left the United States with a far-flung assortment of overseas territories. That was not a development relished by all Americans, who had been steeped in an anti-imperialist revolutionary heritage since 1776. But the immediate practical problem could not be ignored. Cuba, the Philippines, Hawaii, and the other islands of the Caribbean and Pacific that had fallen into the American lap could not be defended except by a navy. "The enemies we may have to face will come from overseas," Roosevelt told an audience of naval officers. "They may come from Europe or they may come from Asia." Roosevelt saw Germany, with its territorial ambitions in South America, as a dangerous rival in the Atlantic and Caribbean. But the German threat was kept in check by the British Royal Navy, the most powerful in the world, and in the foreseeable future the Anglo-German face-off would maintain a favorable balance of power on the Atlantic flank. But Japan, recent victor of the Russo-Japanese War, was a formidable naval power with great geostrategic advantages in the Western Pacific. In a dozen years, Roosevelt predicted in 1905, the English, Americans, and Germans, who now dread one another as rivals in the trade of the Pacific, will have each to dread the Japanese more than they do any other nation. During his first term in office, using the bully pulpit of the presidency, a term he coined, President Roosevelt convinced Congress to build 10 battleships, 4 armored cruisers, and 17 smaller vessels. Naval spending rose nearly 40%, surpassing $100 million. It was the largest peacetime naval expansion in American history. By 1906, the United States had more battleships afloat than any other naval power except Britain. The expanded fleet had to be manned, and thousands of new officers were urgently needed to man it. The Naval Academy at Annapolis held the key to the future of Roosevelt's Navy, and he lavished his presidential attentions on the institution. Under his impetus, the Academy was undergoing a spectacular makeover, and the campus was a sprawling construction site. Hammers, saws, and shouting workmen disturbed the peace 6 days a week. Old dilapidated wooden and red brick buildings were being pulled down to make way for new Beaux-Arts edifices constructed of granite, marble, and gray brick. A new chapel with an imposing terracotta dome and massive bronze doors would be completed in 1908. President Roosevelt often caught the morning train from Washington to deliver speeches, cut ribbons, or cheer the football team. The president often turned up at the Academy for commencement ceremonies, where he would look each graduating midshipman in the eye, crush his right hand in a vice-like grip, and hand him his diploma. To the Academy's reigning brass, Roosevelt's close interest was a mixed blessing. The commander-in-chief was a meddler. When the Naval Academy football team was abolished because the players were neglecting their studies, the president intervened to restore the team and also insisted that the annual Army-Navy game be played. "I greatly admire football," he explained. "I believe in rough, manly sports." In February 1906, Roosevelt pardoned a midshipman who had been convicted of hazing, dismissing the practice as some exuberance of animal spirits. He arranged to have judo, Japanese wrestling, taught at the Academy, remarking that it was not physical exercise so much as it is an extraordinarily successful means of self-defense and training in dexterity and decision. When the program was subsequently canceled, Roosevelt blamed the decision on the Academy fathers, those elderly men of a routine habit of mind. The admirals and captains at the top of the naval hierarchy in those years had begun their careers before the Civil War. They had ascended the ranks through the slow grind of clock-like promotions, and in their last few halcyon years before retirement they were in no mood to be disturbed by changes foisted upon them by younger and more energetic men down the chain of command. The Navy bureaus in Washington were bastions of conservative opinion, top-heavy with time-serving officers. Technological progress met with their prolonged interference simply because it was new and unfamiliar. Innovators, reformers, and iconoclasts were exiled to isolated billets until they resigned in frustration. Proposals to force the early retirement of older officers, a practice decried as plucking, brought their fierce opposition. Even by 1906, when the expansion of the service was well underway, the U.S. Navy was still an older man's Navy. The youngest captain in the service was 20 years older than his British counterpart. The British Navy could hold up several examples of officers who had been promoted out of the enlisted ranks, but in the putatively more egalitarian United States there was not one such man. Contemptuous of the old-style naval officers of the kind who drift into positions at Washington, President Roosevelt announced his intention to encourage the best among them by sharply discriminating against the worst. Since its founding, the Navy had been governed by a principle of seniority, and officers of every rank remonstrated bitterly against promoting younger men over their heads. But in Roosevelt's Navy, men would advance according to merit, allowing for the early and rapid promotion of deserving younger officers. Lazy, complacent, or incompetent men would no longer be permitted to languish in the middle ranks for decades on end. An up-or-out principle would require that they win promotion on the merits or face compulsory retirement. Line officers had always looked down on engineers as an inferior caste, but now all were merged into one integrated corps with equivalent ranks, uniforms, wardroom privileges, and berthing facilities. To the chagrin of the brass and even his own Secretary of the Navy, the Commander-in-Chief carried on a direct correspondence with the Young Turks, mid-level officers who campaigned for reform from within the ranks of the service. With Roosevelt in power, that type of officer, who had not thrived in the Navy perhaps since the days of the War of 1812, could dare to believe that his ideas would be implemented, that his talent would be rewarded with early promotion. The President was only too happy to short-circuit the chain of command, to intervene in the normal course of naval business to encourage innovation and new technology, as when he ordered that men engaged in testing submarines be given additional pay to compensate them for the extreme hazards involved. Aboard battleships, emphasis on spit and polish, pomp, pageantry, and the outward appearance of the ship, was curtailed, and the time thus saved was devoted to gunnery drills. Gun crews practiced hitting targets, with the results carefully recorded. One ship was pitted against another in gunnery competitions, and officers whose ships did not make the grade had to answer for the deficiency. On the qualities required of naval officers, Roosevelt was outspoken. They must have skill in handling the ships, skill in tactics, skill in strategy, the dogged ability to bear punishment, the power and desire to inflict it, the daring, the resolution, the willingness to take risks and incur responsibilities which have been possessed by the great captains of all ages, and without which no man can ever hope to stand in the front rank of fighting men. On the afternoon and evening of May 27, 1905, in the gray, gloomy waters of Tsushima Strait in the Sea of Japan, the main battle force of the Imperial Japanese Navy met and annihilated a Russian fleet under the command of Admiral Zinovy Rozhesvensky. The Battle of Tsushima, as it came to be known in the West, was one of the most lopsided in the history of naval warfare. It drew comparison to the Battle of Trafalgar, the great British victory over Napoleon's navy that had been fought almost exactly a century earlier. Of the 12 battleships brought into action by the Russians, none escaped. 4 were captured and 8 sent to the bottom. More than 4,000 Russian officers and seamen lost their lives. Nearly 6,000 were taken prisoner. The Japanese fleet, under the command of the great Admiral Heihachiro Togo, crowned as Japan's Nelson in the Western press, lost only 3 small torpedo boats and suffered casualties of just 117 killed and 583 wounded. The wipeout at Tsushima was the closing act of the Russo-Japanese War, a vast and bloody conflict that had raged for 2 years across Korea and Manchuria and on the adjoining seas. At the time, it was one of the largest and most destructive wars that had ever been fought, involving the clash of armies numbering in the hundreds of thousands. It was the first major war of the 20th century, the first to be fought by armies equipped with advanced machine guns and modern artillery, dug into long trench lines and supplied by rail transportation on a large scale. In all those respects, it foreshadowed the First World War. It was a war no one had expected Japan to win. Tsar Nicholas's Russia was a major imperial power with 3 times Japan's population and 50 times its territory. Japan was a remote and enigmatic East Asian island state that had remained aloof from the rest of the world until the 1850s. The Japanese infantryman was physically smaller than his Russian counterpart and not as well equipped, but he fought with skill and tenacity, had greater self-sufficiency and initiative, marched faster, showed greater endurance in unforgiving conditions, and appeared to possess an almost preternatural lack of fear. At the Great Battle for Mukden in February and March 1905, the Japanese troops stormed the Russian trenches in unrelenting waves, and the Russians were aghast at the sight of their foes charging across the field with bayonets fixed and beatific smiles on their faces, as if elated by the chance of a noble death. For the first time in the modern era, since perhaps the Battle of Poitiers in 732, an Eastern power had triumphed over a Western one. Japan's 2-generation rise from feudal and pre-industrial origins to the status of a major economic and military power was more than remarkable. It was, and remains, unprecedented in the entire course of human history. The Meiji Restoration was always a bit of a misnomer, in that there had been an unbroken line of emperors prior to their restoration, and even after the fact the emperor did not wield supreme power. But there was something appealing in the notion that the Japanese were reaching back to find something essential in their national headwaters, rather than merely conforming to the ways of the West. The real shift in political power was to an urban merchant class, and to a handful of powerful samurai clans from the Satsuma and Choshu provinces of southwest Japan. They provided the governing elites who recognized, with impressive foresight, that Japan would fumble away its independence unless it could build up national institutions and industries capable of resisting the encroaching power of the West. The samurai leaders of the Meiji period hung up their swords and stepped comfortably into the roles of administrators, bureaucrats, political leaders, and visionaries. They instituted reforms from the top down, using strong centralized government institutions to carry out their program. They bought off the feudal grandees with rich pensions and left the traditional hierarchies largely intact. Political parties emerged, but often ran up against countermeasures aimed at curbing their power and influence. The Japanese people cast votes to elect representatives of the Diet or Parliament, but the legislature never grew powerful enough to confront the supreme power of the bureaucracy. There was never, in any sense, civilian control of the military, which remained supreme in both name and fact and enjoyed a special direct advisory relationship with the throne. Most striking to Western observers of the Russo-Japanese War, Japan's armed forces on both land and sea had behaved with qualities of grace and humanity that put the Russians to shame. The imperial precept to soldiers and sailors, issued by the Meiji Emperor in 1882, had peremptorily forbidden atrocities against civilians or prisoners. "If you affect valor and act with violence," Meiji had warned, "the world will in the end detest you and look upon you as wild beasts. Of this you should take heed." 20 years later, Japanese soldiers and sailors were still taking heed. Western war correspondents' reports were replete with examples of the kindness shown by Japanese soldiers and sailors to prisoners of war, who were given plenty of good food, medical care, clean clothes, cigarettes, Russian books and newspapers, even wine. At sea, the Japanese fleet flew their ensigns at half-mast to observe the death of a Russian admiral. Admiral Togo personally visited wounded Russian prisoners, and General Maresuke Nogi paid his respects in person to a memorial to Russian dead in Port Arthur. Only about 1% of Russian prisoners died in Japanese captivity, and all were buried with painstaking attention to military honors. The Japanese Red Cross mounted a relief effort that fed and cared for tens of thousands of displaced Korean and Chinese civilians in the war zone. Many had fled from territory occupied by the Russian army, where looting, rape, murder, and mayhem had gone largely unpunished. By contrast, the Japanese army did not tolerate such crimes and punished offenders in its ranks with the utmost severity. That Japan had beaten a European army in the field was surprising. That it had crushed a European navy was astounding. That it had behaved with greater chivalry than Russia was dumbfounding, because it upended the Western premise that the East was a barbarous place populated by barbarous people. As the editors of the Illustrated London News put it on January 14, 1905, Europe has not recovered from the shock of finding out that the Japanese are a great people. Roosevelt was pleased by the Japanese triumph. For years he had been personally fascinated with Japan and all things Japanese. "The Japs interest me, and I like them," he told Cecil Spring Rice. In his autobiography he wrote, "I believe in them. I respect their great qualities. I wish that our American people had many of these qualities." During his presidency, Roosevelt read deeply in Japanese history, literature, and philosophy. He especially admired Bushido, The Soul of Japan, a book written by Inazo Nitobe, a Japanese educator and diplomat. The president purchased 60 copies and distributed them to friends and colleagues. When he read Admiral Togo's message to the Japanese fleet after its victory at Tsushima, Roosevelt was moved to tears and ordered that it be distributed to every ship and station in the American Navy. He maintained a close friendship and correspondence with his old Harvard schoolmate, Kentaro Kaneko, who spoke English fluently and had made it his life's work to promote Japanese culture in America and American culture in Japan. In 1904, Roosevelt began training in judo under the Grand Master Sensei Yoshiaki Yamashita. The president enlisted a dozen members of his entourage as fellow students, and during twice-weekly training sessions the White House hallways rang with the sounds of men grunting and hurling each other to the floor. "My right ankle and left wrist and one thumb and both great toes are swollen sufficiently to more or less impair their usefulness, and I am well mottled with bruises elsewhere," Roosevelt wrote his son in March 1905. "Still, I have made good progress, and since you have left, Yamashita has taught me 3 new throws that are perfect corkers." As a historian, Roosevelt saw in Japan a vindication of one of his favorite theories, that certain races were endowed with superior fighting stock. Such peoples were destined to dominate their neighbors, vanquish their enemies, spread their language, religion, and culture beyond their borders, and advance the cause of civilization through achievements in commerce, science, and the arts. It had been true of the ancient Greeks and Romans, and later the Goths. It had been true in subsequent centuries of the Spanish, the French, the Dutch, and the British. More recently, it was true of the Germans, the Americans, and the Japanese. But no other nation, Roosevelt believed, had ascended as rapidly or as dramatically as Japan. Since Commodore Perry's black ships had sailed into Tokyo Bay half a century earlier, he said, "The growth of Japan has been literally astounding. There is not only nothing to parallel it, but nothing to approach it in the history of civilized mankind." Mahan was no less taken aback by Togo's victory. It was an event, he wrote, that had fairly startled the world. Mahan was one of a handful of Westerners who had personally witnessed the turmoil of the Meiji Restoration. He had first visited the country in 1867 as a 28-year-old lieutenant commander on the USS Iroquois. While the ship had been anchored off Kobe, a pair of samurai had sought refuge there from enemies on shore. Mahan had been impressed by their intense martial bearing and obvious physical strength. He observed that they were as thick almost as blackberries, but they were also helpless landsmen, incapable of keeping their feet in the boat that brought them out to the anchorage. 38 years later, on hearing the news of Tsushima, Mahan was reminded of the sight of those dispossessed swordsmen as they had stood on the deck of the Iroquois, cold, wet, and shivering, and he marveled at the rise of Japan. Were not our shaking morning visitors of the same blood, the same tradition, and only one generation in time removed from the soldiers and seamen of the late war? After Tsushima, both combatants in the Russo-Japanese War had good reasons to seek an end to hostilities. Russia was on the verge of revolution, and Tsar Nicholas was forced to keep his best troops near St. Petersburg to suppress a general uprising. Japan had financed the war with foreign borrowing, but its ongoing deficits were vast and unsustainable, and bankers in London and New York were shutting off the spigots. When Roosevelt offered to mediate peace talks in Portsmouth, New Hampshire, both sides readily agreed. After prolonged, angst-ridden negotiations, the Russians agreed to sign over leasehold rights to Port Arthur, cede the southern half of Sakhalin Island, withdraw their troops from Manchuria, and acquiesce in Japanese domination of Korea. But they flatly refused to pay a war indemnity, which the Japanese had earlier demanded as a sine qua non. Moved by a personal appeal from Roosevelt and keen to avoid a collapse in the talks, the Japanese negotiators at last dropped their demand for an indemnity, and the Treaty of Portsmouth was signed on September 5, 1905. The treaty was a triumph of American diplomacy, and Roosevelt would be rewarded with the Nobel Peace Prize in 1906. But when the Trans-Pacific telegraph cable carried the news to Tokyo, hours after the signing, the Japanese people exploded in rage and incredulity. Having rejoiced at the sweeping victories of their army and navy and fallen under the sway of an inflammatory press, public opinion had anticipated a fat war indemnity and the annexation of all of Sakhalin Island. Learning that they would have no indemnity and only half of Sakhalin, many Japanese supposed the Western imperial powers had closed ranks to deny them their hard-won spoils of war. In Tokyo, the American legation was attacked and set on fire by rioters carrying Japanese flags draped in black crepe. 13 Christian churches were vandalized, looted, or burned to the ground. There were public calls for the assassination of the Japanese envoys who had signed the treaty, and in Hibiya Park, crowds marched behind brass bands, chanting, "The war must go on." Armed mobs charged and trampled police barriers. Police stations were attacked and occupied. Hundreds were arrested. When the riots came to an end 2 days later, 1,000 people had been wounded or killed. The violent public reaction fit a pattern that would continue until 1941. Western diplomacy was suspected as an elaborate conspiracy to encircle, suppress, and persecute Japan. International treaties were scrutinized obsessively, not only by governing elites, but in the press and among citizens at large. The Japanese people received little candid or useful information about the world beyond their shores. There was a tendency to go hard on the diplomats, men who had traveled widely, learned foreign languages, and affected Western dress and manners. They were distrusted as a fifth column, as men who had fallen under insidious foreign pressures and were no longer authentically Japanese. Nowhere in the Tokyo newspapers was it reported that Russia was moving reinforcements into Manchuria and was evidently willing to fight on rather than meet the terms demanded, or that Japan was tottering on the verge of national bankruptcy. Truthful appraisals of Japan's limitations were rarely aired in public, and that was another part of the tragic pattern that would lead to the Second World War. Unpopular as it was, the treaty won ratification in Tokyo, and the whole imbroglio might have blown over quickly if a second provocation had not burst into the headlines the following year. It occurred in San Francisco, California, in the aftermath of the devastating earthquake and fire of April 1906, which killed some 3,000 people and left the city a charred and rubbled wasteland. 2 weeks after the Holocaust, the school board decreed that ethnic Japanese students would be forced into a segregated school, so that white children should not be placed in any position where their youthful impressions may be affected by association with pupils of the Mongoloid race. Henceforth, Japanese children residing throughout the stricken city would be forced to make their way through streets still littered with smoking wreckage and swarming with hooligans to an Asians-only school in Chinatown. It was the latest affront in a long campaign of persecution against California's immigrant Japanese. The movement had been ginned up by local and state politicians, union bosses, and the fiercely nativist press, most infamously by the San Francisco Chronicle, which seized on the issue to gain an edge in its cutthroat circulation battle with its arch-rival, the Examiner. The Chronicle's editorial pages returned to the subject almost daily, shouting, for example, that the danger to American institutions from the flood of Japs must be apparent to every thinking man. Brown men, it warned, were an evil in the public schools. A headline on March 1, 1905, "Unclean Practices of Orient Bringing Degradation and Debasement in the Train of Unrestricted Immigration." An editorial 4 days later, "Japan sent us not her fittest, but her unfittest. She has sent us the scum that has collected up on the surface of the boiling waters of her new national life, the human waste material for which she herself can find no use." Post-earthquake San Francisco was a desperate and lawless place in which local authorities could do little to stop a surge of looting, robbery, armed thuggery, and mob violence. San Francisco's Japantown, Nihonjinmachi, had been devastated in the earthquake, and thousands of homeless refugees were forced to spread out into adjacent neighborhoods in search of shelter, bringing them into collision with hostile whites who had also been burned out of their homes. City officials and the police were suspected of tacitly encouraging an anti-Japanese pogrom. Japanese were chased and beaten in the streets, rocks were thrown through the windows of their homes, and Japanese-owned businesses were plastered with signs warning, "White men and women, patronize your own race." Japan had donated $246,000 in disaster relief for the stricken city, exceeding the combined relief pledges of every other nation in the world. When a prominent Japanese seismologist arrived from Tokyo to lend his expertise to the rebuilding effort, he was waylaid in the streets and beaten by a mob. Events in San Francisco received headline coverage in the Tokyo press, and some of the more flamboyant broadsheets called for the recently victorious Japanese Navy to stage a rescue mission. It would be easy work to awake the United States from her dream of obstinacy when one of our great admirals appears suddenly on the other side of the Pacific, the Hochi Shinbun declared on October 22, 1906. We should be ready to strike the devil's head with an iron hammer for the sake of the world's civilization. The government of Japan lodged angry protests with the Roosevelt administration, claiming that the measures enacted in California were a breach of the Japanese-American Treaty of 1894. Secretary of State Elihu Root suspected that Japan had held secret talks with the government of Colombia to establish a base on the South American mainland. A New York Sun correspondent based in Tokyo told his editors that Japanese public opinion was not easily aroused by events so far from home. But the exclusion of Japanese children from the public schools of California cuts this child-loving nation to the quick. President Roosevelt was disgusted, not only because the Californians had embarrassed the nation by their troglodytic behavior, but because most of the state's representatives in Congress had opposed the president's naval buildup. As the president saw it, the state's leaders were foolishly provoking Japan, while at the same time refusing to take steps to defend themselves against the formidable foe whom they are ready with such careless insolence to antagonize. Roosevelt sent a cabinet member to San Francisco with hopes of persuading the school board to reverse its decision. When the overture was spurned, Harper's Weekly published a cartoon on its cover depicting the city of San Francisco as a mischievous-looking boy with a slingshot, and suggested that Japan should open a school of manners for white Californians. The feeling on the Pacific Slope, the president wrote Lodge, is as foolish as if conceived by the mind of a Hottentot. In a fervently worded passage of more than 1,200 words in his annual message to Congress, Roosevelt denounced the segregation order as a wicked absurdity enacted by a small body of wrongdoers. The Japanese, he declared, have won in a single generation the right to stand abreast of the foremost and most enlightened peoples of Europe and America. They have won on their own merits and by their own exertions the right to treatment on a basis of full and frank equality. He added, "We have as much to learn from Japan as Japan has to learn from us, and no nation is fit to teach unless it is also willing to learn." The president's dogged diplomacy led to the Gentlemen's Agreement of 1908. In which the San Franciscans agreed to rescind the segregation order in exchange for a Japanese promise to limit emigration of its citizens to the United States. But negotiations took place amid a series of sensational war scares. Digging was proceeding at a furious pace in Panama, but the canal would not be completed until 1914. In the meantime, the main fleet of the U.S. Navy could reach San Francisco only by a grueling 13,000-mile journey around Cape Horn. The Japanese fleet at Yokohama lay just half that distance away. Would it strike now when the canal was unfinished and the American Navy powerless to intervene? Rumors flourished, especially in the newspapers of William Randolph Hearst. A Japanese fleet had been sighted offshore. A secret Japanese base was under construction in the Aleutians. Japanese envoys were seeking a hostile alliance with Mexico. Local Japanese women had been enlisted as breeding machines in a slow but sure demographic conquest, so that their offspring would eventually engulf the region. Dime store novels imagined the Yellow Peril, a lurid scenario in which Asian hordes descended on the West Coast and pushed the whites east of the Rockies. Roosevelt had done his best to defuse the crisis, and his efforts had not been entirely unsuccessful, but there was no doubt in his mind that Japan posed a threat. "I had been doing my best to be polite to the Japanese," he later wrote, "and had finally become uncomfortably conscious of a very, very slight undertone of veiled truculence in their communications in connection with things that happened on the Pacific slope. And I finally made up my mind that they thought I was afraid of them." More than the security of California was at stake. Hawaii was not much closer to North America than it was to Japan, and it was home to a large and growing community of immigrant Japanese. Guam was unfortified and defenseless, lying 5,800 miles from San Francisco and a quarter of that distance from Japan. The Philippines, an archipelago of some 7,000 islands with a combined coastline as long as that of the entire United States, lay right on Japan's southern doorstep. The Japanese Navy could easily blockade Manila, wipe out the feeble U.S. Asiatic fleet stationed there, and land an invasion force at any one of 1,000 beachheads on the main island of Luzon. "The Philippines form our heel of Achilles," Roosevelt told War Secretary Taft in August 1907. And the analogy was fitting. Every candid strategic military study concluded that the islands would quickly fall to a determined Japanese naval amphibious attack. Confounded by the various complications and contradictions, and hoping to keep a lid on the Japanese crisis until the work in Panama was completed, Roosevelt devised a plan to send the main U.S. battle fleet on a goodwill tour around the world. If a war broke out with Japan, he told Lodge, the Navy would have a good deal to find out in the way of sending the fleet to the Pacific. A practice run would allow the Navy to discover all failures, blunders, and shortcomings in time of peace and not in time of war. The Great White Fleet, so called because the ships were painted white, would comprise 16 battleships and a large number of auxiliary vessels, manned by about 18,000 men. It was a technically and logistically demanding exercise, and it was also unprecedented. No nation had ever dispatched its entire navy to circumnavigate the globe. On December 16, 1907, the fleet departed from Hampton Roads with crews manning the rails and bands striking up tunes, and fired a 21-gun salute in honor of Roosevelt, who watched from the presidential yacht, the Mayflower. "Did you ever see such a fleet?" Roosevelt asked. "Isn't it magnificent? Oughtn't we all feel proud?" The long line of ships stretched for 7 miles across the sea. They rounded Cape Horn and touched at several ports of call in the Pacific, including Yokohama, Japan. In Tokyo, the American officers were received by the Emperor at the Imperial Palace. In a voyage of 14 months, the fleet touched at 6 continents, returning by the Suez Canal and the Mediterranean. In an American newspaper cartoon, one of the battleships was done up as a likeness of Roosevelt himself. The president's face was represented as her bow, with the brim of his Rough Rider's hat as her foredeck. His open mouth was swallowing the advancing sea. The fleet returned from its 46,000-mile voyage in the days just before Roosevelt left office. Again, he watched from the deck of the Mayflower, and again he received 21 guns from each ship. In his speech, given afterward on the flagship, he congratulated the officers and men. "This is the first battle fleet that has ever circumnavigated the globe. Those who perform the feat again can but follow in your footsteps." The cruise of the White Fleet, said Roosevelt, demonstrated that the Pacific was as much our home waters as the Atlantic. In January 1914, the first ship passed through the Panama Canal. In July of that year, Europe plunged into the Great War. In December, Alfred Thayer Mahan died in his bed, aged 74. The future admirals of the Pacific War had reached their late 20s and early 30s. They had risen to the rank of lieutenant or lieutenant commander. Having already been marked as officers destined for high command, they were sent off to the Naval War College in Newport, where they would study, debate, and plan for prospective future naval wars. Scenarios were played out on tabletop game boards with model ships to represent the contending fleets and throws of the dice to decide the fortunes of battle. The place was said to be haunted by the ghost of Mahan, and the games assumed that the forthcoming war would climax in a clash of battleships in the Western Pacific, in one of Mahan's archetypal decisive battles. War Plan Orange, the American playbook for a war in the Pacific, envisioned that Orange, code name for Japan, would strike suddenly and with devastating success, overrunning the Philippines, Guam, and possibly Hawaii. The small U.S. Asiatic Fleet, based at Subic Bay in the Philippines, would destroy its shore facilities and all supplies it could not carry away and flee to safer waters. Within a week of the war's breaking out, the main battle force of the U.S. Navy, probably stationed on the East Coast, would raise steam and put to sea in a grand odyssey of conquest and liberation. Passing through the Panama Canal, it would push on across the interminable wastes of the Central Pacific, occasionally anchoring in the lagoons of desolate atolls to replenish fuel and provisions. Arriving months later in the Western Pacific, the fleet would hunt down and annihilate the main battle fleet of the Japanese Navy. The victorious American fleet would blockade Japan's home islands and throttle its trade, forcing capitulation. The flaws in the plan were plain to see. Roosevelt's White Fleet had proven only that a fleet of battleships could sail around the world in a peaceable goodwill tour. To repeat the performance in wartime, in hopes of vanquishing the formidable Japanese fleet in its home waters, was a different prospect. Under optimal conditions, a battleship of that era might sustain a long-distance cruising speed of 10 or 12 knots. A chain of well-stocked and properly defended fuel stations would have to be maintained along the way. As the weeks at sea wore on, wear and tear would accumulate and crew efficiency and morale could be expected to deteriorate. Drawing closer to the war zone, the fleet would need to remain hyper-vigilant to the danger of surprise attack. At any moment, with little or no warning, the officers and men might be called upon to fight and win the all-determining battle for which they had traveled so far. They would be pitted against an enemy fleet that had been biding its time, lying in wait within easy reach of its major bases, with officers and crew rested and ready, and ships in good repair. War Plan Orange seemed to recap the dismal career of the Russian fleet under Admiral Rozhestvensky in 1905, and who could say with confidence that the result would not be the same? Only a handful of iconoclasts guessed that airplanes and submarines would rewrite all the rules of naval warfare, that by the late 1930s, battleships would be worse than useless because of the money and manpower they diverted, and that Mahan's three dogmas were sinking rapidly into obsolescence. The First World War revealed glimpses of the future. The German U-boats proved that submarines could menace seaborne supply lines. The war in Europe hinted at the possibilities of air power, and by the end of the war the British had demonstrated that airplanes could take off from and land on ships. Jutland, the largest naval battle of the conflict, neither bore out Mahan's doctrines nor completely refuted them, but none of the lessons of the First World War could break the power of the battleship cult, whose acolytes dominated the ranks of all the world's major navies until the opening salvos of the next war. Teddy Roosevelt, failing to reclaim the presidency on the third-party bull moose ticket in 1912, entered his political afterlife as a writer, speechmaker, and crusader on behalf of his favorite causes. As always, he preached that friendly and peaceable relations with Japan should be one of the cardinal principles of our foreign policy. He returned to the same nostrums he had prescribed since the California schools crisis in 1906, to lavish courtesy and flattery on the Japanese in hopes of soothing their delicate sense of national honor, to avoid senseless provocations, both in California and in Asia, and to remain prepared at all times and at the drop of a hat to send the main battle fleet of the U.S. Navy to the Western Pacific. Roosevelt also continued to suspect the Japanese were bent upon establishing themselves as the leading power in the Pacific. War might yet be inevitable, but American foreign policy should be aimed at postponing the day of reckoning as long as possible. The Philippines were largely indefensible and would remain so even if Congress could somehow be persuaded to pour tens of millions of dollars into their defense. The only hope of forestalling Japanese aggression was a credible naval deterrent. Roosevelt returned again and again, with stridency verging on apoplexy, to the theme of naval preparedness. It was one of his favorite watchwords, a term he coined, preparedness, and he hammered it home in speeches, letters, and articles. The Navy was the nation's right arm, he wrote in the New York Times, and woe to our country if we permit that right arm to become palsied or even to become flabby and inefficient. Americans, if they failed to prepare for war, would have a bitter awakening, And if that bitter awakening comes, I trust our people will remember the foolish philanthropists and the recreant congressmen and other public servants at whose doors the responsibility will lie. As Woodrow Wilson took office in 1913, he named to the post of Assistant Secretary of the Navy a 31-year-old former New York State Senator named Franklin Delano Roosevelt. Franklin was Theodore Roosevelt's fifth cousin and had married the latter's niece, Eleanor. TR had given the bride away at their wedding in 1905. Though FDR was a Democrat and would be working for a president who had just defeated TR in a national election, he was also a dyed-in-the-wool navalist and a disciple of Mahan. On his 15th birthday, in fact, Franklin had received from Theodore a gift-wrapped copy of The Influence of Sea Power Upon History. According to FDR's mother, the boy had practically memorized the book. FDR would run the day-to-day operations of the Navy during his stint in office, as TR had when he had held the same post in the McKinley administration. In May 1913, TR wrote to congratulate the younger man on his appointment and also to offer unsolicited guidance. Never permit the fleet to be divided between the Pacific and the Atlantic, he warned, and added, I do not anticipate trouble with Japan, but it may come, and if it does, it will come suddenly. The words were prophetic, but 28 years too early. When the bitter awakening came, on a bright Hawaiian morning in 1941, it came more suddenly than all but the most ardent pessimists had imagined. FDR, having followed in TR's footsteps through the offices of Assistant Navy Secretary and Governor of New York, would be serving in his 9th year as President of the United States. In ironic fulfillment of Mahan's law of concentration, the battleships of the Pacific Fleet would be moored in a double file in the East Lock of Pearl Harbor, bow to stern and beam to beam, as neat as a team of horses harnessed to a stagecoach. But they would not be prepared. War is the Tao of deception. Therefore, when planning an attack, feign activity. When near, appear as if you are far away. When far away, create the illusion that you are near. If the enemy is efficient, prepare for him. If he is strong, evade him. If he is angry, agitate him. If he is arrogant, behave timidly so as to encourage his arrogance. If he is rested, cause him to exert himself. Advance when he does not expect you. Attack him when he is unprepared. Sun Tzu, The Art of War, China, 4th century B.C. Chapter 1. For the inhabitants of Oahu, there was nothing unusual in being jerked out of sleep by guns and bombs and low-flying aircraft. The island was crowded with military bases, and live-firing drills were commonplace. In early 1941, as the danger of war had seemed to grow, the services took to conducting simulated combat exercises, mock battles pitting the Army against the Navy against the Marines against the Army. On these days, a colossal amount of ammunition was thrown up into the air, and the island's lightly built wood-frame houses would shake and rattle as if an earthquake had struck. So when the familiar racket started up at a little before 8 in the morning on that first Sunday in December 1941, most of the residents pulled a pillow over their heads or turned back to their coffee and comic strips and radio programs and tried to ignore the deep concussive thuds of distant bombs, the heavy booming of anti-aircraft batteries, and the faint rat-a-tat-tat of machine guns. But it was soon clear that these were no ordinary exercises. Floors shook, windows rattled, airplanes roared low overhead, and empty machine gun casings fell on rooftops like hail. In Honolulu, civilians emerged from their homes, many still wearing pajamas and nightshirts. Explosions could be heard in the city, and smoke rose above King Street in the McCully district. Sirens blared, and to the west, above Pearl Harbor and Hickam Field, a gigantic pall of oily black smoke boiled thousands of feet into the sky. Looking up, observers on the ground could see a small armada of dive bombers circling at high altitude in lazy figure-8 patterns. Every so often, a group of the aircraft would coalesce into an orderly attack formation, and then individual planes would peel off, one by one, to begin their dive-bombing runs. The spectators were impressed. The flyboys were putting on a terrific show. 12-year-old Dan Kong, still in his pajamas, remarked to his brother, Wow, spectacular maneuvers. The two climbed an avocado tree in their family's backyard for a better view. I had to admit it was very realistic, another civilian witness recalled. A sailor at Pearl Harbor pronounced it the best goddamn drill the Army Air Force has ever put on. The heavy smoke over Pearl Harbor was thought to be smoke bombs, or perhaps, as Honolulu Mayor Lester Petrie supposed, a practice smoke screen. I thought that was a perfect demonstration. At 8:04, KGMB interrupted its regular Sunday morning radio broadcast of organ music carried live from the First Baptist Church of Waikiki. The announcer, Webley Edwards, read a brief statement recalling all military personnel to their bases and stations. Normal programming then resumed, but new interruptions followed every few minutes, with announcements calling firemen, doctors, rescue workers, and disaster wardens to work. At 8:40 a.m., Edwards came back on the air. "We interrupt this broadcast to bring you this important news. Please pay attention. The island is under attack. I repeat, the island is under attack by hostile forces." Skeptical listeners refused to take the news seriously, assuming that the announcement was another element of an unusually vivid practice alert. Some recalled the panic caused by Orson Welles' fictional War of the Worlds, broadcast 3 years earlier. Shortly before 9, Edwards returned to the air. With a quavering voice, he pleaded with his listeners to believe him. "This is no maneuver. Japanese forces are attacking the island. This is the real McCoy." Even seasoned military men found it difficult to believe what they were seeing, and admitted to feeling bewildered and disorientated as the attack unfolded. The notion that an actual raid was underway was slow to enter their minds. In the eyewitness accounts, that pattern of belated comprehension is repeated again and again. A plane approaches. Why are those planes flying so low? American ground-based anti-aircraft guns fire at the intruder. Why are the boys shooting at that plane? A bomb drops. What a stupid, careless pilot not to have secured his releasing gear. It explodes. Somebody goofed big this time. They loaded live bombs on those planes by mistake. As the plane turns upward, the Japanese rising sun insignia comes into view on the underside of the wings. My God, they're really going all out. They've even painted the rising sun on that plane. An American ship explodes. What kind of a drill is this? Even then, some men refused to believe that a war had begun that morning. Perhaps, as Commander A.L. Seaton of the light cruiser St. Louis first guessed, the attacker was a lone berserk Japanese pilot who somehow had gotten to Pearl and now would be in trouble with his Navy and ours. On the street outside the YMCA in downtown Honolulu, sailors were piling into buses, jitneys, taxicabs, and private cars. Military trucks roared down the main thoroughfares, crammed with armed soldiers wearing tin helmets, looking skyward. Fire trucks, rescue units, and policemen on motorcycles raced toward the fires burning in several parts of the city. Sirens screamed, rubber shrieked on pavement. No one observed the speed limits. On the 2-lane blacktop highway to Pearl Harbor, recalled Lieutenant Commander Lawson Ramage, every conceivable vehicle was loaded with sailors, buses, taxis, and everything else, rushing to get out there. For many witnesses, the first direct confirmation that an actual attack was underway came as their vehicles were strafed by low-flying enemy planes. "We heard what sounded like the clicking of typewriter keys," said Seaman Larry Katz, who was sharing a cab with several other sailors. "I looked out the back window and saw a plane coming down the highway with fire coming out of its wings or engine. It was tracer bullets coming down the highway at all the cars, including ours." Jack Lauer, a civilian electrician, was riding with several other men in the back of an open truck. Each time a plane approached for a strafing run, the men pounded their fists on the roof of the cab, the driver stomped on the brakes, and the passengers dove into the roadside foliage for cover. As the aircraft passed, they clambered back into the truck and continued. Navy Lieutenant Clarence Dickinson recalled seeing sparks leap up from the pavement just ahead of the car in which he was riding as a passenger. Moments later, the car ahead was hit with a burst of 20mm cannon. "Suddenly, from the shock of bullets, that sedan rocked and was enveloped in a cloud of yellow dust," he wrote. "We watched the car careening and bumping crazily on empty tires. I had time to register an impression of small holes of raindrop size along that car, like stitches." By 8:10 a.m., just 15 minutes after the first bombs and torpedoes had struck the ships lying in Pearl Harbor, the main battle force of the Pacific Fleet was crippled. Along the eastern shore of Ford Island, in the anchorage known as Battleship Row, the battleships lay smashed, burning, and blackened, their masts and superstructures leaning over the harbor at 45-degree angles. So much thick black smoke was billowing out of the stricken ships that observers could barely tell which had been hit. The California was half sunk, her keel resting on the bottom, her hull ripped open by Japanese torpedoes. The West Virginia was smashed and blazing, her paint charred and bubbling, with enormous volumes of smoke pouring from her stricken port side. The Maryland and the Tennessee were in better shape, but both ships were jammed against the mooring dolphins, immobilized and out of action. Oklahoma, hit by a barrage of torpedoes, had actually capsized, turning 150 degrees off the vertical, her long keel pointed up toward the sky. The battleship Arizona's forward magazine had detonated in a mighty thunderclap of sound, deep and terrible, sending a ball of fire mushrooming into the sky to a height of several thousand feet. Seconds after the explosion, burning debris had begun raining down on the decks of nearby ships. It had continued to fall for an improbably long time. There were steel fragments in the air, fire, oil, God knows what all, Seaman Martin Matthews of the Arizona recalled. Pieces of timber, pieces of the boat deck, canvas, and even pieces of bodies. I remember lots of steel and bodies coming down. I saw a thigh and leg. I saw fingers. I saw hands. I saw elbows and arms. Much of the Arizona was simply gone. The ship had been turned inside out, as it were, and the surviving portion of the hull sank to the harbor floor, leaving only a portion of the superstructure and the muzzles of 3 guns from turret 2 showing above the water. Her tower and cranes leaned steeply toward the channel, and dead men hung upside down from the ladders. The blast had killed more than 1,000 of the Arizona's crew in an instant, and many of the survivors were so badly burned that their shipmates did not know how to help them. These men were zombies, in essence, recalled Marine Private James Corey, who served aboard the Arizona and survived the attack. They were burned completely white. Their skin was just as white as if you had taken a bucket of whitewash and painted it white. Their hair was burned off. Their eyebrows were burned off. They were moving like robots. Their arms were out, held away from their bodies, and they were stumping along the decks. But for many who witnessed the events of December 7th, 1941, the most unforgettable image of all was the sight of the enemy planes, diving out of the sky in such numbers that the morning had seemed to dim, as if a cloud had passed across the sun. Before that morning, Americans had been led to believe that Japanese naval air power was a joke, an assortment of second-rate airplanes piloted by third-rate aviators. But these planes were handled brilliantly. The dive bombers planted their bombs with pinpoint accuracy. The torpedo planes came in low and made textbook drops. The Zeros roared in on the tails of the bombers and made deadly strafing runs. If not for the carnage on the ground and in the harbor, the entire spectacle could have been an air show. Witnesses were amazed at how low the attackers flew. So low, as one witness remarked, that you could have thrown a baseball and hit a Japanese airplane. So low that witnesses on the 3rd floor of the Navy hospital yard looked down on the torpedo planes as they began their runs on the American battleships. The Japanese pilots were plainly visible in their cockpits, many with canopies open. Witnesses could see their cat's-eye flight goggles, their wind-blown scarves, their brown aviators' helmets, their white headbands. "Hell, I could even see the gold in their teeth," said an Army officer at Wheeler. Many witnesses recalled the strange sensation of making eye contact with an enemy pilot. Some of the Japanese smiled ruefully, almost apologetically. A few even waved. Others laughed and made taunting gestures. "They were so low you could see them grinning, you know," remarked machinist's mate Leon Bennett of the Neosha. "I mean, really, they were laughing, all smiles. They were having a field day, a ball." A Marine reported seeing agreed. The entire scene had the flickering two-dimensional quality of a B-grade war film. In many cases, it was the non-visual senses that left the most lasting impression on the memory. The terrified screams of the men trapped below decks, how steel rungs of the ladders in the burning ships seared into the palms of the escaping sailors, the bitter taste of fuel oil in the mouth, the rank, cloying odor of burning flesh. The memories were jumbled, out of sequence, but they were also vivid, indelible, even after the passage of many years. The terrible suddenness of the raid, the abrupt transition from peace to war, the immense scale of the carnage, the almost incomprehensive fury and malevolence of the attackers. It was like being engulfed in a great flood, a tornado or earthquake, said Chief Petty Officer Charles Russell. The thing hit so quickly and so powerfully it left you stunned and amazed. For Signalman John H. McGoran of the California, the experience of being at Pearl Harbor on December 7, 1941, was simply impossible to describe. If you didn't go through it, there are no words that can adequately describe it. If you were there, then no words are necessary. Franklin Delano Roosevelt had been passing a tranquil Sunday afternoon in his oval study on the second floor of the White House. Not to be confused with the larger and more formal Oval Office located downstairs, the study was a part of the President's official residence. A set of double doors on the west side of the room led directly to his bedroom and private bath. In past presidential administrations, the study had been known as the Yellow Room or Oval Parlor, and had been used variously as a sitting room, a library, and a place for the storage of unwanted furniture and files. President Harding had played poker here with his friends and cronies, and the Hoovers had used it as a screening room for silent films. By December 1941, Roosevelt had occupied the study for 9 years, and it had acquired a cluttered, lived-in, and slightly dingy appearance, much like his house at Hyde Park in the Hudson River Valley of New York. Nearly every square inch of the walls was occupied with photographs and paintings of many different shapes, sizes, and themes. There were not enough bookcases to accommodate all of the president's books, so volumes were jammed horizontally above the rows on the shelves, or stacked on the floor against the walls and in the corners. Heavy drapes blocked the natural light from the windows, giving the room a gloomy aspect, but the darkness helped obscure the fraying corners of the upholstery, the threadbare patches in the carpet, and the black cords that snaked along the floor from the lamps to the wall sockets. The ashtray on the president's desk was often overflowing with spent butts, and the room smelled deeply of cigarettes. If the decor had any unifying theme at all, it was nautical. There were perhaps 24 of Roosevelt's beloved collection of Currier and Ives prints, depicting wooden sailing ships at sea. There were half a dozen ship models on the tables and bookcases, protected under glass display cases. And on one of the walls, next to a picture of the president's own mother, hung a portrait of John Paul Jones, naval hero of the American Revolution. For Roosevelt, the Oval Study was a refuge of sorts, his inner sanctum. Often he spent his entire day here, seated in his wheelchair behind his desk, his back to the large south-facing windows and their view of the ellipse and the Washington Monument. Much of the substantive work of his presidency was done at this desk. Here he read reports, dictated letters and memoranda, spoke on the telephone, and received aides and visitors. But this was also the room in which Roosevelt liked to relax, as he was doing on this particular Sunday afternoon. Dressed in an old gray turtleneck sweater and flannel slacks, he was tinkering with his stamp collection while carrying on a desultory chat about things far removed from war with his closest aide and good friend Harry Hopkins. The two men had eaten lunch in the study on trays. Earlier, the president had sent word that he would be unable to join First Lady Eleanor Roosevelt and about 30 guests at a luncheon in the Blue Room. Eleanor would subsequently tell the disappointed visitors, a mixed group of friends, relatives, and government officials, that her husband had been detained by the crisis unfolding in the Pacific, but that was not strictly true. Roosevelt had sent his regrets before the raid had even begun. He was tired and he wanted to relax. He would have no such luck. The black telephone on his desk rang at 1:40 p.m. Washington time. It was Secretary of the Navy Frank Knox who advised Roosevelt that an alert had just been transmitted from Pacific Fleet Headquarters. Air raid Pearl Harbor. This is no drill. Knox could offer no further details but promised to call back as soon as he knew more. Hopkins was incredulous. Japan, he said, would not and could not attack Hawaii. The report must be wrong. Roosevelt did not agree. He said he believed the report was probably true, and remarked that it was just the kind of unexpected thing the Japanese would do. Within minutes, Admiral Harold R. Betty Stark, the Chief of Naval Operations, called to confirm the appalling news. Stark and Knox had been on the phone with Rear Admiral Claude C. Block, commander of the 14th Naval District in Hawaii, who had given them a real-time eyewitness account of the raid while the second wave of enemy planes was over the base. A few minutes later, the President took a call from Joseph B. Poindexter, the territorial governor of Hawaii, who requested and was granted authority to declare martial law in the islands. During this brief conversation, Poindexter's voice rose to a frantic pitch. The President turned to Hopkins and the other aides who had crowded into the study and exclaimed, "My God, there's another wave of Jap planes over Hawaii right this minute." The news passed quickly through the White House. Eleanor was told by one of the White House ushers just as she was seeing her luncheon party off. The visitors stood around in stupefied knots, one later wrote. There was nothing to say. It was absolutely incredible. The guests seemed to melt away. Nobody bothered to say goodbye to anyone. The First Lady went upstairs and slipped into the President's study, but the room was already crowded with aides, and she soon realized that her husband was concentrating on what had to be done and would not talk about what had happened until this first strain was over. She then withdrew to her sitting room and went to work on her correspondence. Throughout the afternoon, updates poured into the White House. Grace Tully, the President's chief secretary, took several calls from Admiral Stark. She made shorthand notes of what he told her, then quickly typed the information into memos and handed them to Roosevelt. The boss maintained greater outward calm than anybody else, but there was rage in his very calmness, Tully wrote. With each new message he shook his head grimly and tightened the expression of his mouth. A steady stream of aides was entering the study, and soon the din of loud voices made it impossible for her to work. She moved out to the hallway and then to the private telephone in the President's bedroom. While she was typing, members of the staff hovered behind her and peered over her shoulder. She later wrote, "The news continued to come in, each report more terrible than the last, and I could hear the shocked unbelief in Admiral Stark's voice as he talked to me. At first the men around the President were incredulous. That changed to angry acceptance as new messages supported and amplified the previous ones." Seated behind his desk at the center of the storm, Roosevelt remained calm and composed. He spent much of the afternoon on the telephone, attending to troop movements, dictating a news release for the press, setting up new security procedures for ports and strategic installations, ordering measures to observe or detain enemy nationals. Dozens of executive orders were required. Roosevelt told his aides to execute the orders immediately and bring them to him for a signature later. One by one, the President's leading military and foreign policy advisers arrived in the study and took a seat. Secretary Knox, Admiral Stark, Secretary of War Henry Stimson, Secretary of State Cordell Hull, Army Chief of Staff General George Marshall. The President asked hard questions. How could the attack have succeeded? How bad was the damage? What were the Japanese likely to do next? It was still not clear what was happening in Hawaii. The radio-telephone connection to Oahu was lost several times, cut off in mid-sentence, and at one point there was a period of several hours in which no connection could be obtained. Were the airstrikes continuing? Each new report suggested that the destruction was worse than previously believed. As the meeting adjourned about 4:30 p.m., it was agreed that the full cabinet would be summoned to meet at the White House at 8:30 that evening, with the congressional leaders to follow at 9. Many of the people around Roosevelt judged that he was, in a sense, relieved. The waiting and uncertainty were finished. The American people had been bitterly divided over the prospect of war, but now, as Secretary of War Stimson put it, a crisis had come in a way that would unite our people. Eleanor agreed. I thought that in spite of his anxiety, Franklin was in a way more serene than he had appeared in a long time. I think it was steadying to know finally that the die was cast. As the last of the Japanese aircraft headed back out to sea, the east lock of Pearl Harbor was littered with flotsam of every description, much of it blackened by the flames. Clothing, shoes, books, life vests, mattresses, accommodation ladders, lifeboats, barrels. There was an almost indescribably foul combination of odors. The oppressive fumes of fuel oil, the vast billowing clouds of black, acrid smoke, the sickly sweet smell of charred flesh. Millions of gallons of oil had erupted into the harbor from the torpedoed battleships. People who have never seen this at sea cannot imagine what oil is like once it is exposed to cool seawater, said Private Corey. It becomes a glob-like carpet about 6 inches thick, gelatinous. Sailors who leapt from the burning ships or were blown off the decks by explosions found themselves swimming through congealed oil. It was exhausting and dangerous. Seaman Mason of the California tried to swim beneath the surface, but when he came up for air, the gummy black oil was clogging my nose and ears, burning under my eyelids. The rank, sweet taste of the stuff made me want to vomit. The wind was blowing hard, about 25 knots. Photographs taken that morning show flags flapping hard on their poles. Inevitably, the fires on the battleships, fanned by those powerful gusts, spread to the harbor. Survivors described a conflagration advancing toward them across the water, how it engulfed the heads of other men, the brief agonized screams from behind the curtain of flames, and then silence. Even from a distance, the heat radiating from the vicinity of Battleship Row was almost unendurable. But motor launches and whaleboats plowed directly into the maelstrom in the attempt to rescue survivors. The crew of one boat tried to douse the fires using handheld CO2 extinguishers. Each time this was done, the sides of the boat broke into flames, which had to be put out before the next run, said Lieutenant Ephraim P. Holmes. The heat was so intense that the men in the boat had to lean way over the unexposed side to protect themselves. Swimmers found salvation in a boat hook as they were seized by the belt or collar and hauled into a boat. These rescued men were choking on oil, spitting oil, vomiting oil. Many were so thoroughly drenched in oil that it was difficult to determine whether they had been wounded. I remember one sailor that I pulled out of the water, and I took my handkerchief and wiped the oil from his face, said Marine Private Leslie LaFan. I couldn't tell if he was a black man or a white man or a Chinaman. They were laid in the bottom of the boats, said Seaman Ed Johann, until each boat was loaded with the wounded, all pressed together, all in great pain. At 1010 Dock, across the harbor from Ford Island, wounded men were lifted on stretchers from the boats. The scene was chaotic. Sailors and officers who had spent the night ashore pressed forward, hoping to find a boat that could take them back to their ships. Sirens screamed. Medical corpsmen shouted to clear a way for the stretchers. Dead and wounded men were laid in rows on the concrete pier. Private cars and ambulances were arriving in great numbers, immobilizing traffic. The wounded were administered a shot of morphine and offered a drink of water. Their faces were blackened by smoke or soot, their eyes almost smashed shut. Some had lost all of their hair and much of their skin. It was necessary to strip the burn victims of their clothing, but oil-soaked fabric had seared into the flesh, and when it was removed, long ribbons of skin came off with it. I was trying to put some petroleum jelly on them and trying to cover them with gauze, said shipfitter third class Louis Grabinski of the West Virginia, who lent a hand with the wounded. But that wasn't helping. It seemed to be taking their skin off. It seemed like it was better to just leave the skin open instead of putting something over it. They wanted to tear the gauze off, or if they had a skivvy shirt, they wanted to tear that goddamn thing off because they were blistered, burnt. Emergency treatment centers were set up in several locations throughout the Navy Yard and Ford Island, including the Marine Barracks, the dispensary, and the Bachelor Officers' Quarters, the BOQ. All were soon overwhelmed with casualties. At the Ford Island mess hall, wounded men were laid on all of the tables, and newly arriving stretchers had to be left on the patio outside. Some of these men looked beyond help, burned flesh and bone showing through the oily mess, said Seaman Victor Camant. Some of these men were half-clothed, raw meat just hanging from their bones. Some cried like babies, babbling for their mother, father, or loved ones. It was a sickening sight. Lightly wounded men were wandering around in a daze, refusing to respond when spoken to, resisting violently when others tried to lead them into the centers for treatment. There were men who were completely naked but seemed unaware of their nakedness, even in the presence of civilian women or Red Cross nurses. Carl Carlson, a sailor who was fortunate to escape from the Arizona with minor wounds, recalled meeting one of his shipmates in the sickbay at Ford Island. The man was laying across from me, and he was holding his intestines in with his hands. And he looked up at me and he said, "War sure is hell, isn't it, shipmate?" And I said, "Yeah, it is." And I wasn't bleeding anywhere, so I got up and walked out of there. On the docks and landings, the dead were being laid in 2 rows with a walkway down the center. The heads in each row pointed inward so that the bodies could be identified, either by their faces or their dog tags. Some of the dead men's faces had an unnaturally dark pallor, but their bodies showed no visible wounds. That indicated that they had been killed by the concussive force of one of the huge explosions, shattering the blood vessels without breaking the skin. Seaman Nick Coritas of the USS Raleigh spent several hours searching for his brother. I would run along the aisle and, knowing my brother's characteristics, look for him. He chewed his nails. I knew where he had a wart. I knew every little mark on his body. I would get so far and I'd say, "Well, this guy looks like him," but I couldn't see a face. I'd pick up the hand and I'd say, "No, that's not him," and then go on. Eventually, sheets or blankets were brought to cover the bodies. "I'll tell you one thing," said Seaman William Fomby of the Oklahoma. "When you see all these people in bed sheets laying out stacked up like cordwood, it takes all the glamour out of war. You really realize that something bad is going on." The Ford Island airfield was a ghastly sculpture garden of twisted, burning clots of aluminum wreckage, the remains of aircraft wiped out on the ground. 33 out of 70 planes had been destroyed in the raid. At the southeast end of the island, Hangar 6 lay gutted and smoking. It had been struck by at least 3 Japanese bombs. On the seaplane ramp, the strafed and burning fragments of the big PBY Catalina seaplanes were scattered among the ubiquitous palm trees. Concrete surfaces throughout the island were littered with shrapnel and pocked with large craters, each marking the spot where a 550-pound bomb had landed. Sailors who had been ordered to abandon their ships were milling around in confusion, their uniforms smeared with blood and oil. "There was a lot of us there in limbo, just standing around," Seaman Elmo Rash remembered. "I started thinking about everything that had happened, and I started to shake. I walked around for a while until I was feeling better." Men were in various states of undress, and some plundered the abandoned barracks and dependents' housing for clothing. There were reports of men wearing bizarre get-ups, a sailor's cap and a lieutenant's dress blue jacket, a tuxedo with bare feet, a bathrobe and boots, seaman's dungarees with a swallow-tailed coat and a fore and aft admiral's hat. Gangs of sailors roamed the island, bandoliers of ammunition slung over their shoulders like bandits in a Western film. In the Ford Island administrative building, said bosun's mate Howard French, there was mass confusion. There was no order, no control, no authority. People were milling around like so many lost sheep. The Marine Barracks, a massive concrete building in the Navy Yard, was hastily converted into a receiving and billeting center for these itinerant sailors. Men who had crawled out of the harbor were instructed to strip off their oil-soaked clothing and place it in garbage cans, and then stand in line for a hot shower. In many cases, the sludge oil had penetrated so deeply into the men's pores that it was nearly impossible to get clean. You wiped off as much as you could with towels and whatever rags you could find, but there was no way in the world to get it all off, said Seaman Jim Lawson of the Arizona. Soap and water did not do the trick. It was necessary to scrub the oil-stained skin with alcohol or gasoline. Some men went so far as to actually bathe in gasoline, but even those who managed to remove the visible stains complained for weeks afterward that they were coated head to foot in a thin film of oil, that their eyes smarted from the gasoline, or that they were plagued by intense headaches and blurred vision. The Marine Quartermaster Sergeant issued clean, dry dungarees, underwear, socks, a toothbrush, toothpaste, a razor, and a ditty bag to any man who needed them. Paperwork was ignored. No one was required to sign for anything. The Marine Mess Sergeant did his best to feed any hungry sailor who walked into the mess hall, and the chow line was continuous, with men lining up for lunch behind others still waiting for breakfast. It was feared that the drinking water may have been poisoned by saboteurs, so men drank beer, soft drinks, Kool-Aid, and water drawn from swimming pools. One sailor remembered that he and his mates were grateful to be served dry sandwiches and coffee made from chlorinated swimming pool water. We were hungry, so it was delicious. A check-in station for sailors was set up on the first floor of the Marine barracks. The name of each abandoned ship was stenciled on the wall behind a table staffed by a junior officer. Sailors and officers checked in and were told to wait for reassignment. Many were ordered to join cleanup details on the ships and around the base. On Ford Island, teams of sailors removed debris from the hangars and pushed wrecked aircraft off the runways. Others carried fire extinguishers and put out dozens of small brush fires that had sprung up in the grasslands around the airfield. Men were given buckets and ordered to pick up shrapnel and scrap metal. There was so much shrapnel on the ground that you could walk out on the parking lot and scoop it up with your hands. The public works staff of the 14th Naval District was hard at work laying a new 16-inch water main from Hospital Point to Ford Island, and other workers were getting the dry docks back into working order. Sailors returned to the stricken battleships with galvanized steel buckets and began the grisly task of collecting the remains of their slain shipmates. I recall finding severed knee joints as well as shoulder fragments and torn, burning body torsos, all unidentifiable because of their burned condition, recalled Seaman Charles Sahi of the Nevada. Though the shock of the raid was still fresh in everyone's minds, the survivors made a concerted effort to raise their collective morale. Music helped. On the waterfront at Ford Island, a jukebox blared, "I Don't Want to Set the World on Fire." And on the battleship Maryland, the ship's band performed on deck while the repair teams worked. The crew of the Nevada agreed on a new nickname, the Cheer Up Ship. Signs on her deck proclaimed, "We'll fight again and cheer up the Cheer Up Ship." The crisis tended to bring out the best in the malingerers, the lazy men, even the prisoners in the brig, who were ordered out of their cells and put to work. Everyone pitched in. Things were so bad at Pearl Harbor, Seaman Mason recalled, that even the chiefs were working. Admiral Husband E. Kimmel, Commander-in-Chief of the Pacific Fleet, SINCPAC, was staggered by the number of things he did not know. He did not know where the enemy aircraft had come from. He did not know where they had gone. Had they been launched from aircraft carriers or from Japanese air bases in the Marshall Islands, several thousand miles to the southwest? The latter seemed implausible given the great range, but if they were carrier-borne aircraft, where had the enemy carriers gone? North, south, west? Were they running for safety or preparing another airstrike? Above all, had the Sunday morning raid been the opening move in a planned sequence of attacks, perhaps to be followed by troop landings? Was Oahu about to be invaded? Kimmel's SINCPAC headquarters was in a 3-story white stucco building with an Art Deco facade, lined with coconut palms and fronted by a neatly kept lawn. His windows offered a panoramic view of the carnage in the harbor. The staff officers were doing what they could to pull themselves together, but the stark reality that the entire Pacific battle force had been knocked out of action had left them stunned and speechless. Kimmel seemed calm and collected, recorded Lieutenant Commander Edwin T. Layton, an intelligence officer on the SINCPAC staff. But he looked shocked by the enormity of the thing that was happening to his command and by the fact that his world was blowing up around him. As the Admiral watched his precious battleships burn, he occasionally muttered, "What a doleful sight." Officers who had abandoned the stricken ships streamed into the headquarters, their white uniforms stained with fuel oil. Many seemed dazed. Although no one was willing to admit it at the time, a heavy pall of fear had settled over the headquarters. Layton recalled that his yeoman's hands shook visibly as he handed the commander an intelligence log, and Lieutenant Walter J. East stated flatly that people were frightened, and if they say they weren't, they're damned liars. In those first desperate hours after the raid, Kimmel's problem was not so much that he lacked good intelligence about the enemy's whereabouts. His problem was that his headquarters staff were overwhelmed by reports that were ambiguous, contradictory, garbled, or altogether wrong. His initial instinct, which would prove accurate but not in time to do anything about it, was that the enemy carriers had approached from the north. A squadron of U.S. Army bombers arriving that morning from the mainland had spotted Japanese planes headed north after the raid, and a radar station at Opana, on northern Oahu, had also tracked aircraft headed northward. But the Japanese raid had destroyed or immobilized most of Oahu's long-range patrol planes, both Army and Navy, so the American commanders were unable to launch a proper air search. At 9:42 a.m., Kimmel warned the U.S. carrier Enterprise, at sea about 200 miles west of Oahu, that there was some indication of a Japanese carrier force northwest of the island. Within minutes, however, new contact reports pointed south. In every case, as it would eventually become clear, those reports proved to be U.S. ships misidentified as enemy. One faulty alert put 2 Japanese carriers southwest of Barber's Point. The cruiser Minneapolis, which was near the reported coordinates and had probably been mistaken for the phantom enemy force, attempted to send a dispatch correcting the report, but the ship's radio operator made a transmission error, with the result that the message went out as 2 enemy carriers instead of no enemy carriers in sight. The Enterprise turned east to give chase and launched 15 Douglas Dauntless SBD dive bombers to search the zone southwest of Oahu. 6 Curtiss SOC-3 seaplanes were launched from her accompanying cruisers to search north and northeast. Both flights found only American ships, but in some cases the pilots mistook them for enemy ships, adding new layers of confusion to the scene. The SinkPack diary noted, "The view was held for some time that carriers were both north and south of the island." On Ford Island, those few PBYs that had emerged unscathed from the morning's raid were ordered into the air. Soon the big amphibians were roaring down the channel between Ford Island and Hospital Point and staggering into the sky. Getting them aloft was a dangerous prospect, because the east lock, which served as their runway, was littered with wreckage and overlaid with a carpet of heavy sludge oil. 29-year-old Lieutenant Thomas H. Moorer, a seaplane pilot and future chairman of the Joint Chiefs, left a vivid description of what it was like to drive his aircraft down the channel, with the row of burning battleships just off his wingtips, his pontoons bucking violently over the wakes left by the boats, and oily water splashing up onto his windshield, with the result that I never did see anything until I was well clear of the island. It was a 100% instrument takeoff after we got hit with the oil. Throughout the Navy Yard in Ford Island, it was broadly assumed that a Japanese invasion was underway. Sailors deprived of their ships felt a peculiar sense of vulnerability, as they had received no training in land fighting. Defenses were hastily organized. On Ford Island, gangs of sailors were set to work digging trenches, filling sandbags, and setting up 30 and 50 caliber machine guns on tripods. Craters left by the Japanese bombs were surrounded with piles of sandbags and converted into foxholes. Rifles were handed out from the back of trucks, generally at random, including thousands of Browning automatic rifles and some thoroughly obsolete bolt-action 1903 Springfields. No one was asked to sign for the weapons they received. "Somebody handed me 2 hand grenades," said Seaman Warren G. Harding of the California. "I said, 'What do I do with them?' He said, 'Never mind, don't pull this.' That's all the instruction I had." Sailors were seen carrying butcher's knives and meat cleavers. Navy radio man Joseph Ryan was issued a 30 caliber rifle and ammunition and told, "You guys stay right here on 1010 dock, and when the Japanese come in, get as many of them as you can before they get you." Sunday afternoon was radio prime time, when highly rated programs aired simultaneously across America on NBC and CBS network affiliates. Beginning at about 2:30 p.m., news announcers broke in over regular programming to report that Pearl Harbor had been attacked by Japanese aircraft. The scene was much the same all across the nation. Families congregated around their big cabinet-like radios and listened breathlessly to the first reports. Children who asked questions were shushed. If the radio's vacuum tubes burned out, people sat in their cars and listened to their car radios. "I had no real sense of where Hawaii was," recalled a civilian, Scott Leesburg, who heard the news from a ham radio operator in Oberlin, Ohio. "I knew it was in the Pacific." That was a very common reaction. Pearl Harbor? Oahu? Honolulu? They were not familiar names. Hawaii had been the setting for a few movies in the 1930s, and most Americans at least understood that it was a United States territory located somewhere in the Pacific. Atlases and maps were pulled off the shelves and studied carefully. For the majority of Americans who lived east of the Mississippi, Hawaii was more distant than Europe, where war had been raging for more than 2 years. But it was American soil, and it was an attack that had sunk American ships and killed American servicemen. The public had seen plenty of newsreel footage of devastated cities, both in Europe and in China. Bombs falling from the sky had seemed a distant nightmare, and further evidence that the ancient civilizations of the world were irredeemably barbaric places, from which the New World must always remain aloof. Now, with terrible suddenness, it seemed as if it could happen here. In neighborhoods all across the country, people stepped out of their homes and looked skyward, as if expecting a fleet of Japanese planes to appear suddenly overhead. Children and adolescents, with no direct memory of the Great War, tended to shrug the news off. Some assumed that the United States would simply bomb Japan back, and that Japan, having been taught a proper lesson, would refrain from any further aggression. When it was reported late Sunday afternoon that a Japanese submarine had been sunk off Oahu, 10-year-old James Erickson of Chicago rejoiced, assuming that the war was as good as won and Japan would surrender by the end of the day. 19-year-old Iris Bancroft, also of Chicago, confessed to feeling exhilarated and even elated by the coming of the war. "My life to date had been relatively uneventful. So had my future," she recalled years later. "Now, suddenly, I knew anything could happen. The new possibilities ahead were impossible to ignore. I felt as if I were the heroine in a romantic movie." The older generations reacted differently, especially those with sons or nephews of draft age. Pat Vang, 9 years old, heard the news over the radio in her father's grocery store. She asked her father, "Is it real bad, Daddy?" He replied, "Yes, baby. Very, very bad. A lot of good men will die." British Prime Minister Winston Churchill was at Chequers, his official country residence in Buckinghamshire, with 2 American house guests, John Gill Wynant, the U.S. ambassador, and Averell Harriman, the Lend-Lease coordinator. At 9 o'clock that evening, the Prime Minister turned on his portable radio for the BBC News broadcast. Only after several items on the Russian front and the British Army in Libya did the broadcaster mention a report of Japanese attacks on American and British targets in the Pacific. Churchill strode down the hall to his office and asked his staff to place a transatlantic radio telephone call to the White House. In 3 minutes, the connection was successfully made, and the 2 leaders were on the phone. "Mr. President, what's this about Japan?" Churchill asked. "It's quite true," Roosevelt replied. "They have attacked us at Pearl Harbor. We are all in the same boat now." Churchill informed Roosevelt that Japanese troops had landed in Malaya and promised to go before the House of Commons the following day and ask for a declaration of war. "This certainly simplifies things," Churchill told the President, and added, "God be with you." The Prime Minister's reaction to the news was unequivocal. He rejoiced. "So we had won after all," Churchill wrote years later in the now famous passage of his war memoirs. "England would live, Britain would live, the Commonwealth of Nations and the Empire would live. Hitler's fate was sealed, Mussolini's fate was sealed. As for the Japanese, they would be ground to powder. All the rest was merely the proper application of overwhelming force." Since the war in Europe was not going particularly well at that moment, it was a daring prediction, and Churchill's comment to Roosevelt that Japan's sudden entry into the war simplifies things flew in the face of many perplexing complications. 18 months had passed since the fall of France, and Hitler was the seemingly invincible master of continental Europe. In June 1941, 148 divisions of the German Wehrmacht had poured across the Russian border, and by December they had advanced to within artillery range of Moscow. Britain had been at war for more than 2 years. It had stood alone against Germany for a year, and though it had absorbed the punishment of the Luftwaffe's bombing campaign and escaped, for the moment, the threat of a cross-channel invasion, there was every risk of a renewed assault in 1942, especially if the Soviet Union should collapse. Would Japan attack Russia in the east, freeing Hitler to transfer forces to the west? Would Japan overrun British colonies in Asia, Hong Kong, Malaya, Singapore, Burma, perhaps even India? Would the Axis armies achieve a dreaded link-up in the Middle East? Would the sparsely populated nations of Australia and New Zealand be swallowed up? Perhaps even more alarming, would the United States channel its entire energy into the war against Japan, thereby starving Britain and Russia of tanks, airplanes, transports, weapons, and other vital war materiel? Churchill was vividly aware of all those hazards, and yet he had the absolute conviction that Pearl Harbor, by jolting the United States out of its isolationist lassitude, would secure ultimate victory for the Allies. He recalled the words of Sir Edward Grey 30 years earlier concerning the entry of the United States into the First World War. America was like a gigantic furnace, Grey had said. Once the fire is lighted under it, there is no limit to the power it can generate. With these heartening reflections in mind, Churchill went to bed and slept the sleep of the saved and thankful. In Washington, at 4 p.m, traffic at major intersections was blocked by trucks carrying troops of the District of Columbia National Guard. The telephone system was paralyzed by incoming calls as members of the public sought news of the attack. Additional operators were called into work, but it was difficult to get a line anywhere, local or long distance. Machine gun nests had been hastily set up on the front steps and rooftops of public buildings. Marines were called out to guard the Capitol, and uniformed provost marshal guards, wearing steel helmets left over from the First World War era, appeared suddenly outside the War and Navy departments on the corner of 7th Street and Constitution Avenue. At the Japanese Embassy on Massachusetts Avenue, a large sullen crowd was gathering on the sidewalk outside the gates. At one point, a man climbed out of a taxi and began throwing bottles at the building. Members of the embassy staff, reported the Philadelphia Inquirer, were seen to carry baskets of documents into the garden and begin setting fire to them. Masuo Kato, a Japanese journalist, left the complex at about 4 p.m. Looking up to the sky above the roof, he noted that white puffs were curling upward in the air. More documents were being burned on the roof. The crowd outside grew uglier, with several men cursing and shouting threats. As Kato made his way outside, the crowd surged toward him menacingly. They did not touch him, but one man said, "You are the last son of a bitch we're going to let out." District of Columbia Police and an FBI detail soon arrived and restored order. At the White House, where blackout restrictions had not yet taken effect, floodlights suffused the building and grounds in brilliant white light. Traffic on Pennsylvania Avenue had slowed to a crawl as drivers stared. They seemed to crane their necks in the hope of catching a glimpse of the president or his men through the windows. Hundreds of spectators had gathered on the sidewalk outside the iron fence. A few men carried children on their shoulders. Police officers and Secret Service agents tried to keep them moving, but more arrived constantly throughout the late afternoon and early evening hours. Eventually they stood 3 or 4 deep. Some began to sing "God Bless America" and "My Country 'Tis of Thee." About 50 or 60 reporters and photographers were clustered under the portico. One journalist, Merriman Smith, wondered if President Roosevelt could hear those unrehearsed songs coming spontaneously and from the hearts of the little people across his back lawn. Secretary of the Interior Harold Ickes, as he entered the White House gate, noted that the crowd was quiet and serious and seemed to be responding to that human instinct to get near the scene of action even if they could see or hear nothing. 74-year-old Secretary of War Henry Stimson stepped out of his limousine and, said a witness, bounded up the steps like a mountain goat. Glenn Perry of the New York Sun recorded, "It was very cold and a light mist somewhat obscured the moon. Lights blazed in the State Department, and clerks just called to duty kept running across the sidewalk past the ancient cannons into the building." Shortly after nightfall, Grace Tully entered the president's office. He was alone, smoking a cigarette and sifting through the papers on his desk. "Sit down, Grace," he told her. "I'm going before Congress tomorrow. I'd like to dictate my message. It will be short." He inhaled deeply and let the smoke out. He began speaking, Tully recalled, in the same calm tone in which he dictated his mail, only his diction was a little different, as he spoke each word incisively and slowly, carefully specifying each punctuation mark and paragraph. The speech began, "Yesterday, December 7th, 1941, a date which will live in world history, the United States of America was suddenly and deliberately attacked by naval and air forces of the Empire of Japan." When he had finished speaking, Tully was sent off to type the draft, which ran to some 500 words. When she brought it back for his review, the president drew a line through the phrase "world history" and wrote, "infamy." The White House press room, which normally accommodated no more than 24 people, was jammed with more than 100 reporters, cameramen, and photographers. A long line of reporters waited for a turn at each of half a dozen telephones. The floor was littered with cigarette butts and a tangle of black cables running to the cameras and microphones. A battery of Klieg lights bathed the scene in a harsh electric glare. The room, observed BBC correspondent Alistair Cook, already had that air of tobacco-choked energy that is the Washington odor of panic. The press room was a madhouse, recalled Glenn Perry. Hilmer Bocage, Fulton Lewis, Ted Wingo, and other broadcasters were set up there, typing scripts and then reading them into their microphones with the crowd talking and working in the background. Roosevelt's press secretary, Stephen Early, had issued the first of several announcements at 2:30 p.m. Glistening with sweat and squinting into the lights, Early had acknowledged that the Navy had suffered doubtless very heavy losses. Updates had followed every 15 or 20 minutes, and each time he arrived with a new statement, the room fell to a hushed silence and the reporters bowed over their notepads. It was the biggest story any journalist in the room had ever covered. At about 8 o'clock, the members of the cabinet began filtering into the Oval Study. They sat in chairs arranged in a semicircle facing the president's desk. Behind the desk sat Roosevelt, who had changed into a rumpled dark suit and was smoking a cigarette. Secretary of State Cordell Hull sat on a Chippendale armchair in front of the desk. Secretary of the Navy Frank Knox stood hunched over the president, speaking to him in a low voice. Harry Hopkins, looking pale and gaunt, was the only non-member of the cabinet present. One of Roosevelt's naval aides briefed the cabinet secretaries on what had happened at Pearl Harbor. According to Labor Secretary Francis Perkins, Press Secretary Early was rushing back and forth, saying, "They've had another telephone conversation with Admiral so-and-so. Things are worse than were reported earlier." At about 9 o'clock, when all had arrived, Roosevelt began to speak. He remarked that the cabinet was meeting under circumstances more dire than at any time since 1861, at the outset of the Civil War. The president's face, according to Perkins, was drawn and gray, with the muscles around his mouth showing tension and anger. Uncharacteristically, he did not offer so much as a quip or a half-hearted smile. Several of the secretaries, particularly those whose departments did not touch upon defense or foreign affairs, were not entirely sure what had happened in Hawaii. "We just got scraps of information, an episode here and there," wrote Perkins. "We got a picture of total confusion. Still, nobody knew what exactly had happened. Nobody knew where the planes had come from. This young naval aide had said they were from a carrier, but he was only assuming." Several times, in response to telephoned updates confirming the extent of damage to the fleet, Roosevelt groaned audibly. His anguish left a deep impression on the cabinet members. Whatever the commander-in-chief thought of the Army Air Forces, or the Marines, he was a Navy man in his bones. The feeling could be traced back to his childhood, when he had watched his distant and much-admired cousin, Theodore Roosevelt, champion a major naval building program. He had read the works of Alfred Thayer Mahan diligently and cited them in debates and term papers at Groton and Harvard. He had learned to sail in the fog-shrouded waters off Maine and New Brunswick, and was by far the most proficient yachtsman ever to occupy the White House. He had personally amassed one of the world's largest collections of early American naval prints, paintings, documents, and ship models. He had served for 8 years as Assistant Secretary of the Navy in the Woodrow Wilson administration, his longest tenure in any job other than the presidency itself, and had taken direct responsibility for getting the Navy on a war footing in 1917-18. As president, he had signed major naval expansion bills in 1938 and 1940, aimed at building a Navy capable of fighting and winning simultaneous wars in the Atlantic and Pacific. It was obvious to me that Roosevelt was having a dreadful time just accepting the idea that the Navy could be caught off guard, Francis Perkins recalled. His pride in the Navy was so terrific that he was having actual physical difficulty in getting out the words that bombs had dropped on ships that were not in fighting shape and prepared to move, just tied up. I remember that he said twice to Knox, "Find out, for God's sake, why the ships were tied up in rows." Knox replied, "That's the way they berth them." As the cabinet listened in rapt silence, Roosevelt read aloud the short speech he had dictated earlier that afternoon, which he planned to deliver to a joint session of Congress the following day. When he had finished, Hull and Stimson immediately raised objections to the limited scope of the speech, which, in Stimson's words, represented only the just indignation of the country at Japan's treachery in this surprise attack, and not the full measure of the grievances we have against her as a confirmed lawbreaker and aggressor. Nor did it connect Germany with the attack. Hull, wrote Harold Ickes in his diary, pressed his point so hard that the president finally became a little impatient. Roosevelt was firm. He preferred the short version. He wanted to channel the full force of the American people's fury, which would tend to unite them and put the bitter debates of the isolationists and interventionists behind them. Nor did the president want to mention Germany since, as the isolationists would surely point out, there was no hard evidence of collusion between Hitler and Japan. Roosevelt's draft was accepted as written. At about 10, congressional leaders joined the group. The cabinet members surrendered their chairs and stood against the walls, so that the study was now very crowded. To the congressmen and senators, the president gave a short summary of what was known about the attack. In response to a congressman who asked how the Japanese could have achieved such complete surprise, Roosevelt revealed his keen understanding of naval tactics by explaining that enemy carriers could have approached to within several hundred miles of Oahu under cover of darkness, foiling any American air patrols, and launched the airstrike before dawn. He admitted that it was not yet clear how seriously the American fleet had been damaged, but concluded, "The principal defense of the whole west coast of this country and the whole west coast of the Americas has been very seriously damaged today." The effect on the Congress was tremendous, Stimson wrote in his diary. They sat in dead silence, and even after the recital was over they had very few words. Someone asked if the president would be requesting a declaration of war, but Roosevelt would not reply directly, indicating that he had not yet made up his mind. He had, but did not want the news leaked in advance. Several congressmen flared up in anger that the U.S. Navy had been caught so badly off guard. Senator Tom Connally of Texas asked, "How did it happen that our warships were caught like tame ducks in Pearl Harbor? How did they catch us with our pants down? Where were our patrols?" Roosevelt replied, "I don't know, Tom. I don't know." As the congressmen filed out at 10:45 p.m., Roosevelt left them with an unsettling thought. While they slept that night, it would be daytime in Japan, the Philippines, and throughout East Asia. "They are doing things and saying things during the daytime out there while we are all in bed." One of the congressmen remarked, "We are in bed too much." As they left the White House, the congressional leaders were intercepted in the stone portico by a crowd of reporters. They all avowed total bipartisan unity. Congressman Joseph Martin, the House Minority Leader, told a New York Times reporter, "There is no politics here. There is only one party when it comes to the integrity and honor of the country." The lights on the second floor of the White House burned well past midnight as the president refined drafts of his message. He was helped into bed by his son James at about 1 in the morning. 5 time zones to the west, darkness fell over Pearl Harbor. A soft rain was falling. A bugler sounded evening colors. Throughout the base, men stopped whatever they were doing, stood to attention, and saluted the flag as it came down. Strict blackout conditions had been ordered, and no lights were permitted to show from buildings, ships, cars, or even flashlights. But the East Lock was illuminated by the orange glow of the still-burning West Virginia and Arizona, and by the intense white light of the acetylene torches cutting into the upturned hull of the Oklahoma, where survivors had been heard tapping. A gibbous yellow moon rose in the east, bright enough to cast shadows. Searchlights probed for enemy aircraft. Flares and red rockets shot up here and there, and intermittent bursts of tracer fire drew geometric patterns across the sky. Night brought with it a heavy sense of foreboding. Rumors circulated quickly and evolved through repeated retellings. There were said to be enemy submarines in the harbor. There had been troop landings at Barber's Point, Diamond Head, or Kaneohe Bay. Spies and saboteurs were operating within the base itself. One of the most persistent reports, not conclusively refuted until Monday, was that enemy paratroopers had landed in the mountainous interior of Oahu. They were said to be wearing blue coveralls with red rising sun patches on their shoulders. Americans wearing blue uniforms stripped them off to avoid being mistaken for the enemy. In the darkness, Imaginations ran wild, and every sound seemed grotesquely amplified. Marine Lieutenant Cornelius C. Smith, stationed at the Marine Barracks, recalled that his men were even spooked by noises that were recognizable and familiar. A laundry cart rumbles across the asphalt patch out behind the bakery. With all of that weight and those tiny skate wheels, it sounds just like a machine gun. A messman drops a bench end on the concrete deck. A rifle shot. The shortwave set crackles with static. More machine guns. Everywhere, constantly, all night long, men fired their weapons. The target might be a noise, a struck match, a lit cigarette, the headlights of a distant car. Conscientious sentries, when they heard or saw a movement, would shout, "Halt! Who goes there? Advance and be recognized." Others simply aimed and pulled the trigger. Guards opened fire on the men who had arrived to relieve them. "You couldn't go 5 feet because somebody would start shooting," said Radioman Ryan, who was assigned to run messages that night. "You wore your whites so that you could be seen in the dark, and you whistled the Star-Spangled Banner so you'd be known as an American. Boy, it was risky. I could easily have been shot." Anti-aircraft batteries opened fire on lights in the sky, then fell silent as the gunners realized they were shooting at stars. Much of the shooting was merely cathartic, a way to soothe the nerves. At the Navy Yard Tank Farm, a large complex of steel tanks which held the Navy's main fuel reserves in the Pacific, someone accidentally threw the main switch that turned on the floodlights. A voice cried, "Shoot those lights out!" Dozens of weapons opened fire. Across the fence in Hickam Field, the Army guards thought they were under attack and fired back. It was not just a few stray shots, Army Lieutenant Charles Davis recalled, but a genuine firefight with a good amount of volume to it. Surprisingly, no casualties were reported. The Enterprise and her screening ships, together they were designated Task Force 8 under the command of Vice Admiral William F. Halsey, had made a long, fruitless search to the south. Having found no enemy ships, the Enterprise aircraft turned back, their fuel reserves running low. Most of these planes tracked the blacked-out Enterprise by picking up and following her long phosphorescent wake, and landed safely, a fine accomplishment as the pilots had not been trained for night landings. But Halsey ordered a squadron of 6 F-4F Wildcat fighter planes, under the command of Lieutenant J.G. Fritz Hebel, to return directly to the Naval Air Station on Ford Island. The squadron approached Oahu from the south at 10:45 p.m. Hebel radioed the Ford Island control tower and requested landing instructions. The tower gave him clearance to land and specified that the 6 planes should approach the base with their running lights fully illuminated. It was perfectly obvious to everyone on the ground that the anti-aircraft batteries were manned by nervous, and in some cases inexperienced, gunners, and the risk of a friendly fire incident was very great. The Ford Island tower broadcast a notice to all ships present and Army anti-aircraft units, advising them of the approach of the American planes. The broadcast was repeated a second time, an unusual step showing the tower's anxiety for the safety of the planes. And the word was passed haphazardly through the anti-aircraft batteries to hold fire. From the ground, the 6 Wildcats were plainly visible as they made their slow approach, losing altitude gradually, their green and red running lights shining brightly. Commander Alan Quinn of the Argonne understood that those were American planes. What sort of enemy pilot would fly over the base at night with his aircraft running lights on? But he also feared for them, given the number of itchy trigger fingers at Pearl Harbor. Will anyone smack them? He wondered. The firing began as the first plane made its final turn to line up with the runway at an altitude of about 1,000 feet. One of the aft anti-aircraft batteries on the battleship Pennsylvania, flagship of the battle force, opened fire. An instant later, hundreds of guns were blazing away. "It looked like the 4th of July with everybody shooting up there," said gunner's mate Curtis Schultz of the Downs. They had tracers. Mostly it was small arms fire. From the control tower radio came frantic cries to hold fire, but there were too many guns in too many places. The men on the ground were exultant. "By God," said Seaman Mason of the California, "this time we were going to shoot back. We took aim at the lights and opened fire with a fierce kind of joy. We were striking back the foe who had so humiliated us." The notion that the planes were American never seemed to enter their minds. "We had gotten addicted to shooting at everything that flew during the day, and I guessed that it was automatic what we did," said Seaman Fomby. Lieutenant Hebel, over the radio, was heard to cry, "My God, what's happened?" 2 planes were hit immediately, crashing into the channel west of Ford Island and into a tavern named the Palm Inn in Pearl City. Ensign Eric Allen bailed out successfully, but was machine-gunned while floating down in his parachute. A 4th pilot, James Daniels, dove low, swooped over the floodlights near the southern edge of the runway, then cut hard left toward Barber's Point. Hebel's plane was hit several times. He pulled away and tried an emergency landing at Wheeler, but his plane skidded into a cane field near Aiea. He was badly injured and died the following morning. 2 other pilots crashed or bailed out, both surviving with minor injuries. Only Daniels managed to land his plane without injury to himself or damage to his aircraft. There was so much anti-aircraft fire, so many bright red tracer patterns in the sky that men on the ground were momentarily blinded. As the guns fell silent and the shell bursts faded, Seaman Carl Schmitz of the USS Castor recalled, "The sky turned so dark you had a hard time seeing 10 feet in front of you." Chapter 2. New sentry boxes were erected outside the White House that night, and at dawn the grounds were swarming with plainclothes Secret Service agents and soldiers wearing trench helmets. The President rose early on Monday, having taken just 4 hours of sleep. He drank his coffee and ate his breakfast while reading the latest dispatches. He dressed, with the help of his valet, in a dark suit and his old blue naval cape. At about 8 that morning, news was carried over the radio that Britain had declared war on Japan. "We can only feel that Hitler's madness has infected the Japanese mind," Churchill had told the British people in a BBC broadcast, "and that the root of the evil and its branch must be extirpated together." A few minutes before noon, Roosevelt was wheeled out the main entrance of the White House and lifted into his limousine. A 10-car motorcade, which included 3 cars identical to the one carrying the President, roared down Pennsylvania Avenue at twice the speed limit. Men armed with Tommy guns crouched on the running boards. At 12:20 p.m., the convoy pulled up at the south entrance to the Capitol. Roosevelt emerged, unsmiling. In the car, he had put on the heavy steel braces that enabled him to stand erect on his ruined legs, and he was able to walk arduously on the arm of his son James, a Marine captain. The President barely acknowledged the crowd, described by the Washington Evening Star as a tense, grim throng. The building had not been so heavily guarded since the Civil War. Marines with bayonets on their rifles were posted at entrances, the Star reported, and the Capitol Police, out in full force, formed a secondary line. Cables were stretched along the sidewalks around the house and to hold back the crowd waiting for a glimpse of the President. One congressman, having forgotten his identification, pushed his way through a phalanx of soldiers and was very nearly shot. The cabinet, as solemn as owls, filed into the House chamber. They were followed by the entire Senate and the 9 members of the Supreme Court. The galleries were packed with reporters, photographers, and cameramen. At 12:29 p.m., Speaker Sam Rayburn brought his gavel down on the rostrum and shouted, "The President of the United States." BBC correspondent Alistair Cook, observing the scene from the press gallery, described a long, nervous interval as Roosevelt made his way to the dais. The clicking of the President's leg braces could be plainly heard as he edged up the ramp to the podium, with one arm locked in his son's, the other hand feeling every inch of the long sloping rail. The cameras would not roll until the President was safely behind the podium, his disability primly hidden away, but every soul in the crowded chamber had seen his pained exertions, and the metaphor was too palpable to be missed. Cook wrote, "Before we heard his confident tenor and listened to the sincere automatic applause, we saw him walk and thought of the wounded battleships slumped over in Pearl Harbor." Eleanor Roosevelt, dressed in black with a silver fox fur, sat in the galleries near Edith Wilson, who had sat in this chamber 23 years earlier to hear her husband, President Woodrow Wilson, ask for a declaration of war against Germany. "Now the President of the United States was my husband," wrote Eleanor, "and for the second time in my life I heard the President tell the Congress that this nation was engaged in a war. I was deeply unhappy. I remembered my anxiety about my husband and brother when World War I began. Now I had 4 sons of military age. The president stood at the podium, leg braces locked, and gripped the sides of the rostrum for support. He put on his glasses, opened a black loose-leaf notebook, and began to speak. Yesterday, December 7th, 1941, a date which will live in infamy, the United States of America was suddenly and deliberately attacked by naval and air forces of the Empire of Japan. The timing of the raid, Roosevelt declared, left no doubt that it had been planned and executed while the Japanese and American governments were engaged in recent diplomatic negotiations, and that Japan had thus deliberately sought to deceive the United States by false statements and expressions of hope for continued peace. He detailed all of the attacks Japan had launched in the previous 24 hours, Midway, Wake, Guam, the Philippines, Hong Kong, Malaya, and concluded, Japan has therefore undertaken a surprise offensive extending throughout the Pacific area. The facts of yesterday speak for themselves. No matter how long it may take us to overcome this premeditated invasion, the American people in their righteous might will win through to absolute victory. Congress, the Evening Star reported, was solemn and angered as the president delivered his address. But several lines were punctuated by thunderclaps of powerful applause and foot-stamping. With his concluding words, "We will gain the inevitable triumph, so help us God," the entire chamber rose to their feet and presented a deafening ovation. Roosevelt raised a hand and left the podium, escorted once again by his son. The speech had lasted a mere 5 minutes, and the phrase, "a date which will live in infamy," was the only line that most Americans would ever remember. But it had attracted the largest audience in the history of radio, 60 million according to the ratings. He had written it entirely himself without contribution from his speechwriters. The playwright and presidential aide Robert Sherwood remarked of Roosevelt, "I do not think there was another occasion in his life when he was so completely representative of the whole people." An hour later, a declaration of war passed both houses, with 1 dissenting vote in the House and none in the Senate. Roosevelt was still on the radio as the sun rose over Pearl Harbor. A soft rain was falling over the half-sunken, still-blazing battleships West Virginia and Arizona. Fireboats continued to work them over with hoses, and immense columns of greasy, black, evil-smelling smoke continued to roll into the sky. On Ford Island, men stumbled into the mess halls for coffee and breakfast, their eyes puffy, faces drawn, unshaven and dirty. Few had slept at all, and many had neglected to eat since the previous morning's attack. For 24 hours they had been fueled by nervous energy and adrenaline, and were only now realizing that they were exhausted and wolfishly hungry. At the Naval Hospital, a handsome stucco building wreathed in palm trees along the Navy Yard side of the harbor, the short-handed staff had been working without respite since the previous morning. It had been a long and petrifying night. Small arms and anti-aircraft fire kept up a constant din, persuading the doctors and nurses that a battle was raging outside the windows. Surgeons struggled to keep their hands from shaking while bent over the operating tables. At about 11 o'clock, when an exploding flak shell blew out many of the windows of the upper floors, doctors, nurses, corpsmen, and patients had cried out all together in fright. The nurses had worked relentlessly, mechanically, without relief, doing what they were trained to do, sterilizing trays of instruments, giving shots, setting up intravenous feeds, changing dressings. Observing strict blackout conditions, they worked with flashlights covered with blue carbon paper to dim the light. It seemed obvious that a Japanese invasion was underway. Having been warned of how the Japanese would treat female prisoners, some of the nurses carried pocket knives and resolved to slash their wrists if the hospital was taken. Dawn brought a puissant sense of relief. "No one could imagine what daylight meant to us," said Lieutenant Ruth Erickson, a nurse at the hospital. "We could now see outside. Even the air was cleaner, purer. There was a feeling that we had made it. Our material possessions meant nothing. The fact that we were alive, that was the full meaning. We had prayed many times, and we were grateful that our prayers had been answered." With daylight, casualties continued to arrive at the hospital in great numbers. As the wards filled, the corpsmen pushed the beds closer together to make room for more. The burn cases were the worst. The standard weekend uniform at Pearl Harbor was shorts and short-sleeve shirts, leaving exposed skin on the arms and legs. A witness described the wounds as charred, crisp skin like bacon rind, black and oozing. Burns were treated with a variety of dressings, mineral oil sprays, sulfanilamide powder, tannic acid, boric acid. But not much could be done for the men in the burn wards except to keep them heavily dosed with anesthetic. The smell of burnt flesh permeated the hospital, especially at night when the blackout curtains prevented air from circulating. "I can still smell it," recalled Lieutenant Erickson many years afterward, "and I think I always will." The dead were placed in white canvas body bags and moved out to the lawn in front of the hospital. Not all of those who had been declared dead were actually dead. Witnesses were horrified to hear muffled groans from within some of the bags. "I started to go back and see," recalled Vivian Hultgren, an Army wife, "and then my reasoning said, well, they must be so badly damaged that they can't be helped. They must be just on their last legs. So what can I do?" And that just really haunted me. In the harbor, dozens of bodies were floating to the surface, and motor launches were assigned to bring them to Aiea Landing for identification and burial. At first, the crews hauled the bodies into the boats, said Seaman Jack Kelly of the Tennessee, but it got to where if we pulled them into the boat, they would bust open and run all over the bottom of the boat. So we would just tie a little piece of rope around their leg or their arm or whatever you could get a hold of, and get you a string of them and tow them over rather than trying to pull them into the boat. Another sailor assigned to that grisly duty remembered, "The worst part was when the body would start to disintegrate and we would have to stop in the middle of the tow and relash." On the previous afternoon, civilian lumber yards in Honolulu had been ordered to build as many pine coffins as they could, and these were transported to Pearl Harbor by the truckload. At Aiea Landing, medical corpsmen wearing rubber gloves took dental impressions in the effort to identify the dead. Identified bodies were placed in a numbered box, and a record made of the dead man's name. But many bodies or parts of bodies could not be identified, and these were distributed at random into boxes. Trucks were loaded with coffins and driven to Oahu Cemetery, where bulldozers were digging 150-foot-long trenches. It was necessary to get the dead under the ground as soon as possible. Many coffins were leaking blood and oil, and men handling them had to wear masks to cover the odor. It was a gruesome task. "One flatbed truck came up, stopped abruptly, and a box fell off," said Marine Private LaFan, who spent several days working at the cemetery. "It hit the concrete and burst. There was the trunk of a man, 3 arms, and 1 leg in this particular box." For weeks after the attack, funeral ceremonies were held continuously. When a dead man could not be identified, a priest, a rabbi, and a minister would sometimes preside over a single burial. An honor guard would sound taps and place a wooden stake over each grave. In a newspaper photograph of one such ceremony, held shortly after the attack, civilians and uniformed naval officers stand with heads bowed, while a trio of grass-skirted Hawaiian women play ukuleles and sing, according to the caption, "Aloha Oi." Throughout the base there were alternating scenes of jubilation and grief as men discovered who among their shipmates had survived and who had not. Survivors described a kaleidoscope of contradictory feelings. Some were relieved at having escaped with their lives and limbs intact. Seaman Theodore Mason remembered a peculiar celebration in the shower of the Sink-Pack Administration Building as a number of sailors were scrubbing the oil from their bodies. "A feeling of elation possessed me," he remembered. "I was alive. The other men in the shower shouted and laughed and sang. I joined them." Hard on the heels of that curious euphoria came a crushing sense of guilt and shame. How many of my shipmates were dead, wounded, hideously burned? Mason asked himself. Why was I singing? It took years and additional combat experience before I forgave myself. Most of the enlisted men and junior officers at Pearl Harbor were young, in their late teens and early 20s. and they admitted feeling confused about the causes of the war. Many were not in the habit of reading the newspapers except the comic strips or sports pages, and had not paid much attention to the deterioration of U.S.-Japanese relations in the last months before the war. Japan and all of Asia had seemed remote and not particularly important to their lives or to the lives of their families and friends at home. Virtually no one had taken Japan seriously as a military threat. Now, as the Pacific battle force lay in ruins, they felt a pervasive sense of collective disgrace. Friends back home used to ask about the Japs, recalled Marine Lieutenant Cornelius C. Smith, Jr. I answered, hell, we could blow them out of the water in 3 weeks. But here we are with our pants down, and the striking force of our Pacific Fleet is settling on the bottom of East Lock, Pearl Harbor. Who wouldn't be ashamed? Seaman Nick Curatus wondered how he could ever face his family again. What am I going to say to them? He asked himself. How can I explain this? As terrible as the fate of the Arizona had been, many witnesses were even more shaken by the sight of the Oklahoma. After being hit by a barrage of aerial torpedoes, she had listed to starboard and then rolled nearly vertical, leaving her gigantic steel hull pointed up to the sky and her superstructure buried in the soft mud bottom of the harbor. 3 generations of officers and enlisted men had been taught to believe that every battleship was a fortress, permanent and impregnable. For such a ship to roll over like a toy boat in a bathtub seemed ludicrous, almost inconceivable. But there she was. Gunner's Mate 3rd Class George E. Waller of the Maryland recalled, "We had been told all of our lives that you couldn't sink a battleship, and then to see one go upside down, it was heartbreaking." But the carriers had survived. At least the carriers had survived. Admiral William F. Halsey's Task Force 8, the Enterprise and her accompanying cruisers and destroyers, had been safely at sea on the morning of the attack. They had been due back in Pearl Harbor on Sunday morning, but on Saturday afternoon, northwest of Oahu, a line dropped by a destroyer had managed to wrap itself around one of the propeller shafts of the cruiser Northampton. It was the kind of familiar mishap that routinely beset ships operating in close formation at sea, usually prompting savage recriminations, blame trading, and fusillades of profanity. The entire task force had lingered as divers worked to unravel the fouled line. When news of the air raid arrived by radio the next morning, the ships had steamed hundreds of miles south in a long, fruitless search, thereby avoiding Vice Admiral Nagumo's carriers, which had withdrawn to the north. Had Halsey chased north, he would have thrust his 2 carriers into striking range of Nagumo's 6, and with such overpowering force, the combat-hardened Japanese aviators might easily have sent both the Enterprise and the Lexington to the bottom. At sunset on Monday, with 7 destroyers following in a single file, the Enterprise crept down the long outer channel into Pearl Harbor. She inched around the stern of the crippled battleship Nevada, which lay beached on the western edge of the channel with her bow thrust into a grove of algaroba trees. In the failing light, men stationed on the carrier's bridge, flight deck, and catwalks took in enough to understand what had happened in their absence. The charred remains of seaplanes and hangars on Ford Island, the smell of fuel oil and roasted paint, the fires still burning in the half-sunken ships, the columns of smoke still spewing into the sky. One of the Enterprise's own dive bombers, shot down the previous evening by friendly fire, was half awash in the shallows near the channel. Passing 1010 dock, they saw the half-sunken remains of the minesweeper Oglala, plugged with 3 Japanese torpedoes apparently intended for the Enterprise. A heavy blanket of black fuel oil lay across the water of the harbor. Boats motoring through it raised barely a wake, lifting the oil-water surface, a sailor recalled, in little sullen folds that fell back at once into the overall black melancholy. The base was mostly dark and silent, observing strict blackout conditions for the second night of the war, but a few sarcastic voices called out to the gaping crew of the Enterprise as she crept past the stricken battleships. "Where in hell were you?" and "You'd better get out of here or the Japs will get you too." Ordnanceman Alvin Kernan, observing the carnage from the flight deck, reflected that, in a violent way, the attack had announced that the day of the battleship was gone. the Enterprise and a handful of other aircraft carriers had been unwittingly thrust into the vanguard of the naval war. To men who had learned their trade in a fleet dominated by battleships, that was a sobering prospect. But now the war must be waged by the carriers, or not at all, because there wasn't anything else. Admiral Halsey, watching with gritted teeth from the Enterprise flag bridge, was heard to mutter, "Before we're through with them, the Japanese language will be spoken only in hell." Whatever their misgivings, whatever evils the war might bring, their longing for vengeance would nourish and sustain them. As soon as the carrier's dock lines were secured to a Ford Island berth, Halsey descended into a launch that would take him to see Admiral Kimmel at SINCPAC headquarters on the other side of the lock. The boat was fired upon as it motored toward the Navy Yard landing, and it was only the darkness of the night that saved Halsey from being shot. He found Kimmel and his staff, haggard and unshaven, still wearing their Sunday whites, which were crumpled and stained with blood, dirt, and oil. As he sat with Kimmel, new and far-fetched rumors circulated through the headquarters. One, a report that Japanese troops had been seen landing in gliders, prompted Halsey to chuckle. "What the hell is there to laugh at?" demanded Kimmel. Halsey said the report was obvious bunk. Gliders did not have the range to fly from any Japanese island base, and the Japanese carriers would never waste deck space on any such nonsense. His reasoning was unassailable. As a carrier admiral, he intuited what Kimmel by then suspected, that the Japanese were long gone, and the ongoing contact reports were products of mass hysteria. The previous morning's attack had been a hit-and-run carrier air raid, and the enemy flat tops were now well on their way back toward Japan. As the Enterprise berthed, the fuel lines were hauled aboard from a waiting tanker and inserted into her tanks. Refueling and reprovisioning continued at a hurried pace through the small hours of the morning. All wanted to be safely back to sea by first light. A long line of sailors snaked from the dock up a gangway through the hangar deck and down the ladders to the magazines and galleys, and through those hundreds of pairs of hands were passed the rounds of ammunition and victuals to replenish the Enterprise's stores. New crew members reported aboard, many bringing nothing but the uniforms on their backs because their sea bags were entombed on Battleship Row. By 4 a.m, the Enterprise had drunk her fill of fuel oil and loaded all the ammunition and stores she could carry. Admiral Halsey came aboard without ceremony. Provisions were stacked on her hangar deck in unseamanlike fashion, waiting to be properly stowed below, but there was no time to lose. Dawn was imminent. Her lines were cast off, and she retraced her route past the wrecked battleships, Hospital Point, the seaplane base, then made a slight course adjustment a few points to starboard, and headed back toward the beached Nevada, marking the passage to the open sea. Leaving the miserable waste of Pearl Harbor behind, recalled Alvin Kernan, the Enterprise sailed down the channel, through the nets, and into the blue water, picking up speed as she went, the sun rising, the water beginning to hiss alongside, and the smell of oil, charred paint, bodies, and defeat left far behind. The planes landed aboard later, and the war had begun. In Washington, the first chaotic stages of mobilization had been set in motion. Alistair Cooke was reminded of a silent film of the vaudevillian era, when the resting firemen, grown amiable on undisturbed sessions of beer and games of pinochle, are electrified by the alarm and, diving headlong down the greasy pole, start to clomp importantly in every part of town. Military units in trucks seized major intersections, causing monumental traffic jams on both Monday and Tuesday. Machine gun nests and anti-aircraft units were set up on the roofs of public buildings. This being December, darkness fell in late afternoon, and as a precaution against enemy air raids, the city's street lights and the huge floodlights which normally lit up the Capitol dome were left dark. Air raid wardens waved down cars and shined flashlights into the eyes of motorists and pedestrians, asking impudent and idiotic questions. 4 cherry trees on the Washington Mall were chopped down by some zealous patriot, presumably because they had been a gift from the Japanese government. Fear and confusion were everywhere evident. A downtown building caught fire, and when the fire engine sirens sounded, residents assumed that hostile planes were overhead. As in communities all around the country, there was a panic of buying, as people hoarded food and other consumer goods in anticipation of rationing or shortages. By nightfall on December 8th, the journalist David Brinkley wrote of Washington, the markets looked as if a high wind had blown them clean. There were 250,000 government workers in Washington, D.C., up from 38,000 in 1917. That number would more than double during the war. Secretary of War Henry Stimson ordered the entire U.S. Army into uniform, numbering about 1.6 million men. The Navy quickly decided to reinforce Pearl Harbor and set up a new aerial search pattern to guard against a renewed air raid. In cities throughout the country, police were placed on 24-hour duty, guarding defense plants and bridges and water supply facilities against sabotage. Ports throughout the country were closed to all foreign shipping. All weather reports by radio broadcast were halted, as they might prove useful to the enemy in choosing air raid targets. A nationwide strike of 125,000 welders was summarily called off by the Union leaders, who cited the situation in the Pacific. Looking back from the present, it is practically impossible to reconstruct the terror of those early days of the war, when it was not at all obvious that the American mainland would be spared enemy raids. On Monday, the radio waves and newspapers were full of reports of air raids over American cities. Associated Press tickers reported an unknown plane off Montauk Point, Long Island, and air raid sirens wailed in the streets of Manhattan. The Brooklyn Eagle reported enemy planes were approaching Long Island, from New England, and then from the Virginia coast. Bombers, apparently, were heading for the Brooklyn Navy Yard, for Mitchell Field, and other points. Air raid sirens are sounded, schools are closed, employees were sent home, police warned pedestrians to keep off the crowded streets. On the West Coast, men armed with shotguns and hunting rifles piled into cars and drove toward the beaches, eager to do battle with the Japanese landing forces. In San Francisco, the switches were pulled on street and bridge lights, but otherwise the city's hills glittered almost as brightly as they had on December 6th. Air raid sirens blared throughout the night and were repeated by ferry horns. Eventually, it seemed the ferry horns were leading and the air raid sirens answering. Vigilantes took baseball bats to automobile headlights and threatened to smash the windows of merchants and homeowners who did not observe the blackout order. Numerous reports had Japanese planes patrolling about 100 miles off the coast, and on Monday night it was confidently reported by the Army Air Forces that 60 Japanese planes had appeared over the Golden Gate Bridge and were beaten off by American fighters. Asked how he knew the planes were Japanese, General William Ryan replied, "Well, they weren't Army planes, they weren't Navy planes, and you can be sure they weren't civilian planes." When on Tuesday there were suggestions, later proven accurate, that there had been no Japanese planes over the bay, Lieutenant General John DeWitt replied angrily, "Death and destruction is likely to come to this city at any moment. The people of San Francisco seem unable to appreciate that we are at war in every sense. Those planes were over our community for a definite period. They were enemy planes. I mean Japanese planes. They were tracked out at sea. Why bombs weren't dropped, I do not know." The general might have stopped there, but apparently could not help himself. "It might have been better if some bombs were dropped to awaken this city. We will never have a practice alert. We will never call an alert unless we believe an attack to be imminent. If I can't knock these facts into your heads with words, I'll turn you over to the police and let them knock them into you with clubs." Americans depended on radio and newspapers to keep them informed, but both were full of wild rumors. Military and civil officials were quoted faithfully and respectfully, but it was apparent that the confusion, fear, and disorientation went to the top. The quick clampdown of military censors in Hawaii only amplified the rumor-mongering. The Japanese had control of the Pacific. California was indefensible. The Army was preparing to meet the invader in the Rocky Mountains, or perhaps on the eastern bank of the Mississippi River. Admiral Stark, Chief of Naval Operations, briefed congressional leaders at the Navy Department on Tuesday, December 9th. The briefing was strictly classified, but reporters waiting on Constitution Avenue needed only to study the dark expressions on the faces of the emerging congressmen to deduce that the news was very bad. "The atmosphere in the Capitol was on the narrow edge of hysteria," wrote the journalist Marquis Childs. The crippling losses suffered at Pearl Harbor were the worst kept secret in town. Each senator by nightfall had told 10 other persons, and they had told 10 others, the story losing nothing in the telling. Partisan politics were, for the moment, deeply out of favor, and congressional leaders of both parties avowed unity in the face of the emergency. For the Navy, this development was a mixed blessing, however, as the unanimous rage of Democrats and Republicans was unleashed against the culprits who had allowed the cherished battleships, built over many years with elephantine budget appropriations, to be blindsided in the heart of the nation's great Pacific stronghold. Who was to blame for the travesty? On Monday, Democratic Congressman John Dingell of Michigan called for an investigation, suggesting that the Navy must have been grossly incompetent. The demand for answers was echoed angrily in the press, and on Tuesday, Congress announced a formal inquiry. Heads were obviously going to roll, and by Wednesday it seemed that one of those heads might belong to Navy Secretary Frank Knox. With timing that could not have been any worse, in the week immediately before the war, Knox had launched a media offensive to reassure the country that the Navy had nothing to fear from the Japanese. He had been interviewed by Collier's magazine a week before Pearl Harbor in an article lamentably titled, "The Navy is Ready." If it came to war, he had predicted, the Navy would need no more than 6 months to knock Japan out of the water. Secretary Knox had granted another interview to the American magazine, whose January issue landed on newsstands the same day Japanese bombs landed on Battleship Row. The day after the attack, the story was still being advertised in newspapers across the country. Equipped with amazing new secret deadly devices that no enemy will ever know about till it's too late, the biggest, toughest, hardest-hitting, straightest-shooting Navy in the world is primed and ready to write finis to aggressors. Let 'em come from both sides if they want to. We can win on 2 oceans, says Secretary of the Navy Frank Knox in the January American magazine, now out. The humiliated secretary shrewdly made himself absent from Washington in the first week of the war, flying to Pearl Harbor to assess the catastrophe in person. Aiming to soothe the collective hysteria that seemed to have possessed the country, the White House announced that Roosevelt would address the American people by radio in his 20th fireside chat. Presidential speechwriters Bob Sherwood and Sam Rosenman had been hard at it since Sunday evening, and they tinkered with new drafts until minutes before the broadcast at 10 o'clock Tuesday night. More than 60 million Americans would tune in, repeating the size of the previous day's radio audience for the infamy speech to Congress. The president was an acknowledged master of radio, having used the medium since the 1920s to advance his career, enact his agenda, and hammer down his opponents. His sonorous, lilting voice carried well over the airwaves. He had a thespian's natural feeling for cadence, pace, and emphasis. Above all, he employed a deft common touch that belied his sheltered upbringing as a scion of the Hudson Valley gentry. He did not try to disguise the aristocratic inflections in his voice, knowing perhaps that the attempt would expose him as a fraud, but he managed to be warm and plain-spoken without sounding patronizing or insincere, and he used a laid-back conversational tone that created in the listener's mind an uncanny intimacy. It is often said that Americans liked Roosevelt because they felt they knew him as a neighbor or a friend. That was especially true of Americans middle-aged or older, for whom broadcasting was still a novelty. Never having heard radio until reaching adulthood, they were less inclined to take it for granted than were their children, who had listened to it all their lives. When the president came over the airwaves, they were more susceptible to the unconscious illusion that he was really there, that his presence, and not just his voice, had come into their living rooms, that he was not just speaking, but, in a sense, conversing with them. Tuesday night's broadcast was made from a large room on the first floor of the White House. Radio engineers set up their microphones on a wooden desk on which also sat a reading lamp, an ashtray, a pitcher of water, and a glass. 50 or 60 people sat in rows on wooden folding chairs. At about 10 minutes before 10, the president was wheeled into the room and behind the desk. He opened his loose-leaf notebook and shuffled through the pages of the speech. He smoked a cigarette. He stubbed it out. At 10 o'clock, the radio announcers each spoke into their microphones, introducing the president. He began, My fellow Americans. It was about as angry a speech as Roosevelt ever delivered, a hard-hitting philippic against the Japanese militarist regime, whose sudden criminal attacks, he said, provide the climax of a decade of international immorality. He returned again and again to the theme that Japan and its Axis accomplices were a league of thugs who had to be stopped by the decent and law-abiding nations of the world. Powerful and resourceful gangsters have banded together to make war upon the whole human race. We must be set to face a long war against crafty and powerful bandits. There is no such thing as security for any nation or any individual in a world ruled by the principles of gangsterism. He defined the war as a defense of our right to live among our world neighbors in freedom, in common decency, without fear of assault. There should be a massive increase in war production, with a 7-day week in all war industries to support not only American military forces but also those of America's allies. Acknowledging that the American people and the press wanted to know what was happening in the Pacific, he insisted that it was necessary to conceal the full truth from the enemy. As for Pearl Harbor, he admitted the damage was serious, but would say no more. Guam, Wake, and Midway were under attack and might fall. The Philippines were taking punishment but defending themselves vigorously. Wartime secrecy would be a burden for the American people, but he warned them not to believe half the rumors they were hearing. These ugly little hints of complete disaster fly thick and fast in wartime, and asked the press to exercise restraint in printing unconfirmed reports. He did not deny the success of the Japanese attack. We may acknowledge that our enemies have performed a brilliant feat of deception, perfectly timed and executed with great skill. It was a thoroughly dishonorable deed, but we must face the fact that modern warfare as conducted in the Nazi manner is a dirty business. We don't like it, we don't want to get in it, but we are in it, and we're going to fight it with everything we've got. When the president had finished and been wheeled back into the Oval Study, Sam Rosenman went to see him. He found him alone, behind his desk, smoking a cigarette and poring over his beloved stamps. It was a rare man who could deliver such a speech on the third day of a war that had started so badly, and then head back to his office to tinker with his stamp collection. He was serene, apparently content, clearing his mind of the day's work so that he could sleep soundly and awake the next day fresh. He knew by this time all the damage that had been done to us at Pearl Harbor, Rosenman wrote, yet I felt, as I looked at him, that he was confident that ultimate victory, as he had said, was certain. To critics howling for the heads of the men responsible for Pearl Harbor, FDR had offered an oblique reply. There is no such thing as impregnable defense against powerful aggressors who sneak up in the dark and strike without warning. The same could not be said for Allied commanders in positions west of Hawaii, who failed to put up any meaningful resistance to enemy planes that struck later the same day. Beginning just hours after the raid on Pearl Harbor, as dawn broke over the western Pacific, land-based bombers and fighters of the Imperial Japanese Navy launched a tightly choreographed aerial blitzkrieg against American and British bases throughout the region, and by the third day of the war the local Allied forces had been reduced to mincemeat. That was a defeat more ruinous in its consequences than the raid on Pearl Harbor, because it led directly to the fall of the Philippines and Malaya. It also gave the lie to the theory, bandied around by those unwilling to admit they had underestimated Japan, that Pearl Harbor had been a lucky sucker punch that could never be repeated. At dawn on December 7th, December 8th, west of the international dateline, medium G-3M and G-4M bombers, accompanied by Japan's sleek single-seat fighter plane, the A-6M-0, lifted off from airfields on the island of Formosa and set out across the China Sea to pulverize American air bases in the Philippines. Others took off from newly constructed airfields in Indochina to strike British air bases in Malaya, Burma, and Hong Kong. Still more roared north from the remote atolls of the Marshall Islands to attack Wake Island. A small carrier task force built around the Ryujo sailed from Palau to launch strikes on Legazpi on the southern coast of the Philippine island of Luzon, and then turned south to pummel the U.S. naval base of Davao on the island of Mindanao. General Douglas A. MacArthur, the U.S. Far East commander, had received several hours' warning of the raid at Pearl Harbor, but his Manila headquarters was thrown into a state of dazed confusion in the first hours of the war, ensuring that the initial Japanese air raids scored with overwhelming success. Much of the blame would later be fixed on General Richard K. Sutherland, MacArthur's chief of staff, who seemed determined to keep subordinate officers away from his boss. The upshot was that American air forces were effectively paralyzed for lack of orders. At midday, Japanese bombers appeared suddenly over Clark Field, the principal American air base in the Philippines, located about 50 miles northwest of Manila, and dropped their sticks of bombs from 18,000 feet. From the ground, these appeared as columns of evenly spaced silver glints, falling diagonally behind the planes. They grew steadily larger, and Americans on the ground dove for foxholes. A procession of cataclysmic explosions fell across the heart of the airbase, among the hangars and maintenance shops and parked planes. Every bomb released fell within the base, and not one structure in the vicinity was left unscathed. An American pilot looking down at the scene could not even see the airstrip, because the whole area was boiling with smoke, dust, and flames. In the middle was a huge column of greasy black smoke, from the top of which ugly red flames billowed intermittently. No sooner had the bombers passed over than the Zeros roared in at rooftop altitude, locked in compact three-plane formations, and strafed the parked planes that had not been finished off by the bombs. None of the American planes caught on the ground at Clark that day would ever fly again. By the end of that first day of the war, half the air power defending the Philippines was gone. 12 B-17s and 30 P-40s were totally destroyed. 5 more B-17s were damaged. That initial disaster guaranteed that more would follow, as the Americans had lost the ability to mount counterstrikes on Japanese air bases or to put up any effective fighter resistance to the wave of air raids that would inevitably follow. The truth about MacArthur's weird malfunctioning on that day remains shrouded in mystery even now. It is possible he was unwilling to order a strike on Japanese bases from Philippine territory, hoping that the Japanese offensive might otherwise spare the islands. Not only would the general escape scrutiny and censure for his inexplicable failures, no less ignominious and more avoidable than those at Pearl Harbor, but he would be adopted by the American people as a much-loved war hero, the preeminent Allied celebrity of the Pacific War. In Malaya, the British air defenses fared no better. RAF fighters engaged enemy bombers and Zeros in a pitched air battle over Kota Bharu on the northeast coast, where a Japanese invasion force was put ashore on the first morning of the war. The result was a lopsided victory for the Japanese, as several Royal Air Force Bristol Blenheim and Lockheed Hudson bombers went down in flames. Meanwhile, Japanese G-3M bombers from bases in Indochina, more than 600 miles away, appeared suddenly in the skies over Singapore and dropped sticks of bombs on RAF runways and base installations. The raid came as a bolt out of the blue, for the British had never imagined that the Japanese were capable of mounting airstrikes across such great distances. An RAF aerodrome at Kota Bharu was abandoned in a state approaching panic, with men lighting out for the hills, ignoring the threats and imprecations of their officers, and allowing food, fuel, weaponry, and the best airstrip in northern Malaya to fall into the hands of the enemy. British air defense plans had placed too much faith in the Brewster Buffalo, an obsolete fighter purchased from the United States. A pilot who detested the aircraft said it looked a lot like the racing planes of the 1930s, all engine, a barrel fuselage, stubby wings, a large canopy, and almost no tail. The underpowered Buffalo suffered fuel delivery problems that limited its rate of climb. It had a flawed landing gear, which often caused serious damage on landing, and its 50 caliber guns were prone to jamming, particularly in the humid weather of the tropics. In both the Philippines and Malaya, the sudden onslaught pushed the Allied air forces into combat conditions for which they were not adequately prepared, multiplying their non-combat losses. Dozens of American and British aircraft crashed due to engine failures, accidents, or mid-air collisions with other planes in their squadrons. Planes were shot down by friendly anti-aircraft fire when attempting to return to base. Planes were forced to ditch when they ran out of fuel. planes managed to land safely, but had to be scrapped because of heavy damage. To the Japanese, a crashed Allied airplane was as good as one shot down, perhaps even a little better since it involved no expenditure of ammunition. If the aircrew went down with it, so much the better. In the years before the war, the Americans and British had taken comfort in a widely held conviction that Japanese air power was not to be viewed seriously. That impression was nourished by quackish pseudo-scientific theories proposed by experts of various fields. The Japanese would always make bungling pilots, the authorities patiently explained, because they suffered from innate physiological defects. They were cross-eyed and nearsighted, possibly a symptom of their slanted eyes. As infants, they had been carried on the backs of their mothers, causing their heads to wobble in a way that threw off the balance in the inner ear. Japanese cultural norms emphasized conformity and obedience. Therefore, their young men must lack the aviator's traits of individualism and self-reliance. Western aviation journals cited statistics of dubious origin, purporting to show that Japan had the highest aviation crash rate in the world. It was acknowledged that Japan had developed a self-sufficient aircraft manufacturing industry, and that was a surprising achievement, admittedly. But the idea that Japanese-built planes could be any good was simply beneath consideration. Only after the shocking losses of December 1941 did it begin to dawn on the Allies that they had seen only what the Japanese had wanted them to see. If he, your enemy, is arrogant, Sun Tzu had written, behave timidly so as to encourage his arrogance. In fact, the Japanese naval aviators were among the very best pilots in the world. They had been selected in highly competitive recruiting programs and earned their wings by surviving long, intense training regimens. They were, on average, far more seasoned than their Allied counterparts. Many had flown more than 100 aerial combat missions over China since 1937, accruing an average of 500 to 600 flight hours in the cockpit. They were intensely motivated and eager to correct all the misimpressions that the West had held of them. They showed resourcefulness and adaptability. They worked supremely well together, and they were ruthless in attacking any weaknesses. The Mitsubishi A6M0 was a dog-fighting champion, an aerial acrobat that outturned, outclimbed, and outmaneuvered any fighter plane the Allies could send against it. It was armed with two 7.7mm machine guns, synchronized to fire through the propeller, and two powerful wing-mounted 20mm cannons licensed from the Swiss arms manufacturer Oerlikon. It excelled in relatively low-speed, low-altitude tail chasing because its tight turning radius allowed it to get behind any Allied fighter plane, or even to flip over on its back and kill the enemy with a short, accurate burst from above. The Japanese pilots spoke reverently of the airplane's responsiveness to the slightest pressure on the controls. "She handled like a dream," said fighter pilot Saburo Sakai, who flew in the first attack runs against the Philippines. "Just the flick of the wrist, she was gone. I went through all sorts of aerobatics, standing the Zero on her tail, diving, sliding off on the wings." Allied pilots who attacked the Zero using classical dogfighting techniques, chasing and maneuvering to get on the enemy's tail, were shot down almost to a man. Those lucky enough to escape into a cloud or parachute to the ground were full of horrified expletives at the shocking capabilities of this mysterious fighter. The Zero had been placed in service in the summer of 1940, almost 18 months before Pearl Harbor. Operating from bases on Formosa and along the China coast, Zeros had accompanied bombers on long-range missions into the heart of China. By the standards of the era, the aircraft's range was extraordinary. Manipulating fuel mixtures and propeller speeds, the Japanese had shown it was possible to fly this single-seat plane more than 1,000 miles on a single tank. Pilots were accustomed to the taxing work of such long missions, sometimes even setting the trim to level flight and dozing off in the cockpit. The Zero had chewed up Chiang Kai-shek's Chinese Nationalist Air Force. In 1940 and 1941, not a single Zero was downed in air-to-air combat over China. The arrival of this deadly plane had not escaped the attention of General Claire Lee Chennault, commander of the Flying Tigers, an American volunteer group that fought for the Chinese Air Force. One of the Tigers, in his diary entry for November 21, 1941, noted that General Chennault had coached the P-40 pilots on how to fight the Zero, offering the same tactical advice that Navy fighter jocks would later develop independently. Dive from altitude, stick to your wingman, set up passing shots, and never try to dogfight a Zero, particularly in turning combat. Hit and run, dive, and then come back to altitude. Of course, always try to stay in groups of at least 2. As soon as you find yourself alone, search the skies to rejoin someone. But Chennault's intelligence reports were simply ignored in Washington. The Americans could not bring themselves to believe that Japan could have built and manufactured a machine with a climb rate of 3,000 feet per minute. For a year and a half, the Zero remained almost completely unknown in Allied aviation circles, and the American and British pilots were forced to learn about this lethal athlete the hard way. It was yet another example of the fatal hubris of the West in the face of plentiful evidence of the Japanese threat, an attitude that would cost hundreds of planes and air crews in the early months of the Pacific War. On Wednesday, December 10th, an armada of more than 50 Japanese bombers crossed the China Sea and cruised serenely over Manila Bay at an altitude of 20,000 feet. Nothing could be done to stop them. A few P-40s had tried to intercept them off the coast of northern Luzon, but had been brushed aside by the escorting Zeros, and the U.S. Navy's 3-inch anti-aircraft guns could not even reach that height. Untroubled by resistance or opposition, the bombers circled the target-rich panorama below like a flock of well-disciplined buzzards, as one witness recalled. They were obviously drawing a bead on the Manila waterfront, the ships moored at the wharves, and the U.S. naval base at Cavite, the Navy's principal base west of Pearl Harbor. When they finally let go of their payloads, the bombs cut a swath of carnage through the heart of Cavite, wiping out the repair shops, the warehouses, the machine shops, the barracks, and the power plant. Several barges and tugboats were destroyed at their berths, and one submarine, the Sea Lion, was a total loss. Fires raged out of control. Strong winds swept off the bay and fed the flames, and the firefighters could do little to stop them because much of their equipment had been destroyed. Lieutenant John Buckley, a PT boat skipper, was appalled at the sight. "They'd flattened it," he said of Cavite. "There isn't any other word. Here was the only American naval base in the Orient beyond Pearl Harbor pounded into bloody rubbish." Admiral Thomas C. Hart, Commander-in-Chief of the Asiatic Fleet, watched the scene from the roof of his fleet headquarters building. His reaction is unrecorded. He might have had some premonition that the Army's air defenses would not stand, because he had taken the wise precaution of sending most of his ships away to the south before the outbreak of the war. Now his main base, with all its supporting facilities and munitions, was a smoking hole in the ground. Most damaging, perhaps, was the loss of 230 torpedoes. At this point it was Hart's awful duty to abandon the Philippines, to send all remaining ships of the U.S. Asiatic Fleet south, where they might join up with British and Dutch units for the defense of the Dutch East Indies. A week before the war, against the recommendation of his admirals, Prime Minister Churchill had ordered a powerful naval squadron to Singapore in hopes of deterring Japanese aggression against the colony. Force Z, as it was called, was built around 2 of Britain's finest and most prestigious ships of war, the battleship Prince of Wales and the battlecruiser Repulse. The fate of those ships, even more than the loss of the American battle line at Pearl Harbor, was to mark the turning of a new page in naval history. On December 8th, local date, just hours after the attack on Pearl Harbor, Admiral Tom Phillips had ordered his force to sea to intercept and destroy a Japanese invasion force sighted in the South China Sea. The British had no aircraft carrier in the theater, and the RAF was already in disarray, so the squadron was obliged to sail without air support. Phillips recognized the danger, but hoped that the operation could finish quickly and so get away to the eastward before the Japanese can mass a formidable scale of attack against us. From the first, Force Z had a great deal of difficulty in even locating the Japanese fleet. They headed northwest into the Gulf of Siam, toward the Japanese beachhead at Cotabaru in northern Malaya, then chased a false report of a Japanese landing at Kuantan, farther down the coast. Despite the lack of air cover, the officers and crews of the great British warships were upbeat. Whatever they had heard of the shocking result of the air battles over northern Malaya, they remained confident that the Japanese were no match for two of the best and most powerful ships of the Royal Navy. Bert Wynne, able seaman of Repulse, recalled that among his mates, the main topic of conversation was how long it would take us to sink the Japanese warships felt to be in attendance around the coast of Singora. I still remember the feeling of absolute confidence running throughout the ship. The outcome of such an engagement was felt to be a formality. When, on the afternoon of December 9th, the Japanese surface force was sighted by a British patrol plane, a flag deck officer of the Repulse remarked to CBS radio correspondent Cecil Brown, who was on board as a press observer, "Oh, but they are Japanese. There's nothing to worry about." That night, over dinner in the officers' wardroom, Brown raised a provocative question. In light of what had happened at Pearl Harbor, were the British too confident? The British officers chewed the question over thoughtfully, and one conceded that it was wrong to underestimate the enemy, but the prevailing feeling among them was summed up in another officer's reply. "We are not overconfident. We just don't think the enemy is much good. They could not beat China for 5 years, and now look what they are doing out here, jumping all over the map instead of meeting at 1 or 2 places. They cannot be very smart to be doing that." The air attack on Force Z began shortly after 11 a.m. on Wednesday, December 10th. It was pressed home by 3 waves of twin-engine G3M Nell and G4M Betty bombers of the 22nd Air Flotilla, based in Indochina near Saigon. The attackers had crossed the South China Sea, had been in the air for about 5 hours, and were nearing the point of no return. British lookouts spotted a cluster of ominous black dots high above the horizon in the west, and the Marine buglers sounded the call to quarters. As the incoming G3Ms came into range at an altitude of about 12,000 feet, the gunners opened up and the sky was peppered with black anti-aircraft bursts. Remaining in close formation, the bombers dropped several 250-kilogram bombs. Turning and twisting violently, heeling sharply to starboard and then to port, the Repulse dodged all but one bomb, which struck her seaplane deck, killing perhaps 24 men, but otherwise not impairing the maneuverability or defenses of the ship. About 20 minutes later, Force Z radar sets picked up a flight of 9 torpedo-armed G3Ms coming in from the west. They approached virtually on the wave tops and pressed home their attack against the flagship Prince of Wales, diving in groups of 2 or 3 to less than 100 feet altitude and attacking on both bows. She was hit twice near the stern, jamming her rudder and flooding her engine rooms. The crippled Leviathan steamed helplessly in a jagged circle, flames and smoke spewing behind her into the sky. A third attack by torpedo-armed G4Ms of the Konoya Air Group descended on the Repulse. Spared in the first barrage, the Repulse maneuvered to save herself and managed to avoid almost 20 torpedoes, but at last she was caught in an anvil attack, with torpedoes dropped simultaneously on each of her bows. "For me," wrote Cecil Brown, who watched from the flag deck and recorded his impressions in a notebook, "this whole picture, orange flame belching from the 4-inchers, white tracers from pom-poms and Vickers guns, and gray airplanes astonishingly close like butterflies pinned on blue cardboard, is a confusing, macabre game." Repulse was struck twice, possibly as many as 4 times, and immediately began to take on water. "Suddenly there was a massive explosion," one of her crew recalled. "I immediately knew we'd lost Repulse, for within seconds she took on a frightening list to port, so rapid no amount of counterflooding would save her. Her captain ordered abandon ship, shouting, 'You've put up a good show, now save yourselves.' The men had to jump into the sea, where many drowned and others treaded water for hours, their faces blackened by fuel oil. At 12:23 p.m., Repulse rolled over and sank stern first, her huge hull protruding vertically from the sea, her bow pointed straight up to the sky. Destroyers circled cautiously, picking up survivors. With the Repulse gone, a new wave of Japanese bombers turned to the easier task of putting away the crippled Prince of Wales. At 12:44 p.m., she was struck between the stacks by a 500-kilogram bomb dropped from altitude by a G4M bomber, and began to sink immediately. Many men were trapped below decks when the ship rolled over and began to sink. The destroyers circled and picked up as many swimmers as they could. A Japanese airplane overhead flashed a bravura taunt in plain English. "We have finished our task now. You may carry on." A handful of RAF fighter planes arrived just as the Prince of Wales was going down, but they could do nothing but circle and watch. One of the pilots recalled the sight of the men in the water. "After an hour, lack of petrol forced me to leave, but during that hour I had seen many men in dire danger, waving, cheering, and joking, as if they were holidaymakers at Brighton, waving at a low-flying aircraft. It shook me, for here was something above human nature." The battle claimed the lives of 47 British officers and 793 men. The Japanese, amazingly, had lost only 3 planes in the action. The attack, the British had to admit, had been carried out in textbook fashion. "The enemy attacks were without doubt magnificently carried out and pressed well home," wrote the captain of the Repulse after the battle. "The high-level bombers kept tight formation and appeared not to jink. It had been a finely choreographed 1-2 punch, with the high-level bombers arriving first and distracting the gunners, followed closely by the torpedo bombers that came in low and dropped their deadly fish in perfectly executed anvil attacks." On the morning of December 10th, Churchill was awakened by a telephone call from Admiral Sir Dudley Pound, the First Sea Lord, who gave him the appalling news that Japanese bombers had sent both ships to the bottom. "Are you sure it's true?" the Prime Minister asked. "There is no doubt at all," Pound replied. As he put the receiver back in its cradle, Churchill later wrote, "I was glad to be alone. In all the war I never received a more direct shock. As I turned over and twisted in bed, the full horror of the news sank in upon me. Over all this vast expanse of waters, Japan was supreme, and we everywhere weak and naked." It meant that the last vestige of British sea power in the Pacific had been broken. It meant that even India could now be threatened by sea, as it soon would be. It meant that the Indian Ocean sea lanes were vulnerable. Both ships, but the Prince of Wales especially, had held immense significance to British naval prestige. She was one of the newest and most formidable battleships in the fleet. The previous August she had carried Churchill to Placentia Bay, Newfoundland, to meet Roosevelt in the flesh for the first time since either man had come to power, and her sweeping teak decks had provided the dramatic setting for that first wartime Anglo-American summit. 3 days earlier, Japanese airplanes had blindsided the American battleships in their anchorage, but never before had such ships been sunk by air attack while operating at sea in full combat readiness. The fate of Force Z was something new in the annals of naval war, and it settled old and bitter arguments. Though it was a Japanese victory and a painful Allied defeat, it was also a conceptual triumph within naval circles all over the world for the cause of aviation, and did more than even Pearl Harbor to undermine the power of the Mahanian Big Gun Club. Fleet doctrine would be hastily rewritten. Battleships would now be relegated to a support role within the task forces built around aircraft carriers. Their anti-aircraft weaponry would be doubled, tripled, and finally quadrupled until they were bristling with AA guns of every caliber and better able to defend both themselves and the carriers against enemy air attack. Their huge 14 and 16-inch main batteries would be employed mainly for shore bombardment in support of amphibious troop landings. These doctrines were swiftly adopted by the U.S. Navy and to a lesser extent by the Royal Navy, but they would be slower to penetrate the upper ranks of the Imperial Japanese Navy, where hopes for a decisive clash of battleships at sea would be cherished almost to the end of the war. The Japanese offensive advanced southward by a leapfrogging pattern. Land-based Zeros and medium bombers attacked suddenly and across unexpectedly long distances, clearing the skies over the beaches for the invasion forces that followed. Columns of Japanese troop ships, unmolested by air attacks, put troops, tanks, and weapons ashore. From those beachheads, the Japanese forces advanced inland, swallowing up territory and capturing airfields, usually intact. Air groups flew into the captured airfields and prepared for the next series of attacks further south. New hammer blows then fell on Allied positions with startling rapidity before the defenders could pull themselves together. The Philippines, Guam, Hong Kong, Malaya, all were scenes of Japanese triumph and Allied distress. American and British airfields were strewn with twisted, smoking clots of wreckage, the remains of aircraft wiped out on the ground. Mechanics had been killed, hangars damaged or gutted, spare parts destroyed on the ground or fallen into enemy hands. By Thursday morning, 4 days into the war, Allied pilots and ground support personnel were swimming in a state of confusion, fear, denial, and shock. Scenes of chaotic and panicked retreat added the onus of disgrace to the agony of defeat. At Iba in the Philippines, American personnel fled their posts without orders. At Clark Field, the runways were cratered and unusable, and most of the buildings and hangars had been flattened. The remains of dead airmen were strewn over the base and would not even be collected and buried until a week had passed. Civilians and military officials, shocked by the speed and scale of the disaster, now seriously doubted that they could hold back the attacking tide. It is often said that Japan's attack on Pearl Harbor was worth the cost in U.S. ships, planes, and men lost, because it galvanized the American people when they had seemed hopelessly divided over the coming war. The judgment is accurate, but incomplete. Hitler finished the job on Thursday, 4 days after the Japanese attack, by declaring war on the United States when he had the option of doing nothing at all. In secret pre-war communications with the British, Roosevelt had committed the United States to a Europe First strategy. The military logic of Europe First was unassailable, but the policy was never popular with the American people, who felt, after Pearl Harbor, that they had a personal score to settle with the Japanese. On Sunday afternoon, Secretary of War Stimson had proposed a preemptive declaration of war against all three Axis partners, but Roosevelt had rejected the suggestion out of hand, saying he did not want to cleave American opinion at the very moment it had finally been incited to war. Even after Pearl Harbor, Roosevelt could not have obtained a declaration of war against Germany except perhaps by a sharply divided vote in Congress. But without such a declaration, there was a danger that America's productive output would be sucked into the vortex of the Pacific emergency, leaving Russia and Britain on the verge of collapse. Pearl Harbor had caught Hitler by surprise, no less than anyone outside Japan's ruling circle. When the news reached the Wolf's Lair, the Führer's eastern headquarters in the Masurian woods of East Prussia, he was exultant. "The turning point," he declared to members of his assembled staff. "We now have an ally who has never been vanquished in 3,000 years." The surprise attack seemed likely to tie the United States down in the Pacific and prevent for the time being its providing effective aid to Germany's enemies. The Japanese onslaught promised to deprive Britain of its Eastern Empire, perhaps even India. Propaganda Minister Joseph Goebbels shared the Führer's misguided optimism, noting in his diary, "A complete shift in the general world picture has taken place. The United States will scarcely now be in a position to transport worthwhile material to England, let alone the Soviet Union." On the morning of December 11th, Benito Mussolini spoke from a balcony overlooking the Piazza Venezia in Rome, declaring to a rapturous throng that the powers of the Pact of Steel would prevail over the democracies. Hitler spoke before the Reichstag that afternoon at 3 p.m. The Führer's speech was typically strident and convoluted, a 90-minute performance laced with sarcasm, paranoia, invective, menace, and plaintive appeals to Germany's victimhood and good intentions. Paragraphs were expended in bile directed against the Soviet Union and Great Britain. He spoke at length on the Wehrmacht victories on the Eastern Front in the first 6 months of the Nazi-Soviet War, without admitting to the recent setbacks in the siege of Moscow. When he turned to the United States, Hitler fastened his wrath on the figure of Roosevelt as a member of the Upper 10,000, a representative of the class whose path is smoothed in the democracies. This meddling gentleman, this honest warmonger, the man who is the main culprit of this war. The war, declared the Führer, had been arranged and provoked by a small circle of bankers and plutocrats, mostly American and Jewish, who had employed Roosevelt as their agent. Hitler congratulated Japan on having been the first to take the step of protest against his historically unique and shameless ill-treatment of truth, for the attack on Pearl Harbor had filled the German people and I think all other decent people in the world with deep satisfaction. The declaration of war came in roundabout fashion, well over an hour after Hitler had taken the rostrum. "I have therefore arranged for his passports to be handed to the American chargé d'affaires today, and the following," and at this point the expectant deputies drowned the Führer's words in applause. "The American president and his plutocratic clique have mocked us as the have-nots. That is true, but the have-nots will see to it that they are not robbed of the little they have. The Axis powers, the Führer announced, had concluded an agreement which bound the three partners not to lay down their arms until they had subjugated and destroyed the Anglo-Saxon Jewish capitalist world. In Washington, the counter-declarations came quickly and without debate. The vote was unanimous in both houses of Congress. In signing the measures, Roosevelt said that the Allies were engaged in a single, integrated global conflict across land and sea in every corner of the world. The forces endeavoring to enslave the entire world now are moving towards this hemisphere. The war would require a long, hard struggle against the forces of savagery and barbarism. The Axis propagandists had caricatured America as helplessly splintered by race, ethnicity, class, and creed, as a pampered, luxury-loving society in which the only cause that aroused the people was the pursuit of the almighty dollar, as a nation of loafers and malingerers, overpaid, overfed, and overenfranchised, in which politicians went with hats in hand to receive the benediction of union bosses. To their eyes, the United States was a sprawling, individualistic, leisure-loving nation, strung out on jazz, movies, baseball, comic strips, horse racing, and radio comedies. Anything but work, and certainly not the work of marching off to war. It was a nation enfeebled by divided government, with power impotently shared by the President and Congress and law courts, all constantly put upon by an insolent, unbridled press. Americans were a parochial, self-absorbed, inward-looking people who could not care less about the rest of the world, who would never consent to spill a drop of blood to defend England, the villainous oppressor of their revolutionary heritage, or Russia, the nerve center of global communism, or any part of Asia, a place so distant and alien it could have been in another galaxy. The critique was shallow and disingenuous, a collage of crude stereotypes and half-truths. But even in America one heard self-criticism along similar lines, and the nation was clearly unprepared to confront the Axis in 1941. The American people did not like the naked aggression of Germany and Japan, and a majority favored Roosevelt's policy of providing munitions and material support to their victims. But entering the war was a very unpopular prospect. In a Gallup poll taken less than 2 months before Pearl Harbor, only 17% of Americans had favored war with Germany. There was open talk of mass desertions from the Army, encapsulated in the mutinous acronym OHIO, or Over the Hill in October. In August, the House had voted to extend the peacetime draft by the one-vote margin of 203 to 202. The isolationist movement actually grew stronger in the weeks leading up to Pearl Harbor, with its leaders shouting to packed public halls that Roosevelt was conspiring to foment war with the Axis. By 1941, the president saw that war was coming, but could do nothing more than he had already done to change the temper of the American people. He could only wait for some inciting incident or provocation. The turning point, Hitler had called the Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor. A complete shift in the general world picture, Goebbels had concluded. They were right, but not in the sense they intended. Before December 7, 1941, the American industrial economy, lying completely beyond the reach of Axis bombers or armies, had been the single best hope of the embattled Allies. Only by militarizing that economy, harnessing it entirely to war production, could the power of the Axis be destroyed. But the sprawling republic would never be mobilized or militarized without the consent of the American people. There was just one thing that they, the Japanese, could do to get Roosevelt completely off the horns of the dilemma, wrote the presidential speechwriter Bob Sherwood. And that is precisely what they did at one stroke, in a manner so challenging, so insulting and enraging that the divided and confused American people were instantly rendered unanimous and certain. If the Second World War could be said to have pivoted on a single point, it was not the Battle of Britain, or El Alamein, or Stalingrad, or the fall of Italy. Pearl Harbor, by giving Roosevelt the license to do what needed to be done, sealed the fate of both Germany and Japan. Chapter 3. In Japan, news of Pearl Harbor had been broadcast over the radio. News special, news special. Beginning this morning before dawn, war has been joined with the Americans and British. Throughout that bitter cold winter day, traditional patriotic anthems such as the Battleship March were interrupted by announcers breaking in with updates. Radios blared from shops and houses. To know the latest, one only had to walk the streets and listen. To millions of ordinary Japanese, it felt as if heaven and earth had been torn asunder. Even the date, December 8th, a day later than in the United States, seemed to hold transcendent meaning and power. This was Rohatsu, a day of special significance to Buddhists. The 8th day of the 12th month, the day Buddha had gazed up at the morning star and realized enlightenment. Even decades later, when recalling the moment, many Japanese hearkened back to an intense physical sensation. "As if my blood boiled and my flesh quivered," said Koshu Itabashi, a middle school student. "I felt like someone had poured cold water on my head," recalled Lieutenant Toshio Yoshida of the Naval General Staff. "A chill cut right through me. I can feel it now." There was no hint in the first reports that the raid on Pearl Harbor had been a smashing success, and the voices of the broadcasters were shrill and edgy. Forces were engaged. Hostilities had begun. That was the only news at first. Many felt consternation. The United States and Britain were powerful, industrialized nations. It seemed improbable that Japan could hold its own against either. But against both simultaneously, with the war in China yet unresolved? "Is it all right to fight a war against such countries?" wondered Ei Hirasawa, a student in Yokohama. "Can we possibly win? What would victory mean? I couldn't imagine. That was the way I felt as a boy of 17. But doubts soon gave way to growing certainty as the day's tally was broadcast. The U.S. battle fleet was smashed, sunk, or burning, and Japanese airplanes reigned supreme over the Philippines and Malaya. Later in the war, the Japanese news reports would grow increasingly divorced from reality, but in those early days no deception was necessary. The plain facts were as triumphant as whatever fabrications could have been dreamed up in a propaganda office. There was elation and exulting. "Victory! Victory!" they shouted to one another. But perhaps the most conspicuous feeling was one of relief. For almost a year the Japanese people had hung in suspense, poised on the brink of war, as the news referred confusingly to various diplomatic transactions. Now there was decision, clarity, unity. "I was thrilled," said Ryuichi Yokoyama, a cartoonist for the Asahi Shimbun, one of Tokyo's major newspapers. "Happy. All the indecisive gloom cleared off just like that." The war in China had never rallied the Japanese as this war would rally them. China was an Asian neighbor, the source of Japan's written language, the homeland of Confucius, the cradle of Eastern Buddhism. The war against Britain and the United States was different, or so it was easy to believe. It would be a campaign of liberation against colonial oppressors on behalf of all Asians. It elevated the meaning of the war. Someone finally had laid down the gauntlet against the Western imperialists who had always had their way in Asia. "Never in our history had we Japanese felt such pride in ourselves as a race as we did then," wrote Takao Okuna, a literary critic. The Emperor Hirohito was dressed for the day in his navy uniform. Upon receiving the news, according to the diary entry of Koichi Kido, the Lord Privy Seal, he was perfectly calm, unmoved, and self-possessed. He issued a formal declaration of war in the form of an imperial rescript, blaming Britain and the United States for disturbing the peace of East Asia. Japan's long and weary efforts to preserve the peace had been thwarted by the ambitions of the Western powers, who had shown not the least spirit of conciliation, but had instead intensified the economic and political pressure to compel thereby our empire to submission. Our empire, for its existence and self-defense, has no other recourse but to appeal to arms and to crush every obstacle in its path. The Prime Minister, General Hideki Tojo, addressed the nation over the radio. He emphasized that the war would be long and hard. In order to annihilate this enemy and to construct an unshakable new order of East Asia, we should anticipate a long war. But there was no doubt Japan would prevail. For 2,600 years since it was founded, our empire has never known a defeat. The day ended with a huge rally outside the walls of the imperial palace. At the Navy Department in Tokyo, said Lieutenant Yoshida, men were swaggering up and down the halls, swinging their shoulders, full of pride. A special celebratory sweet red bean soup was served out to the officers on the Naval General Staff. Throughout the fleet and shore stations of the Imperial Japanese Navy, at home and overseas, officers and men crowded into radio rooms to hear the latest updates from the theaters of combat, and let out savage cries of triumph upon hearing each fresh victory report. To be perfectly honest, wrote Airman Masatake Okumiya, I personally was astounded at the enemy's inexplicably weak resistance. We expected our forces to fight hard and to achieve a certain minimum of successes. But prior to the attack, no one would have dared to anticipate the actual results of our initial assaults. Men posted in the home islands fretted that the war might be over before they could get into it, and clamored for combat assignments with a vehemence that bordered on menace. We could not disabuse these over-enthusiastic youngsters of their belief that the war would end too quickly for them to try their mettle against the enemy, added Okumiya. Our junior pilots were fully convinced that the war would end too soon to enable them to participate. Admiral Isoroku Yamamoto, Commander-in-Chief of the Combined Fleet, was on his flagship, the battleship Nagato, anchored off Hashirajima Island in Hiroshima Bay. He had remained awake through the night and morning of the Pearl Harbor attack, hovering in the operations room, playing shogi intermittently with an administrative officer, Captain Yasuji Watanabe. As the attack unfolded, his radio operators had intercepted messages directly from Japanese planes and others from the Americans on Oahu. Surprise attack successful. Enemy warships torpedoed. Outstanding results. Members of the crew, in a celebratory gesture, were permitted to purchase sake at the canteen. Each message brought a fresh burst of rejoicing from the gathered officers, but Yamamoto remained stoic, expressionless. He was disappointed that Admiral Nagumo had withdrawn his carriers after only 2 attack waves, believing that he should have stayed and pressed the advantage. But the CNC shrank from issuing a preemptive order for a 3rd attack, knowing that to do so would humiliate his subordinate. Yamamoto's chief of staff, Admiral Matome Ugaki, wrote bitterly in his diary that Nagumo's premature withdrawal was nothing more than sneak thievery and contentment with a humble lot in life. Pearl Harbor had been Yamamoto's brainchild. The Naval General Staff had approved the operation only reluctantly and in the face of Yamamoto's threatened resignation. He had not intended a sneak attack. Indeed, Japanese historians have convincingly documented that the admiral was deeply bothered by Japan's failure to declare war before the bombs fell. He had repeatedly asked the Foreign Ministry for reassurances that the 14-part message would be delivered to the U.S. State Department before the strike, and had received such assurances. The delay in decoding the message at the Japanese embassy in Washington was to blame for the delay, though most Americans would know nothing of that imbroglio until after the war. The success of the daring operation in the teeth of the Naval General Staff's opposition strengthened Yamamoto's hand. As a proponent of naval aviation, he believed in the striking power of his carriers and in the vulnerability of surface ships to air attack. When he had learned of the arrival of the Prince of Wales and Repulse in Singapore, he had personally ordered 36 torpedo-armed G4M Betty bombers to reinforce the 22nd Air Flotilla and urged them to hunt down the British battle wagons. He had even placed bets that the 2 ships would be sunk. The destruction of Force Z was a personal triumph for Yamamoto and for Japanese naval air power. It was also a cause of mighty chest-beating by the nationalist press. Like a once-bitten stray dog, declared the editors of a magazine, The New Order in Greater East Asia, the British Navy must turn around and run as it barks. In other publications, aerial photos of the Prince of Wales slipping beneath the waves were paired with Western file photos taken the previous August at the Anglo-American Summit in Placentia Bay, depicting Roosevelt and Churchill bowed in prayer at a religious service on the quarterdeck of the same ship. Pearl Harbor and the sinking of the British ships raised Yamamoto to a position of supreme influence within the Japanese naval hierarchy. Now, he could dictate his wishes to the Tokyo admirals and would continue to do so until the defeat at Midway, 6 months later. Matsuharu Noda, a yeoman on the Nagato, recalled that Yamamoto received thousands of telegrams and letters of congratulations in those early weeks, and was punctilious in replying to each one in his own exquisite calligraphy. He ordered me to have extra-large name cards made up bearing the inscription, "Combined Fleet Commander-in-Chief Yamamoto Isoroku," Noda recounted. On each he wrote in his own brush hand, "I swear I shall conduct further strenuous efforts and shall not rest on this small success in beginning the war." It was typical of Yamamoto to bear even the mantle of his own fame as a solemn duty. He seemed well aware that he was the most renowned military man in Japan, except perhaps General Tojo himself, and certainly the most famous admiral since Heiichiro Togo, under whom he had served at Tsushima 36 years earlier. Even in those heady early days of the war, when the Navy was scoring victories beyond the wildest hopes of the Japanese, Yamamoto was strangely glum. He felt a sense of heavy foreboding. "A military man can scarcely pride himself on having smitten a sleeping enemy," he wrote a friend. "It is more a matter of shame, simply for the smitten. I would rather you made your appraisal after seeing what the enemy does, since it is certain that, angered and outraged, he will soon launch a determined counterattack." To another correspondent, he warned of the air raids on Tokyo to come, prophetically deploring the mindless rejoicing at home. "It makes me fear that the first blow on Tokyo will make them wilt on the spot." William Manchester, the author, biographer, and Pacific War veteran, famously called Yamamoto the greatest admiral since Lord Nelson. At first glance, the comparison seems ridiculous. The British admiral Horatio Nelson, 1758 to 1805, won an unbroken series of one-sided naval victories that left the Royal Navy in sole command of the world's oceans. Yamamoto was directly responsible for Midway, one of the most cataclysmic defeats in all of naval history, and for the equally costly failure of Japan's 4-month sea-air-land campaign to recapture the island of Guadalcanal. So much damaging criticism has been directed at Yamamoto's performance in the Pacific War, much of it by his own officers, that it is an awfully long stretch to call him a great admiral, let alone the greatest since Nelson. But in another sense, there is much to be said for the analogy, because the parallels are numerous and striking. Each man possessed an indefinable presence, an extraordinary natural charisma or force of personality that commanded the fanatical loyalty and deep affection of his subordinates. Each man rose from humble origins and was especially loved by the enlisted men of the lower deck. Each practiced a warm, collegial style with his fellow officers and went out of his way to attend to the small comforts of his shipmates. Each had been wounded in action and wore the scars to prove it. Nelson had lost an arm and the sight of one eye. Yamamoto was missing 2 fingers of his left hand. Each man loved a woman who was not his wife, and in each case the affair caused a public scandal after his death. Each possessed an innate spirit of audacity that favored all-or-nothing aggression on the attack, when their more prudent colleagues would have played the odds and remained content with partial victories. For a time, until the tide of war turned against Japan, Yamamoto's boldness brought him the same kind of glory that Nelson accrued throughout his career. Each was slain in action and afterwards semi-deified in grand public funerals. In each case, their loss caused a public feeling of consternation or even dread, as if the death of one man could leave an entire nation at the mercy of its enemies. To an island people, enclosed on all sides by the sea, the quintessential great fighting admiral occupies a peculiar place in the national imagination. No corresponding archetype quite exists in a continental nation like the United States. Yamamoto was lifted up by the Japanese people as a spiritual defender of their islands in a dire emergency. In that sense, he was great, maybe even as great as Nelson. He was a short man even by contemporary Japanese standards, standing just 5 feet 3 inches tall, and in his later years, having lived an admiral's sumptuous sedentary life, his waistline expanded and he could be called portly. But he carried the extra weight well for a man of his small stature. He was bull-necked and broad-shouldered, and in his confident, easy stride there was the mark of a born athlete. In a posed photograph circa 1940, he sits upright with perfect military posture and yet appears wholly relaxed. He looks at least 10 years younger than his 56 years. He stares back at the camera with large, placid eyes. His skin is dark and smooth. His hair is close-cropped, emphasizing the noble shape of his head. His shoulders and chest are intricately festooned with gold braid and rows of medals. He had been born Isoroku Takano in the city of Nagaoka, in the prefecture of Niigata, on the coast of the Sea of Japan. His father was an impoverished former samurai of a defeated clan, but in 1916, at age 32, Isoroku was adopted into the Yamamoto family and took that name. Such arrangements were traditional and unexceptional in Japan. He graduated from the Japanese Naval Academy at Etajima in 1904, 1 year before his opposite number, Chester Nimitz, graduated from Annapolis. He served with Togo's fleet at the Battle of Tsushima and was wounded when a cannon under his command on the cruiser Nishin burst. Some 120 separate pieces of shrapnel were removed from his midsection and legs, leaving them badly pockmarked and scarred. He also lost the index and middle fingers of his left hand. Yamamoto ascended quickly through the ranks, completed the Naval Staff College course, and was twice posted to the United States, where he studied English at Harvard University for 2 years, 1919 to 1921, and later served as naval attaché in the Japanese Embassy in Washington, 1926 to 27. At a young age, he was marked as an officer destined for high rank. He was respected for his powerful intellect and his close attention to technical details, and in naval policy debates he had a talent for persuading both peers and superiors with well-reasoned arguments that cut against the grain of conventional thinking. He possessed the un-Japanese quality of being singularly independent-minded and never shrinking from controversy. Sadao Asada, a historian of the Japanese Navy, writes that Yamamoto's pronounced individuality was so rare among Japanese Navy men that one former officer remarked that he was almost a product of mutation. He was bold and original, never compromised his principles, far-sighted, and known for charismatic leadership. At a time when gunnery and battleships were still the safest route to promotion, Yamamoto was early to cast his lot with aviation. As a captain in the mid-1920s, he had asked for and received an appointment as a second-in-command of the Kasumigaura Naval Air Training Corps, and thereafter had held several important jobs in the aviation branch of the service. He, more than any other man, erected the apparatus for recruiting and training Japan's crackerjack airmen, and he personally oversaw the development of an independent, self-sufficient, and highly advanced military aircraft industry. For 15 years he was recognized as the Japanese Navy's chief advocate of air power, and was one of the first admirals to voice the heretical view that battleships were white elephants. He was an internationalist who traveled widely overseas and often represented the Navy at disarmament talks. He learned enough English to carry on rudimentary conversations and to read with ease. He claimed to have often skimmed the headlines of 40 American newspapers every day. While at Harvard, Yamamoto spent little time in classes but actually stretched his modest budget to travel widely throughout the country, often skipping meals to save funds. He deliberately isolated himself from other Japanese to force himself to master the language. He saw enough of the United States to develop a healthy respect for the size and military potential of its industrial base. "Anyone who has seen the auto factories in Detroit and the oil fields in Texas," he once remarked, knows that Japan lacks the national power for a naval race with America. He loved gambling and games of chance. He won large sums at the poker, blackjack, and craps tables and joked that Japan could balance its national budget by staking him and sending him to Monte Carlo. Yamamoto's travels gave him perspective to observe his country from a distance, to judge its strengths and weaknesses dispassionately. It was a capacity that many of his colleagues in the Navy, and even more so in the Army, not only lacked but actually rejected as a kind of spiritual corruption. Perhaps the most important part of his legacy was not his naval career at all, but the part he played in the unruly politics of pre-war Japan. Yamamoto was convinced that the Japanese army was run by half-wits and lunatics, and he treated the generals with good-natured contempt until it became clear in the mid-1930s that the army was taking over the country. As civilian statesmen and elected officials were pushed to the margins of power and militarist cliques gained ascendancy in every aspect of Japanese politics and society, Yamamoto emerged as one of Japan's leading advocates of a moderate foreign policy. He carried the torch for the treaty faction of the Navy, which supported the deeply unpopular disarmament treaties that would restrain the growth of the fleet. He campaigned persistently and at great personal risk to scuttle the alliance with Nazi Germany and to push Japan off its disastrous path toward war with the United States. Once the war was joined against his wishes, he continuously urged the government to seek a peace settlement. But he also did his duty, led the Navy in many electrifying victories, and died well, like a samurai. When Japan lay in ruins after 1945, the memory of Yamamoto's dogged efforts before 1941 to stop the slide toward war would enhance his historical standing. In a sense, he was vindicated by Japan's defeat. Japanese psychology and social behavior are often explained in terms of tatemae and hone. Tatemae, meaning front or facade, refers to the face one shows the world, the opinions one expresses in public, or the role one is obligated to play based on one's rank or position. Hone describes the truth or honest feelings shared only within a trusted circle of family and friends. To let slip the mask, revealing hone to another, is a signal of intimacy or trust. It is tantamount to an offer of friendship. These ideas are hardly unique to Japan, and versions of tatemae and hone are alive and well in the West. But in the Japanese way of thinking, it is perfectly natural that tatemae and hone should be at odds, and no one need agonize over the discrepancy or go out of his way to put them to rights. Like any correctly functioning Japanese, Admiral Yamamoto took great care to fulfill his obligatory public role. Newsreel footage depicts him stepping onto the deck of his flagship, immaculately turned out in white uniform, chrysanthemum-crested epaulets on his shoulders, acknowledging his crew with a meaty right hand held to the visor of his uniform cap. Or standing on a balcony in Tokyo, acknowledging a cheering crowd in the Japanese fashion by waving his cap in small circles. On those occasions his face remained hard-set, rigid, and expressionless. Even those who knew him well emphasized that he could be taciturn and extremely uncommunicative, or that he had a muscularly austere, almost forbidding side. Upon his appointment to the fleet in 1939, a Tokyo headline proclaimed Yamamoto, the stern, silent admiral. On his flagship he lived as a fleet commander was expected to live, in ostentatious luxury, eating multi-course meals at a lavishly set table in a cavernous wardroom, entertained by a 40-piece band that played for his pleasure on the afterdeck. Yamamoto was every inch the perfect military figure, an officer remarked, and conducted himself on all occasions with military reserve and aplomb. Even at Rabaul or Truk, he suffered the intense heat of the tropical sun impeccably attired in the pure white Navy officer uniform. This figure of the commander-in-chief, oblivious to heat, tropical humidity, and insects, never failed to impress every officer and enlisted man. Yamamoto was not merely an admiral, he was the personification of the Navy. But Yamamoto also seemed to take an almost impish delight in letting the mask slip. He had a penchant for disarming candor. A Zen priest from his home district of Nagaoka said that when one was seated opposite him at a table, one had the feeling that he was laying all his inner workings in front of you and saying, "Here, take what you want." He was a favorite of the Tokyo newspapers, not only because he was willing to provide off-the-record glimpses of what was happening behind the scenes, but because he invited reporters into his house and plied them with whiskey and cigars. One newspaperman said he was one of the few men in high office who would tell you straight out what he was thinking without mincing matters, and that he was forthright to the point of seeming rather eccentric. Naturally, those sessions did no harm to his public image. Like Nelson, Yamamoto appreciated the usefulness of popular fame. The admiral's candor was evident even to foreigners. "I viewed him as a very human, very real, and very sincere man," said Edwin Layton, who served as a naval attaché in the U.S. Embassy in Tokyo before the war. Many Japanese are hard to get to. They are quite reserved, sometimes to the point of being aloof, One sometimes has the impression that they are like actors in a drama, wearing false faces or masks to suit their roles. With Yamamoto, I got to feel that on social occasions he did not wear his false face. The admiral eschewed tatemai. He let his hone shine. He was a free spirit who took pleasure in sloughing off the obligatory formalities of his rank. He had a boyish streak and a wicked deadpan sense of humor. An admiral senior to Yamamoto called him a mischievous devil. It was a side of his personality most likely to emerge ashore, especially when he was out of uniform and showing off for geishas, with whom he was very popular. He would buy a bag of toasted beans from a street vendor and eat them as he walked, tossing them high into the air and catching them in his upturned mouth. Without warning or explanation, he would do a handstand. He would hail a taxi by holding up a single gloved hand, a gesture the driver interpreted as an offer of 50 sen, a generous fare. At the end of the ride, the admiral would pay only 30 sen, and in reply to the driver's complaint exclaim, "Don't be silly, look!" and hold up his now ungloved hand with its 2 missing fingers. He had a vaudevillian's comic instincts for high silliness and physical comedy. In early 1941, when the fleet was anchored in Sasebo Harbor, Yamamoto dined in a restaurant ashore with one of his geisha girlfriends. Afterward, he amused her by impersonating the bow-legged, pigeon-toed, clenched buttocks, cane-twirling saunter of Charlie Chaplin. He walked in that manner for several hundred yards on a public thoroughfare swarming with the officers and sailors of the fleet. The geisha overheard an exchange between 2 incredulous sailors. "Hey, that's the C&C!" exclaimed the first. "Come off it," his mate replied. "You don't think the C&C would go around like that, do you?" Yamamoto did not drink at all. Gambling and women were his vices. Mitsuharu Noda recalled that the admiral, when playing cards or other games of chance, sometimes lost his whole uniform at the table. But he seems to have won more often than he lost. He was a master at shogi, Japanese chess, and sought out opponents who could play up to his level. He scrutinized the face of his opponent, and if he saw any sign of hesitation, he launched an all-out attack, sacrificing many of his pieces in pursuit of a quick victory. While in Europe and the United States, he studied bridge and poker and became highly skilled at both. He haunted the casinos of the nations he visited, using a high-low betting system that he believed could beat the house odds. He seems to have done well enough that he even spoke of quitting the Navy and moving abroad to become a professional gambler. He bet on anything and everything. As a Navy vice minister, he bet that he could push a lighted match through the hole of a 10-sen coin. During gunnery exercises with the fleet, he once wagered 3,000 yen, a prodigious sum, that a target vessel would not be sunk. He lost that one, and years later he was still paying installments on the debt. Historians have often connected Yamamoto's passion for gambling to the risky operations he championed as a fleet commander, and indeed, the admiral himself drew analogies to shogi when he discussed the merits of proposed operations. Yamamoto had married at age 34, but it seems he never loved his wife. He had chosen her, he said, because she was strong as a horse and seemed capable of putting up with hardships. She and their 4 children lived in the Akasaka district of Tokyo, but while ashore, Yamamoto spent much of his time with the geishas of the Shinbashi district, who nicknamed him 80 sen. The price of a manicure was 1 yen, equivalent to 100 sen. Since he had only 8 fingers, he demanded a discount. He grew personally close to several geishas without necessarily taking them as lovers. Indeed, in his later years he seems to have regarded them almost as a kind of surrogate family. Geishas had no counterparts in the West. Perhaps it is necessary to call them prostitutes, inasmuch as every geisha's body was, sooner or later, sold to a client. But sex was only one of the services a geisha provided, and once she had achieved a certain status, she was largely free to choose whether she would provide it and to whom. Whatever else they were, geishas were paragons of beauty and grace. They had been trained through long apprenticeships and at great expense as artists, performers, musicians, fashionistas, and conversationalists. They did not live in the shadows, and the most successful became celebrities, their photos adorning posters and magazine covers. Like modern pop stars, they were known by a single name. They were paid chiefly for their company by the hour. They poured sake, told stories, flirted, danced, and sang to groups of men at tea-houses or private residences. Through their connections to powerful men and by controlling the livelihoods of younger apprentices, some geishas became very wealthy and were probably the most influential Japanese women of their time. As a military officer, Yamamoto did not have the financial means to compete with the aristocrats and business elites who usually monopolized the services of the leading geishas. But the women seemed to have liked him and lavished attention on him nonetheless. When traveling abroad, he bought perfume, cosmetics, and clothing to bring them as gifts. Yamamoto was permitted to make himself at home in the geisha houses even in off hours. On a weekday afternoon, the admiral sometimes showed up at a house in Shinbashi, dressed in uniform, and napped in a spare room, his face smashed against the tatami mat. The geishas looked after him, darning his socks and laundering his underwear. As his biographer speculates, presumably it stimulated their motherly instincts. In the mid-1930s, Yamamoto fell in love with a famous beauty named Chiyoko Kawai, who worked under the professional name of Umeryu, Plum Dragon. Her colleagues at the Nojima Yageisha house in Shinbashi were amazed that she would make so much time for a man who obviously could not afford her. Their relationship had begun in a platonic friendship. He often referred to her as a younger sister. Only after a lengthy courtship did she ask Yamamoto, using an old turn of phrase, to take her hair down with his own hands. By 1935, she was his closest confidant. He would call her and sing over the phone to her. He would sometimes meet her at a country inn, checking in under a false name. He poured out his heart to her in letters, declaring that he felt a sense of misery and worthlessness when he reflected that he was an object of your affection. The more I see of you, so beautiful and beguiling, the more miserable I feel. Please don't think too badly of me. In theory, it was I who wanted to be of help to you and to relieve your loneliness. And as a man, I feel ashamed to find myself, on the contrary, weakly wanting to cry on your bosom. This is the first time I've told anyone about these feelings of mine. After Yamamoto was given command of the combined fleet, a party of geishas including Chiyoko visited the flagship Nagato, moored off Yokosuka Naval Base in Tokyo Bay. The women seemed to feel oppressed by the strict military formalities of the ship, by the phalanxes of officers and men who snapped to attention in the presence of the C&C. But the admiral remained perfectly at ease. They ate a multi-course lunch in the wardroom while the band played popular folk dances for their amusement. If the army had ever seen that, it would have caused quite an incident, remarked his yeoman, Mitsuharu Noda, who added that the scene left him with the impression that the admiral was really a worldly man, flexible and approachable. Yamamoto shrugged off concerns of a public scandal. When warned by a group of younger officers that his dalliances were unseemly, he replied, "If any of you doesn't fart and shit and has never screwed a woman, I'll willingly hear what he has to say." During his time in America, Yamamoto had read several biographies of Abraham Lincoln, whom he admired as a man born into poverty who became a champion of human freedom. In 1927, he told a fellow naval officer, Yoshitake Miwa, that Lincoln's flaws only enhanced his appeal. A man of real purpose puts his faith in himself always. Sometimes he refuses even to put his faith in the gods. So from time to time he falls into error. This was often true of Lincoln, but that doesn't detract from his greatness. A man isn't a god. Committing errors is part of his attraction as a human being. It inspires a feeling of warmth toward him, and so admiration and devotion are aroused. No less true of Isoroku Yamamoto. The rise to power of Japan's ultranationalist right was a gradual process that defies easy narrative. It did not repeat the pattern of German or Italian fascism, in which a single magnetic leader rode to absolute power on the back of a disciplined political party. It was a fractious and decentralized movement, a loose confederation of shifting, secretive, like-minded nationalist societies that briefly gained prominence and just as soon dissolved or splintered. The ideological emphasis varied, but often had surprisingly anti-capitalist overtones, with some groups calling for the return of all private property to the emperor. Many wanted to do away with all vestiges of Western-style democracy. Others wanted to confront the West and expand Japan's overseas territories. If the movement had a center of gravity, it was in the Japanese army, or rather cliques of predominantly mid-level officers within the army. But it drew supporters from many different walks of life, including scholars, artists, writers, students, clergymen, politicians, bureaucrats, colonial adventurers, martial arts gurus, naval officers, merchants, and members of the court aristocracy. As in Europe, the movement did not lack for mass public support in the early years of the Great Depression, and by the mid-1930s it was no longer safe to hold dissenting views. The 20s had been the era of Taisho democracy, in which the prevailing political climate was moderate and tolerant. It was an era of parliamentary democracy, the heyday of civilian statesmen and Western-educated diplomats who sought friendly relations with the United States and Britain, and were willing to sign treaties that restrained Japan's imperial ambitions in Asia. Political and intellectual elites set out to make Japan more worldly and cosmopolitan. Downtown Tokyo was rapidly assuming the look of a modern Western city, with tall office buildings, streetcars, automobiles, and neon signs. Change the writing on the billboards, and you might have been looking at Chicago or Philadelphia. There was a craze for all things Western, especially among the city's huge population of university students. Young men, and even more scandalously women, wore Western clothing and Western hairstyles, smoked Western cigarettes and drank Western cocktails. They whiled away the hours in cafes and nightclubs. They listened to jazz and learned how to dance. They watched the films of Charlie Chaplin and Buster Keaton. They steeped themselves in Western literature and philosophy. They argued the merits of alien creeds like feminism and Marxism. The times were tumultuous. Riots were endemic in both the cities and the country, usually prompted by wages, food prices, or rents. Landlords and employers were often targeted by death threats and, in turn, hired gangs of thugs to break strikes and enforce contracts. Upstart business tycoons flaunted their recently won riches and surreptitiously deployed their wealth to sway elections. International setbacks injured national pride. At the Versailles Conference, Japan had failed to obtain a racial equality clause. It had been opposed by the United States, among other countries. The U.S. Congress enacted the Johnson-Reed Immigration Act of 1924, which cut off immigration of ethnic Japanese into the United States. Disarmament treaties prompted the reduction of the Japanese Army and Navy, stunting the ambitions of younger officers whose frustrations were quick to metastasize into revolutionary violence. Many Japanese were scandalized by the chaos, strife, and indecorum of Taisho democracy, by the corruption, the vote trading, the strident rhetoric, the vulgar flaunting of wealth, the Western-style bohemian degeneracy, and the intentional cleaving of society into rival camps. Those trends seemed irreconcilable with Nihonshugi, or Japanism, the cherished principles of Confucian harmony, filial piety, and reciprocal obligations between superiors and inferiors. No, all men were not created equal. No, political legitimacy was not derived from the consent of the governed. And no, ordinary people did not possess inalienable rights. If dissent existed, it could only be the symptom of a disorder. The Meiji Emperor had given the Japanese people a quasi-democratic constitution as a gift. But he had also emphasized a political order based on national harmony, on serene interactions between the fixed echelons of society. In his Imperial Rescript on Education, 1890, a document tantamount to scripture in pre-war Japan, he had decreed, "Our imperial ancestors have founded our empire on a basis broad and everlasting, and have deeply and firmly implanted virtue. Our subjects, ever united in loyalty and filial piety, have from generation to generation illustrated the beauty thereof. This is the glory of the fundamental character of our empire, and herein also lies the source of our education." Democratic institutions could not easily grow and thrive in this soil. Autocratic government is a much more natural fit, and when push came to shove, there were simply not enough Japanese willing to put everything on the line to defend their democratic experiment. The alternative was a theocracy known as Kodo, the imperial way. It was a vision of Japan as a family state with the Tenno, or emperor, as father figure, godhead, and dictator. Its advocates declared that the nation could be reborn by harnessing the power of the Tenno against all the ills in society, defined variously as capitalist greed, the chaos of democratic politics, and the humiliations and abuses of foreign powers. That was an act of purification, for liberalism and individualism are the dirt which must be removed. To millions of ordinary Japanese, there was something transcendent and sublime in the notion of subsuming themselves into the identity of the emperor. As the ultranationalist writer Ikikita put it, all of the small selves of the Japanese people would be absorbed into the larger self of the Tenno. The Tenno was the lineal descendant of the sun goddess, Amaterasu Omikami. He was the supreme and only god of the universe, the supreme sovereign of the universe, wrote Lieutenant Colonel Goro Sugimoto in one of his many pre-war tracts. Everything in the universe is a manifestation of the emperor, including even the insect chirping in the hedge or the gentle spring breeze. His throne had been created when the heavens and earth first separated, and the first emperor descended from heaven. The Meiji Constitution of 1889 held that the Empire of Japan shall be reigned over and governed by a line of emperors unbroken for ages eternal, Article 1, and added, the emperor is sacred and inviolable, Article 3. He was the embodiment of all that was perfect in the Japanese people, but possessed none of their flaws. It was inconceivable that he could fail or misconstrue his role in the hierarchy. He was infallible, by definition incapable of doing wrong. Whatever morality existed in the world had emanated from his throne. The Tenno was the only national monarch who was also a god. In fact, he was the ultimate god. It followed that his children, the racially pure and homogeneous people of Japan, were the world's only divine race. Kodo bred contempt for all foreign races, relegating them to the status of lesser beings. In conquering them, Japan was also consecrating them, allowing them to bask in the sacred light of their holy sovereign. Hirohito, who would ascend to the throne in 1926, was an unlikely candidate to be transmuted into a Japanese man-god. He had been born in 1901, the eldest son of the Crown Prince Yoshihito and grandson of Mutsuhito, the Meiji Emperor. As an infant, he had been taken out of the hands of his parents and brought up in carefully guarded isolation, under the influence of court handlers and military officers. The boy was shy and studious, weak-chinned, nearsighted, and slight of build. He spoke in a weedy and skirling voice. He was highly impressionable and eager to please, a trait that suited those tasked with his upbringing but could leave him vulnerable to manipulation once he took the throne. His education was largely controlled by major figures in the Army and Navy, including the two most renowned heroes of the Russo-Japanese War. First, General Marisuke Nogi, later Admiral Heiichiro Togo. From early childhood, Hirohito was inculcated with the sea power teachings of Alfred Thayer Mahan. He was also steeped in the doctrines of divine descent and state Shinto, though he seems never to have taken the dogma of his own divinity seriously. He was rarely allowed beyond the moats and high stone walls of the imperial compound, a 240-acre expanse of grand buildings and park-like land in the heart of Tokyo, but when he did venture out, he did so in military uniform. As Hirohito grew older, some in the court circle began to suspect that his childhood had been too sheltered, that he had not developed the requisite personality or leadership skills. He remained shy and socially awkward and preferred to stay completely mute at court gatherings. He had a disturbing habit of talking to himself. He was watched carefully for any sign of psychological imbalance. For his father, Yoshihito, who became the Taisho Emperor in 1912, had once at a public function rolled an official parchment into a tube and held it up to his eye as a telescope. He was thereafter shut away in monastic seclusion, where his behavior could not distress the public. While in middle school, the boy took a deep interest in natural history, particularly marine biology. He worshipped Darwin, whose bust he had installed in his study, and he had a private laboratory installed in his palace. Here he was happiest, studying and categorizing his specimens. He found solace in science, and that was taken as evidence of an inquisitive and empirical mind. One biographer, Herbert Bix, observes, "Specimen collection and the study of taxonomy without question fitted Hirohito's methodical nature. And certainly during his most active years, when surrounded by great disorder, by problems to which all solutions were hard and uncertain, science was a steady, relaxing constant in his life." As a young man, the Crown Prince leaned toward relatively liberal and moderate policies. He embraced the causes of parliamentary government, arms limitation, and diplomatic cooperation with the Western colonial powers. Those tendencies were reinforced by leading members of the Genro, elder statesmen, and royal court, including Prince Saionji and the major characters in his entourage, the Lord Keeper of the Privy Seal and Grand Chamberlain. In 1921, at age 20, the future emperor traveled to Europe. The trip was unprecedented and caused considerable unrest among right-leaning Japanese, who feared not only for the prince's safety but also that he would come under the dangerous influence of foreign ideas. He was hosted by royalty in several capitals, including the Windsors in London. Hirohito seems to have been bowled over by the relatively free and easy dealings of the British royal family with their servants and friends. In France, he visited sites of the recent cataclysmic battles of the Great War and was appalled by the scale of the carnage. The experience redoubled his determination to preserve the peace of Asia. Upon his return to Japan, the prince took a more confident tone with his advisers and began to assert his personal freedom. He went skiing in the mountains of northern Honshu. He took up golf. He went out on the town with his school chums. All of that came to an abrupt end in 1923 when a would-be assassin took a shot at the prince as he rode through the streets of downtown Tokyo in his car. The bullet did not penetrate the vehicle, but the court suddenly closed ranks, and Hirohito found himself boxed in, a virtual prisoner in his palace, his access to those outside his inner circle strictly curtailed. The Toranomon incident, as it was known, considerably empowered the ultranationalist right, for it reinforced the godlike separation of the soon-to-be Tenno from his subjects, and cut the young man off from sources of information and perspective that might have stiffened his spine against the hidebound, reactionary impulses of his court and military advisers. Daikichi Irokawa writes that Crown Prince Hirohito, who had returned from Europe imbued with the ideals of freedom, had to return to the life of a caged bird, far removed from ordinary life. Hirohito inherited the throne in 1926 upon the death of his father. The official enthronement ceremonies, comparable in scale to a modern-day Olympic Games, would last the entire year of 1928. Major new construction and public works projects were commenced in towns and cities throughout the country. There was a seemingly endless succession of banquets, rice-growing ceremonies, Shinto rites, flag parades, and lantern processions. Japanese received lavish gifts or awards or new titles of nobility, said to have come from the emperor himself. Prisoners were freed in magnanimous gestures of amnesty in his name. Hirohito performed obscure and secretive rites at the tombs of his ancestors, dressed head to toe in white silk garments, and assisted by high Shinto priests. All throughout, these processes were explained to the Japanese people in the newspapers and over the new medium of radio. Scholars and clergymen explained the essence of the Japanese kokutai, political order. All year long, the Japanese people's ears rang with the rhetoric of an omnipotent and benevolent Tenno. And by December, when the imperial regalia were transferred to Hirohito, the nation had been fully indoctrinated, to a degree unknown in past Japanese history, with the cult of the emperor as a living man-god. It was said that all Japanese had now been fused into one mind united from top to bottom. Shortly thereafter, on Tokyo Bay, a huge naval pageant was performed for the new emperor, who stood rigidly on an elevated platform as more than 200 ships and 130 naval aircraft passed in review. The new era was designated Showa, meaning brightness and harmony or illustrious peace. Hirohito was now Showa Tenno. Few Japanese had ever heard the name he had been given at birth. The new era coincided with a crackdown on dissent. The Peace Preservation Law of 1925 clamped down on suspected communists and other radicals. The dreaded Kempeitai, or Thought Section of the Criminal Affairs Bureau, began surveillance of liberals in the media and academia and in suspected political parties. Staff, resources, and power grew steadily. With the approach of the Second World War, the organization and its networks of spies touched the lives of almost all Japanese, especially through the peculiar local institutions known as tonarigumi, or neighborhood associations. Agents of the Kempeitai were perfectly willing to use prison and torture against dissidents, but to a surprising degree they often relied on a softer touch, on moral suasion. It seemed they were genuinely more interested in curing, converting, reforming, and rehabilitating wrong-headed Japanese, rather than merely repressing or punishing them. From 1933 to 1936, according to the Japan Times, some 59,013 people were arrested and charged with dangerous thoughts. Of those, fewer than 5,000 went to trial, and only about half of those trials resulted in a prison sentence. The successful agent would note with pride not the number of convictions he had won, but the number of Japanese who had fallen under the sway of foreign or radical ideas whom he had, with tact and skill, somehow managed to coax back into the fold. Like ancient Rome, Japan had built its empire gradually. Like Rome, its foreign territories were added opportunistically and by different means, some by outright conquest, some through creative diplomacy, some by taking advantage of turmoil in neighboring countries, by sending in troops to restore order. As with Rome, every war had enlarged Japan's empire, and every enlargement had merely whetted its appetite for more. Japan's remarkable rise was said to be preordained, the will of the gods. The same had been said of Rome's. But Japan, unlike Rome, had never suffered a defeat. In 1875, Japan absorbed the desolate Kuriil Islands north of Hokkaido. In 1876, the Bonin Islands, south of Japan, the Ryukyu Islands, including Okinawa, in 1879. Japan fought and defeated China in 1894–95 and Russia in 1904–1905. Those victories brought control over Formosa, Taiwan, and Korea, annexed in 1910. In the Great War, Japan sided with the Allies and was subsequently awarded with several former German colonies of Micronesia, the Carolines, the Marshalls, and the Marianas, not including Guam, a U.S. territory. Among Japanese nationalists, it was an article of faith that the United States, the British, and to varying degrees the other Western imperial powers, were secretly in league against Japan. Their anger conflated a long litany of complaints, reaching decades back into the past, into a single grand conspiracy to rule over Asia. The West had forced Japan to sign humiliating, unequal treaties governing its foreign trade and extending extraterritorial jurisdiction over Japanese soil. Anti-Japanese agitation in California was believed to have been deliberately fomented to arouse the American public and to mobilize the country for war against Japan. At Versailles, after the Great War, the Western powers had rejected a proposed racial equality clause in the Covenant of the League of Nations. The United States had enacted the Immigration Law of 1924, which restricted Japanese immigration and, worse, dumped the Japanese into the same class as Chinese and other lesser nations. There was deep suspicion that the United States and its European co-conspirators were plotting to reverse Japan's commercial and territorial gains in China. The United States, according to a view that was steadily gaining adherents, was a rapacious, duplicitous, and malevolent nation that had bent every fiber of its strength to the subjugation and exploitation of all Asian nations, while deceitfully spreading the rhetoric of freedom, democracy, and self-determination. No more stark example of this hypocrisy existed than the enforcement of a Monroe Doctrine in the Americas, claiming a sphere of influence throughout a neighboring continent, while insisting on an open door in China, which was really just doublespeak for the right of Americans and their British cousins to exploit China's riches while preventing others from doing so. Throughout every stage of the rise of Japan, they believed, the United States had conspired to thwart Japan's noble ambitions, attempting by devious means to reverse its military conquests, working behind the scenes to dissolve the Anglo-Japanese alliance of 1902, using arms-control diplomacy to check the growth of Japanese sea power. Nothing got under the skin of the ultranationalist hardliners so much as the naval limitation treaties. In the Washington Naval Conference of 1921-22, Japan had agreed to cap the aggregate tonnage of its battleship fleet to 60% of the U.S. and British totals, expressed as a 5-5-3 ratio. The treaty reflected a post-First World War consensus that the great powers must shun another costly naval arms race. Japan's lower cap was justified by its lack of commitment elsewhere than the Pacific. Japan could maintain its entire fleet close to home, while the Americans and British had to worry about the Atlantic. The 5-5-3 ratio was confirmed by the London Naval Disarmament Treaty of 1930 and extended to auxiliary ships as well. Until the early 1930s, most Japanese elites, including Hirohito, his court entourage, civilian ministers, and even most of the senior admirals of the Navy, supported the treaty system as a means of restraining the superior industrial and shipbuilding potential of the Western powers. Even those with dreams of further Asian conquests saw the sense in buying time, in building up Japan's power gradually and deliberately. The Navy could adhere to treaty limits while enhancing its human capital through recruitment and aggressive training, and the downsized battleship program would allow emphasis on categories outside the treaty provisions, including carrier aviation and submarines. Most of all, the treaties spared Japan the economic burden of a naval arms race at a time when its industrial economy was still fragile and emergent. Naval spending had ballooned to some 31% of Japan's budget in 1921. The treaty brought that down to 21% in 1923. Before the treaty, Japan was literally verging on bankruptcy. Military and naval disarmament offered badly needed fiscal relief in the 1920s. Japan's hardliners did not find the economic arguments at all interesting or relevant, and the treaty supporters were slow to understand how disarmament was crystallizing the wrath of the hard right. Resentment grew against civilian parliamentary government, with its emphasis on economy and its ability to ram through defense cuts that seemed, in the critics' eyes, to compromise Japan's ability to protect its overseas interests. Some 1,700 commissioned and warrant officers and 5,800 petty officers were dismissed from the Navy. 9 out of 10 vice admirals were forced against their will to retire. The entering class of the Japanese Naval Academy at Etajima in 1922 was 1/5 the size of the prior year's class. It seemed that the Navy, which had been one of the most prestigious career paths in Japan, was suddenly a dead end. The treaty put an end to the Navy's cherished plans for an 8-8 fleet, a fleet of 8 battleships and 8 heavy battle cruisers. It dealt a heavy blow to the shipbuilding industry, one of Japan's largest and most advanced. The sudden cancellation of naval contracts coincided with a downturn in the private market, forcing shipyards to shut their gates and lay off thousands of workers, perhaps as many as 2/3 of the total that had been employed at the peak. Japan's major shipbuilding centers, such as Nagasaki, were devastated. A brand new 40,000-ton battleship, the Tosa, had to be scuttled. As some 50,000 Nagasaki shipyard workers and their fellow citizens watched, a small fleet of tugboats towed the great shape of the newly launched steel hull out to sea. She went to Kure to suffer the penultimate ignominy of serving as a target for gunnery tests. Then her derelict remains were sunk in the Tosa Gulf, the body of water for which she had been named. A generation of Japanese regarded the fate of the Tosa as a farce, an atrocity, and an unconscionable betrayal, and they would acclaim her as a martyr to the gutlessness and corruption of Japan's diplomats. The 5-5-3 ratio was extended for 6 more years by the London Naval Treaty, signed on April 22, 1930, at the Court of St. James's. Opponents in Japan campaigned against ratification. Admiral Kanji Kato declared, "It is as if Japan were bound hand and foot and thrown into jail by the Anglo-American powers." It was not an abstruse debate carried on above the heads of the Japanese public. From 1930 on, the 5-5-3 ratio was an incendiary popular cause, with the capacity to mobilize the Japanese street. That was due in no small part to a disciplined corps of ultranationalist journalists, scholars, and military officers who took up their pens and their radio microphones to rail against the hated formula as symbolic of the persecution of Japan by the Western powers. Since Perry's arrival in 1853, Japanese foreign policy had been shaped by a quest for international respect, with the ultimate aim of being accepted as an equal by Britain and the United States. To a degree perhaps unique throughout the world, the Japanese people regarded treaties not as mere foreign policy expedients, but as cosmic measurements of their rank in the hierarchy of nations. 60%? Was that all Japan was worth? On October 1, 1930, the Emperor's Privy Council ratified the London Treaty. For Japanese liberals, it was a Pyrrhic victory. The day was a turning point in Japanese history. It unleashed sinister forces that would not be fully vanquished until 1945. Within the Navy, it incited a deadly feud between the senior officers who had traditionally supported the treaty limits, the treaty faction, and a rising cohort of hardliners, the fleet faction. Isoroku Yamamoto's loyalties would remain with the treaty faction, though he was politically astute enough to survive the periodic purges of like-minded officers in the 1930s. Admiral Kato complained of the American proposals in London. "It is a most high-handed proposal, offering us as it were only the crust of a pie without the filling." The revered Admiral Togo, hero of the Russo-Japanese War, agreed that the treaty would impose an irreparable loss on Japan. In both the Navy and the Army, there was a feeling that civilian statesmen and diplomats were infringing on terrain that fell under the rightful purview of the military. Critics charged treaty supporters with having fallen under the influence of the West, or worse, having been secretly bought by the West. By any means necessary, the civilians had to be put back in their places. By any means necessary, the military must reclaim control over the nation's destiny. It was no doubt the Emperor's will. On September 18, 1931, units of Japan's Kwantung Army launched the imperial adventure known to history as the Mukden Incident. Troops seized and occupied the city of Mukden, and soon thereafter poured across the entire length and breadth of Manchuria, a land rich in raw materials, including coal, iron, and copper. The action would be depicted as an emergency response to insurgent attacks along the route of the South Manchurian Railway by bandits or terrorists linked to local Chinese nationalist groups. In fact, the entire operation, including the bombing attacks on the railroad, had been meticulously plotted in advance by mid-level officers on the Army General Staff, with the passive knowledge of dozens and perhaps even hundreds of senior military and civilian officials in Tokyo. In 1932, the region was reconstituted into a putatively independent country called Manchukuo, and Puyi, the last emperor of China's Qing dynasty, was installed as a puppet emperor, channeling the orders of the Japanese Kwantung Army. When the League of Nations condemned that annexation, Japanese representatives walked out in protest. That left Japan in a state of international diplomatic seclusion, which was exactly what the ultranationalist right had intended, for it opened the way to a path of further aggression and conquest. Hirohito may have been privately appalled by the behavior of the army, but declined to punish the perpetrators and passively acquiesced in the seizure of Manchuria so long as the army delivered military successes. The cabinet and the Genro, elder statesmen, advised the emperor to tolerate the Mukden incident as a fait accompli, and he did. It was a short-term expediency to stabilize the domestic political situation, but over the longer term his failure to act was disastrous, because it only encouraged the conspirators in the army to plan further aggression, both at home and abroad. Daikichi Irokawa convincingly writes, "If, as Hirohito later stated, he had desired to be a constitutional, peace-loving monarch at that time, he should have taken a stand by 1933, when the aggression was beginning in earnest. Soon after, it became extremely difficult to take any action against the militarists." The tragic pattern of Japan's Dark Valley was now set. Secretive cliques of mid-level military officers would take control of Japan's major domestic and foreign policy choices through intimidation, assassination, and violent provocations, both at home and abroad. They would take action and then bully their superiors into acquiescing in the consequences. There was a name for that. Gekkokujo. Those below overcome those above. and it had a venerated place in Japanese history. In centuries past, lower-ranking samurai in unstable fiefdoms had used similar means to manipulate their superiors. The insurgent officers of the 1930s often behaved like gangs of criminal thugs, hoodlums in uniform, speaking reverently of the emperor, issuing threats in his name, then demanding bribes under the title of loans in order to spare potential victims. The major zaibatsu, business groups, such as Mitsui, Mitsubishi, and Sumitomo, financed those groups, and it is impossible to say whether those funds were paid in order to advance the interests of the firms in the army-controlled territories on the mainland, or whether they were in fact payments to protect leading industrialists from the threat of assassination. Perhaps both motives were present. In Manchuria, gangs with links to the army practiced blackmail, extortion, racketeering, and kidnapping. Their victims were predominantly Chinese, but sometimes included their own countrymen. In 1930, Minister Osachi Hamaguchi came to power with the support of Hirohito, who was exasperated by General Gichi Tanaka's inability to curb the military and bring it under civilian control. But Hamaguchi was shot dead at the end of the year. In 1931, 2 attempted coups were put down, but the ringleaders got off with half-hearted reprimands. No charges of treason were ever brought, and the leaders maintained their freedom, even lounging with geishas at tea-houses in Tokyo and boasting freely of what they had done. Ultranationalist intellectuals provided the rhetoric and ideas to justify their program. An entire apparatus of radio, film, and newspaper propaganda rushed to defend and glorify them. They would brook no opposition. They gunned down any man who stood in their way, and that included the highest-ranking civilian ministers of the Japanese government. On May 15, 1932, a gang of naval officers, all wearing their uniforms, broke into the home of the 77-year-old Prime Minister Tsuyoshi Inukai and shot him dead. His offense had been to warn the emperor that the military was now operating outside any responsible authority. By murdering him, of course, they only proved his point, but still Hirohito could not bring himself to punish the conspirators. Confederates attacked and occupied other private homes, as well as the Tokyo Police Headquarters, the Riken Seiyukai Party Headquarters, and several banks. They had hoped to depose the civilian government altogether and spoke of a Showa restoration, in which the emperor would take all power and property unto himself, presumably with policy implications that would favor the military. The Navy High Command had some wind of the event, but, as usual in those cases, took no action to stop it. With the May 15th incident, a Rubicon had been crossed. The assassination effectively marked a new era of military domination of the Japanese government. Parliamentary party democracy was said by the insurgents to be basically un-Japanese. The slain prime minister's political party was driven into extinction. From that point on, the Japanese government would no longer function as a parliamentary government. The leader of the majority party in the Diet would no longer be entitled to serve as prime minister. Indeed, the prime minister and other cabinet heads would generally not be selected from the Diet at all, but from the ranks of the military or the court aristocracy. In December 1933, when parliamentary leaders publicly questioned the military budget requests submitted for the year 1934, the Army and Navy ministries issued press releases denouncing their critics as communist conspirators. For politicians to criticize the military in such a way was unacceptable, one such statement declared. Such a movement, to separate the public mind from the military, is an attempt to disturb the harmonious unity of the public mind, the essential basis of national defense, and the military authorities cannot overlook it. Any and all civilian statesmen, bureaucrats, aristocrats, or business kingpins who had opposed the Manchurian operation or higher military spending were put on death lists. Often the threat was enough to silence them. If not, a bullet would do the trick. Liberals and moderates found themselves operating within a shrinking perimeter. They could do little more than diffuse each successive crisis, using the time-honored techniques of passive resignation and appeasement, always hoping that the storm would abate and the militant nationalists would fade into impotence. To wait, to survive, to avoid inflaming the opposition, to trust in the future, that was the course chosen by Japanese liberals in the 1930s. They supposed the pendulum, given enough time, would swing back in their direction, but it never did. Indeed, they were forced to recant their past heresies, to mouth the slogans of the ultranationalists and the high priests of Kodo. It was not just repression, but, strangely, a kind of moral suasion. Prosecutions were selective. Dr. Tatsukichi Minobe, a retired law professor, had once, in a 20-year-old law article, made the mistake of referring to the emperor as an organ of the state. The old man was pilloried and forced to resign from the House of Peers. In Orwellian fashion, all of his past books and articles were hunted down and destroyed. His colleagues kept quiet. Prime Minister Keisuke Okada, asked to come to Minobe's defense, replied in the spirit of the times, "We cannot afford to make a mistake. There is no alternative but to assume a passive attitude." Repression was not entirely necessary. The ultranationalist program enjoyed plenty of popular support. The young officers appealed to Japan's romantic imagination. They were celebrated as spiritual descendants of the Ronin, the masterless samurai of the 19th century, proud warriors cast adrift by the collapse of feudal fiefdoms, who wandered like tramps from town to town, penniless, hungry, and humiliated. In Japan there is a tradition of sympathy for those who strike out against overwhelming odds, even if their idealism or zeal is misplaced, explained Akio Morita, who grew up in the 1930s and went on to found the Sony Corporation. Many of Japan's folk heroes are men who died trying to accomplish the impossible. Whether their actions were right or wrong, they were thought to be animated by chukin, or zealous devotion to the emperor, the purest and noblest of virtues. They might break the law, they might execute cabinet ministers, they might engineer military adventures overseas without authority, but by the logic of pre-war Japan, they were never entirely wrong if their motive was to serve and aggrandize the Tenno. As in Europe, the Great Depression aggravated all the nation's internal economic pressures and converted Japanese society into a cauldron of the aggrieved and dispossessed. The country was sent into chaos by poverty, famine, mass unemployment, landlord-tenant disputes, industrial strikes, a wave of bank failures and bank runs, and the demise of many small local firms and factories that had employed a large percentage of Japanese. In 1930, at about the same time the London Naval Treaty won ratification, the bottom fell out of rice and silk prices, and in remote northern reaches of Honshu entire families took to the roads. They were wraiths in rags, driven to the edge of starvation, drifting without any sure destination, shunned and abused by the people of the villages along the way. Parents, despairing of feeding their children, sold them into slavery by the thousands. According to statistics collected by the Japanese government, in the northeastern provinces hit hardest by the decline in farm prices, 58,173 girls were sold by their families between 1932 and 1934. They became servants, maids, waitresses, and prostitutes. A few would become geishas. Hundreds of thousands of young men enlisted in the army. With a population of some 70 million, Japan was the most densely populated country in the world. Its birth rate in those years was almost double that of the United States. It had 2,900 inhabitants per square mile of arable land, and it was widely believed that any further growth in the population would have to occur overseas. Japan was poor in natural resources, requiring imports of oil, rubber, and minerals, and it needed access to foreign markets for its manufactured goods. The seizure of territory in Asia was offered as an outlet, in the same way Hitler spoke of the need for Lebensraum, or living space, for Germans. Millions of Japanese, especially from the small towns of the rural interior, emigrated to Korea, Manchuria, and Formosa in pursuit of better living standards. A foreign empire was a vital necessity for Japan, as the Japanese imperialists saw it, and any attempt to deny them that amounted to a foreign conspiracy to bottle up the large Japanese population to the point of starvation and critical overpopulation. On February 26, 1936, a group of young officers of the Army's 1st Division, stationed in Tokyo, attempted a coup d'etat. The move was triggered by an order sending the division to Manchuria. Before dawn, About 1,400 troops departed their base and spread out through Tokyo. They seized or laid siege to major government buildings in the city center, including the Diet, Ministry of War, and police headquarters. The main building of the Asahi Shimbun was attacked and its press equipment vandalized. They invaded the homes of the Prime Minister and several members of Hirohito's court. They assassinated several officials, including the Lord Keeper of the Privy Seal, the Inspector General of Military Education, and the Finance Minister. In a manifesto distributed to the newspapers, the rebel leaders declared their purpose to break the grip of the business tycoons, the political party mandarins, and the elderly civilian statesmen, and to acclaim the emperor as supreme ruler, unencumbered by constitutional limitations, in a phrase, to effect a Showa restoration. Japan now confronts a crisis, it announced. Therefore, it is our duty to take proper steps to safeguard our fatherland by killing those responsible. On the eve of our departure to Manchuria, we have risen to attain our aims by direct action. They had counted on inciting a popular revolution, or at least hoped for the backing of the Army and Navy. There is considerable evidence that their goals were popular, and the insurgents seem to have been considered heroes by many of their countrymen. For 3 days, Tokyo hung in suspense. The generals did not move to suppress the rebellion, perhaps waiting to see if it would spread. Hirohito was incensed and was apparently the only man in Tokyo willing to call the uprising what it was, a mutiny. When his cabinet tried to resign, he refused to accept their resignations, telling his ministers they were duty-bound to stay in office and deal with the problem, even at the risk of losing their own lives. At last, Hirohito issued a peremptory order for the troops to return to their barracks, sucking the life out of the movement, and the Navy was sent in to restore order. On February 29th, after failing to gain entrance to the imperial compound where the insurgents hoped to appeal directly to the emperor, the uprising was finished. Several ringleaders were arrested and several others took their own lives. Those arrested were tried in secret and later executed, shouting "Banzai" to the emperor as they died. The immediate crisis had passed, but as in 1932 the emperor was quick to let bygones be bygones, and the entire affair only empowered the military and emboldened the ultranationalist right. The new government agreed to demands that all cabinet appointees be approved by the Army and Navy ministers. Political parties were now completely emasculated. It emerged that the plot, like so many others of that period, had been a poorly kept secret throughout the upper ranks of the army. Even members of the royal family apparently had known of the plot in advance and sympathized with its objectives. None of the leaders was above the rank of captain, but higher-ranking officers knew about it in advance and sat on their hands. Indeed, there is reason to suspect that many had pledged to support the coup if the emperor appeared to give it his support. However, none of those ranking sympathizers was severely punished. General Terauchi, Minister of War in the Hirota government, later remarked of the events in 1936, "In connection with this incident, there are those not directly involved but who knew that such plans were afoot. Yet they kept quiet. Some directly incited the men to action, others kept quiet. A really disgraceful group of men were gathered together. And yet if all who were thus involved resigned, it would be difficult to find men to take their places." The conspirators enjoyed broad public sympathy, if not outright support. Their manifesto, demanding economic justice for the rural poor and an end to political corruption, was thought worthy of admiration, both in its composition and its sentiments. When several of the surviving assassins went on trial a year after the fact, calls for amnesty were raised in the press. The ringleaders of the failed coup were lauded as the conscience of the nation, as honest patriots targeting corruption and timidity in the high councils of government, and as the guardians of Chukin. The army made its long-anticipated move into China on July 7, 1937. Like the invasion of Manchuria, the action was touched off by an incident, in this case an exchange of gunfire between China's northern region. Japan's more efficient army won victory after victory, and in the air the Japanese reigned supreme. No matter how much territory fell to the invaders, the Chinese nationalist troops fought on, and Mao Zedong's communist guerrillas put up dogged resistance behind the lines. Rapid movements of Japanese troops followed, without authorization from Tokyo. Units were landed up and down the coast, and in December, Japanese troops fell upon the city of Nanking in one of the most ghastly scenes of the 20th century. They slaughtered perhaps 100,000 Chinese troops and civilians, possibly many more, no one can say for sure. Japanese soldiers, whipped up into a frenzy by reckless officers, committed the crimes of rape, torture, and mass murder on a scale that caused even Hitler's local diplomatic representatives to wince. In the mid-1930s, while the West merrily imagined that Japanese air power amounted to a few obsolete cast-off European airplanes piloted by crash test dummies, the Imperial Navy toiled in obsessive secrecy to develop a homegrown aircraft industry and an elite corps of aviators. The leaders did not make the mistake of ignoring their prospective adversaries. Naval attachés in the United States and Europe traveled to air shows, scanned aviation magazines, and struck up friendly conversations with foreign pilots and engineers. Whenever possible, the Japanese government purchased Western aircraft and transported them to Japan. They built European airplanes under license, steadily improving their manufacturing capabilities. In 1935, the Japanese Navy built a full-size mock-up of the U.S. carrier Saratoga and practiced aerial attacks on her. For years, Japan had studied and borrowed from Western technology, but by the early 1930s, the domestic industry had developed enough engineering expertise to design and build new aircraft, and by 1936, a quartet of industrial firms, Mitsubishi, Aichi, Nakajima, and Kawanishi, were secretly building some of the best naval fighters, bombers, and seaplanes in the world. Even so, the industrial base was still very small and emergent, relying on a tiny, hard-driven coterie of trained engineers and machinists, a scattered network of subcontractors making hand-tooled components, and a handful of large research centers and assembly plants in Nagoya, Yokosuka, Musashino, Ota, Kure, and Kawanishi. That the Japanese were building such fine airplanes was remarkable, a testament to their ingenuity and ambition, but the industry was not designed to scale up for mass production. The problem would grow acute after the first year of the Pacific War. If a picture is worth 1,000 words, perhaps nothing was so eloquent as the image of a sleek new fighter plane, gleaming brilliantly in the sun, hauled by a team of oxen over a rutted dirt road, passing unhurriedly over rice fields and through tumble-down villages, from the Nagoya factory where it had been built to the Kagamigahara airfield where it would be tested. It was a practice that would continue through the end of the war. By 1937, the year of the China incident, the Japanese Navy had achieved near-complete autonomy from Western aviation technology. What is more, the Navy had placed into service 2 Mitsubishi-built airplanes that were at or near the forefront of military aviation throughout the world. The A-5M Type 96, Allied codename Claude, was the first monoplane fighter placed into service by any air force in the world. It was a sleek aluminum acrobat with a maximum speed of 250 miles per hour, a fast climber, and it proved a champion dogfighter, routinely slaughtering the Soviet-built I-16 fighters of the Chinese Air Force. The second was a twin-engine land-based medium bomber, the G-3M, Allied codename Nell, which could carry either a torpedo or a bomb payload of 1,764 pounds and had a range of 2,365 nautical miles. The G-3M was succeeded by the G-4M, Betty, which carried the same payload capacity while increasing its flight range to more than 3,000 nautical miles. 2 superb carrier-based attack bombers were developed for the Japanese Navy between 1937 and 1941. A dive bomber, the Aichi D3A1 Type 99, VAL, went into production in December 1939. Its fixed landing gear made it easy to recognize even at a great distance, and by 1941 gave it the guise of obsolescence, as retractable gear was by that time de rigueur in aviation circles. But the VAL was a perfectly serviceable dive bomber with a range of more than 900 miles. It maintained stability through an attack angle of up to 80 degrees, allowing for good bombing accuracy. In the hands of the more seasoned Japanese carrier air crews, it was a fearsome weapon. The Nakajima B-5N2 Type 97 carrier attack plane, or KATE, could be configured as a high-altitude horizontal bomber or a torpedo bomber, but always did its most devastating work in the latter role. A big low-wing monoplane with a long greenhouse-style canopy, the KATE had a range of more than 600 miles and a maximum airspeed of 235 miles per hour. In 1941, it was without question the best torpedo attack aircraft in the Pacific, far superior to its obsolete American counterpart, the Douglas TBD Devastator, and it was armed with the Type 91 800-kilogram aerial torpedo, the best and most reliable weapon of its kind in the world. The story of the development of the Zero fighter, successor to the A-5M Type 96, Claude, is one of the great tales of aviation history. Finding itself in need of a new fighter plane that could accompany the medium bombers on long-range missions into the heart of China, the Japanese Navy demanded of Mitsubishi a new machine with seemingly unattainable specifications for speed, maneuverability, range, and rate of climb. After doubting that such an aircraft could ever be built, the brilliant aeronautical designer Jiro Horikoshi and his team managed to find a way to build a fighter that actually exceeded every one of the desired specifications. The Zero's control surfaces were consummately responsive. Pilots learned to love the plane because of its fingertip maneuverability, often remarking that it felt as if the plane was an extension of their bodies. Introduced into combat over the China mainland in 1940, the Zeros wiped the skies clean of their opponents. In dogfights, they usually scored clean kills. That is, they shot down their adversaries without being struck by enemy fire. In those conditions, the Zero's greatest weakness, its lack of defensive armor and self-sealing fuel tanks, did not much matter. The Zero was light, fast, long-legged, supremely maneuverable, and armed with a heavy punch. In other words, perfectly suited to the needs of the air war over China. Isoroku Yamamoto could claim a lion's share of the credit for those achievements. He had staked his career on the future of aviation in the comparative dark ages of 1924, when, as a 40-year-old captain recently returned from the United States, he requested and was granted the job of executive officer of the Kasumigaura Naval Air Training Center, the Japanese Pensacola, near the city of Tsushiura, about 50 miles north of Tokyo. Thereafter, he held a series of important aviation jobs, both at sea and at a desk. Captain of the carrier Akagi, 1928-29, Chief of the Technical Department of the Naval Air Command, 1930-33, Commander of the 1st Aircraft Carrier Division, 1933-34, Director of the Naval Air Command, 1935-36. Throughout his career, even as a vice admiral, Yamamoto made a point of flying as a passenger in naval aircraft of every type, even during the most hazardous training missions. By exposing himself personally to the risks of those wild pioneering days of aviation, Yamamoto established an emotional bond with the pilots of the Japanese Navy, one that would last until the admiral's death in 1943, fittingly in an airplane. In demanding aggressive practice routines, Yamamoto was conscious that the lives of many air crews would be cut short, but remained adamant that such sacrifices were necessary. As captain of the Akagi, he had ordered that the names of the ship's dead airmen be inscribed on a wall in his wardroom. His shipmates sometimes found him reading the names with tears in his eyes, but he did not relent for safety's sake. The Naval Air Corps will probably never be really strong until the whole wardroom is plastered with names like these, he told his pilots. I want you to be resigned to that idea in your work. The first thing I propose you do today is go up and do 5 or 6 loop-the-loops with your instructors, and when you're finished, you can come and report to me. Naval Academy graduates sometimes went directly into flight training, as in the United States, but in Japan a much larger ratio of airmen were recruited from the ranks of enlisted men and petty officers already serving in the fleet. Commissioned officers were always a privileged minority of the Naval Air Corps, and Etajima graduates an even smaller percentage. Most of the Japanese aces were non-commissioned officers, and as Osamu Tagaya observes, it was they who did most of the flying, the fighting, and the dying. Beginning in the late 1920s, teenaged boys aged 15 to 17 were recruited directly into naval flight training out of Japanese schools through a program known as Yokaren. To arouse interest in the program, the Navy staged school flyovers. The students, even the youngest, stood at attention in the schoolyard as the planes roared low over the rooftops, dipping their wings in salute. Hideo Sato recalled one such demonstration over his school in the suburbs of Tokyo. The pilots dropped rubber balls attached to small parachutes. He was 8 years old. "I guess they did it to draw us children into the war effort," Sato said. "Whatever the facts, I only know I was in ecstasy when it was my turn to go up to receive my very own ball." The pre-war Navy was obsessed with building a small, elite corps of flyers, and selection criteria were almost prohibitively exclusive. Less than 1% of Yokaren applicants passed the initial written exam, and many of the fortunate few who made that initial cut would then be weeded out during rigorous physical exams. The select few who remained were sent into basic training. Here each day began with reveille at 5 a.m., followed by a forced immersion in cold water. The recruits rushed out to the parade ground, bowed in the direction of the imperial palace, recited an oath of loyalty to the emperor, and were led through a punishing calisthenics routine. Everywhere throughout the day, they were expected to run, not walk. Meals were Spartan, consisting of rice mixed with barley or miso soup and pickled vegetables, occasionally some fish or meat. Parade ground drills and basic combat training alternated with classroom instruction in math, science, engineering, reading, and writing. A contemporary photograph depicts pilot trainees sitting on benches at a long table, listening intently to an instructor. They are dressed in identical crisp white uniforms with oval name tags. Their hair is close-cropped, their faces wrapped and hard-set. Each had to maintain a minimum grade average or face expulsion, and class standing was always determined by academic rank. They slept in hammocks slung from the walls of their barracks, like jack-tars on the lower deck of an 18th-century man-of-war. Takeshi Maeda, who would go on to fly a torpedo bomber at the Battle of Midway, went through basic training at Yokosuka Naval Base on Tokyo Bay. Each day he and his fellow recruits spent hours on the bay, rowing an open boat in all kinds of weather. "Because of the friction between my body and the seat, my pants were covered with blood," he recalled. "After that, your flesh became infected, and it produced yellow pus. I would go to the infirmary, and they treated my wounds by applying ointment and gauze. The following day, when I did cutter boat training, the same thing would happen again, and my old wounds would reopen, which was very painful." Recruits were subjected to unremitting brutality by upperclassmen, instructors, and officers. Any infraction, shortfall, wrong answer, or complaint brought instant retribution, ranging from a casual slap across the cheek to a sudden punch in the face to a savage beating with a baseball bat. A recruit might be forced to stand on his tiptoes for an hour or more, or stand rigidly at attention while a petty officer smashed him repeatedly in the face, or bend over while his tormentors repeatedly belted him on the buttocks with a club. Kicks and blows often persisted after a man had fallen to the ground. No cries or moans of pain were permitted. Often an entire squad was subjected to a brutal beating for one man's imagined transgressions. If any bones were broken, the injured man was sent off to the hospital. Once healed, he would be reinducted with a subsequent class. Saburo Sakai, who went on to become one of the most celebrated fighter pilots of the Pacific War, was once dragged out of his hammock in the dead of night and beaten in front of his shocked mates while they rubbed the sleep from their eyes. The petty officer forced Sakai to bend over. With that, he would swing a large stick of wood, and with every ounce of strength he possessed would slam it against my upturned bottom. The pain was terrible, the force of the blows unremitting. There was no choice but to grit my teeth and struggle desperately not to cry out. At times I counted up to 40 crashing impacts into my buttocks. Often I fainted from the pain. A lapse into unconsciousness constituted no escape, however. The petty officer simply hurled a bucket of cold water over my prostrate form and bellowed for me to reposition, whereupon he continued his discipline until satisfied I would mend the error of my ways. After watching one of his fellow recruits subjected to a similar beating, Takeshi Maeda remembers feeling a surge of bitterness. How could a human being hit another with a baseball bat. Such beatings were a fact of military life in Japan. Indeed, they were generally much worse in the army. Unabashed sadism had a lot to do with it, no doubt. But there was also a school of thought, prevalent in the Army and to a slightly lesser degree in the Navy, that the beatings did the men good, served to harden and toughen them, groomed them for combat. Military men were convinced, said Katsumi Watanabe, who was beaten savagely as an Army draftee, that beatings were a form of education. Indeed, the beatings were often called lessons. The cumulative violence, wrote Sakai, transformed the recruits into human cattle who never dared to question orders, to doubt authority, to do anything but immediately carry out all the commands of our superiors. We were automatons who obeyed without thinking. Naval policy seemed not just to tolerate but to encourage such brutality. Takeshi Maeda observed that the most violent instructors were rewarded with promotions. Recruits could not fight back, nor file formal complaints. They could not quit, and they dared not risk being discharged. To be drummed out of the service would bring shame on their families, and not the kind of shame we talk about in the West. A failed recruit's entire family might suffer social ostracism and even persecution. It was a staggering burden, and no surprise that many young men resolved the dilemma by taking their own lives. Those who survived basic training were assigned to flight training at Kasumigaura. The base had 2 long runways, 3,000 and 2,200 yards long, and a huge complex of hangars housing hundreds of aircraft. The road to the main gate was lined with a magnificent stand of mature cherry trees, with views of Lake Kasumigaura beyond the airfield. The daily routines of a first-year flight student remained exactingly regimented, and he would continue to suffer the occasional slap or fist punch. But here at least he was permitted, at prescribed times, to smoke, to drink, even to spend a Saturday afternoon in Tsushiura. The specter of dismissal at any time for any reason hovered over his head. The initial weeks of the program involved a full day of classroom instruction, with a greater emphasis on such practical skills as overwater navigation, engine maintenance, and radio communications. Students pressed their noses into the books for 2 hours each night before lights out. Many slipped surreptitiously from their cots in the small hours to study by flashlight. The program was designed to function as a ruthless screen for weaker performers. Even those trainees who demonstrated good aptitude in both the classroom and the cockpit were often expelled for trivial offenses. Of Sakai's entering class of 70 students, 45 were gone before the end of the initial 10-month course, and he noted that expulsion was feared far more than any mere savage beating. Kasumigaura aimed to create a cadre of super-athletes, men endowed with superior physical traits honed in a punishing training regimen. The students trained in gymnastics and acrobatics to improve strength, balance, coordination, and physical reaction time. They walked on their hands and balanced on their heads for 5 minutes. They ran for miles in full gabardine flight suits in the sweltering heat of high summer. They leapt from a tower, somersaulted in the air, and landed on their feet. They were required to hang by one arm from an iron pole for 10 minutes. Those who could not swim had a rope tied around their waists and were thrown into the lake. If they sank, they were finally hauled to the surface. Every man was eventually required to swim 50 meters in less than 30 seconds, to swim underwater for a distance of at least 50 meters, and to remain underwater for at least 90 seconds. Men were pitted against one another in vicious wrestling matches. After each round, the victor was permitted to walk away, while the exhausted loser was required to remain on the mat to take on the next man. A weak or undersized trainee losing 3 or 4 consecutive contests might be drained of all his remaining strength. Nonetheless, he was obligated to continue until he had pinned a man to the mat, or had been pinned in turn by every man in the class. If the unlucky perpetual loser could not get back on his feet, he was dismissed from the program. With every pilot trainee determined not to be expelled from the flyers course, the wrestling matches were scenes of fierce competition, recalled Sakai. Often students were knocked unconscious. They were revived with buckets of water or other means and sent back to the mat. They trained to improve their eyesight. They were required to identify objects and symbols that were flashed before their eyes for a fraction of a second. They learned to recognize and describe objects in the outermost corners of their peripheral vision. Sakai writes that he and his fellow students were taught to find and identify stars in broad daylight. Gradually, and with much more practice, we became quite adept at our star hunting. Then we went further. When we had sighted and fixed the position of a particular star, we jerked our eyes away 90 degrees and snapped back again to see if we could locate the star immediately. Of such things our fighter pilots made. Reaction times were shortened by such exercises as sitting still while a fly was buzzing in a room. The student was expected to reach out and seize it in his fist. At first, Sakai recalled, few could do it. But after several months, a fly which flew before our faces was almost certain to end up in our hands. Instructors used the ancient principles of kendo, or Japanese swordsmanship, to teach the trainees how to attack and defeat an opponent. The aviators sat through long and mostly silent sessions with Zen priests, in which they were instructed to set their attention in the lower abdomen, to evacuate the mind, to experience combat as a series of effortless acts, in which the hands and feet on the cockpit controls moved without the intrusion of conscious thought. A year after having entered basic training, the trainees reached a milestone that none would ever forget. They left the Earth for the first time in a Type 3 primary trainer, a two-seat, dual-control, open-cockpit biplane powered by a 130-horsepower five-cylinder engine. An instructor sat in the forward cockpit, the trainee behind. A voice tube ran from the forward seat back to the trainee's flight helmet, allowing for one-way communication. Once the aircraft was aloft, the trainee was tested for basic flight aptitude. How was his hand-eye coordination? How confidently did he take the controls? Could he maintain straight and level flight? The most natural flyers were permitted to handle the aircraft in takeoffs and landings, and a select few were even permitted to solo for the first time. Based on those first assessments, the class was subdivided and the future course of each man's aviation career was decided. Some would become pilots, some air crew. Some would be sent into land-based aircraft, others into float planes. Having mastered the rudiments, the trainees were introduced to a more powerful intermediate trainer known as the Type 93 biplane, or Akatombo, the Red Dragonfly. The Akatombo was powered by a 300-horsepower, 9-cylinder radial engine. Here, the trainee sat in the front cockpit, providing an unobstructed view forward, but also allowing the instructor to clout him on the back of the head. Takeshi Maeda recalled that his instructor often shouted through the voice tube, "You're so stupid!" and walloped him with a wooden stick. To protect his skull, Maeda wrapped a towel under the lining of his leather flight helmet. Realizing he was being cheated, the instructor waited until the plane had landed, ordered Maeda to stand at attention with head uncovered, and meted out the accumulated backlog of punishments. In the Akatombo, the student mastered basic flight aerobatics, rolls, spins, loops, stalls. He took his first long overland solo flight, cruising in his open cockpit at an altitude of 15,000 feet or higher. He often found his way home using Mount Fuji's majestic cone as his point of orientation. He would be introduced to the art of formation flying in a 3-plane shutai, then in a 9-plane chutai. He learned to fly using his instruments alone, in a cockpit covered by a canvas hood. At the end of this intermediate training period, the trainee was subjected to a grueling battery of tests. If he passed, he was awarded his coveted wings, an insignia patch sewn on the left sleeve, a pair of wings superimposed on an anchor under a cherry blossom. Although his training was far from complete, he could now call himself a naval aviator. 5 or 6 months of extended education followed in operational aircraft, usually obsolete models that had been taken out of frontline service. Mercifully, men with aviators' wings rarely suffered beatings. Not so mercifully, the newly minted flyers were entitled to beat others junior to themselves, and often did. The men were divided into carrier and twin-engine land-based programs, and the carrier men were further subdivided into fighter, dive bomber, and torpedo bomber units. Now their training would emphasize gunnery, bombing, dogfighting, formation flying, and over-water navigation. Fighter pilots practiced firing at drogues towed behind another plane, with results captured by a gun camera. Bombers attacked targets on the ground, with the results measured and scored vigilantly. Pilots destined for carrier squadrons progressed from practice landings on short segments of a runway to low-speed, low-altitude approaches over an aircraft carrier to touch-and-go landings, touch the deck and take off without cutting the engine. Finally, they were cleared to lower their tailhooks and put their birds down on a carrier flight deck for the first time. Having logged an average of about 500 flight hours, they were assigned to a frontline unit, either an airbase or an aircraft carrier. Non-commissioned officers and enlisted airmen were promoted to the rank of Airman First Class. Officers were promoted to lieutenant. Here they completed the last phase of their training side by side with veteran aviators. Training schedules were intense. The new flyboys flew constantly, morning, afternoon, sometimes at night. A popular song celebrated the Navy's intense pace of training in the years leading up to the war with Britain and the United States. Weekends were a thing of the past, went the refrain. Now the days of the week were Monday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Friday. "You can't go home again," wrote Thomas Wolfe, and he might as well have been writing about the newly minted Imperial Japanese Navy aviator, resplendently clad in blue and brass, returning home to visit his family. Of course, his parents and siblings were overjoyed to see him and he them. He had done them a great honor, lifting the status of his entire clan in the eyes of neighbors, colleagues, and friends. He was bigger, stronger, tougher, older, wiser, but his homecoming was inevitably poignant and more than a little strange. He might have dreamed of home every night he was away, clasping it in his imagination as a sanctuary from the brutality of his tormentors and the unremitting toil of his training. Once there, however, he was inevitably taken aback by the comfort, the ease, the disorder, the aimlessness. The reality of home had steadily diverged from the image he had carried in his mind. It contrasted too sharply with the harsh, purposeful life to which he had grown accustomed. He loved his family as much as he ever had, and they loved him as much as they ever had, but he was aghast at how much space had grown between them. They could never fully understand what he had done and endured or what he had become. That was a secret known only to his classmates, his fellow survivors, who had shared in the long crucible of his training, the fatigue, the humiliations, the beatings, the deprivations, the chronic dread of expulsion, the ecstasy of flight, and the inconceivable joy he had felt upon receiving those blessed wings. He might never admit it, but his fellow airmen were closer to him now than his own kin. He belonged with them. He could not go home again, because now the Navy was his home. The Naval Air Corps demonstrated its growing range and power over the skies of China between 1937 and 1941. For 4 years it maintained air supremacy over a vast expanse of southern China. With growing confidence, aviation officers argued that the Japanese Navy should reduce its emphasis on battleships and devote the bulk of its resources to building more airplanes and aircraft carriers. Minoru Genda, a head-turning fighter pilot who made a name for himself by leading a barnstorming air circus, was a persistent critic of the Big Gun Club. In mock air battles, Genda and his team routinely trounced the planes and pilots of the Japanese Army, a source of immense pride in a service that tended to regard the Army as an insufferable rival. He had helped perfect the deadly turning-in maneuver that the Japanese Zeros would use to kill so many opponents in the opening months of the Pacific War. While on a tour of duty at the Naval General Staff in Tokyo in 1936, Lieutenant Commander Genda wrote a paper brusquely asserting, "The main strength of a decisive battle should be air arms, while battleships will be put out of commission and tied up." Genda wanted not only to stop building new battleships, but to get rid of existing ones, provocatively suggesting that they should be either scrapped or used as hulks for jetties. That was heresy, sacrilege, profanation. It contradicted the master strategist Alfred Thayer Mahan. It flew in the face of the Navy's basic battle instructions. The battleship squadron is the main fleet whose aim is to attack the enemy's main fleet. Genda's rivals spread the rumor that he had literally lost his mind. Blunt criticism was unusual in Japan, but it was also typical of the culture of Japanese aviation. In the mid-1930s, few aviation-minded officers occupied senior posts in the naval command structure, and not a single qualified aviator had reached flag rank. The prime movers were younger and lower-ranking men who found that they could not make themselves understood except by resorting to un-Japanese modes of forcefulness and candor. Perhaps frank criticism directed upward in the ranks was a trait common to naval aviators of all nations. They, more than their ship-bound brothers, were compelled to rely on themselves at an early age. Genda found a patron and partner in Admiral Yamamoto, who made sure that the younger man was given the assignments he wanted and brought him into the combined fleet as one of his principal staff officers in 1940. Yamamoto also picked up the cudgels of the anti-battleship campaign. He rejected the notion that there was any such thing as an unsinkable ship, and argued that the longer range of aircraft and their steadily growing offensive striking power would sooner or later put an end to the reign of the battleship. "I don't want to be a wet blanket, and I know you're going all out on your job," he told Rear Admiral Keiji Fukuda, a battleship man. "But I'm afraid you'll be out of work before long. From now on, aircraft are going to be the most important thing in the Navy. Big ships and guns will become obsolete." Of course, the Gun Club had no intention of letting a mob of impertinent flyboys take control of the Japanese Navy. Anticipating that Japan would abrogate the London Naval Treaty upon its expiration in 1936, the Naval General Staff planned to build and launch a fleet of super battleships. These Leviathans would weigh some 64,000 tons, about 50% larger than the largest battleships in the U.S. fleet. They would mount a main battery of monstrous 18.1-inch caliber guns. With weapons of such power and range, they argued, super battleships would dominate any fleet engagement, no matter how many ships were arrayed on either side. If the keels were laid immediately upon expiration of the treaty and the ships built in closely guarded secrecy, perhaps the Japanese could gain a 4 or 5 year lead on their American and British rivals. Moreover, if the United States built battleships of matching dimensions, they would be too broad-beamed to pass through the locks of the Panama Canal. The Americans would be thrown back on the horns of the same dilemma that Theodore Roosevelt had faced 30 years earlier. Setting out from Yokosuka or Kure, the Japanese super battleships could be in San Francisco Bay before their Atlantic-based American counterparts had even rounded the Horn. In 1936, the Navy placed initial orders for 2 super battleships to be built at Kure and Nagasaki. 2 more were to be built later at Sasebo and Yokosuka. The shipbuilders were astounded by specifications they received. "We've got to go through with it," said one of the Nagasaki ship architects. "The Navy trusted our engineering expertise enough to give us this project." The ships were to be 263 meters long, 38.9 meters on the beam, and displace more than 72,000 tons when fully loaded. Their massive steam turbine engines, housed in cavernous 640 square meter boiler rooms, would develop 150,000 horsepower, driving the great vessels through the sea at a peak speed of more than 27 knots. They would have an effective action radius of 7,200 nautical miles, requiring them to carry 6,300 tons of fuel. Their crew would number 2,500 men. They would be unsinkable, or so it was often said, until they were sunk in 1944 and 1945. Shells fired by an enemy ship or bombs dropped from above would make no impression on their 40-centimeter-thick honeycomb steel armor plating. Their hulls would contain 1,147 separate watertight compartments, all capable of being sealed off to contain flooding. If they took 10 torpedo hits or 20 or 30, the damage could be contained, and judicious counterflooding would keep them on an even keel. So it was said. The ships, which would be named Yamato, built in Kure, and Musashi, Nagasaki, were shrouded in obsessive secrecy because it was feared that if the Americans learned of them, they would immediately begin construction on similar lines. On the other hand, it was no simple task to conceal projects of that scale on the teeming urban waterfronts of Kure and Nagasaki. Large fences were erected around the shipyards, but nothing could be done about the new gantry cranes that towered over the surrounding rooftops. The Navy was so touchy about security that it refused to allow any plans or documents to leave its offices. Engineers were not permitted to look at blueprints. Contracts had to be settled with a handshake. Mock-ups of any kind were strictly forbidden. Engineers who asked too many questions were singled out for police interrogation. In Nagasaki, a city of hills, the entire shipyard was plainly visible from any one of 1,000 vantage points. Police swarmed the streets, threatening to arrest any person who seemed to cast a glance in the direction of the elephantine Musashi. Watch posts were erected within the yard itself, and guards posted on them with high-powered binoculars to scan the hills. Ferry windows were painted over so that commuters crossing the harbor could not peer into the yard. Eventually, the shipyard hung vast hemp-rope screens, 75,000 square meters altogether, to shield the great ship from prying eyes. The interior of the Musashi was a vast maze, a seemingly endless progression of passageways, ladders, and warrens, and very few men actually knew their way around the ship. No plans were provided to the workers by the security-obsessed architects, so they had to make do with their own crude hand-drawn maps, which had to be destroyed at the end of each workday. Many were reluctant to descend too deeply into the obsidian labyrinth, fearing they might never again emerge. The fear was well placed, for shipyard workers often did lose their way. Some carried pieces of chalk to leave trail marks, and the working parties took roll calls at quitting time to be sure that none was missing. Electrical engineers were brought in to install 8 600-kilowatt generators and a network of electric cables that could have carried electricity to a large portion of rural Japan. The Yamato was launched without incident on August 8, 1940. The launch of the Musashi 3 months later was a more difficult and dangerous proposition. Nagasaki's harbor was small and narrow, surrounded on all sides by steeply ascending land. When the ship entered the water, she would be traveling at about 15 knots, and unless her momentum was checked, she would run into the opposite shore, only 740 yards away, destroying an entire neighborhood and possibly herself. The problem was solved by running steel cables from harbor moorings to her hull and dragging heavy chains on one side to turn her once she entered the harbor. Her launch was so secretive that only 30 guests were invited to witness it, all high-ranking officials of the Navy and government. The residents of Nagasaki were ordered to stay inside their homes until given an all-clear. Curtains were to be drawn across all harbor-facing windows. Even the police officers who were sent to patrol the streets were ordered to turn their own backs at the moment of launch. As the hull moved down the slipway, blue sparks leapt up from the concrete. The rails under the hull emitted white smoke, and the onlookers shouted, "Banzai! Banzai!" As the vessel plunged into the water, it raised a wave that traveled across the harbor and crashed on the opposite shore, flooding several of the buildings along the waterfront and capsizing dozens of boats. But the launch had succeeded. The great battleship was afloat and in one piece. The engineers and workers fell to the ground, laughing and weeping and shouting thanks to the heavens. At the Navy's main anchorage off Hashirajima Island, the Yamato and Musashi dwarfed the other battleships of the Japanese fleet. The Nagato, Mutsu, and Kirishima, traditional battleships with dimensions similar to those of their American and British counterparts, looked like cruisers when anchored alongside their titanic new sisters. As big as the super battleships were, however, they were beautifully well proportioned, with broad beams tapering to long, sleek, sharp bows. Their decks were covered with polished cypress wood planking, unpainted. Fittings were painted judiciously in black, white, yellow, and brown tones. Their names stood out in handsome gold kanji across their sterns, and finely detailed chrysanthemum crests were mounted on their bows. Their superstructures were hundreds of feet high, with intricate arrays of decks, balconies, ladders, anti-aircraft guns, and cranes of various sizes and functions. From the broad plate-glass windows of the bridge, so far above the sea, the officers looked down on a parade ground-sized foredeck, and men stationed there must have looked like street pedestrians viewed from the top of a tall office building. Even the main anchor, weighing 15 tons, must have looked no larger than a cufflink. The sun and rays battle flag, raised each morning on the ensign staff at the stern, was nearly 25 feet long. Yamato's first sea trial was on October 20th, 1941, 6 weeks before Pearl Harbor. She performed beautifully in every respect. Her giant engines ran smoothly, and she had no trouble achieving her maximum speed of 27 knots. She carved an easy path through heavy seas, smashing waves right and left off her bows. In the Musashi's first outing several weeks later, the 18.1-inch guns were tested for the first time. These colossal weapons fired armor-piercing projectiles weighing 1.5 tons each, about 50% heavier than the largest shells thrown by American battleships. Their maximum range was 42 kilometers. A shell fired at that extreme range, with the guns elevated to 45 degrees, climbed from sea level to the altitude of Mount Everest and back to sea level in a flight lasting about a minute and a half. Accuracy was poor at that range, but it was at least theoretically possible to strike enemy ships beyond the horizon. A single hit could put any battleship in the world out of action, and any other class of ship would be literally blown out of the water. So great was the blast pressure of the 18.1-inch guns that it was not safe for any man to remain in an unbroken sight line to the muzzles. Crewmen on the Musashi, stationed on the bridge or below decks, or crouched behind the turrets on the other side of the ship, were instructed to wear earplugs and find a handhold. Even so, the blast caused them to feel as if their guts had suddenly been thrust upwards into their throats. Guinea pigs left in cages on deck near the guns were blown apart by the shock. As the men peered out from behind their shelters, there was an improbably long pause as the shot traveled through the air. At last they saw the distant tower of water, hundreds of feet high but appearing as no more than a white speck on the horizon. After another long wait, the hollow thud of the faraway explosion reached their ears. Twice in 2 years, the army, or rather factions within the army, had challenged the emperor while acting in his name. The Kodo faction had planned the botched coup attempt in 1936, and the Control faction had masterminded the China incident in 1937. In each case, the emperor's half-hearted gestures of resistance had only emboldened and empowered the militarists. After 1937, discovering that they would not be checked from above, the army and the ultranationalist right moved swiftly to consolidate their grip on the country. The National Mobilization Law of 1937 enacted labor conscription to support defense and munitions industries. Rationing of food and basic consumer goods was ordered. Farms were required to turn over their rice harvests at a preset price. Parliament, already weakened, was now completely emasculated. The Japanese people were instructed on how and what to think through autocratic control of every available source of information, including radio, newspapers, newsreels, movies, posters, music, and cartoons. Dissenting views were suppressed as radical or communist, and those who had voiced liberal opinions in the past were driven from public life and forced to recant on pain of imprisonment or worse. Correct thoughts and beliefs were hammered into the minds of the Japanese through official slogans. "I won't desire anything until the war is won." 100 million people, one mind. Support neighborhood associations. Beware of spies. We'll never cease fire till our enemies cease to be. Lachrymose ballads played day and night on the radio, glorifying the war overseas. Departing ship, Samurai Japan, tears and the flight of migrating birds. In the cinema, Western films mostly disappeared, to be replaced by Japanese feature films about the campaigns in China and Manchuria. Scenes of Japanese forces overrunning enemy positions were often followed by scenes of soldiers grieving over the bodies of their fallen comrades and breaking into tearful renditions of Kimigayo, Japan's national anthem. The features were interspersed with newsreels, which opened with martial orchestral music and an animated sequence of the Japanese golden eagle spreading its wings to cover a map of the earth. War news described the latest victories of Japanese troops overseas. A home front report showed how ordinary Japanese were pitching in to support the war effort. If there was a segment on imperial family news, a bold order was first spelled out across the screen. "Remove your hats." The audience was required, on pain of arrest, to stand erect, remove their hats, and face the screen. Film footage of the imperial palace walls or the emperor's motorcade might follow, with voice-over narration in the abstruse, archaic Japanese reserved for imperial occasions. But never did the emperor himself appear on screen. Hatred of the West was encouraged as a means of arousing the national spirit. In state-approved surround sound propaganda, it was often said that the United States and Britain had conspired to deny Japan its sacred right to expand in Asia, and war with both was inevitable. It was only a matter of time. Western cultural influences were denounced as a form of spiritual corruption. It was the goal of the regime to purify or cleanse Japan of those foreign viruses. A popular slogan was, "To hell with Babe Ruth," and baseball itself was attacked as a sport of the decadent democracies. In a popular newsreel, a judo master vanquished an American boxer, and as the audience cheered, the camera suddenly cut to scenes of Japanese army victories in Manchuria. It was no longer safe to play jazz in the nightclubs of Tokyo, and eventually it would no longer be safe to play Western records even at home. As part of a nationwide anti-luxury campaign called the National Spiritual Mobilization, women were pressured to do away with jewelry and cosmetics, as well as Western-style clothing and hairstyles. They were urged to wear shapeless work trousers called monpei. Men were pressured to cut their hair short or even to shave their heads. Tokyo's popular Western-style dance halls were visited by surly officials who declared, "You can't dance this, you can't dance that." In October 1940, a government decree required all dance halls to shut their doors for good. On the final night at one of the Tokyo dance halls, Kiyoshihara recalled, the band ended its last set with Auld Lang Syne, bringing tears to the eyes of the regular patrons. School children were taught that the emperor had descended from the gods and that his divine blood ran in the veins of all his subjects. His portrait hung in every school and was made the object of organized compulsory daily veneration. The Meiji Emperor's imperial rescript on education was often read aloud to the students, and if a teacher or school principal should ever stumble over a phrase in the hallowed document, he was forced to resign. Hideo Sato recalled that one of his teachers had explained that His Imperial Highness was descended from Amaterasu Omikami, goddess of the sun. The teacher told the story so convincingly and dramatically that we kids sat there, eyes round with wonder, and felt in our heart of hearts that it must be true. The children were cautioned never to use old newsprint to wrap food without first confirming that no photograph of His Highness was included in the pages therein, lest grease or food besmirch his image. The progress of the war was followed closely in the classrooms. Students sometimes pasted Japanese flag markers on maps to signify advances and victories. "I was crazy about geography from the time I was young," recalled Sato. "I really memorized the map of Asia all the way up to India. Places like the Malay Peninsula and North Borneo rang with hidden meaning. I could draw them all in the air back then." As pathetic as it may seem in retrospect, the imperialist program included a strain of heartfelt messianic idealism. Conquest overseas was held to be a sacred mission, to be undertaken for the sake of all the benighted and ill-treated peoples of Asia, and perhaps beyond. It was Japan's purpose and destiny to push out beyond its islands and unite Hakko Ichiu, the 8 corners of the world, under the care of the Emperor's benevolent heart. As the only nation in the world that had not separated the spheres of religion, politics, morality, patriotism, and family, Japan's social and political order, Kokutai, was manifestly superior to that of any other civilization. It offered a Confucian order based on harmony, filial piety, reciprocal obligations between superior and inferior, and deep ties connecting the individual into the collective whole. It offered to advance the lot of lesser peoples by bringing them under the care and guidance of the emperor, the only sovereign who was also a god, and the only god who was also a sovereign. As in the heavens the sun is not double, so on earth there exists but one Tenno. It offered the last best hope for all of humanity, the salvation of a turbulent and unhappy world. It gave the Japanese people a reason to believe they were fighting for something more than national aggrandizement. If Japan had declared it was fighting only to add territory, remarked Koshu Itibashi, a student at the outset of the war, I don't believe we ever could have gone as far as Borneo. Moreover, added the charlatans who flogged their theories with the regime's approval, Japan had once ruled the world in the distant past and was merely seeking to restore that ancient order. Excavations of ancient relics carried out in various regions of the world testify to the authenticity of the descriptions of the Japanese annals, wrote Professor Chikao Fujisawa. They brought to light the wonderful fact that in the prehistoric age, mankind formed a single worldwide family system with the Japanese emperor at its head. Japan was highly respected as the land of parents, while all other lands were called the lands of children or the branch lands. Eminent scholars are unanimous in concluding that the cradle of mankind was neither the Pamir Plateau nor the banks of the Tigris-Euphrates, but the middle mountainous region of the Japanese main island. The ancient Japanese people had spread over China and the rest of Asia, bringing the fruits of their civilization. They had even reached Europe under the name of Huns. But their utopian global order had tragically collapsed after a series of natural disasters, and the world had plunged into a dark age in which all mankind became estranged geographically and spiritually from the parent land of Japan, to the detriment of world peace. With dissenting voices drowned out, no rhetoric was too silly or cartoonish, so long as it supported the program. There was only one ocean, declared Professor T. Komaki of Kyoto Imperial University, and Japan ruled it. The Pacific, Indian, and Atlantic were considered separate oceans, but were thus considered only by Europeans. There are no 7 seas. Only one sea exists, and it is connected to Japan, where the sun is rising. All waters are connected to Japan. All the ocean is to be recognized as the Great Japanese Sea. Japan would drive the white Christian colonial interlopers out of Asia once and for all, and lead its poor Asian cousins back onto the one true path of Buddhist and Confucian principles. Here the Japanese ultranationalist program found fertile ground, for it could justifiably point to a long history of Western repression, greed, exploitation, and hypocrisy. The West had taken what it wanted from Asia while giving nothing back, the ultranationalists said. It had kept wages down and prevented industrial development in order to exploit Asia's markets and steal Asia's natural resources. The Japanese, by contrast, envisioned a Greater East Asia co-prosperity sphere, which would work for the mutual existence of nations in which one is not exploited by others or vice versa. Japanese found a receptive audience in Asia for its message that the colored races constitute 2/3 of the world's population but control only 1/10 of the Earth's surface, and that Japan alone, among the non-white races, was strong enough to cast the West out of Asia. The promise of liberation would be betrayed by Japanese behavior in the territories they occupied. Too often they left the locals feeling nostalgic for the old boss. But early in the war, Japan's spectacular victories indubitably raised Asian self-consciousness and aroused a deep yearning for independence. If Japan was a fundamentally moral country with a divine mission, it followed that Japan's wars were nothing less than pure, ennobling, and just. Enemies who stood in the way of the Kokutai were unruly heathens or bandits, or perhaps even demons with inconceivably evil designs. In any case, they must be slain for the cause of peace. Buddhism taught compassion and pacifism, but the Zen priests who had survived the purges of the past 2 decades lent their full moral authority to Japan's wars. When Japan fought, declared the Buddhist scholar Daisetsu Suzuki, it was an expression of Buddha's compassion. As for the war in China, the cradle of Eastern Buddhism, a book entitled The Buddhist View of War, published in 1937, explained that China had brought the war on itself by its defilements, and would ultimately benefit by having its unreasonableness corrected and an opportunity to reflect on its conduct. Or, if that explanation did not satisfy, perhaps it was enough to grant absolution. Acknowledging that Zen taught the gospel of love and mercy, Suzuki asserted that the true practitioner of Zen, drawn into war for reasons unrelated to his own ego, was not responsible for the behavior of the sword he wielded. For it is really not he, but the sword itself that does the killing. He had no desire to do harm to anybody, but the enemy appears and makes himself a victim. It is as though the sword performs automatically its function of justice, which is the function of mercy. Year after year, Japan kept winning battles in China but could not find a way to win the war. The army seized the coast, the big river valleys, and several of China's largest cities, including Peking, Shanghai, and Nanking. But the conquerors discovered they could not impose their will even in the territories in which they were strongest. The rural hinterlands always remained lawless and ungovernable. Chinese political and military power had long been impotently parceled out among regional warlords, but nothing aroused nationalist passions like the long-term presence of marauding foreign troops. Mao's communist guerrillas turned their guns on the invaders, pledging to put off their revolution until the Eastern Devils had been driven out. In 1939, fighting broke out along the Soviet-Manchurian border at Nomonhan. Local Japanese generals, acting, as usual, without authorization from Tokyo, moved substantial reinforcements into the area, but the Japanese forces were pulverized in a powerful Russian counterattack. The setback came as a great shock, though it remained largely under wraps. Neither side had declared war. Chiang Kai-shek's nationalist government, safely withdrawn to Chongqing, deep in the interior and beyond the reach of Japanese troops, steadfastly refused to capitulate or negotiate. Eventually, a full 38 Japanese infantry divisions, totaling about 750,000 men, or some three-quarters of the army's entire troop strength, were tied down in China and Manchuria. Growing rage at China's obstinacy, stoked by effective guerrilla attacks behind the lines, prompted the Japanese army to commit civilian atrocities on a grand scale. The rural pacification campaign was carried out under the Army's 3-all policy. Soldiers were ordered to burn all, seize all, and kill all. Those were the wretched years of Japan's chemical and biological warfare attacks, horrific medical experiments practiced on prisoners, the rounding up of women and girls to be funneled into a vast system of sexual slavery, the rounding up of men and boys as slave laborers to be worked to death, the mass beheadings and bayoneting of prisoners, the slaughter of perhaps as many as 10 million Chinese civilians all told. I had already gotten to where I lacked pity, admitted Yoshiro Tamura, who tested bacteriological agents on Chinese prisoners as a member of the notorious Unit 731. After all, we were already implanted with a narrow racism in the form of a belief in the superiority of the so-called Yamato race. We disparaged all other races. If we didn't have a feeling of racial superiority, we couldn't have done it. Shozo Tominaga, a young second lieutenant assigned to China in 1941, recalled meeting the infantry veterans he would command. "When I looked at the men of my platoon, I was stunned," he said. "They had evil eyes. They weren't human eyes, but the eyes of leopards or tigers. The longer the men had been at the front, the more evil their eyes appeared." Newly arrived Japanese conscripts were forced to bayonet Chinese prisoners. The victims were blindfolded and tied to stakes. In some cases, a circle was drawn around the heart, and the soldiers told to avoid striking it, so as to prolong the victim's agony. Soldiers who flinched from the macabre initiation ritual were kicked, beaten, and prodded by their officers. "Everyone became a demon within 3 months," said Tominaga. "Men were able to fight courageously only when their human characteristics were suppressed. So we believed. It was a natural extension of our training back in Japan. This was the Emperor's army." Western sympathies lay with the Chinese, whose suffering was depicted vividly in newsreel footage. President Roosevelt was personally disgusted, his doctor recalled, and commented with deep bitterness on the inhumanity of the Japanese. It was also true that American business interests in China, some of which were overrun or ordered shut down in occupied areas, were directly threatened by the Japanese invasion. Britain and the United States funneled military aid to the nationalists via the Burma Road. An American gunboat, the Panay, was sunk by Japanese air attack in the Yangtze River in December 1937. Relations deteriorated and the specter of war loomed. Creative Japanese propagandists, taking a cue from their soon-to-be German allies, declared Roosevelt the stooge of a Jewish capitalist plutocracy. Those same Jews, they said, had arranged for anti-Japanese lies to be spread through the American media. The United States and its European allies feared and resented Japan's spectacular rise as an Asian power and were conspiring to reverse it. The Japanese press often complained of the encirclement of Japan by the Western powers. But where did obtuse truculence end and foreign policy begin? It was a peculiar tragedy of Japan's ultranationalist psychodrama that the men best qualified to deal with the West were shunted to the margins of power. Japan did not lack for experienced and worldly diplomats, men who had studied at Harvard, Princeton, or Oxford, spoke fluent English, cultivated foreign friendships, and were practiced in the ambassadorial arts. The foreign ministry at Kusumigaseki was stacked with them. Many were perplexed and anguished by the drift toward war, but they were powerless to do anything about it because the militarists who controlled the country had successfully discredited them as a fifth column. Some were murdered outright. Others were forced from office or exiled to foreign embassies where they were kept in the dark. The military connived to have generals and admirals appointed as foreign ambassadors, or even, in 1941 and again in 1942, as foreign minister. The army set up an in-house office to deal directly with foreign governments, circumventing Kusumigaseki altogether. The diplomats, in fact, had become a corps d'élite, a class apart in the public service, or, to put it more cynically, peacocks in a gilded cage, wrote Toshikazu Kase, a chief secretary to the foreign minister throughout the war years. In the turmoil of Japan's dark valley, the left hand never knew what the right hand was doing, and why would it, when there was no functioning brain center to send coherent instructions to either hand? Professional diplomats sensed that war with the United States was coming, but felt as if nothing could be done to stop it. Events sometimes overwhelm you, surge around you, and carry you along, wrote Kase. You can't always move them. One man's will alone is not enough to do anything. War has a life of its own. Isoroku Yamamoto was unwilling to assume such a passive attitude. He took a stand. He did not conceal his contempt for the shrill, vociferous style of the ultranationalist right, nor the rigidly dogmatic, mindlessly antagonistic politics they championed. He did not approve of their efforts to regulate the dress, tastes, opinions, thoughts, and daily routines of the Japanese people. He publicly undermined some of the goals of the national spiritual mobilization, such as the proposal that all Japanese men should shave their heads. "Why does it all matter?" he replied when asked his opinion by a group of reporters. "I myself have worn my hair short for years. On the other hand, a slob is a slob, however close-cropped he may be. So either's okay, surely." He dismissed the army brass as a pack of damn fools, and he never liked their war in China, regarding it as a costly drain of manpower and military resources. Hiroyuki Agawa describes a meeting in which an army officer seated next to the admiral rose to his feet and began to harangue those assembled at interminable length. Yamato stealthily edged the man's chair back several feet. When he had finished speaking and tried to sit down, the officer missed the chair and fell sprawling on the floor. The admiral kept a straight face, looking straight ahead, and continued the meeting as if nothing had happened. In a speech given in his hometown in April 1939, he said the talk of a national emergency was overblown, and the government should lower its tone. "I have serious doubts as to whether it is desirable that everyone in the nation, high and low, old and young alike, should be constantly strung up to such a pitch. If you pull a piece of elastic to the point where it will stretch no more, it loses its ability to function as elastic." In 1937, Yamamoto was appointed Vice Minister of the Navy. There he would serve under Admiral Mitsumasa Yonai, a former Commander-in-Chief of the Combined Fleet who was also a political moderate, aligned with the Navy's treaty faction. Together they were determined to crack down on insubordinate ultranationalist naval officers and to stop the headlong slide toward a disastrous war with the United States. "Orders must naturally come from the top to the bureau chiefs," Yamamoto wrote, "and the subordinates are to devise merely means of implementing these policies." Ensconced in his Navy Ministry office, a dimly lit room lined with bookshelves, Yamamoto opposed the Army's attempts to have the Japanese Diet dissolved in 1937 and worked behind the scenes to bring civilian statesmen and scholars back into circles of influence. Yonai was personally close to the U.S. Ambassador Joseph Grew and wanted to renew arms limitation talks with the Western powers to avoid a costly new arms race. After the sinking of the Panay in 1937, Yamamoto had presented himself at the U.S. Embassy in Tokyo with a humble, and by some reports tearful, apology, and offered a cash indemnity of $2.2 million. But the political climate in Tokyo would not allow for a return to disarmament. Both Yonai and Yamamoto were marked for assassination by ultranationalist goons, many of whom aired their threats publicly and without fear of arrest. In 1939, the conflict between the Army and Navy seemed to verge on civil war. Naval police were brought in to guard the homes and offices of senior officers whose lives were believed to be in danger. The ministry ordered fleet units into Tokyo Bay and prepared to bring detachments of sailors and Marines into Tokyo to put down a rumored insurrection. The great foreign policy question of the day was the Tripartite Pact, the German-Italian-Japanese alliance that marked the formal creation of the Axis. The ultranationalist right found much to admire in the military authoritarian model of Nazism, although they found its Aryan master race ideology troubling and tended to ignore it. German influence was strong in the Army. German military texts were taught at the Army Staff College, and many mid-level officers had done tours of duty in Germany. Hitler was presented in Japanese newsreels as a heroic figure. Mein Kampf was sold in translation, with unflattering references to Asians edited out, and was an immensely popular bestseller. Japanese youth at that time adored Hitler and Mussolini and yearned for the emergence of a Japanese politician with the same qualities, recalled Harumichi Nogi, a student at Nihon University. We wanted decisive action. The military triumphs of Nazi Germany in 1939 and 1940 did no good for the Japanese advocates of a cautious foreign policy. The European democracies looked impotent before Hitler's juggernaut, and the Army was frantic to obtain an alliance with Germany before the presumably imminent fall of Britain. With such an alliance in place, Japan would be well placed to seize British colonial territories in Asia. A right-wing ambassador in Berlin, bypassing his higher-ups in the foreign ministry and working furtively with the Army staff, negotiated a draft treaty with German Foreign Minister Joachim von Ribbentrop and sent it to Tokyo for ratification. Yonai and Yamamoto threw the entire weight of the Navy against ratification, but the rapid disintegration of France in May 1940 cut the ground out from under their feet. Yamamoto warned that signing the Tripartite Pact would put Japan on the road to a potentially ruinous war with the United States, and, given the existing state of naval armaments, especially in naval aviation, there is no chance of winning a war with the United States for some time to come. Japan, poor in natural resources, relied on areas controlled by the United States and Britain for 4/5 of its vital imports of oil and steel. At a Navy conference in September 1940, he addressed the pact's proponents directly. "I want you to tell us quite clearly what changes have been made in the materials mobilization program in order to make up for the deficiencies." They declined even to answer. The single most important objective of Japan's foreign policy, Yamamoto often declared, was to avoid war with the United States at all costs. But the government was drifting into precisely such a war while refusing to come to grips with most of the fundamental strategic problems it presented. He remarked that Prince Konoye, the prime minister who approved the pact, would someday be torn into pieces by a revengeful Japanese people. Each day, men dressed in formal kimonos arrived at the red brick building of the Naval Ministry and demanded to see Yamamoto. They carried formal complaints written in fine calligraphy on handmade parchment and spoke of the impending punishment of heaven. "We are prepared to take other measures, so be forewarned." Oddly, no action seems to have been taken against these menacing envoys. Yamamoto sometimes perused the threatening letters, making margin comments in red ink. "Stupid, bunch of fools, insulting." But given the recent history of Japan, the threats could not be ignored. When the cabinet of Prime Minister Kuchiro Hiranuma fell in August 1939, Yonai was named the new prime minister, a thankless office with little power. And Yamamoto, whose life was thought to be in imminent danger, was sent back to the combined fleet as the new commander-in-chief, a post he would hold until his death. The Tripartite Pact was signed in Berlin on April 27, 1940. As Yamamoto had predicted, the Roosevelt administration began to tighten the economic screws. An oil trade agreement expired in January 1940, and the United States declined to extend it. Japan had previously imported 80% of its oil from the United States or U.S. territories, and now it appeared that that entire source might be cut off. That same month, the United States cut off sales of aviation fuel and scrap metal to Japan. Gradually, the noose was tightened as new categories of materials were added to the embargo lists. Negotiations opened in Washington between Secretary of State Cordell Hull and Japanese Ambassador Kichisaburo Nomura. In July 1941, when Japan invaded southern Indochina at the expense of the Free French, the British and Dutch announced that no further exports of oil to Japan would be permitted, and all Japanese assets in the United States were frozen. That brought events to a head, because although Japan had stockpiled enough oil for about 2 years of operations, that did not provide for the Army or for Japanese industry, and the Navy alone was consuming about 400 tons of the stuff every day. The 61-year-old Admiral Osami Nagano was appointed Navy Minister in March 1936. He seems to have accepted that war was inevitable, even if not desirable, and made no real effort to stop it. He allowed himself to be pressured and manipulated by younger officers. Vice Admiral Yoriro Sawamoto reflected on the reasons why the Navy allowed itself to be pressured into a war that it was not really prepared to fight. The reasons had to do with a competition of mediocrities. There was no outstanding leader of outstanding ability. Pressure from subordinates was the order of the day. Younger officers would not respect their seniors, and this made the matter even more difficult. Everybody wanted to evade responsibility, and no one had the grit to sacrifice himself to do his duty. The atmosphere was such that it put a premium on parochial and selfish concerns for either the Army or the Navy. Considerations of the nation and the world were secondary. From his flagship, usually anchored at Hashirajima, Yamamoto continued to lobby for accommodation with the United States. He foresaw that a naval war in the Pacific would not be decided by a single decisive battle in the pattern of Tsushima, but would evolve into a long war of attrition. He challenged his more bellicose colleagues to acknowledge the size and latent potential of the American industrial economy, and he foresaw that Japan's densely inhabited cities were vulnerable to air raids. The admiral had no confidence in the traditional Japanese war plan of interceptive operations to reduce the strength of the American fleet as it advanced across the vast wastes of the Central Pacific. He correctly predicted that the Americans would not play into Japanese hands by sending a fleet to rescue the Philippines in the first phase of the war, but would take as much time as needed to build up overwhelming naval and air power, and then return by way of a methodical island-hopping campaign. Again and again Yamamoto made his views known to Tokyo. On December 10, 1940, "It is too late now to be surprised, enraged, and distressed by America's economic oppression. It is like a schoolboy who lives for the moment and behaves thoughtlessly." The war would be a calamity, he wrote, and must be avoided at all costs. On October 14, 1940, he wrote Kumao Harada, secretary to Prince Saionji, "To fight the United States is like fighting the whole world, but it has been decided, so I will fight the best I can. Doubtless I shall die on board Nagato, his flagship. Meanwhile, Tokyo will be burnt to the ground 3 times." Yamamoto was willing to go to great lengths to preserve the peace with the United States. He favored abrogating the Tripartite Pact and even withdrawing all Japanese troops from China. When asked directly by Konoye about Japan's chances, he replied, "If we are ordered to do it, then I can raise havoc with the Americans for the first 6 months or a year. But I have absolutely no confidence as to what would happen if it went on for 2 or 3 years." After the Nakajima Type 97 torpedo bombers performed brilliantly in 1940 fleet exercises, Yamamoto mused to his chief of staff, "It makes me wonder if they couldn't get Pearl Harbor." There lay the germ of his plan to launch a sudden carrier air attack on the American stronghold. It was one of the rich ironies of Yamamoto's career that he simultaneously opposed war with the United States, even to the extent of risking his own life, while also insisting on the attack on Pearl Harbor, even to the extent of resigning his command. "What a strange position I find myself in," he wrote a friend on October 11th, 1941. "Having been assigned the mission diametrically opposed to my own personal opinion, with no choice but to push full speed in pursuance of that mission. Alas, is that fate?" Lieutenant Commander Genda, then serving on the staff of the 1st Naval Air Wing, had been studying the possibilities of massed carrier air power since seeing a cinema newsreel about an American fleet review. The footage had depicted 4 aircraft carriers sailing in a single file. Genda realized that concentrating multiple carriers into a single task force would allow a huge air armada to be launched in one coordinated strike. The raid on Pearl Harbor was an 11th-hour revolt against more than 30 years of war planning, which had envisioned a decisive fleet battle in the Western Pacific. In the traditional scenario, submarines, airplanes, and destroyers might peck away at the American fleet as it advanced across the ocean, attrition operations. But the killing blow would be delivered by the battleships, concentrated in orthodox Mahanian fashion, after lying in wait for the Americans in Japan's home waters. But Yamamoto now asked, what if the American fleet did not play its part? What if it refused to repeat the around-the-world odyssey that had led Admiral Rozhetsvinsky to his doom at Tsushima? What if the Americans prudently chose to bide their time and build up their strength before coming to the rescue of the Philippines? How would Japan then score the decisive victory it needed? Rear Admiral Takijiro Onishi, asked by Yamamoto to make a thorough study of the proposed attack, concluded that there were 2 significant problems. First, to make the torpedoes run in the shallow waters of Pearl Harbor. Second, to achieve surprise. The shallow-run torpedo problem was solved by devising an ingenious set of wooden fins. As for surprise, Onishi estimated the chance of success at about 60%. Others, including Genda, put the odds higher. For the sake of the Navy's honor, Yamamoto asked that Japan's declaration of war precede the attack by at least 1 hour. When some of his fellow officers urged that the plan was too risky, Yamamoto replied, "Don't keep saying it's too much of a gamble. Just because I happen to be fond of playing bridge and shogi, Pearl Harbor is my idea and I need your support." Several hundred hand-picked pilots were sent to Kagoshima Bay, a place that resembled the topography and appearance of Pearl Harbor, to practice the shallow short-run torpedo drops that the mission would require. The raid on Pearl Harbor would be carried out by a task force of 23 ships, including 6 aircraft carriers, commanded by Vice Admiral Chuichi Nagumo. While negotiations dragged on in Washington, Yamamoto demanded that the Naval General Staff approve his plan. When he was refused, he replied, "Unless it is carried out, the Commander-in-Chief Combined Fleet has no confidence that he can fulfill his assigned responsibility." That last constituted a direct threat to resign, and Nagano gave in, saying, "If he has that much confidence, it's better to let Yamamoto go ahead." The Combined Fleet Chief had decided on his opening gambit in the war, but remained adamant that the wiser course was not to fight at all. On September 29, 1941, with the fleet preparing to sail for their rendezvous in the Kuriil Islands, Yamamoto told Nagano bluntly that the pending war would be a catastrophe. He saw the entire picture clearly and laid it out with devastating clarity. "It is obvious that a Japanese-American war will become a protracted one," he said. "As long as tides of war are in our favor, the United States will never stop fighting. As a consequence, the war will continue for several years, during which materiel will be exhausted, vessels and arms will be damaged, and they can be replaced only with great difficulties. Ultimately, we will not be able to contend with the United States. As the result of war, the people's livelihood will become indigent, and it is not hard to imagine that the situation will become out of control. We must not start a war with so little a chance of success." Evidently, that was a view shared by all or nearly all of the top-ranking officers of the Navy, but most were reluctant to say so. They felt pressure from below, from hotheads and hardliners in the middle ranks, and they were vividly aware that agents of the radical right would gun down any man who stood in the way of Japan's imperial destiny. But there was a third dimension, perhaps the most important of all, the rivalry between the Army and Navy. The two services were pitted against each other in an eternal brawl over funding, political influence, and the allocation of resources. Competition between military branches was hardly unique to Japan, but the Meiji Constitution placed both services in a direct advisory relationship with the emperor, with mechanisms freeing them from parliamentary or cabinet control. In practice, by the late 1930s, either service could effectively veto any national budget or depose any prime minister. Conceivably, the emperor could be asked to resolve a deadlock between them, but so long as the admirals and generals reached a consensus, he was expected not to interfere. In other words, there was no one in Japan, no office, no agency, no legislature, no dictator, no commander-in-chief, who could overrule the army or navy when their institutional priorities did not fit into a coherent national policy. The predictable upshot was that both services got what they wanted. Since 1923, the Japanese Navy had identified the United States as its principal hypothetical enemy. This meant fleet expansion plans were based on a premise that Japan must be prepared to fight and defeat the U.S. Navy. Whatever its merits, that conceptual framework had supplied the admirals with potent leverage in budget negotiations. For nearly 2 decades it had secured their funding priorities. It did no harm so long as it was understood as a bargaining posture. But in 1940, American sanctions brought the essential questions of war and peace out of the realm of long-term planning and into the sphere of immediate decision. Navy leaders did not want war with the United States, but could not bring themselves to kill the goose that laid the golden eggs. Inwardly, we felt we could not fight with the Anglo-American powers, but we could not unequivocally say so, admitted a staff officer at the Navy Ministry. We had called ourselves an invincible Navy, and we had been telling the Army that we could take on the United States. So we could not say we lacked confidence now. We were afraid that the Army would say, "If the Navy can't fight, give us your materiel and budget." Another officer added, "If we say we shall absolutely never fight the United States, the Army will grasp Japan's total national strength and financial power for its own purposes." Navy Vice Minister Sawamoto was sensitive to the Army's oft-repeated taunt that a Navy that cannot make war is worse than useless. On November 1, 1941, Navy Minister Shigetaro Shimada met with Tojo and expressed his war determination, but in the same breath asked for an increase in the Navy's 1942 steel allotment. Seeking clarity, Army Chief of Staff Hajime Sugiyama asked, "Will you decide for war, Shimada-san, if the Navy gets the steel it demands?" Shimada nodded. 300,000 tons of steel would buy the Navy's support for the war it did not really want to fight. It is hard to quarrel with the Army staff officer who left his reaction in the confidential war journal. How pathetic the Navy is. Negotiations in Washington dragged out through 1941, but there was never any serious prospect of a settlement. Secretary of State Hull did not waver from his position that the sanctions would continue until Japanese troops were pulled out of China. Hirohito and his closest advisers were opposed to war, but the emperor did not go beyond frequent exhortations to his cabinet to do your best to achieve a peaceful solution. The foreign ministry carried on talks, but did so largely in the dark. The Japanese envoys in Washington had no idea that should their efforts fail, Japan would open immediate hostilities. General Tojo, the army minister, was unequivocal in declaring that a withdrawal from China was impossible. "I cannot yield to this. America's real intention is to control the Far East. Therefore, one concession by Japan would lead to another," and so on. At an imperial conference on September 6, 1941, it was decided that war would begin in October unless the Washington talks unexpectedly bore fruit. In October, Tojo forced Prince Konoye out of office and assumed the office of Prime Minister himself, while maintaining the office of Army Minister. Under his leadership, he said, there would be no compromise on the stationing of troops in China. On November 5th, Yamamoto's top-secret Operation Order No. 1, outlining the Pearl Harbor attack plan, was distributed to commanders throughout the fleet. On November 26th, the 6 big aircraft carriers of Nagumo's carrier group Kido Butai, observing strict radio silence, slipped out of Hitokapu Bay in the remote northern Kuriil Islands and set sail for a rendezvous north of Hawaii. On that same date, Secretary of State Hull handed the Japanese ambassador a letter reiterating the American position. Sanctions would be lifted upon withdrawal of all Japanese forces from Indochina and China. The impasse was apparently irresolvable. Tojo described Hull's note as an ultimatum, though it had included neither a deadline nor a threat. The general was now the dominant figure in Japanese politics, and he was determined to take the country to war. Sometimes people have to shut their eyes and take the plunge. The ears of the Japanese people were ringing with propaganda calculated to arouse them to war, and they never heard a dissenting point of view. They heard that Japan was a nation of destiny, with a divine mission to liberate Asia. They were told that the spiritual power of the Japanese people, when fully mobilized, would overcome any material deficiency in conventional military power. They were assured that the Western democracies had grown soft and decadent from easy living and lacked the stomach to fight. Under the relentless barrage, even well-educated Japanese found it difficult to think clearly. "I did have doubts at times," recalled Harumichi Nogi of the years immediately before the war, "but on such occasions I believed that these thoughts surfaced in my mind because I was lacking in patriotic fervor and spirit. I felt I had to drive myself forward. If a nation decides to take action, everyone must move along with the decision." Yes, everyone, even the leadership. As much as they might have liked to procrastinate, to wait and watch, the men who ruled the country did not believe they had the luxury of time. The oil embargo amounted to a slow strangulation of the Japanese economy. With each passing day, the stockpiles ebbed. The United States had begun a massive naval buildup, and the longer Japan waited to strike, the more formidable the enemy would become. Their Nazi allies were on the move in Europe, and if Japan did not seize the day, would it forever miss the chance to secure its rightful share of the spoils? By the fall of 1941, no one in Japan could stop the slide, except possibly the emperor, and he had always acquiesced in whatever fragile consensus the ruling circle presented to him. In the end, whatever their doubts and misgivings, no member of the cabinet could find the moral courage to tell the truth and face the consequences. Their recommendation for war was unanimous. Hirohito said after 1945, "I held the view that being a monarch of a constitutional state, I had to approve the unanimous opinion of the government and the Supreme War Council. If I failed to do so, Tojo would resign and there would be a major coup d'etat, and the completely reckless advocates of war would gain control." Though self-serving, Hirohito's supposition was probably accurate. Tojo had stated that the army was straining at the leash, and Navy leaders believed that the alternative to a foreign war might be a civil war. The leaders of Japan shared a sense that the coming crisis was an external force beyond their control, like an earthquake or tsunami. It was happening to Japan. "The arrow has left the bow," the generals and admirals told each other, and the time had come for each to revert to his proper place in the military hierarchy. With a shared sense of relief, the men who ruled Japan turned away from the great issues of foreign policy and bent to the more familiar task of launching a war, as if it were a mission that had been assigned to them, and not one they had chosen. Chapter 4. U.S. Navy Headquarters, or Main Navy, was housed in a massive concrete asbestos edifice on the Washington Mall. The 3-story grime-streaked complex was connected by a covered walkway to a similar structure called the Munitions Building. The building was torn down in 1970 and the land reclaimed as a handsome public park, which today includes the site of the Vietnam Veterans Memorial. Together, they occupied a third of a mile along Constitution Avenue, immediately north of the reflecting pool, with 9 wings branching to the south and running to the edge of the pool itself. The building was one of a dozen tempos, built hastily and on the cheap in 1918, during the First World War. These crumbling monstrosities had been thrown up on the mall between Capitol Hill and the Lincoln Memorial, with the understanding that they would be demolished once the emergency had passed. After the war, the path of least political and bureaucratic resistance had been to leave them standing. Their occupants were content to remain in such a desirable location, so close to the White House and Capitol Hill, and Congress was content not to pay to tear the buildings down and erect replacements. An officer remembered the pre-war Navy Department as a somnolent place in which unadorned offices of standard size stretched interminably along dreary corridors. The floors were faded linoleum, the overhead lighting dim and sickly yellow, and windowless wooden doors were identified only by stenciled acronyms or numbers. After December 7th, the pace of life suddenly accelerated. An officer arriving a few days after Pearl Harbor described the headquarters as an anthill with the top kicked off. The lights burned all night as officers worked around the clock. Many did not physically leave the building in the first week of the war. Cots were rolled into offices and food brought in on trays. All officers had been ordered to report to work in uniform beginning on Monday, December 8th. Prior to the war, it had been the practice of many officers billeted in administrative posts to work in civilian clothing. So in the first few days, many senior officers appeared in mismatched, outdated, or ill-fitting uniforms. A young lieutenant recalled seeing several officers wearing uniforms that could not be buttoned because they had gained weight since having last put them on. Rear Admiral John Wainwright, one of my favorite admirals, was evidently missing his raincoat and overcoat. He had on his admiral's cap, and below it was a very loud Scottish tweed coat. Marines in steel helmets, bayonets fixed on their rifles, demanded identification from anyone wishing to enter or exit, including high-ranking officers in uniform. A few days after Pearl Harbor, BBC correspondent Alistair Cook walked into the department through a side door, where he found no guards. He visited the officer he had come to see, but when he tried to leave the building, a guard lowered his rifle and barred the way. Cook had been ensnared in one of those distinctive military bureaucratic paradoxes that Joseph Heller would later describe as a catch-22. The theory, Cook wryly observed, was that if you were not wearing a visitor's button, you never in the first place came in and were technically not present. This was reasonable but uncomfortable to anybody who hoped to resume his life in the world outside the Navy Department. After an appeal to an admiral in a nearby office, the Englishman was let out. Depression-era officers had been schooled in the virtues of parsimony, proper administrative channels, and meticulous execution of paperwork. And that was especially true among those who handled the Navy's money, equipment, and materials. Should they fail to account for every item or dollar consumed or spent, their careers would suffer. But on December 8th, the service was overtaken by a collective sense that all of that must change. Velocity was paramount. "We were busy as bird dogs in those weeks following the attack," said a gunnery training officer. "It's hard to describe just how much the workflow moved up." Men up the chain of command were too swamped to answer every request for instructions, so officers and enlisted men of every rank had to assume a wider scope of authority. They sensed, even if they were not actually told, that no one could afford to hesitate when authority to act was uncertain. The new mood lent itself to peremptory action, leaving paperwork and legal authorization to be sorted out in good time. When Rear Admiral Ben Moriel, chief of the Bureau of Yards and Docks, was asked for funds to build a new anti-aircraft gunnery training center, his reply was very much in the new spirit. "Hell," he said, "I'll give you all the money you want. I don't give a goddamn what the law says." Navy Secretary Knox, having flown to Pearl Harbor to assess the devastation firsthand, was back in Washington on the evening of Sunday, December 14th. On Monday morning, he held a press conference at his office on the second floor of the Navy Department. "An enormous crowd turned out, the biggest he'll ever have," wrote Glenn Perry of the New York Sun. "His office was packed, and it took a long time to get credentials checked out. He waited, puffing calmly at his pipe." Frank Knox was an old protege of Theodore Roosevelt and had ridden in the Rough Riders Regiment in the Spanish-American War. In 1930, he had become publisher and part owner of the Chicago Daily News. Though he was personally loyal to FDR, Knox's paper had been a tenacious critic of the New Deal, and he himself had been the Republican Party's vice presidential nominee in 1936. He had taken over the Navy Department in 1940, at the same time that another prominent Republican, Henry Stimson, assumed the post of Secretary of War. The two accepted Roosevelt's invitation to join the cabinet because they opposed their party's isolationist platform in the 1940 election campaign. As a veteran newspaper editor, Knox knew how to make reporters lie down like lambs, and his performance was a tour de force. He surprised them and sapped their prosecutorial ardor by revealing more of the truth than they expected to hear. He admitted that the Arizona and the Utah were destroyed, as well as 3 destroyers and a mine layer. He also admitted that the Oklahoma had capsized, but predicted that she would be righted and returned to service. He allowed that other ships had been damaged in varying degrees, which will require repairs ranging from those which can be done immediately to work covering a period of months. As for casualties, he described the losses as heavy, and when pressed by the reporters, he admitted that there had been close to 3,000 men killed. Knox conceded that the Japanese attack had been very cleverly organized and carried out with great skill, but he insisted that morale in Pearl Harbor was very high, which was not entirely true, and added, "I wish the bastards would come back." He emphasized the heroic efforts of the sailors caught up in the raid and eulogized the dead for having given their lives to a higher cause. News coverage picked up his well-placed cues and followed in the same spirit. Still, the disagreeable questions remained. How was the U.S. Navy caught so utterly off guard? Who was at fault and who was going to be called to account for the catastrophe? There had been angry rumblings in Congress, demands for the court-martial of the local commanders, even demands for the resignation of Secretary Knox himself. In his brief visit to Hawaii, Knox's pointed questions to Admiral Kimmel left no doubt that the Pacific Fleet commander had been selected as the inevitable scapegoat. To the assembled reporters, Knox would say only that a formal investigation would be launched to determine if there had been any dereliction of duty. But he also stated outright that the land and sea forces were not on the alert, thus fixing the impression in the minds of the public that the local commanders were chiefly to blame. Kimmel and his Army counterpart, General Walter Short, would be relieved of duty, unjustly pilloried in the press, and condemned to spend the rest of the war running an obscene gauntlet of investigations rigged to deflect blame away from Washington. Kimmel's successor would be Rear Admiral Chester W. Nimitz, the 56-year-old chief of the Bureau of Navigation. The decision was Roosevelt's and was rendered without hesitation. "Tell Nimitz to get the hell out to Pearl and stay there until the war is won," he told Knox on Tuesday morning. Shortly afterward, the phone in Admiral Nimitz's office was answered by Lieutenant H. Arthur Lamar, the Admiral's devoted flag secretary. The caller asked to be put through to Chester. Lieutenant Lamar did not recognize the low stentorian voice on the other end of the line, and felt insulted that anyone should be calling my admiral by his first name. He asked for the caller's name. "This is the President," came the brusque reply. "Put him on the phone." Nimitz spoke to the President briefly, then hurried out to his car for the 3-block drive to the White House. 2 hours later he returned and told Lamar, "I am going to the Pacific." Descriptions of Chester Nimitz usually resort to the term tow-headed, because he had a dramatic shock of white hair that stood in contrast to his keen blue eyes and ruddy complexion. His eyebrows were as white as his hair, and combined they gave him gravitas, the look of an elder sage. His eyes were powerfully expressive, alternately broadcasting warmth, skepticism, regret, mirth, or anger, even when the rest of his face gave nothing away. They earned him a nickname among his staff, the man with the blue eyes. He had good bones. As a young man, Nimitz had been as handsome as a movie idol, a brawny athlete with perfect posture, a strong jaw, and a square, honest face. At 56, he retained his good looks. He kept himself fit with long walks and vigorous bouts of tennis. This was the second time Nimitz had been offered command of the U.S. Pacific Fleet. In early 1941, he had declined the offer on the grounds that he was too junior on the admiral's list. To accept the job would have sent him leapfrogging over the heads of more than 50 admirals who stood above him on the duty rolls. His appointment would have incurred their resentment, said Nimitz, and made it difficult to do the job properly. Now, with the nation at war, no one was quite so concerned with the niceties of the naval pecking order, and in any case the assignment had come in the form of a command. Like most of his colleagues at the Navy Department, Nimitz had been working around the clock. In the first 72 hours of the war, he slept on a couch in his office, eating nothing but soup brought to him in a thermos by his wife. After the third day of the war, he went home after midnight, crawled into bed for 3 or 4 hours of sleep, then rose at dawn and returned to work. The Bureau of Navigation, notwithstanding its name, was actually the Navy's personnel department, and the onset of war had saddled Nimitz and his staff with an immense workload. The phones had been ringing almost without interruption, and a daily tidal wave of telegrams washed in through the varnished wooden doors of Nimitz's suite of offices. Officers killed in action had to be replaced. Officers whose ships had been knocked out of action had to be reassigned. Officers had to be sent out to man a rapidly mobilizing fleet. To the Bureau fell the grim, indispensable task of tabulating accurate casualty lists and noting the families of men killed in action. There were moments in those early days when Nimitz seemed on the verge of succumbing to the general epidemic of despair that had swept through the ranks. To a captain in his bureau, he remarked, "We have suffered a terrible defeat. I don't know whether we can ever recover from it." He later confided to a friend, "From the time the Japanese dropped those bombs on December 7th until at least 2 months later, hardly a day passed that the situation did not get more chaotic and confused and appear more hopeless." The Admiral walked home to his apartment at 2222 Q Street and found his wife, Catherine, in bed with a cold. He told her the news. "You always wanted to command the Pacific Fleet," she said. "You always thought that would be the height of glory." "Darling," he replied, "the fleet's at the bottom of the sea. Nobody must know that here, but I've got to tell you." She helped him pack 2 suitcases with his white and khaki uniforms. He did not take his blues, as they were generally not worn at all in Hawaii's tropical climate. On December 18th, the newspapers carried the news of Kimmel's relief and Nimitz's appointment. The stories ran alongside Nimitz's official Navy photograph, depicting a hatchet-faced admiral with a straight, hard mouth and cold, pale eyes. As Sinkpack, Nimitz would receive a 2-rung promotion from Rear Admiral to Full Admiral. The New York Times described him as a tanned, white-haired Texan and gave details of his naval career, dwelling at some length on his heroic act, while a lieutenant in 1912, of saving a sailor from drowning. Glenn Perry of the New York Sun confided in his diary, "Washington reaction is that this is a smart move, and that public confidence will be greater as a result." Because Nimitz was almost totally unknown outside the Navy and instinctively shunned publicity, an impression took hold in the public that he was a sundowner, a hard man and a harsh disciplinarian, ill-humored and remote. That impression was badly mistaken, but for the time being it did no harm. It was an image suitable to his rank and profession, especially during wartime. In truth, though he was punctilious in observing naval etiquette and could throw daggers with a glare or a low tone of voice, Nimitz's natural leadership style relied to a great degree on personal warmth. Only a week and a half had passed since the attack on Pearl, but it seemed as if the war had been going on for a month or more. Nimitz had been going flat out for 10 days, and he was physically and mentally exhausted. Secretary Knox had ordered that a Navy plane be readied to fly the new C&C to the West Coast, where he would catch another for Hawaii. But Nimitz put his foot down. He needed a few days, as he put it, to catch up on my sleep and collect my thoughts. What he had in mind was a 3-day journey by rail to California in a comfortable Pullman sleeping car, during which he would replenish his strength and study the briefing reports that had piled up in his inbox. He would leave on Friday, December 19th, and arrive in California 3 days later. He worked late into the night on Thursday, but devoted Friday morning to his family, going to see one of his daughters, Mary, perform in a school Christmas pageant. His wife, son, and other daughter did not know how long he would be gone, but they were a Navy family, and long separations were an ordeal they had learned to expect and endure. No tears were shed. "At no point did I break down," Mrs. Nimitz later recalled. "I was brought up by my mother to take what's coming, and you don't weep over it. You have to go through things." At Union Station, where the platforms were swarming with servicemen and holiday travelers, Nimitz boarded the Baltimore and Ohio Railroad's Capital Limited for the overnight journey to Chicago. He was accompanied by his trusty squire, Lieutenant Lamar, who had been ordered to see that Nimitz ate properly and got plenty of rest. Admiral James O. Richardson, chairman of the Naval General Board, had given Lamar 2 bottles of Old Grandad and told the lieutenant to pour 2 good slugs for Nimitz each night before dinner. For the sake of security, the 2 men traveled incognito, in civilian clothing and under false names. Nimitz's ticket identified him as Mr. Freeman, his wife's maiden name. The train rolled out of Washington and into the patchwork cornfields of rural Maryland. Darkness fell in late afternoon, and Lamar broke out the whiskey. With a drink or two in him, Nimitz revealed more of himself to Lamar than he ever had while at the office. He bantered contentedly and told off-color jokes. He tried to teach the lieutenant the rules of cribbage, but the younger man could not seem to wrap his mind around the game, and Nimitz soon gave up and played solitaire. Later they went to dinner. That night, as they slept like dead men in their swaying bunks, the train rolled through the industrial heartland of the upper Midwest, Pittsburgh, Youngstown, Akron, Gary, and the next morning, with the skyscrapers of Chicago looming in the distance, Nimitz awoke, really refreshed and feeling that I could cope with the situation. The future fleet admiral had been born in 1885 in a cramped limestone cottage in Fredericksburg, Texas, a German immigrant enclave in the hill country west of Austin. He had been raised under the roof of the small red-brick Nimitz Hotel on Fredericksburg's Main Street. The hotel built by his grandfather and run by his father and uncle, who after his father's death married his mother and became his stepfather. His ancestors were Saxon Germans of the titled warrior gentry class. The von Nimitz family could trace its lineage back to the 12th century and had once borne a coat of arms. In the mid-19th century, however, Nimitz's great-grandfather had fallen on hard times. Forced to abandon what remained of the family estates, he sought employment as a merchant sea captain. In 1840, he immigrated to America. As a boy, Chester was never allowed to forget his German heritage. At home and around town, he spoke as much German as English. In tribute to his great-grandfather's seafaring career, the Nimitz Hotel had been built to resemble a steamship in shape and appearance, and the interior detail was nautical-themed. When Chester was 6, the family moved down the road to Kerrville, where they managed another hotel, the St. Charles. It was a poor country inn, never turning much of a profit, and the entire family bore a hand in keeping it running. Chester was never a stranger to hard work. Even as a child, he rose before dawn to begin his chores, cleaning, mopping, dusting, chopping wood, lighting fires, hauling garbage. From about the age of 12, he delivered meat for a local butcher, earning $1 a week. In the warmer months, he wore no shoes. At night, he often manned the hotel's front desk until 10 o'clock. Then he fell into bed and was up again before dawn. Nimitz did not expect to go to college. His family was too poor to afford it. But in the summer of 1900, when he was 15 years old, 2 U.S. Army lieutenants spent a night at the hotel. They gave him the encouraging news that West Point was free of tuition to all who could win admission. He wrote the local congressman and was told that all of the district's West Point appointments for that year had already been made, but there was one Annapolis appointment still available. It would be made on the basis of a competitive entrance exam to be given the following spring. He would be applying in his junior high school year, 1 year early, so he had not yet had all the relevant coursework. Nimitz rose at 3 each morning and cracked the books in the pre-dawn darkness. He was popular around town, known to all as Cottonhead. So when he announced his intention to take the exam, many in his little community were keen to help. A local teacher tutored him in algebra, geometry, history, geography, and grammar. His high school principal helped him with mathematics. In the spring of 1901, Nimitz passed the exam with the highest marks of all the district's applicants and won his place in the Naval Academy class of 1905. From the start, it was clear that Nimitz had chosen the right profession. The daily routine was austere and exhausting, but no more so than his life in Texas. The midshipmen rose early, but not as early as Nimitz had risen at home. They lived in a drafty, crumbling wooden annex, but Nimitz had never experienced luxurious living and never expected anything else. He was poor, but that made no difference at the academy. He was always popular with his classmates and emerged as a natural leader. He never struggled in the classroom. The only subject that gave him any trouble was mathematics, but even in that subject he stood near the head of his class. He won 3 stripes and was named commander of the 8th Company, a high honor. At graduation, Nimitz stood 7th in his class of 114. A man, he seems, of cheerful yesterdays and confident tomorrows, possesses that calm and steady-going Dutch way that gets to the bottom of things. That was the tribute written to 20-year-old Chester W. Nimitz by the editors of the Lucky Bag, the Naval Academy Yearbook of 1905. The quote from Wordsworth's Excursion was apt. It got at Nimitz's qualities of serenity, humility, and good fellowship. He had a pleasant face and an easy manner. He was comfortable in his own skin. He was one of those rare souls who managed to be both supremely confident and genuinely modest. In the early years of his naval career, Nimitz served in many capacities, afloat and ashore, on gunboats, submarines, destroyers, cruisers, and battleships, in recruiting, personnel management, and war planning. As a young officer, he served with the U.S. Asiatic Fleet in East Asia. In 1905, when he was billeted on the battleship Ohio, the ship put into Tokyo Bay. There he met the great Japanese Admiral Heihachiro Togo. Beginning in 1909, Nimitz served in the Navy's fledgling submarine service. In 1912, he received the Silver Life-Saving Medal for saving the life of W.J. Walsh, fireman second class, who was swept off the deck of the submarine E-1 and carried away by a strong tide. The 26-year-old lieutenant dived into the sea and went after the man, who could not swim. He kept Walsh afloat until they were rescued by a boat. Later that year, Nimitz, still a lieutenant, was given command of the Atlantic Submarine Force. He became a recognized expert in submarine tactics. In 1912, he published an article on the subject in the Naval Institute Proceedings, the trade journal of the Naval Officer Corps. He emerged as the Navy's foremost expert in diesel submarine engines. During the First World War, he served in the office of the Chief of Naval Operations in Washington, and later as executive officer of the battleship South Carolina. He attended the Naval War College, a ticket that every officer on his way to flag rank had to punch. Here he was indoctrinated in War Plan Orange and the likely scenarios for a war against Japan in the Pacific. Later he was to say, "I was asked once how we were able to fight the war in the Pacific, and I said that we fought it just as we had fought it all on paper in the Naval War College. I fought the whole War of the Pacific when I was there in 1923. In 1912, Lieutenant Nimitz proposed marriage to Catherine Vance Freeman, daughter of a Massachusetts shipbroker. "If you love me at all," he wrote his mother, "I want you to congratulate me on becoming engaged to Catherine. You may accuse me of not knowing my mind because 2 years ago I wanted to marry someone else. Well, 2 years is a long time, and I am no longer the vague-minded person I was then. Now, if you want to make me happy, please write this young lady a nice letter for my sake." They were married in April 1913. A trip home to Texas followed, in which Nimitz's mother was charming, but his aunts were less than convivial. They murmured darkly among themselves in German, leaving Catherine with the impression that they were not entirely happy to welcome a non-German northerner into the clan. Southern identity remained strong in Texas. The Civil War was still well within the living memory of the older generation. At dinner one night, one of Nimitz's aunts asked, "Chester, if there was another war between the North and the South, which would you fight for?" He replied, "Why, I'd stay by the Union, of course." Catherine took it as a pledge of loyalty, not only to the nation, but to her. They had a girl, Catherine Vance, then a son, Chester Jr., who would follow his father to the Naval Academy and then serve a career in submarines, and 2 more daughters, Anne Elizabeth and Mary Manson. Chester was a devoted father, making as much time for his children as his duties would permit. In the first decade of their marriage, the Nimitzes lived in Connecticut, Germany, Belgium, Brooklyn, Washington, D.C., Pearl Harbor, and Rhode Island. Catherine did not seem to mind the life of a naval family, the constant packing up and moving from one part of the world to another, the rootlessness. She and the children accepted that the Navy was their home. During the layover in Chicago, Admiral Nimitz took a cab to the Old Navy Pier and the Naval Reserve Midshipmen's School, where he made small talk with old acquaintances and sat for a haircut. While there, he learned that Wake Island was holding out against a new barrage of Japanese airstrikes. That afternoon, he and Lieutenant Lamar were back at Dearborn Station to catch the Los Angeles-bound Super Chief, flagship of the Santa Fe Railway, one of the most celebrated passenger trains of those glory days of long-distance rail travel. With the help of the porters, they moved into adjoining compartments in one of the plush Pullman cars. The super chief rolled out of Chicago in the fading afternoon light, through a gray winter landscape of stone embankments, bridges, culverts, catwalks, and rooftops, and the city dissolved gradually into the suburbs, and then into the broad plains of western Illinois. "Through lovely rolling country," wrote the Admiral to Catherine, "nice farms and wide vistas and far-off horizons." Lamar poured 2 strong whiskeys, and then both men went to bed. Awakening refreshed, Nimitz wrote again, "As I get more sleep and rest, things are looking up, and I am sure that by the time I reach Pearl Harbor I will be able to meet the requirements of the situation." The Admiral spent long hours gazing out the window at the Great Plains, a region of farming and stock raising, of cement plants, flour mills, grain elevators, and small towns devoted entirely to shipping livestock, grain, corn, and poultry. They passed through Kansas City, a prosperous metropolis and the hub of a dozen rail trunk lines. They continued on through grandly monotonous plains, where the cornfields stretched all the way around the horizon. Through Dodge City, one of the most infamous towns of the old frontier, where Wyatt Earp and Bill Tillman had earned their names and outlaws were still buried up on Boot Hill. Crossing into southeast Colorado, a rich agricultural district of dairy farms and alfalfa fields, passengers were advised to set their watches back an hour. More farmland, miles of it, onions, cantaloupes, sugar beets, and other crops. And as the super chief rolled on across the plains, the snow-encrusted Rocky Mountain peaks came into view in the distant northwest. It was an arid region, and they passed over irrigation canals that carried precious water to the fields of sunflowers and alfalfa, the broad flat fields of pinto beans and sugar beets. And now, in the little towns along the way, the dwellings and buildings were built of sun-dried adobe bricks. Lamar had been entrusted with a canvas bag that included highly classified photos and a detailed briefing on the situation at Pearl Harbor. "Don't let this out of your possession," he was told, "and do not open it until you are well along the way outside of Chicago. Then show Admiral Nimitz what's inside." As he perused the contents, Nimitz's mood turned dark. Though he had been briefed by Knox before leaving Washington, he had not imagined the full scale of the carnage. Lamar recalled that the photographs of the scene at Battleship Row were simply ghastly and expressed better than words the complete havoc that was Pearl Harbor. Very few people on the American mainland had seen these images, even those at the highest levels of government. The worst was a shot of the Arizona, her great hull totally submerged and her smashed superstructure leaning drunkenly over the harbor, a pall of ugly black smoke still spewing from her remains. Nimitz had come up through the ranks of the battleship navy. 3 years earlier, when he had commanded a division of battleships, the Arizona had been his flagship. He had known her well. Nimitz thought of Kimmel, whose job he had been offered earlier in the year, and by a lucky dodge had turned it down. "It could have happened to me," he remarked to Lamar. "It could have happened to any commander." For a man like Nimitz, who had given 40 years of his life to the Navy, the defeat at Pearl Harbor felt like a personal reproach. He believed in the Navy, had made it his life's work, and had never imagined it could be caught so completely unprepared by Japan or any other nation. He had kept faith with the Navy way, the red tape, the punctilio, the stolid pace, the unbending discipline, because he believed it was all part of a purposeful design. In 1930, writing for the 25th anniversary yearbook of his class of 1905, he had written, "My life in the Navy has been very happy, and I know of no other profession for which I would forsake my present one." Those were no idle words. Nimitz could have made himself a rich man by leaving the Navy for the private sector. In 1915, when he was a lieutenant stationed at the Brooklyn Navy Yard and living with his wife and 2 infants in a cramped apartment on Flatbush Avenue, a diesel engine company in St. Louis offered to hire him at an annual salary of $25,000. At the time, the Navy was paying him $288 per month. "No, thank you," he told the recruiter. "I do not want to leave the Navy." "Money is no obstacle to us," insisted the recruiter. "Write your own ticket." "No," Nimitz said, "I don't want to leave the Navy." Chester Jr. recalled another conversation in the mid-1930s when his father confessed that he would someday like to reach the highest rank in the service, that of Chief of Naval Operations, or CNO. Asked how he planned to achieve the goal, Nimitz said that he would do his best, as he always had, and that he was convinced that in the Navy one got what one deserved. Dad was a people man entirely, Chester Jr. told his father's biographer. He really wasn't interested in the guns and technology of the Navy. The judgment was a little unreasonable. Nimitz had at one point been the Navy's foremost expert on diesel engines. But it was certainly true that in the latter half of his career, when he was being groomed for high command, Nimitz concerned himself with the general discipline of leadership. He had closely observed the best of his commanders and consciously modeled himself after them. His specialty, if he could be said to have one, was in nurturing and managing the Navy's human capital. His real genius was as a leader, a manager, a judge, and a motivator of men. In the late 1920s, he was appointed to teach at Berkeley as a professor of naval science and tactics. There, he spent much of his time recruiting students to the Naval Reserve Program, a program that he always held close to his heart. He found great satisfaction in working with young and extremely independent young men with untrammeled minds, and trying to introduce a little discipline into their thinking and actions. In 1935, he took the first of 2 tours of duty at the Bureau of Navigation, the Navy's personnel department, responsible for procurement, training, promotion, assignment, and discipline of officers and enlisted personnel in the Navy. He had a special talent for identifying talented officers and putting them in positions in which their talents would shine. The Bureau gave him jurisdiction over the 2 major feeders for naval officers, the Naval Academy and Naval Reserve Officer Training Corps, ROTC, as well as all the boot camps and other special training schools and programs. He championed the controversial policy of eliminating any differences in the uniforms worn by reservist and regular Navy officers. The policy, intended to bolster the authority of the reservists, was unpopular among many in the Annapolis clique. But it avoided the discrepancy that existed in the British Navy, in which reserve officers wore wavy gold stripes, from which sprung the derogatory nickname the Wavy Navy. As chief of the Bureau of Navigation, Nimitz sent out an all-nav, a message to all admirals on all ships and stations, directing them all to take reservists as their personal aides and release their Naval Academy graduates for sea duty. Mahan's dictum that good men and bad ships make a better Navy than bad men and good ships was always near Nimitz's thoughts. He was an Annapolis man, but never tolerated blinkered parochialism when it ran against the interests of the service. Under Roosevelt's administration, there had been a tremendous fleet buildup. Major naval spending acts in 1934, 1938, and 1940 created a voracious appetite for officers and enlisted men at all ranks. The Two-Ocean Navy Act of 1940 aimed to build 2 fleets large enough to operate independently without sinning against Mahan's law of concentration. It authorized a 70% expansion of the fleet for a then stupefying price tag of $4 billion. Nimitz, more than any man in the service, had provided the needed manpower. He introduced the practice of advertising naval recruiting campaigns in newspapers and magazines. The basic training period for enlisted recruits was shortened from 8 to 6 weeks. The Naval Academy class was enlarged by 25%, and the academic course shortened from 4 to 3 years. New ROTC programs were founded at universities across the country. To carry out the administrative and clerical tasks of the expanding service, he pioneered the hiring of thousands of women as yeomen, or yeomanettes. He was not an aviator and had never served on a carrier, but he had spent much of his career at sea, as all naval officers were expected to do, and his seagoing billets were appropriately varied between destroyers, cruisers, and battleships. He had held a series of important staff jobs. He had engaged in war planning, commanded a cruiser division, and commanded a battleship division. At sea, he always assumed that his subordinates knew their jobs until confronted with clear evidence that they did not. He did not affect the blood and thunder style of command. He gave his men plenty of scope to act and came down on them only when they had revealed themselves as complacent or incompetent. In such cases he spoke in a low voice and in polite but blunt terms told a man that his performance had fallen short. Admiral Nimitz never raised his voice, and I never heard him curse during the many years I served with him, wrote Lamar. But he had a calm and cool manner of dressing down an ensign or even Admiral Halsey when and if he needed it. He never showed displeasure publicly, and I could only tell when he was upset by seeing him bite his lips. Then his steely blue eyes would flash. He was not a slave driver, and he looked after the welfare of his men. Lamar recalled that the Admiral never failed to ask me whenever we went out whether his orderlies and drivers had had their chow. But he did not lack the ruthlessness required of all military commanders in wartime. Later, when losses mounted during the Pacific Offensive in 1943-44, he would say, "This is one of the responsibilities of command. You have to send some people to their deaths." As he studied the photographs and briefing papers on board the Super Chief, Nimitz contemplated the full dimensions of the challenge lying ahead of him. He would be inheriting a shattered command, a crippled fleet, and a deeply demoralized staff. He would arrive in Hawaii at a time when it was generally feared that the islands might be overrun by the enemy. He would be in charge of the largest naval war that had ever been waged, and hold command over a war theater that was larger in square miles than any other presided over by any military commander in history. The fleet that would destroy the Japanese Navy and take the war into the Western Pacific would be of a size and scale fundamentally unlike any force ever before assembled. It would require mobilizing the entire American economy and the entire American people. On Sunday, Nimitz again wrote to Catherine, and this time his tone was more guarded. "Had a fine sleep and awoke much refreshed, but after spending most of today reading reports and estimates, I find it difficult to keep on the cheerful side. Perhaps when I actually arrive and get over the first shock, things will be better." They rolled on through miles of painted desert, an epic landscape of mesas and red sandstone cliffs. Navajo women sold blankets and jewelry at the stations of the little towns along the way. Nimitz again tried and failed to teach Lamar how to play cribbage. In Arizona, the landscape continued much the same, with abandoned Hopi pueblos sometimes visible from the train windows, and solitary cacti standing here and there on the hills. And at Seligman their watches were set back another hour. They crossed the Colorado River into the California town of Needles and continued on through the forbidding plains of the Mojave Desert, where forlorn, sun-baked mountain ranges sat in the distance. Gradually, the land grew more fertile as they entered the heart of California. Soon there were apple, peach, and cherry orchards, then a sea of orange and lemon groves. They passed through Fontana, where in 2 years' time Henry Kaiser would build the first integrated steel mill west of the Rockies. Further westward, the palm-lined bungalow communities grew larger and more numerous, and billboard-lined highways stretched away on either side of the tracks. Then suddenly there were warehouses, canning sheds, and refrigeration plants towering over the fenced lettuce fields, and everywhere were canals, culverts, and ditches bringing water to make the produce grow. Through tunnels, over bridges, into Pasadena, and on Monday morning the Super Chief rolled into the City of Angels. Nimitz shook hands with Lamar, who was to fly back to Washington, and boarded a connecting train for San Diego, arriving the afternoon of December 22nd. There he spent the night as a guest of the local Naval Air Station commander. He was to fly to Oahu in a PB-2Y2 Coronado flying boat, but stormy weather on December 23rd made for a rough takeoff attempt. One of the wingtips dragged under the water and the plane taxied back to base, defeated. The following day, Christmas Eve, the weather was more cooperative. The Admiral expressed regrets to the pilot and aircrew for separating them from their families on the holiday. Before his departure, Nimitz wrote his wife, closing with the thought, "I only hope I can live up to the high expectations of you and the President and the Department. I will faithfully promise to do my best." At 4 in the afternoon, the big seaplane, heavily laden with fuel for the long haul to Pearl Harbor, roared down the channel and wobbled into the sky. For 2 desperate weeks, the little garrison on Wake Island had held out against relentless Japanese sea and air attacks. The atoll was one of the most remote places on Earth, a V-shaped tendril of sand, scrub, and coral rock, 2,300 miles from Oahu, 2,000 miles from Tokyo, 600 miles north of the only slightly less godforsaken atolls of the northern Marshall Islands, and the Japanese airfields from which the daily bombing raids had come. Wake and its two small sister islets of Wilkes and Peel, comprising about 3 square miles all told, were remnants of the partly submerged rim of an ancient volcano. They encircled a shark-infested cobalt-blue lagoon, too shallow and thickly strewn with coral heads to accommodate ships of any draft. With a peak elevation of 20 feet, the islands were so close to the sea that ships might pass within a dozen miles and never know they were there. They had no palm trees, no freshwater sources, produced no food other than fish, and were populated only by flightless birds, hermit crabs, and rats that had deserted some visiting ship decades or possibly centuries earlier. A primitive scrub clung to the parched coral soil. Waves broke across a fringing coral reef, and the din of booming surf was Wake's everlasting background music. The sound was not unpleasant but very loud, so much so that men had to raise their voices to make themselves heard, and perilously the engines of approaching airplanes could not be detected until they were immediately overhead. Wake's sole value was a way station, a link in the chain of islands connecting the United States to Asia through the axis of Oahu, Midway, Guam, and the Philippines. It had been annexed in 1899, first to serve as a cable relay on the Trans-Pacific Telegraph, later as a coaling station and a refueling stop for the Pan American China Clipper service, whose big 4-engine passenger seaplanes landed in the lagoon twice a week. In January 1941, the Navy had constructed a 4,500-foot crushed coral airstrip and had been working with what little manpower and material resources were on hand to improve defensive installations and ground support facilities for aircraft. The lagoon's small sea channel was being dredged and coral heads dynamited with the intention of developing an anchorage for large ships. About 1,000 civilian construction workers were converting the Pan Am facilities on Peel Island into an expanded air station. 2 military camps, each with barracks, offices, and storehouses, stood at opposite ends of Wake. A garrison of 450 officers and men of the 1st Marine Defense Battalion was stationed at the shore batteries and defensive works along the southern beaches of Wake and Wilkes Islands. Many of those men were quartered in tents. The atoll's entire air force consisted of the 12 F-4F-3 Wildcats of Marine Fighting Squadron 211, VMF 211, which had flown in from the carrier Enterprise 4 days before the war. At noon on December 8th, local date, just hours after the raid on Pearl, Wake was attacked by 34 G-3M medium bombers operating from the island of Roy in the Marshall Islands. They glided in from the south under the clouds at altitude 1,500 feet. No one saw or heard them until less than a minute before the first bombs fell. 4 of the Wildcats were patrolling at 12,000 feet but did not spy the enemy bombers 10,000 feet beneath them. 2 more planes had been ordered into the sky but had not yet taken off. 8 new blue-gray Marine fighters, 2/3 of Wake's entire air strength, were parked almost wing to wing on the edge of the strip. They were not properly dispersed because there was very little room on the cramped airfield to disperse them. The G-3Ms roared overhead in a tight V of V formation and dropped their sticks of 60-kilogram fragmentation bombs with lethal accuracy. They fell directly among the parked aircraft and adjoining machine shops. At the same time, the Japanese gunners strafed the pilots and ground crews who were caught out in the open. Dozens of men were cut down in their tracks as they ran across the airfield. The attack unfolded very quickly. The bombers were there, and then they were gone. They banked left to attack Camp 2 and the Pan Am Terminal on Peel Island, wiping out several of the buildings and facilities in that area and killing 10 Pan Am employees. Then they banked left again and raced away to the south. Neither the Marine anti-aircraft gunners nor the 4 planes in the air were able to react in time, and the attackers made a clean escape. Wake's senior officer, Commander Winfield Scott Cunningham, learned of the attack when a line of bullet holes walked across the ceiling of his Camp 2 headquarters. He leapt into his pickup truck and raced down the main road to the airfield. There, through a shimmering heat haze, he saw the charred hulks of 8 precious Grummons, flames licking over them from end to end. 2 large aviation fuel tanks had taken direct hits and detonated, and drums of gasoline along the airfield perimeter were ablaze. Oily black smoke boiled up from the fires and carried away to leeward. Tents had been shredded by machine gun fire. The aerial gunners had missed nothing. Strewn across the hard-packed coral surface of the airstrip were broken bodies and bits of what had once been men. As in the Philippines and Malaya, the initial Japanese airstrikes had come quickly, over a shockingly long range, and were conducted much more skillfully than the Allied airmen had expected. Our planes on the ground were like targets in a carnival shooting gallery, stationary targets that could not shoot, wrote one of the surviving pilots, Lieutenant John Kinney. 7 of the 8 Wildcat fighters at the airfield were destroyed. The 8th was badly shot up, but by a heroic patch job was made airworthy. That left just 5 fighters to contest the ensuing waves of airstrikes. The strafing and bombing had taken a terrible toll on both the air and ground crews. Of VMF 211's 55 men on the ground, 23 were killed and 11 wounded. Not a single aircraft mechanic escaped injury. The squadron had suffered more than 50% casualties in the first few minutes of combat. Cunningham and his officers correctly guessed that the attack had come from Roy or one of the other airstrips of the northern Marshall Islands. Assuming the Japanese bombers would not fly at night, they worked backwards to deduce that another attack would fall the next day at midday. Pilots and mechanics, including several walking wounded, worked on repairing damage to the 5 serviceable planes. Bulldozers borrowed from the civilian contractors dug crude revetments in which to park those survivors. The remaining aviation fuel tanks were dispersed far away from the airfield. The wounded were transported to the Camp 2 hospital on the back of trucks. The Pan Am seaplane anchored in the lagoon had been hit several times, but luckily none of its vital systems was beyond repair. The company asked for and received Cunningham's permission to send the plane to Hawaii with as many of its employees as it could carry. To Cunningham's disgust, all of the company's non-white employees were left behind. For the sake of morale and common decency, the dead had to be removed from the field before they were swarmed by the island's rapacious crabs. Burial details held back the crustacean horde until a dump truck arrived and transported the bodies to Camp 2, where they were placed in a refrigerated storehouse alongside ham hocks and sides of beef. As anticipated, the next day's air raid arrived shortly before noon, but this time the 27 attacking G3Ms bombed from high altitude, about 12,000 feet. Again, the bombing was alarmingly accurate, leaving many of the remaining buildings of Camp 2 in smoking ruins. An anti-aircraft battery at Peacock Point was knocked out, and the fire control equipment for one of the 5-inch shore guns was damaged. All of the surviving Wildcats were in the air to receive the enemy, and managed to send one of the Japanese bombers flaming into the sea. The Marine anti-aircraft batteries also opened up and shot down one of the attacking planes, and another was observed with smoke trailing as it fled to the south. The airstrip suffered no serious damage, but as Lieutenant Kinney observed, the destruction in the vicinity of Camp 2 was devastating. Barracks buildings, both civilian and Navy, were riddled, machine shops and warehouses flattened. The most devastating aspect of that day's raid, however, was the damage done to the civilian hospital at Camp 2. All of the wounded from the first day's attack were there when the bombs started falling again. The hospital took at least one direct hit, probably several, and quickly burst into flames. The patients and medical corpsmen were moved into 2 empty magazines, dark and airless chambers where at least they could count on some protection against bomb shrapnel. The besieged garrison dug in for a long campaign, with grim hopes that the Navy would come to the rescue. Airstrikes continued almost daily, usually arriving about midday. The pilots and mechanics, lacking maintenance manuals, spare parts, and tools, did their best to keep their handful of Wildcats flying by cannibalizing parts from the wrecked planes at the airfield. From about 10 each morning, 4 fighters patrolled the skies above the atoll. On the 10th, they shot down 2 enemy bombers, and the anti-aircraft gunners put up plenty of flak that appeared to damage 2 more. But the twin-engine Mitsubishis dropped a bomb directly onto a Wilkes Island storage shed that held 125 tons of dynamite, used by the civilian engineers to dredge the lagoon's sea channel. The colossal blast dismounted one of the anti-aircraft guns, destroyed a searchlight truck half a mile away, and detonated all of the Marine ammunition, both 3 and 5-inch, within a quarter-mile. Range-finding equipment for one of the shore batteries was destroyed. Casualties, surprisingly, were limited to 1 killed and 4 wounded, but the garrison was so small that it could hardly afford to lose a man. At 3 in the morning on December 11th, Marine lookouts detected faint silhouettes moving on the southern horizon. They were like black ghosts slowly moving around out there on the ocean, recalled Sergeant Charles Holmes. Studying them intently in the light of a half-moon, the observers soon concluded they were a column of ships. Commander Cunningham was alerted. Some hoped that they might be friendly ships, a relief force from Pearl Harbor, and a few of the civilian contractors actually ran down to the beach with bags in hand, hoping to be among the first to be taken on board. Either Cunningham or the Marine garrison commander, Major James Devereux, decided to keep the searchlights dark and hold fire until the ships had closed to within close range. Both men claimed credit for the decision, leading to hard feelings after the war. If the column included cruisers, as it did, their guns would probably be of larger caliber and longer range than Wake's 5-inch shore guns. If so, the enemy could elect for a long-range artillery duel in which the Americans would be gravely disadvantaged. Devereux gave strict orders not to fire, but rather to stand quiet till I give the word to do anything. As the ships advanced, anxiety grew among the Marines. Those suspenseful hours before dawn were harder on the nerves than actual combat. "We were scared to death," Corporal Bernard Richardson later confessed. "We could see what was going to happen to us. We seemed to be surrounded. We could see that we were about to get it." The invasion force had sailed 2 days earlier from Kwajalein in the Marshall Islands under the command of Rear Admiral Sadamichi Kajioka. There were 13 ships in the column, 6 destroyers, 3 light cruisers, and 4 transports carrying 450 troops. Kajioka brought his ships directly in, close under the southern beaches. He apparently assumed the shore guns had been knocked out of action by the airstrikes of the past 3 days, and had no inkling that he had been spotted and was being led into an ambush. At 5 a.m., with the blue glow of dawn breaking in the east and the column about 4 miles off Peacock Point, the cruiser Yubari, Kajioki's flagship, turned port and ran parallel to Wake's southern beach. Her companions followed astern. A few minutes later, the cruisers opened fire. From that range, the shells came in at a low trajectory, rumbling and whining in the ears of the American defenders. No direct hits were scored on any of the beach guns, still hidden beneath camouflage netting, and the Marines remained snug in their bunkers and foxholes. But 2 oil tanks in the vicinity of Camp 1 were set ablaze. The Japanese transports hung back and began transferring the landing parties into their boats. At 6:15 a.m., when it seemed to the Marines as if they had been waiting for hours, Major Devereux gave the word to open fire, and the 5-inchers on shore came to life. Battery A at Peacock Point opened up on the Yubari. The first salvo sailed high but struck a destroyer farther south. The gun crews depressed the elevation and scored 4 quick hits on Yubari at range 5,700 yards. Smoke boiled out of ugly holes torn in the flagship's starboard side, but she was fortunate in that all of the shells had struck above the waterline, and she could still make way at diminished speed. She turned south and fled for safety. Battery L on Wilkes Island, commanded by Lieutenant John A. McAllister, had a clear field of fire on almost the entire column, but aimed its first salvo at the first and closest of 3 destroyers advancing in a single column at range 7,000 yards. That was the Hayate, and soon she was to be no more. The battery's targeting equipment having been ruined in the previous day's bombing run, McAllister had defined the range by the time-honored technique of firing and spotting the splashes made by the falling shells. With help from another position connected by telephone, Battery L walked its successive splashes toward the target. The Hayate charged into the teeth of those hostile salvos and turned it to port to bring her entire broadside to bear. The spirited approach only exposed the brave little tin can to the full brunt of Battery L's next salvo, which struck home amidships and touched off her magazine. A jolt, a white flash, a thunderclap, and the Hayate was torn apart. Her bow floated one way, her stern the other, each section bobbing pitifully on the sea, and then both quickly sank, taking 168 men down with them. The battery's crew let out a full-throated cheer. "Knock it off, you bastards, and get back on the guns," bellowed Platoon Sergeant Henry Bedell. "What do you think this is, a ball game?" McAllister trained his guns onto the Oite, the next destroyer in the column, already turning south to flee. She lay down a smoke screen to conceal her retreat, but Battery L managed to land 2 hits on her upper works. McAllister lobbed several shots at 2 transports, much further to the east. Though the range was nearly 2 miles, he scored 1 hit on the Congo Maru. Finally, McAllister trained his weapon on one of the light cruisers and struck her after turret. She ran for safety, smoke trailing behind her. "Nothing could bother Battery L this morning," Commander Cunningham later wrote gratefully. Battery L was red hot. On Peel Island, Battery B took aim on the second column of destroyers, running north to pass west of the atoll, and scored a hit on the Yayoi, topsides near her stern. The Japanese gunners responded quickly and with great accuracy, landing shells close to the battery on every side and severing a fire control cable to the nearby spotting tower. Their deflection was perfect from the very first, but since they too were firing flat trajectory weapons, they found our low-lying position difficult to hit in range, Lieutenant Woodrow M. Kessler explained. At first their shells burst with greenish-yellow picric acid blobs in the lagoon directly in front of us. Then they went over us to land on the North Beach. Then they split the straddle and were in the middle of their pattern. It was unbelievable to see so many shell bursts in the battery position and yet to suffer no casualties. Taking local control of the gun, the crew fired several more salvos, eventually scoring a second hit on the Yayoi and possibly one on the Mutsuki. The destroyers turned south, blowing plenty of smoke as they went. Now the entire task force was on the run. At 7 a.m., Admiral Kajioka canceled the landing and signaled a general retreat back to Kwajalein. Soon the retiring ships were beneath the southern horizon, but the Marines were not yet finished with them. The 4 remaining flyable F-4F Wildcats had been circling high above the atoll, remaining at altitude to receive any Japanese airstrikes that might arrive in coordination with the invasion fleet. "Well, it looks as if there are no nips in the air," radioed the VMF-211 commander, Major Paul A. Putnam. "Let's go down and join the party." The Grummons streaked south in chase. Being fighters and not bombers, they were not designed to sink ships, but they had been jury-armed with 2 small 100-pound bombs each, and they could strafe the enemy decks with their 50-caliber machine guns. Those 4 planes flew 9 consecutive sorties, attacking the retreating task force and then returning to wake over the gradually widening range for fresh bombs and more ammunition. The squadron's air attacks knocked out a torpedo tube on the cruiser Tenryu, wiped out the radio shack on the cruiser Tatsuta, strafed the transport Congo Maru and set her on fire, and sank a second destroyer, the Kisaragi, by lighting up a rack of depth charges in her magazine. The planes were hit by flak and machine gun fire, and although none was shot down, all were shot up. One Grumman's bullet-riddled engine lost so much oil on its return leg that the pilot was forced to crash land on the beach. He walked away, but his plane would never fly again. The gun crews and aviators had damaged 9 of the 13 ships in Kajioka's invasion force, sinking 2. Japanese losses were never reported, but probably were in the range of 500 dead and twice that number wounded. Remarkably, only 1 American had been killed and only 4 wounded. That was the sole instance in the entire war to come in which shore batteries turned back an amphibious invasion force. The Marines were exultant. "When the Japanese withdrew, you'd have thought we'd won the war," said one Battery L gunner. It had been a remarkable victory, especially after the ruinous bombing raids of the past 3 days, and was the only such performance of any Allied unit during the initial Japanese offensive. "I'm very certain every man on that island grew a good 2 inches at least," wrote a sergeant assigned to Devereux's staff. "Several people stopped by and congratulated Devereux. We had some kind of hope. We felt great. We were Marines, weren't we?" But Wake could not hold out much longer. Only 2 aircraft remained in service. The island was short of critical equipment, ammunition, and manpower. It needed to be reinforced, rearmed, and resupplied, or failing that, evacuated and abandoned to the enemy. They had no illusions about the future and expected the enemy to return in great force, wrote Samuel Eliot Morrison, but they assumed that the Navy would make an earnest attempt to relieve them. With Governor Poindexter's declaration of emergency on the afternoon of December 7th, Hawaii had come under martial law. General Short, before he was relieved, had issued a statement warning civilians to obey all orders instantly and without question. Avoid the slightest appearance of hostility either in words or in act. All citizens are warned to watch their actions carefully, for any infraction of military rules and regulations will bring swift and harsh reprisals. A blackout and curfew were strictly enforced. Lights out at 6, everyone off the streets at 6:30. Curfew violators played the nocturnal game of dodge the police, running through yards and hiding behind bushes and under parked cars, and more than a few of those adventurers were shot. All through the night, blackout wardens roamed the darkened streets, and everywhere their cries were heard. "Lights! Lights! Put out that light!" Blackout offenders were arrested and hauled before the Army Provost Marshal in Honolulu. They entered a plea and made a brief statement, then heard the verdict. Violators were generally fined $100, a month's wages for the average citizen, or sentenced to 100 days in prison. For minor violations, such as lighting a cigarette in one's backyard, the offender was sometimes ordered to donate a pint of blood. Civilians were required to wear identification tags around their necks or wrists and to carry bulky gas masks on their persons at all times. All had to be fingerprinted and immunized. Stores closed their doors each day at 3:30 p.m. No liquor sales were permitted, and padlocks appeared on all the bars and taverns. Food, medicine, and cigarettes were suddenly scarce, and there were long lines each day at the grocery stores until the shelves were swept completely bare. Gasoline was rationed, 10 gallons per car per month. Ham radio operators were required to turn in all their equipment, and no photographs could be developed without a special permit. Phone calls to the mainland were monitored from the telephone company's switchboard. If a caller violated any rules, speaking in any language other than English, making small talk about the weather in Oahu, the censor would either cut the connection or, more disconcertingly, break into the conversation and sternly admonish the speaker. "No one has much aloha for censorship," wrote a local journalist. "It is accepted, rather gracelessly in some cases, as one of the evils of the war." Banks of sandbags were placed around the doorways of public utilities and other important buildings. Camouflage patterns were painted on roofs, buses, even the landmark Aloha Tower on the Honolulu waterfront. Lei makers were put to work making camouflage netting to cover gun emplacements, trucks, and aircraft. The word Hawaii was overprinted on all paper currency. In the event of invasion, the U.S. Treasury would declare the bills worthless. National Guardsmen stationed at intersections and bridges carried rifles with fixed bayonets, but many of the civil defense volunteers who stood alongside them were armed only with the weapons they had brought from home, including knives, clubs, and machetes. Beaches were cordoned off by trenches, pillboxes, and coils of barbed wire. Crude bomb shelters were dug in public parks and private yards, often nothing more than a trench lined with cardboard and covered with a panel of tin siding. During the frequent air raid warnings, all civilians were ordered to get to a shelter and stay there until the all-clear sounded. Peggy Hughes Ryan, whose husband was a submarine officer stationed at Pearl, recalled that her backyard bomb shelter was overrun with toads and scorpions. "We absolutely refused to go there during air raid warnings, preferring bombs to crawling, jumping things." Hawaii was home to a large population of ethnic Japanese, including both citizens and foreign residents. They numbered about 158,000, or 37% of the territory's population. There were 82,000 on Oahu alone. It was widely assumed that they had known in advance of the attack and had provided intelligence to the enemy or committed acts of sabotage. Navy Secretary Knox had said so, and his statements had been quoted as fact. No evidence has ever emerged to support that thesis. Mass internment of the Hawaiian Japanese was never seriously considered as an option. There were far too many, and they provided much of the island's essential labor. Indeed, many of the Hawaiian National Guardsmen who were posted along the roads and throughout the islands were of Japanese descent. Shortly after the attack, a newly arrived group of sailors hitched a ride into Honolulu. "I could see the look of consternation on the faces of my passengers," the driver recalled. The chief petty officer with 4 gold hash marks had the courage to speak up. "Gosh, did the Japs win?" Though the Hawaiian Japanese were never locked up in camps, they lived under a cloud of suspicion. "The Japanese are good law-abiding citizens," the Honolulu police chief told a reporter, "and in a wrangle between the United States and Japan, I wouldn't trust them for 25 seconds. Servicemen's families were ordered to evacuate to the mainland. The High Command wanted fewer civilian mouths to feed and feared for the safety of wives and children should the islands be invaded. Families were told they must be ready to depart by ship with only 24 hours' notice, so they packed their bags and waited, living day to day out of suitcases, never sure when our call would come. Pets had to be left behind. Families moved furniture and other belongings out to the sidewalk and offered them for sale, but there were far more sellers than buyers. Men stationed at Pearl Harbor or the island's other bases were often unable to communicate with their families, even if they were only a few miles away. Wives listened to the radio hoping for news of a husband's ship or unit. But under military censorship, the radio reported nothing they could use. Instead, there was constant trafficking in rumors. "Those terrible, dreadful rumors affected the women worse than anything else," recalled the wife of a destroyer skipper. "People could scream because of them." Lieutenant Horace T. Warden, a medical officer on a destroyer, the USS Breese, recalled that he and his crewmates were eager to get to sea, "but my family was on the other end of Oahu, so the first thing I wanted to do was get ashore and let them know that I was okay, and find out that they were okay." "Not knowing was the worst ordeal of all," said Warden. "That was probably the worst week of the war for me." Admiral Kimmel, soon to be relieved by Nimitz, had given plenty of thought to Wake Island even before December 7th. The previous April he had surmised that the little atoll might serve as bait to bring Japanese naval forces out into the open, thus offering us an opportunity to get at naval forces with naval forces. On Wednesday, December 10th, Kimmel approved an audacious plan to deploy all three of his carrier task forces far to the west, where with a little luck they might ambush the Japanese fleet and troop ships he expected to converge on Wake. Saratoga, en route from California, would be placed under the command of Rear Admiral Frank Jack Fletcher. She would be the nucleus of a task force, number 14, that would reinforce Wake while evacuating the wounded and civilian workers. A detachment of the 4th Marine Defense Battalion, with ammunition, weapons, and supplies, would embark on the seaplane tender Tangier. Though the initial plan did not call for the abandonment of Wake to the enemy, the option was there. Captain Charles H. McMorris, Kimmel's chief war planning officer, had written on December 11th that the Tangier could take the island's entire population of 1,500 aboard. "She would be crowded to an extreme degree, but I believe it could be done." Lexington, Task Force 11, Vice Admiral Wilson Brown, Jr., would conduct a diversionary raid on the enemy airfield on Jaluit in the Marshall Islands, and then head northwest to join Fletcher if needed. Enterprise, Task Force 8, still under the command of Admiral Halsey, would cruise west of Johnston Island and be ready to raise steam and support her sisters if the engagement should develop into a major battle. With the various cruisers, destroyers, and auxiliaries attached to the three flat tops, the expedition involved substantially all of the naval power, except submarines, available to Kimmel after the calamity of December 7th. From the start, the rescue mission was plagued by an almost unbelievable series of delays, variously blamed on weather, refueling mishaps, and submarine scares. The hard truth was that the American carrier groups were not yet accustomed to operating at sea in wartime conditions, and were climbing a steep learning curve. Heavy seas slowed the progress of the screening destroyers. Refueling while underway in any kind of weather was an art yet to be refined. Bogus submarine contacts were rife. In one of the Enterprise's early war cruises, Halsey had signaled his task force, "We are wasting too many depth charges on neutral fish. Take action accordingly." Entries in the SinkPack War Diary dwell on those problems throughout December. December 12th. Task Force 12 was still unable to fuel at sea, and it was decided to bring the Lexington Group into Pearl Harbor to accomplish this. December 12th again. The Saratoga was being delayed by the effect of rough weather on her escort of three 1,200-ton destroyers. December 13th. The arrival of Saratoga was still further delayed by weather. She was 4 hours from Pearl Harbor when a faulty report of a Japanese midget submarine skulking in the harbor forced her to hang back. She did not put in until the morning of December 15th. Fletcher sent the Tangier, an oil tanker, Neches, and a division of destroyers on ahead with the intention of overtaking them when Saratoga was fueled up. The carrier put to sea on December 16th and raised steam for the northwest, overtaking her companions the next afternoon. The task force crept along at the regal pace of 13 knots, the maximum speed of the Neches. The weather had been fair for days, but on December 22nd, when the task force was still 600 miles from Wake, the wind rose to 20 knots and a white-capped cross swell kicked up. Fletcher had received orders from Pearl to refuel at specified coordinates so that the Lexington group could rendezvous if necessary. The underway fueling process was long and painstaking, with all the usual profanity-laced pratfalls of near collisions and broken fuel lines, particularly when the destroyers came alongside the heavy deck of the Neches. 10 hours passed and the task force made barely any westward progress at all, and by that time the battle for Wake Island was near its end. In a sense, the entire world was watching. The stubborn defense of Wake Island had been a balm to the wounded spirits of the American people, who seized upon every new shred of censor-approved news from the embattled atoll. President Roosevelt had hailed their actions. The newspapers and radio networks had relished reporting and embellishing the gallant stand of the Pacific Alamo. Wake Island's indomitable little garrison of United States Marines still clung tenaciously to the scarred and battered atoll Friday night after beating off 2 more Japanese onslaughts, the Associated Press reported on December 19th. Asked by Pearl Harbor for a list of needed supplies, Commander Cunningham was said to have replied, "Send us more Japs." He had said nothing of the kind. The quote was a misreading, possibly deliberate, of the meaningless verbal padding used in radio communications to throw enemy codebreakers off the scent. When the report was picked up by a shortwave radio on Wake, the defenders were not amused. "More Japanese were absolutely the last thing we needed," Lieutenant Kinney observed. Cunningham thought the tone taken at home was all wrong. It adopted a Hollywood swagger that belied the atoll's dire predicament. The picture conjured up by the radio reports was as far removed from reality as Wake was from Pearl Harbor, the commander later wrote. "We were doing our best and we were proud of it, but our best seldom included that disregard for sanity that marks so many romantic visions of the thin red lines of heroes. We wanted to live." Kimmel had been formally relieved of command on December 17th, the same day Nimitz was named as his successor. But Nimitz was not due in Hawaii for another week. During the brief interregnum, the caretaker SINCPAC would be Vice Admiral William S. Pye, commander of the battle force, that is, the battleships, now largely out of action. Pye was less confident than Kimmel in the prospect of success of the Wake relief mission, and far more chary of the Japanese. The command situation at Pacific Fleet headquarters was now very confused. Pye listened with one ear to Kimmel's former staff, but he also continued to rely on his old battle force staff, made homeless by the heavy damage to his flagship California. Pye recruited Rear Admiral Milo S. Dremel, chief of the destroyer flotilla, to serve as his temporary chief of staff. And Dremel, in turn, brought several of his destroyermen into the headquarters. The result, in the words of a radio intelligence officer, was confusion superimposed upon disaster. The fate of Wake, and the carriers converging on Wake, was Pye's most pressing business, but he was mindful that he was only keeping the seat warm for Nimitz, and seems to have felt a heavy obligation to deliver the carriers safely into the hands of the new boss. Moreover, Pye was being urgently reminded by Washington that Hawaii itself was exposed, and what business did the fleet have in supporting a distant outpost with little military value when the main American stronghold was thought to be vulnerable? The cruel reality, as Pye, Kimmel, and the Washington admirals all understood and had conceded, was that Wake was a liability. Sooner or later, Japan would seize it, though the ostensible aim of the expedition was still to reinforce the garrison and air group on Wake. The fallback plan was to evacuate the atoll completely and perhaps inflict punishment from the air on the Japanese invasion forces. Most important of all was not to lose any of the precious remaining aircraft carriers, even if the 1,500 men on Wake had to be abandoned to the enemy. That was Pye's bottom line, as he would soon reveal. Pye felt blind. He had no way of knowing the location of the big Japanese carrier force that had hit Pearl on December 7th and feared it might be lying in wait for the American carriers. In attempting to ambush the Japanese, the Americans might themselves be steaming into an ambush. Pye's intelligence staff estimated that most of the force, perhaps 4 out of 6 carriers, had returned to Japan for refueling and replenishment, but that was little more than conjecture. There was also the danger posed by land-based bombers operating from bases in the Marshall Islands. There were concerns about the battle readiness of the carriers. Anti-aircraft drills on the Lexington had been alarmingly bad. Could the carriers defend themselves against air attack, even with sufficient notice? On the 20th, Pye and Dremmel gave serious consideration to ordering Task Force 14 back to Pearl, but relented in the face of hot-blooded dissent from the SINCPAC war planning chief, Captain McMorris. In notes recorded that day, however, Pye laid the groundwork for his pending decision to abandon Wake. He also radioed Admiral Brown and the Lexington group, directing him to abandon the raid on the Marshall Islands and divert north to rendezvous with Fletcher. Brown's staff was incensed, and there was mutinous talk on the bridge about tearing up the orders and throwing them into the sea. But Brown obeyed. On the 21st, Pye informed Admiral Stark, the Chief of Naval Operations, that the Wake operation was continuing, but that American carriers would not approach closer to the island than 200 miles. Pye's doubts seeped into his radio transmissions to Task Force 14. The SINCPAC's instructions were vacillating and irresolute, and tended to eat away at Fletcher's confidence. On December 21st, Fletcher was ordered to steam with full speed for Wake and launch planes at a range of 200 miles. That order was quickly countermanded, and he was told instead to send the Tangier at peak speed to embark the garrison and bring them to safety. Not an hour had passed before that order was also revoked. Conditions on Wake were growing desperate. On December 20th, the 19th in Hawaii, Cunningham reported that his remaining fighter planes were full of bullet holes, and it could only be described as a miracle that they had not been shot down in air-to-air combat. The island was short of critical equipment and supplies, from radar sets to fire control instruments to provisions to ammunition of every caliber. The 3-inch anti-aircraft batteries were no good against high-altitude attacks, and in any case the 3-inch ammunition would last only another day, maybe 2. Airstrikes continued almost daily. Intra-island telephone communications were a mess, the cables having been shredded by bomb damage. Crews worked dawn to dusk each day improving the island's defenses, digging foxholes and bunkers, filling sandbags, distributing ammunition, throwing branches over gun emplacements. But the casualty list was long and growing longer, and long rows of cots were crowded into makeshift hospitals in empty magazines. Even the healthy men were exhausted and sleep-deprived, and there were increasing signs of dysentery. Morale was not enhanced by a ludicrous message from Pearl Harbor, received on the 17th, asking how long it would take to finish dredging the lagoon. Were the admirals totally ignorant of the situation on Wake? Keeping the Marine fighters in the air had required heroic efforts, but without replacement planes or at least additional parts, it was inevitable that Wake would soon have no air defense left at all. On December 14th, the bomb struck a Wildcat in its revetment, destroying the tail section but sparing the engine. Lieutenant John Kinney decided to attempt an engine transplant from the destroyed plane to another in which the engine was running very rough. Without a proper engine hoist or maintenance hangar, the operation took 9 hours of back-breaking effort. But that same night, another plane crash-landed after veering off the runway to avoid a gaggle of civilian onlookers. That left 3 airworthy planes. By the second week of the war, the shortages became critical, and the flying aircraft had become Frankenstein's monsters. Rattling, bullet-ridden, patched-over amalgamations of parts scavenged from the wrecks scattered over the airfield. On December 20th, 2 planes were capable of getting off the ground. That day, and again on the 21st, the island was attacked by single-engine Aichi Type 99 Val dive bombers, which were known to be a carrier-type plane. On the second day, the Vals were accompanied by Zeros. In the aerial melee, one of the Wildcats was shot down and the other crash-landed and was judged a loss. The island now had no air defenses at all. When Cunningham reported the appearance of the carrier planes, Pye worried that a Japanese carrier task force was covering the approach of a new invasion flotilla. In fact, the dive bombers had flown from 2 of the 6 carriers that had hit Pearl Harbor and were now retiring toward Japan. It had been an opportunistic hit-and-run raid and would not be repeated. But a second invasion force was en route, this time covered by 4 heavy cruisers. The warships remained carefully out of range of the shore guns while sending a force of about 1,000 Japanese Marines in on landing barges. The landings began at 2:35 a.m. on December 23rd local time, December 22nd in Pearl Harbor. That night, the invading force quickly swept through the islands, cutting the defenders off into isolated pockets. The Marines put up a gallant defense and claimed the lives of 700 to 900 attackers, but their positions were gradually overrun. At 2:50 a.m. on December 23rd local time, Commander Cunningham notified Pye, "Enemy apparently landing." With superior numbers, the invaders gradually advanced across the islands, and at 5 in the morning Cunningham signaled, "The enemy is on the island. The issue is in doubt." With those dispatches in hand, Pye huddled with his staff. He asked the War Plans Chief, Captain McMorris, and his acting Chief of Staff, Admiral Dremmel, to put their recommendations into writing. Both agreed that it was too late to save Wake, either by reinforcement or evacuation. But they differed sharply on the question of whether to send the American carriers to attack the enemy fleet. Fletcher's Saratoga group was still 425 miles from Wake, with the destroyers still struggling to refuel in a bumpy cross swell. But it was still possible for the Sarah to make a high-speed run toward Wake and launch her attack planes the following morning. Brown's Lexington group was near enough to join the fray from the south, and Halsey's Enterprise group could have been placed in position to cover the subsequent withdrawal. In a strongly worded memo, McMorris counseled Pye to push on with the attack. American forces in the vicinity were probably stronger than the enemy's, and to withdraw without offering battle would be unduly cautious. While it was true that the exact composition of the Japanese forces, the carriers especially, was unknown, it is often necessary to accept odds in battle, and the enemy cannot have superior forces in all directions. To retreat would also tend to destroy service and public confidence. He concluded, "It is an opportunity unlikely to come again soon. We are in great need of a victory." Dremmel's assessment endorsed Pye's more cautious mindset. The Saratoga force's fueling situation was a major problem and would risk putting American ships within striking range of superior forces without means of escape. "Are we willing to accept a major engagement at this distance from our base with an uncertainty in the fuel situation?" His answer was no. "There are no reserves. All our forces are in the area of possible operations. The general situation dictates caution, extreme caution." Pye had heard enough. At 9:11 a.m. on December 22nd, he called all 3 carrier groups back to Pearl Harbor. The order was received with heavy resentment. Men in the task forces sobbed openly. Commander George C. Dyer, executive officer of Admiral Brown's flagship, later charged that Admiral Pye had had a scare, apparently visualizing the Japanese fleet all over the Pacific Ocean. Commander Edwin Layton, the Pacific Fleet intelligence officer, echoed the point. To lose to an enemy that fought you, and fought you well, was one thing, but to lose because your own admiral was a nervous Nelly was another. On the Saratoga's flag bridge there was loose talk of ignoring the withdrawal order, and some thought Fletcher should have imitated Horatio Nelson's famous gesture at Copenhagen, when he raised his scope to his blind eye and exclaimed that he could not read the signal ordering him to disengage the enemy fleet. The Marine airmen on Saratoga, who had been ready to fly to Wake to relieve their colleagues, threatened to climb into their planes and go. Rear Admiral Aubrey Jake Fitch, whose flag flew on the Saratoga, was forced to withdraw to his cabin so he would not overhear any of the mutinous talk on his bridge. Admiral Joseph M. Reeves in Pearl Harbor exclaimed, "By gad, they used to say a man had to be both a fighter and know how to fight. Now all I want is a man who fights." For many in Hawaii, both military and civilians, that was the single worst day of the war. The cancellation of the Wake relief operation coincided with ominous news from the Philippines. Japanese transports were pouring troops onto the beaches of Luzon and Leyte without opposition, and MacArthur had fled Manila. The United States had no realistic hope of sending reinforcements or supplies to the Philippines. They would probably be abandoned and conceded to the enemy as Wake had been. In Hawaii, the specter of invasion seemed very real to civilians and servicemen alike. Carol Robbins Jones, age 7, who lived in Honolulu, overheard her mother crying that the island was going to be taken over. Carol got on her knees and confessed to God all my sins and prayed for him to make me good, thinking somehow my confession and promise of goodness would help end the war. Robert Casey, a Chicago Daily News correspondent who had been in Paris during the Nazi Blitzkrieg 18 months earlier, studied the faces of the civilian residents of Honolulu and was reminded of the expressions he had seen in France in May 1940. The parallel was sickening, he wrote. The trauma of defeat had left many officers, even those with sterling records, in a dazed torpor. It was a poorly kept secret that the fleet surgeon, beset by men verging on psychological collapse, had dosed them with whatever they used for tranquilizers in those days. Nimitz's plane arrived over Pearl Harbor at 7 o'clock on a wet, gray, gloomy Christmas morning. The flight from San Diego had taken 17 hours. Accompanied by a fighter escort, the big Coronado entered the landing circle over East Lock. From the air, sitting in the left-side pilot's seat, Nimitz got his first direct glimpse of the carnage along Battleship Row. The pilot recalled that the admiral just kept shaking his head and clucking his tongue. The plane touched down on the oily surface of the harbor and taxied past the immense gray hull of the upturned Oklahoma. As the door was flung open, Nimitz caught his first whiff of fuel oil and burning ships, a stench so all-pervading that men stationed at Pearl had ceased to notice it. A motor whaleboat came alongside, carrying a welcoming committee of staff officers. Nimitz, still dressed in a civilian business suit, bade goodbye to the aircrew and stepped into it. The boat was filthy with fuel oil, and the passengers stood balanced on their feet, not deigning to touch the gunwales or take the handholds for fear of soiling their clothing. The first question on Nimitz's lips was, "What's news of the relief of Wake?" Informed that the island had fallen and the relief expedition was called off, he fell silent. The boat bucked along toward the pier through water still smothered in oil and littered with debris. Other boats were at work around the harbor, and one of the officers told him they were recovering bodies that were still bobbing up to the surface 2.5 weeks after the raid. "This is a terrible sight," Nimitz said, "seeing all these ships down." On the pier he was greeted by Admirals Pye and Kimmel. "You have my sympathy," Nimitz said to Kimmel, with whom he was personally close. "The same thing could have happened to anybody." A car took the 3 admirals to Nimitz's quarters, a rambling 4-bedroom house perched on Makalapa Hill, the cone of an ancient and extinct volcano with a sweeping view of the harbor. Oahu's lodging shortage having reached all the way to the top of the command chain, Kimmel had moved in with Admiral and Mrs. Pye in a slightly smaller but still grand white house across the street. Nimitz invited them in for breakfast, saying, "I won't eat alone after what I've seen." In the week to follow, the Pyes and Kimmel spent every evening at Nimitz's house and took most of their meals there. After dinner each night, they listened to classical music broadcasts or played cribbage. Oddly, the foursome's cordiality did not seem strained by the circumstances. Unspoken tensions must have lurked beneath the surface. Kimmel was already running the gauntlet of post-Pearl Harbor investigations, and Pye had ruined Kimmel's well-laid plans to ambush the Japanese Navy off Wake Island. But for men who had served in the Navy for 40 years or more, or women married to such men, the service was not unlike a small private club. Politics and professional discord were put to one side. They were the brass, and there was a war to win. They were expected to show a united front. Nimitz did not take command of the fleet immediately. He spent his first week getting to know the lay of the land, with Pye often at his side. Rising each day at 6:30 a.m., he did some exercises, dressed, had breakfast, and arrived at the fleet headquarters before 8. He was briefed by all the department chiefs and subordinate commands. The admiral had a phenomenally good memory for faces and surprised old colleagues and subordinates by remembering their names. Lieutenant Commander Jasper Holmes had once served as an obscure junior engineering officer in a submarine division commanded by Nimitz. "He had little reason to remember me," wrote Holmes, but when the 2 men came face to face in a corridor, the new C&C not only greeted the younger man by name, but evidently knew details of his subsequent service record. William Ewing, a reporter with the Honolulu Star-Bulletin, thought Nimitz seemed too kindly, too fatherly, and his khaki uniform seemed at least one size too large. I thought Admiral Nimitz looked more like a retired banker than the kind of hell-for-leather leader we needed to pull us out of the worst hole the country had ever been in. The remark anticipated Samuel Eliot Morrison's observation that war correspondents who expected admirals to pound the table and bellow as in the movies were apt to wonder, is this the man? It was true that Nimitz was not a cinematic naval hero in the mold of Nelson, Decatur, or Jones. Like most American officers of his vintage, he had no experience of combat. He had never even seen a shot fired in anger. But the fleet did not need a show of blood and thunder after the beating it had suffered. There was plenty of the real stuff to go around. Nimitz was an executive, a strategist, and a leader. He was a gentleman of the old school. It was not in him to shout or abuse the furniture or let a word of profanity fall from his lips. Holmes took comfort in the Admiral's aura of calm confidence, while Edwin Layton thought the incisive thrust of his questions made it clear that he was steeled for the tremendous task he was to assume. As he toured the stricken ships and shore facilities, Nimitz concluded that the Japanese attack, spectacular as it was, could have been devastatingly worse. True, the Navy had lost 1,999 killed and 710 wounded, 3 times its combined losses in the Spanish-American War and First World War. Including all services and civilians, the attack had left 2,403 dead and 1,178 injured. True, some 300,000 tons of shipping had been knocked out of action, including 8 battleships. 6 would be repaired and returned to service. True, 188 planes had been wiped out, mostly on the ground, representing about 2/3 of total American military aircraft in the Pacific Theater. But the Japanese had failed to hit the repair shops along the piers, and especially the fuel tank farms, where the fleet's 4.5 million barrels of fuel oil were stored. That was a most serious error, Nimitz later said. These tanks could have been destroyed by machine gunning them with 50 caliber incendiary machine gun bullets. Had our oil supply been destroyed, and considering the tremendous shortage of fuel and petroleum production generally in Europe, it would have taken years to reestablish that supply and would have delayed our Pacific War accordingly. By a stroke of luck, the Japanese had caught the American battleships in port rather than at sea. Imagine, if you can, said Nimitz after the war, what would have happened to our slower battleships in such an action, with the aircraft of 6 carriers working on them and with our fleet having no air cover at all. We would have lost by drowning or capture almost 20,000 men had our fleet been in deep water. Finally, the submarine fleet had been entirely spared, and the undersea campaign could begin immediately. Perhaps Mahan would have turned over in his grave to hear it said, but the loss of the American battleships was no catastrophe. It might have even been entered on the ledger as a net gain, because their crews, thousands of the best trained and most experienced men in the service, were released to serve in other capacities. The battleships were too slow to operate with the carriers and incapable of defending themselves against air attack. As one officer put it, the Japanese had converted the American fleet from a 17-knot fleet to a 25-knot fleet. Losing them on the opening day of the war forced the American Naval High Command to acknowledge the ascendancy of aviation and submarines. The Japanese Navy, with its magnificent line of battleships intact, would be slow to make the same adjustment. On New Year's Eve, in a brief self-effacing ceremony, Nimitz relieved Pai and assumed command of the fleet. Naval custom required the new C&C to unfurl his 4-star flag on a flagship, but since Nimitz's command would be shore-bound throughout the war, the act was merely ceremonial, a nod to tradition. The ship chosen was a submarine, the Grayling, moored at a pier off the SINCPAC headquarters. The choice was fitting. Nimitz had been a submariner in the primitive first pre-World War days, and had always been proud to wear the Dolphin insignia. He later quipped in black jest that nothing else was left. A small coterie of journalists and photographers were permitted to attend, and at the end Nimitz paused to speak to them. Pressed with questions about how the war would unfold, Nimitz was vague. Casey of the Chicago Daily News wrote that he was reasonably frank about saying nothing. The Admiral did forecast that enemy submarines would probably shell the West Coast, as indeed they did, but the Navy censors later changed probably to possibly. Afterward, Nimitz crossed the dock to the headquarters and climbed the stairs to his office. He called the senior staff into the room. Having been stationed at Pearl Harbor before the Japanese attack and having witnessed the craven recall of the Wake Relief Force, many of those officers carried an enervating burden of guilt, akin to a feeling of personal disgrace. They expected to be shunted off into dead-end billets for the remainder of the war, and many hoped only to be sent to sea with a chance to redeem themselves in combat. Nimitz saw the problem clearly and understood what had to be done. These were all fine men, he later said, but they had just undergone a terrible shock, and it was my first duty to restore morale and to salvage these fine officers for future use, and this I proceeded to do. He spoke briefly, in a low tone. "I know most of you here," he said, "and I have complete confidence in your ability and judgment. We've taken a whale of a wallop, but I have no doubt of the ultimate outcome." December 7th would not be held against them. They could forget the disaster and get on with the war. They were needed and must remain at their posts. He would listen to requests for seagoing assignments, but certain key members of the staff I insist I want to keep. In a very few minutes, speaking softly, one such officer recalled, Admiral Nimitz convinced all hands of his ability to lead us out of this. Chapter 5. Admiral Ernest J. King, Commander-in-Chief of the U.S. Fleet and Chief of Naval Operations, was a hard man with a hard, disapproving mouth. He frequently wore a scowl. He was tall, very slim, and always physically fit. When Teddy Roosevelt handed him his Naval Academy diploma in 1901, King stood 6 feet tall and weighed 165 pounds. In 1941, at age 63, he was the same height and just 10 pounds heavier. He rarely smiled, and if, for the sake of photographers, he tried to soften the edges of his mouth, he succeeded only in appearing pained. Official Navy portraits emphasized his long, narrow face, his sharply cleft chin, his dark, close-cropped hair, and his small, gleaming, close-set eyes. He was said to be a bit vain about his appearance and sensitive about the expanding bald spot on the top of his head. He was always immaculately turned out, with uniforms purchased from Brooks Brothers in New York and tailored to fit his slim frame. In his official photographs, a white handkerchief was neatly tucked into the breast pocket of his uniform jacket, below a formidable row of ribbons and medals. Among the principal American military leaders of the Second World War, King has always been the most neglected and least understood. In that he would have taken deep satisfaction. He did not want or seek a public profile, though one was eventually thrust upon him. He thought reporters a nuisance and at first refused to deal with them at all. It was said half-jokingly that King would have liked to say nothing until the end of the war and then release a 2-word communique, "We won." When he realized that the Army was getting better press than the Navy, he did begin speaking to reporters, but off the record. He was an immensely powerful advisor to President Roosevelt, with whom he met privately at the White House almost every day, and who sought his advice and backing for every significant military decision of the war. But King did not flaunt his influence with the president. Indeed, he sometimes seemed intent on disguising it. When he spoke strongly or emphatically to Roosevelt, he did so one-on-one, or with no one other than Harry Hopkins in the room. In larger White House meetings, he kept a still tongue, or spoke only briefly. On such occasions, Roosevelt, seeking guidance, sometimes threw a quizzical glance at King. The admiral replied by nodding or shaking his head almost imperceptibly, so that the president and no one else would see the signal. After the war, King made no effort to secure his place in history. He wrote an unrevealing memoir, concealing his role behind the stilted prose of an after-action report. Only one book-length biography of King has ever been published. His Army counterpart, General George Catlett Marshall, went on to serve as President Truman's Secretary of State, a role for which King would have been comically unsuited. Marshall gave his name to the reconstruction of post-war Europe. King gave his name to a public high school in his hometown of Lorain, Ohio. Unlike Douglas A. MacArthur, King's erstwhile nemesis, who invented the famous maxim about old soldiers, the old admiral really did just fade away. History, like nature, abhors a vacuum. Who was this five-star admiral of the Second World War, who left barely a trace of himself in the historical record? In the literature, he is usually painted with a few broad strokes of the brush, and the overall effect is unflattering. 4 charges have been laid against King, growing simultaneously louder and less coherent as they have reverberated through the historical echo chamber. First, that he was a foul-tempered martinet who was utterly ruthless and as mean as a snake. Second, that he was a narrow-minded Navy partisan who cared only for the parochial interests of his service. Third, that he did not support the Europe First policy and campaigned to make the Pacific the main theater of the war. Fourth, that he harbored an obsessive animosity against the British and did his best to undermine the alliance. There was some truth in the first of those 4 charges, though King's abrasiveness and ruthlessness have been exaggerated and were facets of a more complex personality. As for the second, third, and fourth, they do not stick. He was born in 1878 in a workman's cottage in Lorain, Ohio, an industrial town on the southern shore of Lake Erie. His father was a railroad repair shop foreman. As a boy, King passed long hours in the shop, and for the rest of his life took naturally to machines and engineering. He was brilliant, that much was evident even in early childhood, and despite his humble origins, he had no trouble winning admission to the Naval Academy in 1897. There he excelled in his academic coursework, and in his senior year attained the rank of battalion commander, the highest leadership position in the student body, allowing him to wear the stripes of a cadet lieutenant commander. At graduation in 1901, he was ranked 4th in his class. King was always supremely ambitious. From early in his career, he openly avowed his intention to rise to the top of the Navy. Someday, he declared to his colleagues, he would be the chief of naval operations. "He told me he was going to the top," recalled an officer who served under him. "No braggadocio, just extreme confidence." He plotted his ascent shrewdly, seizing the coattails of admirals who seemed destined for important commands. He perfected the art of writing his own ticket, arranging through back channels to be assigned billets likely to advance his career, and did not hesitate to lobby for the jobs he wanted. He served at sea on cruisers, destroyers, battleships, aircraft carriers, and submarines. He held a series of prestigious staff and administrative jobs. He was conspicuously good at everything he did. Ship handling and navigation came naturally to him, but he was also an efficient administrator, handling paperwork fearlessly and efficiently, and communicating in succinct, lucid prose. He was astute enough to understand that he would have to populate his resume with less glamorous jobs, to do the drudgery of the Navy, to suffer the hard knocks of the service. He descended into the hot, dark, cramped, dangerous engine rooms and wrestled with engines, letting his finely tailored uniforms be stained with grease and splattered with oil. He threw himself body and soul into every job, always making a point to work harder than anyone else, until the Navy doctors ordered him to ease up. As ambitious as he was, King did not fit the pattern of a single-minded careerist. In his dealings with others, even superior officers who could have damaged his career prospects, King was inclined to behave with haughtiness and contempt. He did not pay court to officers he did not respect. He did not strive to be liked by anyone, even for tactical reasons. He went through his life with the attitude of a man beleaguered on every side by dunces. In his insistence on high standards, even from men above him in the chain of command, he sometimes walked up to the edge of insolence or insubordination. He revealed his integrity through his supercilious refusal to play politics when a principle was at stake. As a lowly ensign, he had argued relentlessly with superiors when he believed he was right. King justified himself by citing regulations, chapter and verse, wrote his biographer. It was a typical King sea lawyer tactic. He delighted in compelling flag officers to concede that they were wrong by quoting a regulation in King's favor. Not surprisingly, some of King's early fitness reports suffered as a result, though they never seemed to slow his rate of promotion. King had a keen interest in military history and was an insatiable reader. He devoured all the works of Mahan, of course, but he also read deeply into the Napoleonic Wars and the American Civil War. In the early years of his career, King caught the reformist spirit, and in 1909 he published a controversial piece in the Naval Institute Proceedings entitled "Some Ideas About Organization Aboard Ship." In that prize-winning article, a sharp critique of conservatism in the Navy, the 31-year-old lieutenant censured the Navy's inertia to change and its culture of clinging to things that are old because they are old. It must be admitted that this characteristic has been in many things a safeguard. It is also true that in quite as many it has been a drag to progress. While running the submarine base at New London, King took the War College correspondence course and passed all 12 installments in just 3 months, an unprecedented achievement. He was a champion of postgraduate education and served, as a 40-year-old captain, in command of the Naval Postgraduate School in Annapolis. He pushed to expand the Naval War College and to require all officers headed toward higher rank to pass through it. In 1928, now a 50-year-old captain, King threw his lot in with naval aviation. He entered pilot training and earned his wings, a step that qualified him for carrier command. He did the minimum required to win his wings and never attained more than rudimentary flying skills. But his seniority ensured that King was one of the first qualified naval aviators to reach flag rank, a major advantage in his subsequent career. He held a series of important aviation jobs ashore and at sea. He was named Assistant Chief of the Bureau of Aeronautics, then given command of the Naval Air Station at Hampton Roads, Virginia, then, in 1930, named Captain of the carrier Lexington. Promoted to Rear Admiral in 1933, he returned to the Bureau of Aeronautics in Washington, this time as Chief. King was deeply involved in the development of the Navy's reconnaissance seaplanes. He pushed the pilots to fly long hours and in dangerous conditions. When they quit, King bade them good riddance, declaring that he was doing the vital work of weeding the weaker men out of the service. As captain of the Lexington, King consolidated his reputation as an imperious and hard-driving martinet. He hovered on the bridge, glowering down at the men on the flight deck, watching over their every move. If a pilot made a clumsy approach or put his bird down too hard, he could expect to be summoned to the bridge. His name blared humiliatingly through the loudspeakers for the entire crew to hear. As King dressed a man down, he gesticulated wildly, hands waving over his head, and poured out a long tirade laced with sarcasm. When a Lexington pilot ran out of fuel and ditched in the carrier's wake, King summoned the pilot to the bridge and told him, "The next time you decide to land in the water, do it ahead of the ship so I won't have to turn around to pick you up." Frequently, he did not even bother bringing offenders up to the bridge to receive their rebukes. "He didn't need a megaphone," said an officer who served under King on the Lexington. "He'd just stand on the edge of that bridge and they could hear him from one end to the other of the flight deck, even in a high wind, because he could really bellow when he was mad." It was not always clear why King was angry. He was given to fits of seemingly irrational rage. Suddenly, with no apparent reason and no explanation, he might shove a stack of papers off a desk onto the floor and then storm off the bridge without saying a word. King worked harder than the men under his command and faulted them for not keeping to his pace. He declared that he needed only 5 hours of sleep per night and often took those 5 hours without returning to his cabin, but rather jackknifing his long frame on a short transom in flag plot. He was a stickler for the prerogatives and trappings of his rank and was not collegial with subordinates. On a cramped bridge, he might brusquely order a junior officer to "get out of my way." When another man was climbing up a ladder and nearing the top and King wanted to climb down, he did not wait for the officer to reach the top. He simply mounted the rungs, forcing the junior officer to descend to the deck and step out of his way. In the ship's barber shop, an officer recalled, "You could be halfway through a haircut and King decided he wanted a shave. You got out of the barber chair and waited until he was shaved." When a film was screened for the crew in the hangar deck, it did not begin until King had arrived and taken his seat. King's reputation for personal toughness, for ruthlessness, for wielding the power of his rank with a heavy hand had probably done his career more good than harm. Roosevelt himself enjoyed trafficking in stories about the admiral's legendary toughness, telling his guests that he shaved with a blowtorch and cut his toenails with a torpedo net cutter. Whether or not King really enjoyed yelling at his subordinates is open to debate, but there is no doubt that he believed in yelling as a matter of principle. King chose to be feared rather than loved. "I don't care how good they are," he once said. "Unless they get a kick in the ass every 6 weeks, they slack off." He did not believe in the culture of collegiality that bound Annapolis graduates to one another, because he understood that it had too often allowed indolent or incompetent officers to survive and thrive. King made it his personal business to rid the Navy of such men, and earned many enemies along the way. But he was also fair. He respected men who did their jobs well, whether or not he liked them personally. He praised them in fitness reports and used his influence to see that they were promoted. "If a man knew his business," said Admiral J.J. Clark, "it was easy enough to get on with Ernie King, but God help him if he was wrong. King would crucify him." Humorless and overbearing while at work or at sea, King also had a hearty appetite for carousing, gambling, dancing, and philandering. He called it his playtime. At nights on shore he was often seen in the officers' club, draining one glass after another, speaking in a loud, raucous voice, roaring with laughter, buying rounds for the bar, playing poker late into the night, and dancing unsteadily with much younger women. He developed his own cocktail, mixing brandy with champagne in tall glasses over ice, which he called the King's Peg. The junior officers found it to their surprise that he was approachable and even playful on those occasions. They sometimes worked up the courage to call him Uncle Ernie. He liked women and was serially unfaithful to his wife. King seemed to take the view, shared widely among his colleagues, that heavy drinking and womanizing were natural outlets for pent-up energy or anxiety. They should not only be tolerated but actually encouraged. "You ought to be very suspicious," he said, "of anyone who will not take a drink or doesn't like women." But King was always up early the next morning, as sharp as a tack, clean-shaven and turned out in a freshly pressed uniform, showing not the slightest sign of a hangover. He demanded no less of the officers with whom he had shut down the bar. His family life was strained. He shared little in common with his wife, Martha, Mattie. They had developed separate lives during his long absences from home and remained together, it seems, out of a mutual sense of duty. Theirs was a house full of women. The Kings had 6 daughters, Claire, Elizabeth, Florence, Martha, Eleanor, and Mildred, and finally one son, born in 1922, Ernest Joseph King, Jr. Every one of his children was beautiful, and when King was stationed in Annapolis as a captain, he found to his dismay that he could do nothing to prevent his teenaged daughters from fraternizing with the midshipmen. As a father, King seems to have been fairly aloof, but was surprisingly capable, on occasions, of tenderness. One of his daughters famously called him the most even-tempered man in the Navy. He was always in a rage. The quip has often been cited as evidence that King was a natural-born bully, but it could just as well be interpreted as a sort of teasing family banter that was rooted in affection. King was capable of warmth and kindness, but seems to have believed it was best to keep that element of his personality mostly bottled up. Now and again he let a bit of it out. In January 1943, at the height of the war, King sent a letter to an 8th grader in Brooklyn who had written in connection with a class project. Did Admiral King drink or smoke? Who was his favorite movie star? What were his favorite hobbies and sports? "Dear Harriet," he replied, "I have your letter of January 6th, and am interested to learn that you have to do my biography as part of your English work. As to your questions, I drink a little wine now and then. I smoke about 1 pack of cigarettes a day. I think I like Spencer Tracy as well as any of the movie stars. My hobby is crossword puzzles, when they are difficult. My favorite sport is golf, when I get to play it. Otherwise, I am fond of walking. Hoping that all will go well with your English work, I am, very truly yours, E.J. King, Admiral, U.S. Navy." In 1938, Vice Admiral King did not disguise his ambition. He openly campaigned for the jobs he had always wanted, either Commander-in-Chief of the U.S. Fleet or Chief of Naval Operations, CNO. He believed that his service record entitled him to those exalted commands, and he was not wrong. He was eminently qualified. His experience was broad and deep, and his performance had been consistently outstanding. King had served in all the right jobs in every domain of the service. He had gone to sea in surface ships, submarines, and aircraft carriers. He had excelled in a rich array of staff and planning jobs. He had served as a naval bureau chief. He had dealt with foreign governments and with Congress. His personnel file bulged with letters of commendation. But in 1939, the courtly, miniature Admiral Harold Betty Stark was appointed CNO, and King was placed on the Navy's General Board. an advisory panel that was traditionally the last stop before mandatory retirement for senior admirals who had been passed over for the Navy's top jobs. He would revert to his permanent rank of Rear Admiral. It was an overwhelming disappointment. A friend said that King actually cried when he received the news. It was not clear why he had been passed over. No explanation was ever provided. It appears that Navy Secretary Claude A. Swanson and the outgoing CNO, Admiral William D. Leahy, backed Stark. King was one of only 3 aviators among the Navy's 74 flag officers, and the Big Gun Club may have wanted to keep the job in the hands of a battleship admiral. King was not yet intimate with President Roosevelt, and Roosevelt, an old Navy man, preferred to deal with admirals he knew and liked. Finally, there were the darker corners of King's personality. His abrasive style, which had earned him many enemies in the Navy, his heavy drinking, which might yet get the better of him, and his reputation for making advances on other men's wives. But the looming war would soon retrieve King's hopes. He did not treat his appointment to the General Board as a restful transition to retired life. He used it as a megaphone to condemn what he thought to be a criminal lack of naval readiness. He supervised efforts to upgrade the Navy's anti-aircraft systems and shoved a $300 million appropriation through Congress. In late 1940, Navy Secretary Charles Edison, Swanson's successor, put King up for the job of Commander-in-Chief of the Atlantic Fleet. President Roosevelt, who was also getting to know King better, readily agreed. King helped Navy Secretary Frank Knox learn the ropes after the latter was appointed to that post, succeeding Edison in July 1940. The admiral handled the arrangements to transport Roosevelt and his entourage to Placentia Bay, Newfoundland, in August 1941, for the first wartime summit with Winston Churchill. He gained a public profile as the German U-boat offensive heated up. In November, his stern face appeared in Life magazine with the headline, "King of the Atlantic." His flagship was based in Newport, Rhode Island, but he found it necessary to take the overnight train to Washington every 2 weeks. "Well," he would tell his staff officers, "I've got to go down to Washington again to straighten out those dumb bastards once more." "We're living in a fool's paradise," King declared on December 7, 1941, when news arrived of the attack on Pearl Harbor. 10 days later, Secretary Knox and the President huddled in the White House. Concurrently with their decision to replace Kimmel with Nimitz, they agreed to bring King to Washington as Commander-in-Chief of the U.S. Fleet, or CINCUS. For the time being, Stark would remain as CNO, with a portfolio of duties that included long-range war planning and the overall administrative management of the Navy. But by the following March, Stark would be edged out and King would hold both of the Navy's 2 top jobs, making him the most powerful admiral in American history. King's first act as CNC of the fleet was to get rid of the acronym denoting his command, which would appear under his name on all his outgoing orders and communications. CINCUS looked fine on the page, but when pronounced out loud, CINCUS, it sounded too much like the punchline in a Bob Hope routine. King would not stand for it, not after Pearl Harbor. He ordered it changed to COMINCH, Cominch. After he absorbed Stark's command, he would be designated as Cominch CNO. In the past, CINCUS, or Cominch, had been a seagoing billet in a battleship, but King moved his headquarters to a suite of offices in the Navy Department building on Constitution Avenue in Washington. He preferred to be close to the White House, to the Secretary of the Navy, to General Marshall and the other military chiefs, and to Congress. "Where the power is," he said, "that is where the headquarters have to be." There was no existing Cominch staff. The position had most recently been held by Admiral Kimmel, concurrently with his command as SINCPAC in Pearl Harbor. "Nothing was ready," King later recalled. "I had to start with nothing." He assembled a rudimentary staff by bringing a handful of members of his Atlantic Fleet staff down from Newport. He also plucked several key officers from Stark's staff, including the latter's war planning chief, Admiral Richmond K. Kelly Turner, who would serve as King's assistant chief of staff. He summoned a dozen more officers from seagoing billets in the Atlantic and Pacific, though none came with much enthusiasm. As a rule, naval officers in staff jobs clamored to be sent to sea, and those at sea bitterly remonstrated against being recalled to Washington. All wanted a chance at combat. Captain Charles M. Savvy Cook, Jr., who commanded the battleship Pennsylvania at Pearl Harbor, wanted no part of the job offered him by King, that of the Navy's chief planning officer. King replied baldly that the needs of the Navy would come before the preferences of the individual. "I am fully in sympathy with your wish to stay at sea," he wrote Cook, "but have also to remark that you must expect to be placed where others consider that you can do the most good to the general cause, in which I am sure you will agree." King's policy throughout the war would be to rotate officers in and out of Washington. He insisted on continuous turnover, sending staff officers out to the theaters of war and bringing others in from sea duty to headquarters. He argued, persuasively, that the experience and perspective thus disseminated would improve the performance of the entire service. When King arrived in Washington to set up shop the week before Christmas, pandemonium reigned. "I found Admiral King enthroned in the most disreputable office I have ever seen," an incoming staff officer recalled. "Someone had moved out in a hurry, taking the furniture with him but not the dirt. The Admiral had liberated a flat-top desk from somewhere and a couple of chairs. That was all there was. I recall thinking that as the headquarters of the greatest Navy in the world, it fell somewhat short of being impressive." King and his clerical staff inhabited 2 rooms on the 3rd deck, floor, of the Navy Department building. The decor was Spartan and utilitarian. White plaster walls left blank with the exception of a single analog clock, windows blocked by white Venetian blinds, nondescript wooden desks and chairs, green steel filing cabinets, a linoleum floor. When King needed a member of his staff, he pressed a button in his office. A buzzer sounded harshly in the adjoining room, sending a team of yeomen and secretaries into action. The job came with lavish perks. King would have at his beck and call a Cadillac and driver, a 2-engine Lockheed Lodestar with air crew, and a flagship. As his flagship, he chose a 1,200-ton, 257-foot private yacht, the Dauntless, formerly owned by the Dodge family. She would remain at a berth in the Washington Navy Yard for most of the war. After assuming the duties of CNO, King would also have an official residence in the Naval Observatory on Massachusetts Avenue in northwest Washington. Since 1974, the official residence of the Vice President of the United States. Throughout the war, King's wife, Mattie, would live at the Naval Observatory, and King would spend most nights aboard the Dauntless. There was some grumbling in Congress about the cost of maintaining 2 residences for one man, and whispers that King was using his yacht as a private refuge for his trysts, but the expense was trivial in the general mobilization for war, and no one chose to make an issue of it. The morning after Pearl Harbor, Winston Churchill had told his cabinet he intended to visit Washington as soon as Roosevelt would have him. He needed to be sure that Britain's new ally did not go about fighting the war the wrong way. Above all, he feared that the Americans, boiling over in righteous fury at Japan, might divert the better part of their strength from Europe to the Pacific. In prompt reply to Roosevelt's cable of the previous evening, in which the President assured Churchill that the United States was now "in the same boat with you and the people of the Empire, and it is a ship which will not and cannot be sunk," the Prime Minister asked, "Now that we are, as you say, in the same boat, would it not be wise for us to have another conference? We could review the whole war plan in the light of reality and new facts, as well as the problems of production and distribution. I feel that all these matters, some of which are causing me concern, can best be settled on the highest executive level. It would also be a very great pleasure to me to meet you again, and the sooner the better." Roosevelt stalled for time, referring to the press of business in Washington and his concern for the perils Churchill would face in crossing an ocean infested with German U-boats. His real concern, however, was how Churchill's presence in Washington would play politically. The United States and Britain were allies in the war against Japan, but not, until Thursday, against Germany or Italy. It was well understood that Churchill would do everything in his power to correct the discrepancy. Replying to Roosevelt's stated concerns for his safety, Churchill cabled on December 10th, "We do not think there is any serious danger about return journey. There is, however, great danger in our not having a full discussion on the highest level about the extreme gravity of the naval position, as well as upon all the production and allocation issues involved, particularly in Pacific." Roosevelt acquiesced. "Delighted to have you here at White House," he replied. Referring to the dismal news of the sinking of the Prince of Wales and Repulse off Malaya, he added, The news is bad, but will be better. Warm regards." In a meeting of the British War Cabinet that week, someone expressed surprise at the Prime Minister's newfound assertiveness. Churchill had taken care to use a deferential tone in his earlier dealings with the Americans. According to General Sir Alan Brooke, Chief of the Imperial General Staff, there was a wicked leer in the Prime Minister's eye as he replied, "Oh, that is the way we talked to her while we were wooing her. Now that she is in the harem, we talk to her quite differently." He and a grand entourage of advisers and staff, including all the military chiefs of staff except Brooke, who would mind the store in London, embarked on the battleship Duke of York on December 12th for the Arcadia Conference. During the 8-day passage, Churchill drafted 3 major papers outlining the British view of the war in preparation. When not working, he slept, lay awake in bed with a novel, or watched movies. It was a tumultuous winter crossing, with hatches battened down and passengers barred from walking on deck. Churchill told his wife it was "the longest week I have lived since the war began. We have had almost unceasing gales." Paraphrasing Samuel Johnson, he remarked, "Being in a ship in such weather as this is like being in a prison with the extra chance of being drowned. No one is allowed on deck, and we have 2 men with broken arms and legs." The ship anchored in Hampton Roads off Norfolk, Virginia, on the evening of December 22nd. The Duke of York was to have continued up the Potomac River to Washington, but Churchill was anxious to arrive and asked to be flown to National Airport. From the air at night, the city made a majestic sight, spread out and ablaze with lights. 2 weeks after Pearl Harbor, the blackout was only sporadically enforced. Churchill's aide-de-camp, Commander Tommy Thompson, was moved. "Washington represented something immensely precious," he wrote. "Freedom, hope, strength. We had not seen an illuminated city for 5 years. My heart filled." On the tarmac, they found the president waiting, leaning against his limousine. "I clasped his strong hand with comfort and pleasure," recalled Churchill in his memoirs. Lord Moran, Sir Charles Wilson, the Prime Minister's personal physician, was impressed by the size of Roosevelt's head. "I suppose that is why Winston thinks of him as majestic and statuesque, for he has no legs to speak of." The president remembered the faces and names of many members of the Churchill party, whom he had met briefly the previous August at the shipboard summit in Placentia Bay. Diplomatic protocol had not required that he drive to the airfield to welcome his visitors, and the gesture was not overlooked by the British. It was a good start. Churchill had planned to stay at the British Embassy, but when Roosevelt invited him to be a guest at the White House, the British leader accepted at once. 5 aides would accompany him, and the rest of his party would lodge at the nearby Mayflower Hotel. The invitation had apparently been extended without fair warning to the First Lady. The White House staff would have to scramble to prepare the rooms. Though she was, as always, a warm and graceful hostess, Eleanor later took the unusual step of venting her irritation in her national newspaper column. It had not occurred to him, she wrote of the president, that this might require certain moving of furniture to adapt rooms to the purpose for which the Prime Minister wished to use them. Churchill was moved into the Rose Suite on the 2nd floor of the White House, with an adjoining room for his valet. The Lincoln study, across the hall, accommodated his 2 secretaries. Harry Hopkins's bedroom was just down the hall. Next to that was the Monroe Room, where Churchill's staff set up his map room. A gloomy hallway, cluttered with Christmas presents for the extended Roosevelt family, connected them all. At dinner that first night, the conversation ranged widely across the war. Roosevelt had not had time to read the papers prepared by Churchill, so the Prime Minister did what he did best of all. He talked, and talked, and talked about every aspect of the conflict. The situation in French North Africa, the battles raging in Libya, the Russian front, the war at sea, the Japanese onslaught in the Pacific. Roosevelt offered a toast that first night. "I have a toast to offer. It has been in my head and on my heart for a long time. Now it is on the tip of my tongue. To the common cause." "My report home shows that we cut deeply into business on the night of our arrival," wrote Churchill after the war. To the Prime Minister's great relief, Roosevelt quickly allayed any concern that the main thrust of the American war would be diverted away from Europe. Not only would munitions and supplies continue to flow to Britain and Russia, he declared, but such shipments would be increased, notwithstanding the emergency in the Pacific. In his first cable to Brooke and the War Cabinet in London, Churchill wrote that the question was not whether but how the Europe First principle would be carried out. During his long stay, Churchill made himself very much at home. Like Mae West, he did much of his best work in bed, though in Churchill's case this involved reading reports and dictating letters or speeches to his secretaries. Until midday he remained propped up against a bank of pillows, reading glasses perched on his nose, clad in bedclothes or a flamboyant knee-length robe, with memoranda, papers, and articles of clothing strewn across his bed and the floor. On his first morning in Washington, Churchill accosted the president's butler, Alonzo Fields, and made a short speech that was a model of clarity. "Now, Fields," he intoned, "we had a lovely dinner last night, but I have a few orders for you. We want to leave here as friends, right? So I need you to listen. 1. I don't like talking outside my quarters. 2. I hate whistling in the corridors. And 3. I must have a tumbler of sherry in my room before breakfast, a couple glasses of scotch and soda before lunch, and French champagne and 90-year-old brandy before I go to sleep at night." Fields, unfazed, replied, "Yes, sir," and did his part for the Anglo-American alliance by seeing that the requirements were met. When he did rise and dress for the day, Churchill's outfits stirred lively commentary among the White House staff. The British leader often wore a knee-length double-breasted coat, buttoned to the neck. He carried a wooden walking stick rigged with a flashlight. It had been a wedding gift from King Edward VII. Roosevelt's secretary, Grace Tully, first saw Churchill the morning after his arrival, when he appeared as a chubby, florid, bald-headed gentleman dressed in one-piece blue denim coveralls and with a big cigar in his mouth, shambling toward my office. For the next 3 weeks, Roosevelt and Churchill, with Hopkins often in their company, lived together almost as members of an extended family. They dined together, drank together, and smoked together. They invaded one another's private bedrooms for late-night discussions. They sat together for a private screening of the Humphrey Bogart film, The Maltese Falcon. They ate lunch from plates balanced on the president's desk in his study. Roosevelt was several times wheeled into Churchill's bedroom while the prime minister remained unashamedly in bed, and Churchill felt no qualms in knocking on Hopkins's bedroom door at all hours of the day and night. The two men had become close confidants in January 1941 when Hopkins traveled to London as Roosevelt's personal emissary. One time, at 2 a.m, the British Prime Minister and the President's consigliere engaged in fierce debate while Churchill sat on the edge of Hopkins's bed, their voices hushed so as not to awaken the rest of the household. Roosevelt, according to a story told by Hopkins, was once wheeled into Churchill's bedroom just as the Prime Minister was emerging from his bath, stark naked. The President, flustered, told his attendant to back him out of the room, but Churchill theatrically declared, "The Prime Minister of Great Britain has nothing to conceal from the President of the United States." The story was probably embellished for dramatic effect. Churchill later told Robert Sherwood that he never received the president without at least a bath towel wrapped around him, and added that he would never claim to have nothing to hide from Roosevelt, as the president himself would have been well aware that that was not strictly true. Even so, a week after his arrival, Churchill was as comfortable in the White House as if he had lived there for years. To the Labor Party leader Clement Attlee, he wrote on January 3, 1942, "We live here as a big family in the greatest intimacy and informality, and I have formed the very highest regard and admiration for the President. His breadth of view, resolution, and loyalty to the common cause are beyond all praise." The two leaders often appeared together in public. On his first day in Washington, Churchill joined Roosevelt at a regularly scheduled press conference in the Oval Office. After brief opening remarks, Roosevelt introduced the Prime Minister and invited the reporters, who were crowded in a semicircle around the President's desk, to put questions to him. Churchill was dressed in a dark civilian suit with a blue and white polka-dot bow tie and was smoking one of his oversized Cuban cigars. Even standing, he could not be seen by the reporters standing in the back of the crowded room, so he climbed onto his chair an act that drew a round of cheers and applause from the assembled newsmen. Churchill performed masterfully, sparring with good humor and venturing to say that while the war would be long and hard, we may wake up and find we ran short of Huns. Asked whether Singapore was the key to the whole situation in Asia, Churchill, without a pause, shot back, "The key to the whole situation is the resolute manner in which the British and American democracies are going to throw themselves into the conflict. How long might it take to win the war? If we manage it well," the Prime Minister replied, "it will only take half as long as if we manage it badly." Asked whether he had any doubts about the ultimate victory of the Allies, he replied, "I have no doubt whatever." The Washington Star pronounced that the performance had been electric, a sparkling and unique scene. Newsweek reported that Roosevelt looked like an old trooper who, on turning impresario, had produced a smash hit, and some thought they detected in his face admiration for a man who had at least equaled him in the part in which he himself was a star. On Christmas Eve, Churchill participated in the tree-lighting ceremony on the White House lawn. It was a dark night, lit by a crescent moon that hung low on the horizon. Roosevelt, standing with the British leader on the south portico, pressed a button that illuminated the colored lights of the tree. When the crowd's applause had died down, the President introduced his guest as, "My associate, my old and good friend." Churchill spoke to a radio audience numbering in the millions on both sides of the Atlantic. For reasons of blood or common cause or a common language, he said, "I cannot feel myself a stranger here in the center and at the summit of the United States." He continued, "Let the children have their night of fun and laughter before we turn again to the stern tasks and formidable years that lie before us, resolved that by our sacrifice and daring these same children shall not be robbed of their inheritance or denied their right to live in a free and decent world." The night was bitter cold, and Eleanor recalled, "There was little joy in our hearts. The cold gripped us all so intensely that we were glad of a cup of tea on our return to the house." The day after Christmas, Winston Churchill was driven to Capitol Hill to address a joint session of Congress. He addressed the House chamber through a dense thicket of microphones, looking over his glasses, a conspicuous gold watch chain hanging from the pocket of his trousers, his hands tucked under the lapels of his coat. He spoke for 35 minutes, with the audience hanging on his every word. It was a great speech, a classic Churchillian stem-winder. He had sweated blood over it all through Christmas Day and night. He knew that there remained considerable anti-British sentiment in Congress and that the American people were more aroused against Japan than Germany. "I cannot help reflecting," he began, "that if my father had been American and my mother British instead of the other way round, I might have got here on my own." The observation received a hearty laugh and established a friendly tone for a speech that would range across some sensitive territory. The British leader served up some roundabout criticism for the isolationists, hinting at the policy errors that had allowed Germany to rearm and driven the United States and Britain apart in the 1930s. The room fell very silent during those passages, but when Churchill returned to the Japanese, the legislators were quickly on their feet. He thundered, "What sort of people do they think we are? Is it possible they do not realize that we shall never cease to persevere against them, until they have been taught a lesson which they and the world will never forget?" The congressmen and senators responded with a mighty guttural eruption of savage joy, and Churchill thought to himself, who could doubt that all would be well? As he left the podium, he made his signature gesture, his right index and middle fingers held up in a V for victory. The Washington Post reported that the effect was instantaneous, electric. The cheers swelled into a roar. Back at the White House, Roosevelt, who had listened on the radio, told him that he had done extremely well. The Prime Minister was elated. His powers had not failed him. "I hit the target all the time," he declared in triumph to Moran. Before dinner each night, the two leaders, Hopkins and various other members of the President's official family, gathered for cocktails in the Red Room. Roosevelt sat by a tray of bottles and mixed the cocktails himself. This was a cherished part of the President's daily routine, his children's hour, as he sometimes called it, when he let the day's tensions and stresses slip away. He loved the ceremony of making the drinks, said Churchill's daughter, Mary Soames. It was rather like, "Look, I can do it." It was formidable, and you knew you were supposed to just hand him your glass and not reach for anything else. It was a lovely performance. Roosevelt did not take drink orders, but improvised new and eccentric concoctions, variations on the whiskey sour, Tom Collins, or old-fashioned. The drinks he identified as martinis were mixed with too much vermouth, and sometimes contaminated with foreign ingredients such as fruit juice or rum. Churchill, who preferred straight whiskey or brandy, accepted Roosevelt's mysterious potions gracefully and usually drank them without complaint, though Alistair Cooke reported that the Prime Minister sometimes took them into the bathroom and poured them down the sink. The British leader slept late, napped in the afternoons, sometimes creeping into a random bedroom if his own was too far away, and liked to talk late into the evenings. He imbibed throughout the day, remaining razor-sharp and supremely articulate like the high-functioning alcoholic that he was. He drank sherry in the morning, whiskey at midday, wine with dinner, and smoked Cuban cigars and nursed glasses of brandy well into the small hours of the morning. Roosevelt's aides were amazed. Mike Riley, chief of the President's Secret Service detail, said that Churchill ate and thoroughly enjoyed more food than any 2 men or 3 diplomats, and he consumed brandy and scotch with a grace and enthusiasm that left us all open-mouthed in awe. He added, "It was not the amount that impressed us, although that was quite impressive, but the complete sobriety that went hand in hand with his drinking." During the several weeks that Churchill spent in the White House, Roosevelt stayed up later than was his custom and drank more heavily, but without the benefit of the afternoon naps. Once, a few days after Christmas, the President smoked and drank and talked with Churchill until 3 in the morning. Dr. Ross T. McIntyre, who was responsible for looking after the President's health, regarded the British leader as public enemy number 1. He tried to impose a bedtime for the President of 11 p.m., but noted it was rarely observed. Eleanor was appalled. "There is no question," she said, "when you are deeply interested it is possible to go on working till all hours of the night. But for the people who have to wait up till you are through, it is a deadly performance." As the daughter of an alcoholic, she was put off by excessive drinking and did not like the influence that Churchill seemed to exert on both her husband and her sons. She grew increasingly concerned about the effect of late nights and brandy and cigars on Roosevelt's fragile health. "Mother would just fume," Elliott Roosevelt remembered, "and go in and out of the room making hints about bed, and still Churchill would sit there." When she shared her concerns with her husband, he retorted that she needn't worry because it wasn't his side of the family that had a drinking problem. Roosevelt had a genuine and heartfelt respect for Churchill. After dining with the President that January, Sam Rosenman recalled that the conversation was mostly about Churchill. Roosevelt was most enthusiastic about him and praised his rugged, bold approach to the problems of the war. Their personal friendship was at the heart of the alliance. The bond was abetted by their shared language, naturally, but also by their patrician upbringings, their elite schooling, their common interests in history and literature, and their self-identification as old lions of the sea, having both held civilian cabinet or sub-cabinet positions in their respective navies. Hopkins believed that during the long visit, Roosevelt grew genuinely to like Churchill, and I am sure Churchill equally liked the President. Churchill had originally intended to stay only a week, but once comfortably nested at the White House, he accepted Roosevelt's invitation to extend his stay. His visit, interrupted by brief jaunts to Canada and Florida, lasted 3 weeks, until his departure on January 15, 1942. Neither the American nor the British military staffs were entirely pleased that the two leaders were cocooned together in the White House. They were vexed by the thought that the President and Prime Minister were cooking up schemes behind their backs and would settle major issues over their late-night libations without letting their military advisers into the discussions. Each side suspected that his principal was pitted against a master confidence man and would give away too much in one-on-one negotiations. Their intimacy might fortify the alliance, but it might also short-circuit the rightful function of the cabinets and the military chiefs of staff. Alexander Cadogan, a British diplomat, wrote in his diary that he feared Churchill hero-worshipped the American president, American General Joseph W. Vinegar Joe Stilwell vented that the limeys have Roosevelt's ear while we have the hind tit. The military leaders met for the conference dubbed Arcadia in the opulent boardroom of the Federal Reserve Building, a 4-year-old marble edifice that sat directly opposite Navy headquarters on Constitution Avenue. Their first meeting convened on the morning of Christmas Eve under an agenda titled Fundamental Basis of Joint Strategy. 11 more such meetings would follow in the weeks to come. The British were represented by Admiral of the Fleet Sir Dudley Pound, Field Marshal Sir John Dill, recently supplanted by Brooke as Chief of the Imperial General Staff, and Air Chief Marshal Sir Charles Portal. General George C. Marshall, U.S. Army Chief of Staff, was informally acknowledged as head of the American team. He was joined by Admirals King and Stark and General Henry H. Hap Arnold, Chief of the Army Air Forces. The British service chiefs, tempered by nearly 2.5 years of war, were well accustomed to working together. They came to the meetings well prepared, with well-crafted arguments supported by crackerjack staff work. They knew their stuff, said Captain John L. McCrae of the American Naval Staff. They all talked exceedingly well and made much sense. Their staff organization was superb as well. 3 brigadiers did the bulk of the work, and their reports of the meetings were masterpieces. In contrast to the well-oiled machinery of the British High Command, the American chiefs were really nothing more than an ad hoc committee. The Army and Navy had always been institutionally separate and co-equal, with 2 cabinet-rank civilian secretaries sitting atop their respective departments, and efforts to blend the military planning process had been halting and unsuccessful. Therefore, the American military chiefs had to learn to deal with one another at the same time they were learning to deal with the British. General Arnold was subordinate to Marshall and tended to defer to him. Both King and Stark represented the U.S. Navy, and to the British it was not immediately clear which admiral was dominant. Having run on fumes for the 2 weeks since December 7th, the Americans had not found much time to prepare for the conference. They spoke off the cuff, throwing their ideas out without having vetted them through an internal process of planning and analysis. Inevitably, they could not avoid seeming confused and amateurish. They were at the base of a steep learning curve. Marshall, speaking for the Americans, opened with a strong and unequivocal reaffirmation of the Europe First principle. That policy, spelled out in a secret memorandum to Roosevelt and signed by Admiral King with the other service chiefs, recognized that Germany is the predominant member of the Axis powers. Even with the entry of Japan into the war, our view remains that Germany is still the prime enemy and her defeat is the key to victory. Once Germany is defeated, the collapse of Italy and the defeat of Japan must follow. In our considered opinion, therefore, it should be a cardinal principle that only the minimum of force necessary for the safeguarding of vital interests in other theaters should be diverted from operations against Germany. The merit of the Europe First principle was never doubted by King or any other member of the Allied High Command. Of the Axis partners, only Germany could be attacked simultaneously by the United States, Britain, and Russia. Germany possessed greater scientific and industrial resources than Japan, and given enough time might develop new and fearsome weapons of mass destruction. Should Russia fall, Hitler's juggernaut could be concentrated on a single front, but should Germany and Italy fall, the great bulk of Allied naval and military power would be liberated for use in the Pacific. As far as I know, wrote Dwight D. Eisenhower, the recently promoted brigadier general who was serving as the Army's war planning chief, the wisdom of the plan to turn the weight of our power against the European enemy before attempting an all-out campaign against Japan has never been questioned by any real student of strategy. Even Admiral Nimitz, who had his hands full with the Japanese, said the logic of the Germany First principle was well understood by all of us who had to carry on the war in the Pacific. And yet the strategy, stated in the abstract, left plenty of room for interpretation and debate. Exactly what proportion of available troops, ships, and war materiel would be sent to the Pacific? 10%? 20? 30? If the situation in the Pacific was unstable, as indeed it was, should that theater receive a larger share of resources on a short-term emergency basis? How much territory should be conceded to the rampaging Japanese? Were Australia and New Zealand to be sacrificed? How much offensive capability should the Allies build up in the Pacific, if only to keep pressure on the enemy's perimeter? Could a Pacific counteroffensive be launched even before Germany was defeated? On those questions, the joint memorandum of the service chiefs to the President was silent. Under the heading, "The Safeguarding of Vital Interests in the Eastern Theater," it stated only that the minimum forces required to hold the above will have to be a matter of mutual discussion. As Eisenhower observed, there was nothing controversial in Germany first as a rule, but it was to prove difficult indeed to develop a feasible plan to implement the idea and to secure its approval by the military staffs of the two nations. Even as they mulled over the high points of their strategy, the chiefs were forced to reckon with the bad news coming out of the Pacific and East Asia. Japanese sea-air-land forces were threatening to overrun American, British, Dutch, and Australian positions in a theater that spanned Burma to western New Guinea on an east-west axis and the Philippines through Australia on a north-south axis. On December 24th, the day of their first meeting, the world learned of the fall of both Hong Kong and Wake Island. There was more bad news from Malaya, where defenses on the mid-peninsula were caving in and British troops were fleeing towards Singapore. The Japanese seemed likely to seize control of the oil fields of Borneo and Sumatra. In Europe, by contrast, there was reassuring news from Africa, where British forces had pushed General Erwin Rommel back from Tobruk, and from Russia, where German forces had been stopped at the gates of Moscow and had suffered heavy losses just as the Russian winter was settling in. The situation in Europe for the moment was at least stable, that in the Pacific, not at all. Admiral King's mind was clear. The entire Allied strategy in the Pacific depended on two cardinal points. Hawaii must not fall, and Australia must not fall. To those ends, King, upon assuming command as Comminch, ordered the new Pacific Fleet Chief, Admiral Nimitz, to secure the seaways between Midway, Hawaii, and the North American mainland. This was to be his first priority. His second priority, in only a small degree less important, was to protect the lifeline between North America and Australia, chiefly by covering, securing, and holding the Hawaii-Samoa line, which should be extended to include Fiji at the earliest practicable date. Farther south, where Nimitz's command did not yet extend, it would include several more strong points in New Caledonia, New Hebrides, and the Tonga Islands. That long supply line must safely accommodate a large and growing volume of shipping. By those means, the Allied war machine would be built up in Australasia, which King defined to include New Zealand, and from which a counteroffensive would eventually drive northwest through the Solomons, the Bismarck Archipelago, New Guinea, Borneo, and the Philippines. Every other concern was to be ruthlessly subordinated to what King called those two vital Pacific tasks. Though it had not yet been acknowledged in Washington, the Philippines would fall. Though it had not yet been acknowledged in London, Malaya and Singapore would fall. Burma would fall. The Dutch East Indies would fall. The remaining British, Dutch, and American forces in the Southeast Pacific would disintegrate. The U.S. Asiatic Fleet, a ramshackle array of old cruisers and destroyers, would probably be annihilated by the enemy's ships and planes. Its main contribution to the war effort would be to slow the rate of the Japanese advance and buy a few precious weeks to secure the seaways linking San Francisco, San Diego, and Panama to Brisbane, Auckland, and Sydney. At this early phase of the war, it was thought that the Japanese would try to take advantage of the Allies' temporary weaknesses to sever the American-Australian lifeline. The Allies could only guess at Japanese intentions, and every new development might be a prelude to a new eastward thrust. Shelling by Japanese submarines in the Samoa area seemed to presage an amphibious attack, which never came. The shipping route linking North America to Australia passed dangerously near the Gilbert Island group, which the Japanese had seized and were developing into formidable air bases, and from which they had already launched airstrikes. Macon, in the Gilberts, was just 960 miles away from Canton Island, which had a 5,000-foot airstrip but no Allied aircraft. It might easily be occupied and Japanese planes flown in, giving the enemy eyes over the shipping lanes and the ready means to slaughter Allied convoys from the air. Those were urgent problems. The threatened islands needed to be garrisoned immediately. A new fueling station was set up at Bora Bora in the Society Islands for shipping westbound from the Panama Canal. King asked President Roosevelt that scarce Allied resources be thrown into an emergency policy of hold and build, involving base construction, airfield construction, Marine Defense battalions, Army garrisons, aircraft and supporting facilities, ports and refueling equipment, on Samoa, New Caledonia, Suva, Fiji, Tongatapu, Tonga Islands, Efate, New Hebrides, and Funafuti, Ellis Islands. But King did not have in mind a purely defensive posture. He often spoke of the merits of a defensive-offensive posture, which he defined colloquially, in a memorandum to Navy Secretary Knox, as a policy of hold what you've got and hit them when you can. Digging in and waiting for the enemy might be a prudent tactic on land, but in naval warfare the advantage more often than not lay with the attacker. Even if the Americans were starved of offensive hitting power, what little they had should be used to strike the enemy, to make him consider the cost of leaving any part of his outer perimeter exposed. An effective defense would have to include carrier airstrikes on the Japanese island bases and a submarine campaign against Japan's interior seaborne supply lines. No fighter ever won by covering up, by merely fending off the other fellow's blows, said the Cominch by way of analogy. The winner hits and keeps on winning, even though he has to take some stiff blows in order to be able to keep on hitting. In light of this rapidly developing situation, King pushed hard for a larger near-term allocation of scarce military resources to the Pacific theater. He argued, as he always did, forcefully and without tact, not troubling to disguise his contempt for those who opposed him. The British, mistakenly assuming that an officer who had risen to the top of the U.S. Navy must be more charming when dealing with his fellow countrymen, marked King as a hard-bitten Anglophobe. But there is no evidence that King was innately prejudiced against the British, nor that he wanted to sabotage the Europe First principle. Rather, it seems that he deliberately chose to assume the role of special advocate for the Pacific, because he perceived that for various reasons none of the other military service chiefs, American or British, was giving enough thought to the needs of that theater. Outside the small circle of the military chiefs, there were many others who shared King's point of view. No less a figure than Eisenhower, who would later act as Supreme Allied Commander in the liberation of Europe, was concerned that the chiefs were neglecting the need to stem the Japanese tide. "I've been insisting that the Far East is critical," Eisenhower noted on his desk memorandum pad on January 1, 1942. He was concerned that no sideshows should be undertaken until air and ground there are in satisfactory state. Instead, we are taking on Magnet, U.S. forces to Northern Ireland, Gymnast, invasion of North Africa, etc. There was the wrenching question of the fate of the Philippines. General MacArthur, who had already been hailed as a superstar in the American press, had demanded relief for his beleaguered American and Filipino forces, and in a public proclamation Roosevelt had reflexively promised it. "I renew my solemn pledge to you that your freedom will be redeemed and your independence established and protected." The President wrote Secretary Stimson on December 30th, "I wish that war plans would explore every possible means of relieving the Philippines. I realize great risks are involved, but the objective is important." The Allied nations of Asia and the Pacific Rim had kept faith with their American and British allies and expected to be shielded against the onslaught. Australia and New Zealand, having dispatched many of their best troops to fight the Germans half a world away, were understandably frantic to protect their homes and hearths. Australian Prime Minister John Curtin wrote in a Melbourne newspaper, "Without any inhibitions of any kind, I make it quite clear that Australia looks to America, free of any pangs as to our traditional links or kinship with the United Kingdom. We know the dangers of dispersal of strength, but we know too that Australia can go and Britain can still hold on. We are therefore determined that Australia shall not go." Moreover, it was feared that a total collapse of Allied defenses in the Pacific would prompt a Japanese invasion of Siberia, which might in turn knock Russia out of the war. Powerful figures in the Japanese army were known to be eager to attack Russia, and it was assumed Hitler must be pressuring his Japanese allies for such a move. Lieutenant General Stanley Dunbar Embick told the Army War Plans Division in late January that a greater degree of immediate aid to the Pacific would act as a deterrent to a Japanese attack on Siberia. And a planning document published in March 1942 argued that the most valuable assistance which can be rendered to Russia is to contain Japanese forces in the South Pacific, and the sooner our action clearly indicates to Russia that we shall do this, the greater the advantage she can gain from that assistance. In the ninth meeting of the chiefs on January 11, 1942, King demanded that a strong force be dispatched to garrison the French colonial islands of New Caledonia, which lay astride the route of communications between Hawaii and Australia, and were the site of productive nickel mines that the Japanese were believed to covet. Should New Caledonia be seized by the enemy, American convoys would have to be rerouted south of New Zealand. King insisted that the islands be taken immediately by a garrison force of 10,000 troops, even at the cost of diverting forces bound for Europe. That brought the competing demands of the two theaters down from the Empyrean realm of high theory to the status of immediate decision. It appeared that King's plan could be carried out only by diverting troops scheduled to be sent to Iceland and Northern Ireland, and the British stiffly resisted such a change. Nor did King receive much support from the other American service chiefs. General Arnold remarked, somewhat unhelpfully, that his army bombers could simply fly over the islands, drawing King's well-aimed retort that ships were needed to build up forces in the South Pacific, and ships could not fly. The Army instinctively resisted placing troops in a theater dominated by the Navy. Eisenhower, when he learned of the proposal, noted acerbically, "The Navy wants to take all the islands in the Pacific, have them held by Army troops to become bases for Army pursuit and bombers. Then the Navy will have a safe place to sail its vessels." King has been charged with carrying water for the Navy, but were the leaders of the other services any less blinkered? Churchill had himself asked the President for 3 or 4 American infantry divisions to be sent to Northern Ireland, both to relieve British troops stationed there, and because of the political effect such a development would have in Irish politics. It would be, Churchill wrote, an assertion of the United States' resolve to intervene directly in Europe. Confronted with King's reasoning, the Prime Minister seemed willing to accept a delay in the delivery of troops to Northern Ireland. Some 8,000 troops that had been slated for Iceland would be reduced to 2,500, and 16,000 that were slated for Northern Ireland would be reduced to 4,000. But the needed troops could not be sent to the Pacific unless ships could be found to carry them, and ships were scarce. Could a convoy be diverted from Russian Lend-Lease shipments to the northern Russian port of Archangel? King said that he believed that the port of Archangel was already closed for the winter, or that even if it was not, the Russian port facilities would not be able to handle the offloading of those ships. Roosevelt contradicted him, saying that the Russians had said the port was open and had demanded the supplies. The President, clearly hoping to duck an awkward decision, asked whether it would be difficult to reconquer New Caledonia after a Japanese invasion of the islands. King replied that it would be very difficult. Harry Hopkins spoke up. By his calculations, only 7 ships were needed to fill the shortfall in the promised deliveries to Russia. That put the question in a different light. Even in the face of a severe shipping shortage, the government of the United States should be able to lay its hands on 7 additional ships. Hopkins offered to find them himself. That broke the logjam. Hopkins's contribution was characteristic. He often managed to shed light on a subject with a well-timed insight or steer a debate toward a practical solution. Churchill bestowed a nickname on the gaunt consigliere, Lord Root of the Matter. It was agreed that 21,800 American troops would embark upon ships from the East Coast, pass through the Panama Canal, and reach the South Pacific in mid-February. A portion would be sent to New Caledonia, along with Australian troops. Altogether, the Allied garrison would amount to about 1 division. Furthermore, in response to King's urgent entreaties, it was agreed that 20 cargo ships would carry 250 fighters, 143 bombers, 220 tons of cargo, and 4.5 million gallons of gasoline to the South Pacific in the early months of 1942. Churchill claimed to have known, even in those first weeks of the war, that a cataract of ruin would fall upon the Allies in Asia. In his memoir, the Prime Minister made the point with photorealistic flair. Even while I spoke in confident tones, I could feel in anticipation the lashes which were soon to score our naked flesh. Fearful forfeits had to be paid not only by Britain and Holland, but by the United States, in the Pacific and Indian Oceans, and in all the Asiatic lands and islands they lap with their waves. An indefinite period of military disaster lay certainly before us. Many dark and weary months of defeat and loss must be endured before the light would come again. The unremitting flow of bad news shined a spotlight on the problem of the Allies' fragmented command. The Japanese were encountering feeble, uncoordinated, and chaotic opposition by the ground, air, and naval forces of 5 different countries: Britain, the United States, the Dutch in exile, Australia, and New Zealand. Each of the Allies had its own goals, interests, and constraints. Shipping was a critical bottleneck, but there was little or no coordination of shipping resources. General Marshall believed the situation called for a single Allied commander, with authority over all forces in the theater. He brought the issue up at the second meeting of the chiefs on Christmas morning, 1941. "I am convinced that there must be one man in command of the entire theater, air, ground, and ships," he said. "We cannot manage by cooperation. Human frailties are such that there would be emphatic unwillingness to place portions of troops under another service. If we make a plan for unified command now, it will solve 9/10 of our troubles." He spoke of his experiences in the First World War, experience that all of the men at that table had shared. "There are difficulties in arriving at a single command, but they are much less than the hazards that must be faced if we do not achieve this. We never think alike. There are the opinions of those on this side of the table and of the people on the other side. But as for myself, I am willing to go to the limit to accomplish this." In facing up to the knotty problem so early in the conflict, Marshall began to reveal why he would prove the one really indispensable American military leader of the Second World War. Command unity was a challenging and sensitive subject, cutting to the heart of the Anglo-American alliance while also laying bare the inter-service rivalries on both sides. As much as Marshall might have liked to depict command unity as a purely military problem, it raised thorny issues of diplomacy and politics, and those issues would have to be confronted by the civilian leaders of all the Allied nations. Marshall seemed to understand that if the issue of command unity was not dealt with at the very outset of the conflict, it might never be dealt with at all. The proposal came as a bombshell. Marshall had not forewarned King or the other American or British service chiefs that it was coming. At first it met with strong resistance. The British, having been at war for nearly 2.5 years, were loath to place their troops under a nation that had just entered the conflict and seemed to have much to learn. The RAF chief, Charles Portal, argued that the Allies should first decide on overall deployment of forces to the theater before confronting the question of a unified command. King was cautious at first. One of the other officers at the meeting regarded him as lukewarm. He knew that the rank and file of the American Navy would blanch at the prospect of placing ships under the command either of American generals or foreign admirals. King's Assistant Chief of Staff, Admiral Richmond Turner, vehemently opposed placing U.S. Navy units outside the Navy command hierarchy, and was not afraid to say so to King or to anyone else. But over the next 2 days King was brought along by Marshall's reasoning, and in subsequent meetings declared that he supported the proposal. Stark, Turner, and the other admirals fell reluctantly into line. It was a surprising and fortunate development. It cemented the partnership between Marshall and King and signaled that service coordination and coalition warfare were going to be embraced by the U.S. Navy. British opposition was more adamant. When the subject was raised in a White House meeting on December 26th, Churchill spoke out against it. He seems to have been warned by his chiefs and prepared his arguments with care. He acknowledged that unity of command had been an important principle in the First World War, but in that conflict there had been a continuous line of battle along a long front. In Asia there was a large and far-flung theater with islands and land masses separated by sea, encompassing forces of many different nations, fighting on their own soil or on colonial soil that they had controlled. In such a case, he said, a unified command would only confuse the picture. The greatest problem, he said, was to ensure that adequate military assets were being sent to the theater. the war could be carried on more effectively with the forces of each nation fighting under their own officers, but accountable directly to the chiefs of staff in Washington or London. During these deliberations, Lord Beaverbrook, the British production chief, passed a note to Hopkins. "You should work on Churchill. He is being advised. He is open-minded and needs discussion." In his memoirs, Churchill recalled that Hopkins said to him, "Don't be in a hurry to turn down the proposal the President is going to make to you before you know who is the man we have in mind." Marshall then nominated a British general, Field Marshal Sir Archibald P. Wavell, as the first Supreme Allied commander of ABDACOM, an acronym denoting the American British Dutch Australian Command. The ABDACOM theater would embrace Burma, Malaya, the Dutch East Indies, Western New Guinea, the northwest quadrant of Australia, and the Philippines, including all the adjacent seas. Wavell would command all forces afloat, ashore, and in the air. Churchill recalled, "I was complimented by the choice of a British commander, but it seemed to me that the theater in which he would act would soon be overrun, and the forces which would be placed at his disposal would be destroyed by the Japanese onslaught." The Prime Minister revealed himself as a dyed-in-the-wool navalist by declaring that he would rather see British ships commanded by an American admiral than by a British general. He counter-proposed that Admiral Thomas Hart, commander of the U.S. Asiatic Fleet, should retain command of all ABDA naval forces and merely conform to the plans and policies of Field Marshal Wavell. The Americans rejected that as ambiguous. King himself took up a pen and rewrote the order to specify that naval forces would fall under Wavell's command. Churchill's resistance broke down under the combined heavy pressure of Roosevelt, Marshall, and Hopkins, particularly when King's obstinate backing was thrown on the scale. The British leader might have hoped he could count on Admiral King to oppose the idea of putting his ships under the command of a foreign general, but King, once he had made up his mind, supported Wavell unequivocally. Churchill, in the face of this united front, concluded that it was evident that we must meet the American view. He did not ask the British War Cabinet in London for its approval, but sent a telegram announcing that the decision had been made. The U.S. Navy would remain responsible for the whole Pacific Ocean east of Philippine Islands and Australasia, including United States approaches to Australasia. He concluded, "I have not attempted to argue case for and against our accepting this broad-minded and selfless American proposal, of merits of which is a war winner I have become convinced." Receiving the news by cable to London, General Brooke was dismayed. In his diary he wrote, "The whole scheme is wild and half-baked, and only catering for one area of action, namely Western Pacific, one enemy, Japan, and no central control." However, Cabinet was forced to accept the PM's new scheme owing to the fact that it was almost a fait accompli. By December 29th, only 4 days after Marshall had first broached the subject, the other ABDA powers had agreed to Wavell's appointment, and the unlucky general had received his orders. Despite initial resistance from King and heavier and more sustained resistance from the British, Marshall had gotten his way in a remarkably short order. Wavell arrived at Batavia on the island of Java on January 10, 1942. By that time, the Japanese onslaught in that theater was nearing its successful climax. The ABDA command would be short-lived, but it forced the Allies to confront fundamental questions about how their coalition would be run. From whom would Field Marshal Wavell receive his orders? How would the American and British high commands be blended? Most crucially, where was the high command to be located, Washington or London? Or would it somehow straddle the Atlantic? And what of the smaller nations of the coalition? Would they also have a seat at the table? Could the Second World War be waged by a multinational committee? Those questions were painful and difficult and could not be resolved without spreading dissent and rancor within the Allied camp, but King insisted that they be decided immediately. Wavell's orders had stated that he would receive his instructions from an appropriate joint body accountable to the President and Prime Minister. Admiral Pound, the British First Sea Lord, proposed that the Allies should utilize existing machinery. In other words, the Allied High Command would simply be represented by the Anglo-American service chiefs, the men sitting around that table in the Federal Reserve boardroom, plus General Alan Brooke, who had remained in London. Together they would form a combined Chiefs of Staff, CCOS, committee, accountable directly to the President and Prime Minister. They would guide the overall strategic direction of the war, set production goals, allocate military resources, distribute orders to all Allied commands worldwide, and, crucially, control all Allied shipping. In a private lunch at the White House on December 29th, Roosevelt told Admiral King that he did not believe the High Command could be expanded beyond the United States and Britain without losing coherence. The Australians, New Zealanders, Dutch, Chinese, Free French, and all the other lesser allies would have to be excluded from those deliberations. They would receive orders from the CCOS and be expected to carry them out. King recognized that these nations would be severely disappointed, but agreed with Roosevelt that it was a price that must be paid for a functioning command structure. The President authorized King to convey his view to the CCOS in the next day's meeting of the chiefs, and he did. It was obvious that with so many participants in the war, decisions could not be made by a show of hands, King later told a group of war correspondents. This is a hard-boiled method bound to cause friction and unhappiness among the smaller nations, but it is the only way to function effectively. Where was this machinery to be located? The Americans insisted that it should be in Washington, with a British representative acting as a liaison to London. That was a bitter pill for the British to swallow, having run their war from London for nearly 2.5 years. They held out for 2 committees, one in London, the other in Washington, and proposed a system in which major decisions could be formulated through telegraph communications between the 2 capitals. Roosevelt, King, Marshall, and the Americans replied that this would be impractical and would represent a fatal weakening in the principle of a single command organization to fight a global war. That was the single most controversial issue of the conference. The Americans pointed out that the United States would produce the great majority of munitions and other war materiel, and that North America was geographically more central to the European and Pacific theaters. Roosevelt primly anticipated that there will possibly be quite a time over this, while Hopkins noted that the suggestion of an appropriate joint body has kicked up a hell of a row. The British angled to retain some power in London by proposing 2 co-equal munitions allocation subcommittees, one in London and one in Washington, to be headed by Beaverbrook and Hopkins, respectively. The idea was quashed when Marshall heatedly threatened to tender his resignation rather than accept it. It was a bitter point. Bob Sherwood judged that the issue provoked more heated argument than any other topic considered at the Arcadia Conference. This was one of the few subjects on which a division appeared on nationalistic lines as between British and Americans, and it was never completely closed. Churchill did not accept defeat easily. He persisted in arguing his case robustly and at length. But when it became clear that Roosevelt was going to stand behind Marshall, and that the British must acquiesce or risk an open break, Churchill surrendered with the face-saving suggestion that the system be set up and tried for 1 month. Roosevelt gratefully agreed. "We shall call it a preliminary agreement and try it out that way." The arrangement would continue through the end of the war. Receiving reports by cable in London, General Brooke was appalled. "I could see no reason why at this stage, with American forces totally unprepared to play a major part, we should agree to a central control in Washington." Later, when the British service chiefs had returned to England, Brooke rebuked Portal and Pound for having sold the birthright for a plate of porridge. But Churchill had not been swindled. He had given in reluctantly, but with his eyes open. Lord Moran, as the Prime Minister's doctor, observed that he was possessed with one idea to the exclusion of all others, to bring the President into the war with his heart set on victory. If that can be done, nothing else matters. Before December 7th, Britain had been in the position of a suitor. Afterward, as the Prime Minister put it to King George VI, Britain and America were now married after many months of walking out. There was some consolation in the appointment of Field Marshal Sir John Dill to head the Washington-based British Joint Staff Mission. Dill had been removed by Churchill as Chief of the Imperial General Staff and replaced by Brooke. He had come to Washington to assist in the transition. The decision to leave him in Washington came as an afterthought. Dill had an excellent rapport with all the American military leaders and would remain a vital intermediary between the British and Americans until his death in 1944. The American chiefs traveled to wartime conferences in London and several other places around the world. The CCOS met a total of 89 times between 1941 and 1945, and those summits produced many of the substantive decisions and compromises of the war. Of the CCOS apparatus, Churchill later wrote, "There was never a failure to reach effective agreement for action, or to send clear instruction to the commanders in every theater. Every executive officer knew that the orders he received bore with them the combined conception and expert authority of both governments." Lord Beaverbrook, the British production chief, believed the American production targets were utterly inadequate and made his case directly to the President on December 29th. He urged that U.S. production goals for 1942 should be revised upward to 45,000 tanks, 17,700 anti-aircraft guns, and 24,000 fighter planes. As for the Navy, Admiral Stark had already proposed to increase the existing building program, based on the 1940 expansion bill, to build an additional 8 aircraft carriers, 24 cruisers, 102 destroyers, and 54 submarines, a total of 900,000 tons. The keels would all be laid by 1944. But even those plans were not grand enough. In January 1942, the General Board of the Navy envisioned a fleet composed of 34 battleships, 24 carriers, 12 battle cruisers, 104 other cruisers, 379 destroyers, and 207 submarines. Those figures represented a significant shift in favor of aircraft carriers. There were also calls for more escort vessels, and that would lead eventually to the construction of many destroyer escorts, vessels specially designed for convoy work. The necessary directives enforcing those colossal goals on every agency of the government were distributed widely to all concerned. The President's State of the Union address, delivered to the Congress on January 6th, showcased the President's titanic production targets. "We must raise our sights all along the production line. Let no man say it cannot be done." In 1942, the nation would manufacture 45,000 tanks, 20,000 anti-aircraft weapons, 60,000 aircraft, and 6 million deadweight tons of cargo shipping. Those targets, Roosevelt added, will give the Japanese and the Nazis a little idea of just what they accomplished in the attack at Pearl Harbor. The numbers had been revised by Roosevelt himself, apparently with no actual basis in the estimates that had been given to him. He simply crossed out the estimates he had received and rewrote them with his own hand on the night before the speech. When Hopkins worried that these arbitrary back-of-the-envelope figures might not be feasible, the President serenely replied, "Oh, the production people can do it if they really try." Roosevelt, Bob Sherwood observed, was never afraid of big round numbers. The numbers were stunning. Lord Moran wrote that Churchill, more than any of his colleagues, understood what production on that scale would mean for the course of the war. He is drunk with the figures. Many thought the targets unrealistic. In the War Department, an officer was said to have remarked that Roosevelt had gone in for the numbers racket. Industry leaders, having operated for years at partial capacity during the Great Depression, were skeptical. Many suggested that the President had been misled by Harry Hopkins. On January 13th, the President responded to those criticisms by summoning a Sears Roebuck executive, Donald Nelson, and creating a new agency to coordinate a complete mobilization of industry, the War Production Board, WPB. Nelson was appointed on the strong recommendation of Hopkins, who argued that he alone should be given the job rather than a 3-man board. The President accepted Hopkins's view that Nelson was the best of the lot. He would be the war czar. Under his supervision, the nation's industrial base would be retooled and ramped up to round-the-clock production 7 days a week. Assembly lines would run in 3-shift rotations. Vast industries devoted to such peacetime pursuits as building automobiles would be shut down by government decree. No further sales of cars or light trucks to civilians were permitted. All cars that were already in the retail pipeline, sitting on dealer lots, would be subject to a rationing system. Most went to the government, and a few more to professionals whose work was considered essential. Since 1775, Anglo-American relations had been haunted by a spirit of antagonism, distrust, and jealousy. Even after Pearl Harbor, many Americans suspected that the British had somehow duped a second consecutive generation of their countrymen into pouring their blood and treasure into the European swamp. They feared the British would harness the power of American democracy to save their global empire, and in doing so plant the seeds of future wars. With those hoary grievances forming the backdrop to the Allies' negotiations, the Arcadia Conference was a triumph of wartime diplomacy. The Allies had reaffirmed the Europe First policy. They had agreed that the major issues of the war would be decided by a Washington-based Anglo-American Combined Chiefs of Staff, CCOS, committee. They had created the ABDA Command with Field Marshal Wavell as its CNC. In writing Wavell's charter, the Allies were reacting to an immediate crisis in the Pacific, but their ad hoc efforts had established the precedent for unified multinational and inter-service theater commanders, and even created the institutional machinery of a blended high command. They had written the Charter of the United Nations, a joint statement of purpose that evolved into the New York-based multilateral organization that still exists today. They had set extravagant targets for war production and would achieve them. They had created a true Allied coalition, an achievement that contrasted sharply with the Axis nations, which were never more than allies in name. Roosevelt and Churchill, with Hopkins in a vital supporting role, had cemented their personal understanding, which was based on genuine mutual fondness. Together they would sit atop the whole structure and make the major decisions that could not be resolved by their military chiefs. Admiral Leahy, who served as Roosevelt's military chief of staff after mid-1942, said flatly that the two leaders really ran the war. Britain would work its influence gently so as not to chafe the fragile American ego. Churchill informed his war cabinet that the Americans were not above learning from us, provided that we did not set out to teach them. George Marshall's leadership has been forcefully stressed by historians of the Second World War. King, by contrast, has often been cast in the role of Marshall's antagonist, rival, or spoiler. That there were substantive disagreements between them cannot be denied, but it is all too easy to blow those differences out of proportion. At Arcadia, King backed Marshall on unity of command. He agreed to place the U.S. Asiatic Fleet under the command of a British general. He argued for a larger allocation of scarce military resources to shore up the U.S.-Australia lifeline, a view that was controversial at the time but was largely vindicated by subsequent events. In negotiations concerning the creation of the Supreme Allied Command, he asked tough, penetrating questions that forced the participants to clarify their thinking. But at the conclusion of the discussion, he and Marshall held the same view. Above all, Marshall and King were partners. They were the two dominant members of the Joint Chiefs, and as such they always understood that their partnership was at the heart of the American war effort. If they failed to reach agreement on any substantive issue of the war, the dispute would have to be adjudicated by Roosevelt himself. Deadlocks would diminish their credibility and threaten the cohesiveness of the High Command. In that spirit, Marshall and King almost always found a way to work out their differences. King knew he had to get along, one of his staff subordinates recalled. That was the compelling influence on all of them. They knew they had to get along. But there was one issue on which King would never yield. I have no intention whatever of acceding to any unity of command proposals that are not premised on a particular situation, in a particular area, and a particular time, for a more or less particular period, King wrote a colleague during the conference. I have found it necessary to find time to point out to some amateur strategists in high places that unity of command is not a panacea for all military difficulties, and I shall continue to do so. More directly to the point, King would never consent to place the Pacific Fleet under the command of the messianic, fame-seeking General MacArthur. January 13th was Churchill's penultimate night in Washington. The President, Prime Minister, First Lady, and various other guests and staffers gathered in the Oval Study for cocktails before dinner. Louis Adamick, an author who had been invited to dinner that night, recalled that Churchill arrived late. He entered the room wearing a semi-scowl on his big chubby pink and white face with its light blue eyes, and moved as though he were without joints, all of a piece, solidly, unhurriedly, impervious to obstacles, like a tank or a bulldozer. His large round mug was perfectly smooth, blandly innocent, except for the eyes and mouth, which were shrewd, ruthless, unscrupulous. Adamic had recently published a book advocating a leading role for the United States in promoting democracy in Europe after the war. Eleanor Roosevelt had read it and given copies to the President, the Prime Minister, and many others. Adamic, a liberal anti-imperialist, was not exactly an impartial observer. He freely confessed that he distrusted Churchill and the British Tories. But his eyewitness account of that evening's dinner was nonetheless vivid and convincing. Watching the interplay between the two Allied leaders, he saw that they were genuine friends, familiar and affectionate toward one another. But he also noted a strained undertone, as if they had recently quarreled. Gazing at each other, smiling yet not smiling, they seemed to be feeling out each other's measure, speculating, challenging. Each seemed to be saying inaudibly to the other, "Now how am I going to handle you tonight? How will you react to my tactics?" On the morning of the 15th, Roosevelt and Harry Hopkins drove with the Prime Minister to his private train, which he boarded from a private siding on 6th Street. The President bid his goodbyes from the car. Hopkins walked with Churchill and his entourage to the train. Hopkins handed Churchill a note and present for Mrs. Churchill, Clemmy, in which he had written, "You would have been quite proud of your husband on this trip." After a marathon flight across the Atlantic by flying boat, with a refueling stop in Bermuda, Churchill returned to London to find a very difficult political situation. The news had been very bad, both in East Asia and in North Africa. Parliament was threatening a revolt. The criticism of his leadership had grown very pointed. The Prime Minister might have taken some solace from a warm note from Roosevelt, who had turned 60 on January 30th. The President had written, "It is fun to be in the same decade with you." Churchill made a masterful defense in the House of Commons and demanded a vote of confidence, which he received on January 27th by a vote of 464 to 1. Chapter 6. In the U.S. Navy of 1942, every admiral knew every other admiral, at least by name and face. But King and Nimitz had never been close, either personally or professionally. King's overbearing domination drew a sharp contrast to Nimitz's soft-spoken collegiality, and if it had been up to the new Comminch to name Kimmel's replacement, it is safe to assume he would have chosen someone else. Nimitz understood that his tenure was probationary. In letters to his wife, the Texan confided that he and King had not yet established trust or rapport. He would have to tread carefully, for when the Comminch lost confidence in a man, the consequences were felt immediately. In a secure cable dated January 2, 1942, King let it be known that he was not pleased with the dilatory and half-hearted deployment of the American aircraft carriers since December 7th. He wanted hit-and-run raids on Japan's fixed aircraft carriers, Macon in the Gilberts, and a constellation of island air bases in the Marshalls. He urged Nimitz to send the carriers steaming at high speed into enemy waters, to launch bombing raids with total surprise on enemy islands, to catch the Japanese in their beds, knock out their planes on the ground, crater their airstrips, level their hangars, machine shops, and barracks, kill their pilots and maintenance crews, blow up their fuel tanks, and torpedo the ships anchored in their lagoons. Nimitz mulled it over with his staff. There were sensible and well-reasoned objections, not the sort that could be dismissed as timorous or craven. Admiral Claude C. Block, chief of the 14th Naval District, who was directly responsible for the defense of Hawaii, baldly stated that the loss of the carriers would leave Hawaii exposed to invasion. As a matter of well-established doctrine, sending carriers into the range of land-based bombers was thought to be a tactical loser, unless the attackers were certain of achieving total surprise. The Japanese had done it successfully on December 7th, but now, with the war on, wouldn't they anticipate such attacks along the eastern perimeter of their empire? If so, there was a grave risk of devastating counter-strikes against the American flat tops, by Japanese twin-engine land bombers that had longer legs than the American carrier planes. Moreover, was it even worth the risk? Planning documents produced by the SINCPAC staff during that period reveal that very little was known about those secluded atolls of the Marshalls and Gilberts. They were largely shrouded in mystery. But it seemed likely that they offered little in the way of high-value targets. What good was punching craters in a coral airstrip when the damage could be so readily repaired? None of the enemy's major capital ships was likely to be found anchored in those remote islands, and the shore installations were not particularly important or valuable. Why take a gamble and lose more ships so early in the war when the prudent course was to buy time to rebuild? Risky operations could wait until 1943, when the American economy had been fully mobilized and a new fleet delivered into Nimitz's hands. The danger to the carriers was vividly illustrated on January 11th, when the Saratoga was struck by a Japanese torpedo about 500 miles south of Oahu. She returned to Pearl under her own power, but the damage required that she return to Puget Sound for repairs. Saratoga was one of 4 American carriers in the Pacific. Her loss, wrote Edwin Layton, cut our offensive strength by 25%. On January 7th, Task Force 8, built around the carrier Enterprise, entered Pearl Harbor for her periodic refueling and reprovisioning. Vice Admiral Halsey, who had commanded the task force with Enterprise as his flagship since before the war began, planted himself at Nimitz's conference table for the regular morning meeting at 8 a.m. on the 8th. With him was his cruiser commander, Rear Admiral Raymond A. Spruance, the trusty understudy who would eventually eclipse Halsey as a superior fleet commander. A week earlier, Halsey had been summoned to testify before the Roberts Commission, the first of several Pearl Harbor investigations, and the questioning had turned to his opinion on the proper use of carriers. Halsey replied that they were tantamount to a naval cavalry, and quoted the Confederate Cavalry General Nathan Bedford Forrest. "I think General Forrest's description is the best thing I know, to get to the other fellow with everything you have and as fast as you can and dump it on him. You have to scout out and find it, and as soon as you find it, send everything you can at him and hit him with it." Halsey was all for the proposed raid on the Marshalls. It might divert Japanese forces from their southern drive, where they were threatening the Coral Sea area and even Australia itself. Landing a heavy punch on those outer perimeter outposts of the Japanese Empire would protect Samoa and other positions on the Australia lifeline by degrading the effectiveness of their air bases. Halsey theatrically declared that he would take the Enterprise into the Marshalls and do it himself. He argued with spirit and conviction. It was important to strike the enemy somewhere, if only to retrieve the Navy's self-respect. Certainly there were risks, he acknowledged, but what battle was ever fought without risks? In contrast to the skeptics, he seemed not to have been shaken by the failures and setbacks of the first month of the war. Halsey had not yet tasted fame and possibly did not yet realize that he would become the public face of the U.S. Navy, but in pointed contrast to King or Nimitz, he was willing to play the part of the salt-stained sea gladiator. Samuel Eliot Morison would observe that the press expected admirals to pound the table and bellow as in the movies. Halsey pounded and bellowed. He had just the right look for the role. His square face was battered by wind, sun, and salt. His thinning hair was combed straight back from his spacious forehead. His wide-set eyes were crowned by a regal pair of undomesticated Scottish eyebrows. When he smiled, he seemed to leer. Like General George S. Patton, to whom he is inevitably compared, he appeared to love war. He was a sailor's sailor and popular on the lower deck. "As the general rule," he avowed, "I never trust a sailorman who doesn't smoke or drink." In January 1942, he was eager to get the show on the road. An ordnanceman on the Enterprise recalled passing near his quarters and overhearing the admiral thundering away, cursing Washington and the shore-based admirals for their cowardice. In a sense, Halsey had lived his entire life in the Navy. His father had been a naval officer before him, and as a child he had lived all around the world. At age 15, he had written directly to President McKinley asking for a Naval Academy appointment. The letter contained numerous errors of spelling and fact, and was addressed, contrary to protocol, to Major William McKinley, the President's old Army rank. It was never answered. But his mother bent the ears of the right people, and Halsey was admitted as a naval cadet in July 1900. At the academy he ran up a precariously high tally of demerits, but he was always well liked among his peers. With appealing self-deprecation, he would later brag of being a star fullback on the worst football team in the history of the Navy. In 1903, the team fell to Army by a score of 40-5. He graduated with the class of 1904, 1 year before Nimitz, ranked 43rd in his class of 62. The lucky bag called him everyone's friend and a real old salt. Looks like a figurehead of Neptune. Halsey's early years in the service were largely in destroyers. He took his first command in 1909, USS DuPont, and by 1920 had commanded a destroyer division. He did tours in the Office of Naval Intelligence in Washington and as naval attaché in U.S. embassies in Germany, Norway, Denmark, and Sweden. He served, as required for all those officers climbing into the higher ranks, in battleships, and completed the course at the Naval War College in the early years of the Depression. In 1934, as a 52-year-old captain, he took the lateral route into the field of naval aviation by reporting to Pensacola for flight training. It was late in life to learn how to fly, and he was not a naturally gifted flyer, but he earned his wings the following year, qualifying him for carrier command. He had the Saratoga for 2 years and then returned to Pensacola as commander of the Naval Air Station. He was promoted Rear Admiral in 1938. By the outbreak of the Second World War, he was one of the Navy's most seasoned carrier task force commanders. Nimitz was relieved to have the vigorous support of the man who would lead the operation. Moreover, he was receiving radio intelligence that seemed to improve the risk assessment. Enemy radio traffic had risen sharply in Truk in the Carolines, but remained steady in the Marshalls, suggesting the pattern of a southward fleet movement. More concretely, fragmentary radio decrypts referred to a Koryaku Butai, or occupation force aimed at Rabaul on New Britain. If the Japanese fleet was moving toward Rabaul, there was no danger that the American carrier task forces would blunder into it thousands of miles north in the central Pacific. Air and submarine reconnaissance also tended to confirm that there would be no unpleasant surprises in the Marshalls. On January 9th, Nimitz assented to the raid and put Halsey in command of it. It would be folded into another, primarily defensive mission. Samoa was to be reinforced by a Marine brigade, which had sailed 2 days earlier from San Diego in a slow convoy of 4 transports. The convoy was accompanied by Task Force 17, built around the carrier Yorktown, recently arrived from the Atlantic and under the command of Admiral Fletcher. Halsey and Task Force 8 would go south to provide air cover and an anti-submarine screen until the convoy arrived safely at its destination. Enterprise would join up with the Yorktown and then sail northwest for the Marshalls. They would sneak across the international dateline and race toward the Japanese bases. Enterprise would hit Kwajalein, Maloelap, and Wacha in the heart of the Marshall Islands, while Yorktown peeled off to the south and hit Macon, Mealy, and Jaluit in the Gilberts and southern Marshalls. As Enterprise lay at her berth in Pearl Harbor, her crew worked around the clock, taking aboard fuel, fresh water, provisions, and ammunition. As usual, the rumor mill spun without interruption, and although the crew had been left in the dark, no one doubted that the Enterprise's war was about to begin in earnest. The massive loading on an urgent timetable could mean only one thing. "Our loading for bear," read a notation in one of the air group diaries. On the morning of January 11th, Nimitz and Halsey walked together from the headquarters to the pier and shook hands at the foot of the gangway. "All sorts of luck to you, Bill," called Nimitz. At noon, the carrier, with her screening cruisers and destroyers, took in their lines and got under way. By mid-afternoon, they had left the dry, dusty foliage of Barber's Point astern and were steaming into the offing at better than 25 knots. Once they were safely at sea, Halsey briefed his air groups, letting them know that after the rendezvous off Samoa, they would turn north and raise a little hell up in the Gilberts or Marshalls. There was no general announcement as yet, but among the men, who could sense what was coming, there was a discernible lift in morale. Southward toward the equator, each day was a little hotter than the last, and soon it was downright uncomfortable below decks. Sea level is sea level anywhere, but sea level bulges outward slightly at the equator, so crossing the line from north to south involves climbing over a hill of water. The interior of the Enterprise was a warren of metallic corridors connected by hatches, lit with harsh electric overhead lights and lined with cables, air ducts, and piping. Before December 7th, most of those internal spaces had been painted white or gray. But now that the Japanese attack had dramatized the flammability of paint, working parties were put to the tedious work of chipping it all away, inch by square inch, with iron scrapers. They tore up the linoleum tiles and scraped smooth the steel underneath. They worked in the sweltering airless heat, exacerbated by the wartime requirement of keeping the watertight doors and hatches dogged down, and found that they sweated through their uniforms so quickly they might as well strip them off and work in their underwear. It was brutal, hateful, thankless work, a labor of the damned, one wrote. The pilots, on their daylight patrols, kept their canopies open to cool themselves, but even the wind was sultry and oppressive. When they could fly through a rain squall, they did so gratefully, craning their necks around their windshields, letting the blessed cool water run all over them and their planes. But such adventures also raised the risk of getting lost. Accidents and navigational errors took a heavy toll. One of the SBDs of Scouting 6 came within a whisker of shooting down a 4-engine flying boat that proved to belong to New Zealand. On January 13th, a pilot attached to the same squadron broke radio silence, a violation of orders and an act that put the entire task force in jeopardy. On January 16th, a dive bomber landing on the Enterprise tore clear of an arresting wire and ran off the deck onto the catwalk, where it mortally wounded a chief petty officer. Later that day, one of the bombers of Torpedo 6 ditched at sea, and its crew was set adrift in a lifeboat, where they would drift for 24 days and wash up on an island 750 miles away, sun-baked and starving. Pilots flying search patrols sometimes got lost in the overcast and drifted far off course, and on one occasion the Enterprise had to break radio silence to bring a lost bird home, a breach of security that put Halsey and his staff officers in a bad temper. Pilots were in short supply. More were due to arrive from the States, but not until April or May. In the rapid fleet expansion of 1940 to 41, many new aviators had entered the air groups. Some of the Enterprise pilots would make their very first carrier landing on this cruise. The rookies were still learning how to make attack runs. Everything was being learned, practiced, and improvised. Standards were improving with practice, but this was war, and war was an unforgiving school. The green pilots were making too many mistakes. They would have to lift their game and do it fast. The screening ships were also plagued with accidents and bad luck. A sailor was lost overboard from the destroyer Blue. A man on the cruiser Salt Lake City was crushed in one of her turrets. Throughout the task force, the results of anti-aircraft gunnery practice gave little encouragement. Even after the heavy training schedules in the lead-up to the war, the carrier groups had much to learn about operating at sea in war conditions. They were learning that they needed more of everything: more training, more gunnery practice, more anti-aircraft guns of every caliber, more ammunition, more supplies, more spare parts. The .50 caliber ammunition was dangerously scarce, and certain categories of airplane-mounted ordnance were running low. There was a real danger of running out of torpedoes on this cruise. There were not enough float planes to carry out reconnaissance flights, either operating from the islands or from the heavy cruisers. For the moment, there were a sufficient number of planes on the carriers, but precious few in reserve, and losses would be difficult to replace. There was an urgent need for better communications technology, better radios, better radar, new beacons and homing equipment, and all agreed they urgently needed the emerging technology known as Identification Friend or Foe, IFF systems, to help gunners distinguish American planes and thus avoid shooting at their friends. North of Samoa, the Enterprise launched heavy air searches to the northwest while 5,000 Marines got safely ashore at Pago Pago. Men on the flight deck could see the green hills of the British Samoa Islands. The carrier stood east and then west for 5 days, waiting to rendezvous with her sister, the Yorktown. They met on January 23rd, and 2 days later the fleet hauled off to the northwest, toward the Marshalls, which lay some 1,600 miles away, on the far side of the international date line. The Yorktown group sailed about 150 miles astern of Halsey and the Enterprise group, with plans to peel off to the south to hit Jalluit and Mealy in the southern part of the Marshalls and Macon in the Gilberts. The last days of January were fine, and the task force advanced through a gently rolling sea under a pastel blue sky. But as they approached the dateline, the wind picked up, and as reporter Robert Casey stood on the deck of the Salt Lake City, he took in an intensely dramatic setting. A gray-blue sea laced with white-gray wave tops, a cloudy gray sky that was almost black at the zenith and lightened to a sort of mauve by reflected sunset at the horizon. The task force advanced in a circular formation with the carrier always at the center. From the flight deck of the Enterprise, men could see the screening vessels spread out around the horizon in every direction. The heavy cruisers bucked along, 2 on each side of the ship, and the destroyers in the outer ring, riding up and down the waves, throwing up seas on either side, labored mightily. To Casey, the ships on the horizon appeared like silhouettes, motionless, deep cuttings of gray matte pasted against the sky. Only the tremendous white waves looping their bows showed that they were moving. All about us was a high, hissing spume as we drove into the rollers. They advanced on a zigzagging track as a measure against enemy submarines, but that required mass choreographed maneuvers that could easily go awry. When one of the cruisers missed a turn and dropped out of position, her captain received a sarcastic message by blinker light from Admiral Halsey. "May I suggest that if at all convenient you get where you belong?" Shortly afterward he received another. "Have you any officer aboard able to judge distance accurately within 6,000 yards?" On January 28th, the task force refueled from the tanker Platte. The cruisers and destroyers completed their refueling during the day, but the Enterprise could not maneuver alongside the tanker until 8 p.m. as night was falling fast. Refueling at sea had been the bane of early carrier operations, and Halsey was determined that the Enterprise would get it right. Refueling was difficult even in daylight, especially in heavy seas, when there was a constant danger of collision. This was the first time a carrier would refuel at night. It was a supreme test of seamanship for both ships. No light could be shown on either vessel, so the work had to be done in the dark. Carrier and tank approached one another on near parallel courses and closed to within about 70 feet. Each remained underway at a precisely identical speed of 10 knots. Steering and throttle control had to be maintained with perfect conformity to the captain's orders. Heaving lines were thrown across, caught, and made fast. The crew had to work quickly and in perfect unison. Men handling the hoses were in constant danger of falling into the sea between the two vessels. Destroyers stood astern to rescue them. Lines or hoses had to be dropped immediately upon the orders of the bosun's mates, and others stood by with axes, ready to cut them away and get free of the tanker on a moment's notice, if that should be necessary. For obvious reasons, it was very important not to be caught at sea, refueling with large quantities of combustible fuel on deck if an enemy bomber should appear overhead. The Enterprise completed the difficult operation at 1:30 a.m. The operation seemed to take forever, and Casey expressed frustration with the long delay. "Somebody observed last night that it takes just about as long to get into battle now as it did in 1812, he wrote ruefully. Coded radio messages from Pearl Harbor were plucked out of the air. Nimitz, fortified with new radio intelligence, urged Halsey to hit the Marshalls quickly. On January 27th, the CNC sent new orders to Halsey, authorizing the latter to expand and extend his strikes on the islands. Nimitz ordered that the raids be driven home, with several airstrikes on the prime targets and return strikes if necessary. Halsey's chief of staff, Miles Browning, argued for a new plan of attack that would up the ante, to take the entire carrier group farther west into the heart of the islands and hit Kwajalein, the largest base in the Marshalls. It was risky. The American ships would be well within range of counterattacks by air. By approving the plan, Halsey was gambling that the initial wave of American bombers achieved total surprise over the enemy airfields. Halsey gave his go-ahead and remarked, "It was one of those plans which are called brilliant if they succeed and foolhardy if they fail." The Enterprise pilots were thrilled. "Instead of just a hit-and-run raid, we were going to make an all-day-long attack," wrote one. Admiral Halsey had decided to put the carrier within 20 or 30 miles of 2 big Jap air bases. So, close in, the attack would be launched and we would get to work with plenty of gas. This suited us fine. On January 31st, west of the dateline, the Enterprise radar picked up a blip. It was a Japanese patrol plane which apparently flew no more than 34 miles west, astern of the American ships, but it did not make contact and sent no radio message. Halsey watched the blip move across the screen. He was deeply concerned that the enemy airmen would notice the trail of the task force's wakes, even if they did not see the ships themselves. But no radio report was detected on the Japanese frequencies. The blip crept across the radar screen and trailed off to the south. As the range grew, it became evident that the task force had been lucky. Marine Captain Bankson T. Holcomb, Jr., a Japanese language officer detached from Pearl Harbor's code-breaking unit, picked up a transmission by a Japanese patrol pilot, probably the same one that had been picked up by the carrier's radar. The aircraft had reached the end of its patrol route and the pilot had nothing to report. Halsey remarked, "That yellow belly is just thinking about his fish and rice." He had Holcomb prepare a leaflet in Japanese to be dropped on the islands the next day. "It is a pleasure to thank you for having your patrol plane not sight my force." At 6:30 p.m. on the 31st, the task force parted ways. Spruance's cruiser force to bombard Wacha and Taroa on the south, the Enterprise and 3 destroyers to take a position to the north to launch strikes against Kwajalein Atoll, as well as Wacha and Taroa. A radio message came in from Nimitz. "It is essential that the attacks be driven home. Exploit this situation by expanding operations, utilizing both task forces in such repeated air attacks and ship bombardments as developments and logistics make feasible. If practicable, extend offensive action beyond 1 day." The final night's run into battle was done at a breakneck speed of 30 knots. The engines roared and the hull throbbed. The Enterprise's 4 huge propellers bit into the sea, turning 275 times a minute. There were pre-combat fears and jitters throughout the fleet. Sleeping was nearly impossible. The heat was intense below decks, and they all sweated through their sheets and tossed and turned fitfully until before dawn. The captain of the Salt Lake City called the officers to the wardroom and went over the next day's chronology, starting with reveille at 3:45 a.m., breakfast at 4:15, general quarters at 5:15, and combat at 6:15 to coincide with the dawn. On the subject of combat, the captain and his officers were sober and determined, paying great attention to detail. The disposition of ships, the nature of targets, the rate of fire, the spotting process, the frequency to be used by spotting planes in reports, food, water, access to latrines, powder lot, ventilation, bombs, depth charges, airplane fuel. Robert Casey was impressed by their poise, especially since not a man on the ship had any combat experience. "The captain was cheerful and businesslike," he wrote. "The officers grave and interested, but no more excited than they might have been over a prospective target competition." The Enterprise pilots were game, but they were also acutely aware that they knew little or nothing about the islands they were to bomb. They were Japan's mystery islands, and the American fleet did not even possess accurate maps for them. They were relying upon crudely enlarged photostatic prints of old charts, many dating back to Lieutenant Charles Wilkes's U.S. Exploring Expedition, XX, survey cruise of 1838 to 42. It was with a distinct sense of foreboding that they prepared for their mission. Balanced against that unease, that gnawing fear, was their thirst for vengeance. The pilots wanted to hit back for Pearl Harbor and Wake Island. Casey observed that they seemed to feel as if they are personally responsible for the vindication of their service. They passed the hours talking about flying and fighting, about the strengths and vulnerabilities of the Japanese planes, filing those morsels of potentially useful knowledge away in their minds so that they would be there when the moment of combat arrived. They had underestimated the Japanese pilots before December 7th, but now, scarcely 6 weeks later, that was all part of the past. The pre-war era seemed long ago. Hard as it was for the proud officers and men of the Navy, recalled Alvin Kernan, they were now coming around to understand that theirs was a better Navy than ours. Better aircraft, better trained personnel, better night training, better torpedoes by far. It was a bitter pill to swallow, but it was also strangely invigorating because it left every man in the fleet with the bracing realization that he would have to do his part to lift the Navy's game. It was only on the eve of the battle that the pilots and crew of the Enterprise were informed that the attack on Kwajalein would not include fighters. At that early stage of the war, there were simply not enough fighters on the carriers to fly combat air patrol, CAP, and provide escort for the bombers. When the bomber pilots got the word, they were appalled. "No fighters," wrote bomber pilot Clarence Dickinson. "On a raid you want fighter escort. Whether they do much good or not, it is a psychological factor of tremendous importance to know they are with you. You fly towards your objective a lot more eagerly if you know you have fighter protection. After all, the thing of first importance is to drop the bombs, not dogfight with zeros." That night, the deck and hatches were lit up by small blue lights that threw just enough light to guide the footsteps of men whose eyes had adjusted to the darkness. It was in this moment, with danger imminent, that the men felt most deeply bonded to the ship. "However ghostly it seems, you sense solidity through the soles of your shoes and know yourself to be a part of something big and strong," wrote Dickinson. 1,000 other men and more, great guns, a powder magazine, an electric power plant that could run a city, a machine shop, beds and kitchens. All of this is compactly organized inside a vast steel hull. Your planet. This was Halsey's moment. The first weeks of the war, beginning with the fruitless searches for Nagumo's Kido Butai, carrier striking force, in the first 48 hours of the war, had been profoundly frustrating for him. He could not sleep. He chain-smoked, drank coffee, and read paperback novels. He lay awake in his bunk. Intermittently he arose and returned to flag plot. Out on the flag bridge at 2:20 in the morning he felt sand blowing in his face. That could indicate the proximity of islands, so he called for an immediate position check. The waters were poorly charted and there was a real danger of running aground. It turned out the Admiral had felt not sand but sugar dropped from the radar platform where a sailor was pouring it into his coffee. Halsey retreated to his cabin. There was little he could do. The die was cast. By the end of the day they might be celebrating the first significant victory of the war, or the Enterprise might be resting on the ocean floor. Below, on the hangar deck, the ordnance gangs were loading bombs onto the wings and bellies of the attack planes. Their labor was edgy and intricate. The weapons were hoisted gingerly from the magazines below, pushed across the deck in carts, and locked into the bomb rack at the underside of the planes. The fuses were inserted into the bombs and wired into the arming socket. No mistakes were tolerated. All had to be checked and checked again. Reveille came at 3 a.m., long before the first glow rose above the horizon astern. The pilots made their way to the big wardroom for breakfast. They sat at long tables, shoulder to shoulder in identical khaki uniforms, eating a hearty breakfast of eggs, bacon, toast, and canned juice. Most were between the ages of 21 and 24. Dickinson observed their different temperaments. Many were silent, gone deep inside themselves. A few were chattering with excitement, yet saying very little about what was ahead of us. I heard scarcely any reference to what actually occupied our minds. These young aviators behaved as if it would be indelicate to speak of what we had to do. Afterward, they gravitated to the ready rooms, divided by squadron. There they listened to briefings and spoke freely among themselves. Most had slept little, if at all. They were running on adrenaline and coffee, but their minds were focused and they paid great attention to detail. A yeoman in each ready room listened to reports over a telephone and then relayed them to the group. The aviators tinkered with their navigation plots, correcting for the carrier's position, course, and speed, and adding further tweaks for the direction and force of the wind. Not all of them would be coming back, and they knew it. Each man was challenging his own soul to tell him how he would measure up in battle, Dickinson wrote. No man ever lived who got the answer in advance. At the moment of truth, the yeoman passed on the order that had come down from above. "Pilots, man your planes." They walked out onto the flight deck, flight goggles pushed up on their foreheads, belts and shoulder straps festooned with gear, parachutes bumping against their rumps. It was a mild night. A radiant trail pointed across the sea to the west where a full moon hung over the horizon. Deck crews guided each pilot through a maze of planes parked near the stern to his waiting aircraft, and stood by as he climbed onto the wing and slid down into the cockpit, buckled into his shoulder straps, and found the pedals with his feet. From the loudspeaker on deck came the order, "Start engines." The cartridge fired, the engine coughed, sputtered, and roared to life. The exhaust belched blue smoke that was quickly caught by the wind and carried away astern. The propeller spun, stopped, and spun again, then quickly dissolved into a blurred disk. The plane captain listened with cocked head to the engine, and when satisfied gave a signal. The pilot shoved his throttle all the way forward, with feet mashed down on the brakes. When given the all clear, at 4:43 a.m., the first pilot released his brakes and felt his aircraft lurch forward and clatter down the teak-planked deck. Accelerating into the teeth of the headwind, he balanced the rudder pedals to stay centered in his takeoff lane, demarcated by two parallel rows of hooded yellow lights. The moonlit shape of the carrier's island superstructure flashed by on his right. At the last moment before plummeting into the rapidly onrushing sea, his nose tilted up and his wheels lifted free of the deck. He was airborne. First into the air were 6 F-4F Wildcats to fly combat air patrol. They were followed immediately by the planes forming 2 airstrikes headed for the giant atoll of Kwajalein, the furthest target at some 155 miles away to the west. 37 Dauntless SBD dive bombers would hit Roy, the island air base at the northern end of the atoll, while 9 Devastator TBD torpedo bombers would go after ships anchored in the lagoon near Kwajalein at the southern end. Once in the air, the SBDs and TBDs flew a circular rendezvous pattern, trying to join up in an orderly formation for their outbound flights. Getting the planes into the air was no great problem, heavily laden though they were with bombs and fuel, but the night rendezvous was unfamiliar and dangerous. The planes lifted into the sky at the rate of 1 every 15 seconds. Each pilot was to follow the plane ahead of him by keeping his eyes fixed on a white taillight that was easily lost in the stars. If his eyes were good and he was lucky, he might also make out the 2 faint blue exhaust flames on either side of the fuselage. At the same time, he had to maintain steady speed to allow the pilot behind him to follow. At altitude, the entire group circled and groped for their assigned places in the formation. The SBDs and TBDs ran afoul of one another and were lucky to avoid collisions. The 2 Kwajalein-bound strikes managed to form up and fly toward their targets without losses. But an hour later, when a group of Wildcats armed with 100-pound bombs took off for the closer targets at Maloelap Atoll, one plane spun into the sea and the pilot went down with it. The Kwajalein attack group climbed into the west, the full moon hanging over their engine cowlings, nearly centered in their windshields. Leveling out at 14,000 feet, the airplanes flew in formation. V's interlocked with V's, stepped down slightly in altitude, and the moon threw so much light that the pilots and air crews could make eye contact and exchange hand signals. Spread out beneath them was a downy blanket of cumulus clouds. Through intermittent gaps, they spied moonlit sea and occasional stretches of surf-lined beaches. They were well into the heart of the Marshalls now, and islands were plentiful. The flight leaders studied those shorelines and tried to match them up to the crude 19th century charts they held on their laps. Guesswork and dead reckoning put them over the northern part of the atoll 15 minutes early, just as dawn was breaking. But morning mists obscured the island of Roy, and at first the SBD flyers could not pick out their assigned targets. They circled, craning their necks as they peered below and looked for anything resembling a coral airstrip, and the drone of their engines alerted the Japanese defenders, who rushed to man the anti-aircraft batteries and scramble the fighters. There would be no surprise. When at last the airfield and hangars of Roy came into focus, Lieutenant Commander Halstead L. Hopping of Scouting 6 pushed his nose down and began his approach. The others of his 1st Division followed close behind. They had intended a glide bombing attack with an attack angle of just 45 degrees, because such an attack would leave them with some altitude when they arrived over the target, so they could push their noses down and pick up speed to fly through hostile anti-aircraft fire. Hopping apparently gave up too much altitude before arriving over the field, and therefore came in low and slow, his airspeed probably less than 200 knots. He dropped his 500-pound bomb, the first American bomb of the war to be dropped on Japanese territory, but a Nakajima Type 97 fighter locked in on his tail and hit him with tracer fire. Simultaneously, his plane was struck by a very close burst of anti-aircraft flak. His plane blew apart and spun into the lagoon. 3 more 1st Division SBDs were lost to flak or fighters, but they also scored several well-aimed hits on the ground. Several buildings were destroyed, and 2 or 3 Japanese fighters were shot down. The planes of the 2nd Division saw the bombs fall and explode among the hangars and along the airstrip. They came in with considerably more speed than Hopping's division, about 300 knots, and although the Japanese gunners were now fully awake and waiting for them, they were able to fly right through the flak, rocking back and forth as the black bursts appeared on either side. Looking down, they saw Japanese fighters racing down the airstrip and leaving the ground. Lieutenant Dickinson dived low over the field and dropped 2 100-pound bombs on a complex of buildings adjacent to the airstrip. A bomb dropped by his wingman, Lieutenant Norman West, hit an ammunition dump and touched off a secondary explosion that flattened every building in the vicinity. A tremendous churning fireball rose thousands of feet into the sky. Dickinson kicked his rudder to yaw his aircraft and peered back to observe the results. He called it one of the most glorious fireworks shows I had ever seen. All over the island there was an extravagant flowering of flame. Great white and pinkish streaked fire shapes bloomed profusely, each for just an instant. But these became unimportant as the bombs went off, in big bluish flashes, 2 and 2 and 2 each time another plane glided in. After dropping their bombs, the Dauntlesses swung around and flew back over the field for low-altitude strafing runs. An eccentric rain of dark red slanting lines shredded a row of parked planes and cut down men running across the airfield. Dickinson saw a man on a bicycle pedaling across a causeway connecting Namur Island to Roy Island. He may have been a pilot trying to get to one of the Japanese planes. One of the American SBDs dived over the causeway and strafed him. Probably in the history of wheeling, no bicycle has ever been pedaled more furiously than that one, crossing the trestle ahead of the red-hot whiplashes of U.S. bullets, wrote Dickinson. But with a frog-like jump for the water, the Jap defaulted the race. Those Dauntlesses that had dropped their entire payload turned away to make good their escape. They were chased by flak bursts and by the Japanese fighters, mostly now above them and looking for an opportunity to make high side runs. The pilots poured on all the throttle their engines would take. The rear-seat gunners fired their tracers at the pursuing Japanese fighters and beat them off. These fighters were not the feared Zeros, but the older, slower, less maneuverable Nakajima Ki-27 Type 97s, Allied code name Nate. At least one was shot out of the sky by a rear gunner. The American pilots would report a smashing success over Roy, with 3 enemy fighters shot down, 7 bombers shot up on the ground, 2 aircraft hangars leveled, a fuel tank destroyed, an ammunition storage unit blown to Kingdom Come, and a radio station flattened. 4 American SBDs had been lost with the death of all their crews. The torpedo planes, meanwhile, flew on to attack the ships anchored off Kwajalein Atoll, 44 miles to the south. Arriving over the anchorage, Lieutenant Commander Eugene Lindsay radioed that there were suitable objectives at Kwajalein. Air Group Commander Howard L. Young, circling high over Roy, relayed the report to several SBDs that had dropped only their smaller wing-mounted bombs, preserving their 500-pound bombs, and ordered them south to join the Devastators over the anchorage. Young's message was picked up on the Enterprise, and Halsey ordered aloft 9 more torpedo planes that had been held in reserve. The southward flight of the Dauntlesses over the huge lagoon was slow because they had dived low over Roy and would have to climb back to altitude to regain proper attacking position. They soon caught sight of the big anchorage inside the atoll, which resolved as a vast ruffle of beach sand embroidered with lacy surf and touched here and there with green. There were about 20 Japanese ships moored there, including a pair of heavy cruisers and 3 or 4 submarines. The work done by the torpedo bombers was evident, as several ships were emitting columns of heavy black smoke, and others were listing visibly. All of the ships were firing their anti-aircraft weapons, and a complex geometry of tracer lines reached up for the American aircraft. But there were no enemy fighters at that end of the atoll, and the accuracy of the anti-aircraft guns was very poor. The SPDs made proper dive bombing attacks at a 70-degree dive angle, with lots of flak bursts blossoming in the air around them. But none was shot down. Bombs struck around the ships, sending up tall geysers near the decks. About an hour later, the reserve strike of 9 torpedo planes arrived and made a low run, flying directly through the largely ineffective flak, and sent torpedoes into 2 oil tankers and a 17,000-ton converted ocean liner that had been hit once earlier. One of the cruisers made a run for the sea but was stopped dead by 2 torpedoes. Several other ships were torpedoed. The dive bombers and torpedo planes would grossly overestimate the damage they had done to the ships in the lagoon at Kwajalein, but the score was still good. The attackers had sunk a 6,500-ton transport and a subchaser, and had damaged 9 other ships, including the light cruiser Katori. The local shore support facilities were very limited, and the damage would not be easily repaired. 18 planes had been damaged or destroyed. The attack had also killed about 90 Japanese, including the Marshall Islands commander, Rear Admiral Yukichi Yashiro. Shorn of their bombs and torpedoes, the Dauntlesses and Devastators banked east for the long flight back to the carrier. They had ample fuel and were not pursued by enemy planes. The sun was well above the horizon, and the overcast had started to break up. When their navigation boards indicated that they were almost home, they peered down at the sea and immediately spotted the flat rectangular deck of the Enterprise. They entered the approach circle in an orderly procession and landed without difficulty shortly after 9 a.m. As each aviator stepped down off his wing, he demanded to know the status of his squadron mates. What planes had failed to return? Which chairs in the squadron ready rooms would be empty? Famished and tired, hair matted, flight suits stained with sweat, they descended to the wardroom and took sandwiches from trays. The pilots ate quickly, knowing they might be ordered back into the sky at any moment. The deck crews and ordnance gangs were busy refueling and rearming their airplanes. The day's action was far from finished. There were more strikes to be flown, and there was the constant danger that Japanese planes not yet destroyed on the ground would find the Enterprise and pounce on her. These young pilots acted as if they were playing football, Admiral Halsey later said. They'd fight like the devil, then take a short time out and get back into the fight again. Live radio transmissions from the American fighters engaged over Watcha and Taroa on the nearby Maloelap Atoll were piped into the squadron ready rooms, and the aviators listened to that chatter intently with expert ears. "I could hear voices from the planes making the attacks," recalled Lieutenant Dickinson. "Just the voices lifted out of the whole concert of battle noise. You could recognize the voice of the group commander as he portioned out the field, then recognize the voices of the squadron commanders assigning objectives. Now and then we heard an exultant voice and even whoops as somebody hit his target." It was more than the adrenaline-fueled excitement of air combat. It was a dam burst of pent-up anxiety, a flood of relief to be finally engaged with the enemy almost 2 months after Pearl Harbor. "Bingo! Bingo! I got one! Ease off to the right. That big one's mine. Get that cruiser headed off to the right. Take 'em home, boys, take 'em home. I'm all out of ammunition. Who has lots of gas and ammo left? Affirmative from Blue. Okay, I will go along. I will pick up that guy yet. We sure got that big bastard, didn't we, sir?" Those attacks were being carried out by the 12 F-4F Wildcats of Fighting 6, which had been pressed into service as short-range bombers, with 100-pound bombs tucked under each wing. 6 planes under the command of the VF-6 skipper, Lieutenant Commander Wade McCluskey, had been sent to attack Watcha. 6 more under Lieutenant James S. Gray had been dispatched to attack Taroa, farther to the south. Watcha was no more than 30 miles south of the Enterprise, close enough that men on the carrier's deck could actually see columns of smoke rising from the stricken airfield, the black anti-aircraft bursts, and even the tiny silver glints of the airplanes. McCluskey's group, flying the short hop to the target, had climbed it to 10,000 feet and then descended over Watcha at high speed in a dive-bombing attack. They had aimed their first set of 100-pound bombs at a cluster of support buildings alongside the small Coral airstrip. The base below was quiescent during their first run, but when they turned back for a strafing run, the anti-aircraft guns soon blazed from the island batteries and the ships in the lagoon. There was no fighter opposition, and none of the Wildcats was lost. McCluskey circled to assess damage, counted several burning buildings, and then hauled off to return to the carrier. On schedule, racing in at flank speed from the east, were Admiral Spruance's cruisers Northampton and Salt Lake City and the destroyer Dunlap. The three ships formed a line of battle, and at 7:15 a.m. they opened fire on a pair of merchant ships anchored in the lagoon at Watcha. That promising bombardment was broken up by a periscope sighting, which prompted Spruance to order an abrupt change of course. During the ensuing lull, the Japanese ships in the lagoon weighed anchor and ran for safety. Then we reversed course and stood along the atoll, looking for targets and for the airfield, Spruance later wrote. Japanese shore guns opened up and sent towers of water around the hulls of the American ships. Pretty soon the splashes came closer to us, and we were straddled by splashes. During that artillery duel, Spruance's first experience of combat, the unflappable admiral stood erect on his bridge, observing the fall of the enemy's salvos, and did not flinch when members of his staff ducked for cover. His cruisers scored some productive hits on shore targets, leaving some of the buildings on Watcha in flames, but lookouts continued to see periscopes on every side. All of those sightings were probably in error, and emergency course adjustments interfered with the accuracy of the gunners. Spruance remained engaged for almost 3 hours, suffering no hits to his ships. Shortly after 10 a.m., he ordered his little squadron away to the east for his scheduled rendezvous with the Enterprise. Lieutenant Gray's group, sent farther south to seek out the mysterious island of Taroa at the southern end of Maloelap Atoll, at first attacked the wrong target. From 15,000 feet, they mistook the uninhabited island of Chan for Taroa. Lieutenant Gray and his wingman, Lieutenant J.G. Wilmer Rawi, dived low and dropped one each of their wing-mounted bombs on the unoffending little wisp of beach and palms. Grasping their error, they climbed back to 5,000 feet and led the sextet of Wildcats farther southeast. When Taroa came into view, there was no mistaking it. It was a much more substantial air base than the intelligence reports had led them to expect. There were 2 long coral runways, one more than a mile in length. There were half a dozen large hangars and support buildings. Several twin-engine Mitsubishi G3M medium bombers, Allied code name Nell, were parked along the runway. Captain Thomas M. Schock's ships, sent in to bombard the island from the sea, had already been sighted by coastal lookouts, and the base was a hornet's nest. 3 Japanese fighters managed to get into the air right ahead of the arrival of the Wildcats, and they rose to intercept the intruders. Gray pushed down his nose and led his little squadron of makeshift bombers in to attack the parked G3M bombers. Those bombers, he knew, represented an existential threat to the Enterprise just 100 miles north. Should they be armed, fueled, and launched, they could easily overtake the carrier and send her to the bottom. Better to wipe them out while they were still on the ground. The Wildcats dived low and strafed the bombers, but they had not been armed with the incendiary rounds best suited to that kind of work, and in many cases their 50-caliber machine guns jammed. Half a dozen 100-pound bombs were dropped on the airfield, punching craters in the coral. The fighters, not Zeros but the previous generation A5M4 Type 96, Claudes, gave heated pursuit. Lieutenant Rawi maneuvered beneath one of those planes and fired a close-range burst that tore the fighters' bowels out. Witnesses on the Chester were cheered to see the Japanese fighter go down. One speck-like plane expanded magically into a ball of flame and plunged into the palms, leaving a hot red streak above it. That was the first recorded kill of the war by an American Navy fighter pilot. Rawi continued on, banked sharply left, and headed back to make a head-on pass at another Japanese plane. Both pilots now held course into the oncoming propeller of his adversary. Neither betrayed any inclination to turn away. This being my first head-on approach, Rawi wrote in his diary, I muffed it and pressed home too far and hit the Jap's wing with my underside. Both planes suffered in the glancing collision, but the sturdy Grumman remained in the air, while the lighter and more fragile Mitsubishi was forced to circle back to the airstrip for an emergency landing. Rawi was then chased by a third Japanese fighter and saw tracer bullets reaching out for him across his peripheral vision, so he gunned the throttle and banked out over the lagoon and into the clouds. He returned safely to the Enterprise. All that time, the Japanese ground crews bravely soldiered on, pushing their fighters and bombers into takeoff position, and several more enemy planes rose from the airstrip while the aerial melee raged over their heads. Several Japanese aircraft flew out to attack the Chester and her 2 accompanying destroyers offshore, which had kept up a steady fire on the airbase for about 25 minutes, blowing big craters in the airstrip and setting some of the buildings on fire. The Chester maneuvered violently to avoid the air attacks, but she could not manage to escape one of the Type 96s that made a steep diving run from 8,000 feet and planted a 30-kilogram bomb on her stern, blowing a hole in her deck and killing 8 of her crew. She was able to proceed under her own power at normal speed, however, and Captain Schock signaled a withdrawal to the east. The Wildcat pilots, frustrated nearly to the point of tears by the recurring problem of jamming guns, all got away cleanly. Gray's was the last American plane in the vicinity, and he had to twist and dive to escape a horde of vengeful Japanese fighters. His airplane was badly shot up, but he managed to shake free of his pursuers by flying into a bank of low-lying cloud. When he landed on the Enterprise, the deck crew was amazed that the bullet-ridden plane had managed the return journey. The Enterprise supply officer thought it looked like the moths had been at it in the attic all summer. The jury-rigged armor plating, installed the day before, was thoroughly nicked and scarred and had probably saved Gray's life. Here was dramatic proof that the F-4F Wildcat, for all the criticism of its sluggish performance, could stand up to heavy punishment. The American pilots reported that only one of Tarawa's twin-engine G-3M bombers out of 9 had been set afire on the ground. Halsey wanted the bombers knocked out. The base would have to be attacked again. The Admiral ordered a second strike by Dauntlesses returned from Kwajalein. This strike was led by Lieutenant Commander Bill Hollingsworth, skipper of Bombing 6. The 500-pound bombs carried on the bellies of the SPDs did not have to score direct hits on the parked bombers. A near miss was enough to wreck those planes. The Japanese fighters were all on the ground, apparently to be refueled and rearmed. This attack encountered no aerial opposition, but there was heavy AA fire, the Enterprise's after-action report read. A fuel tank, 2 hangars, and a radio station, 4 or 5 two-engine bombers, and several fighters are known to have been destroyed on this attack. None of the American planes was lost. A third strike of SPDs, led by Lieutenant Richard Best, poured on more destruction. A radio installation and several fuel tanks were set on fire, and a new stone administration building was reduced to rubble. A fourth strike left the Enterprise at 11:22 a.m., this one aimed at Watcha, and comprising 8 Dauntlesses and 9 Devastators under Commander Howard Young. Shortly after noon, they arrived over Watcha, found no fighter opposition, and took their time hitting the airfield installations, buildings, and the ships in the anchorage. The Enterprise had been a hive of activity since long before dawn, her flight deck constantly engaged in recovering and launching airplanes. Conceived as a quick hit-and-run raid, the attack had instead developed into a 9-hour shuttle bombing operation in which returning planes landed, refueled, rearmed, and then headed back into the sky to revisit the enemy bases. She had also kept a combat air patrol of F-4F fighters orbiting protectively overhead. At one point during the morning, she briefly had every aircraft in her inventory aloft. For all those hours, she remained in a 5 by 25-mile rectangle north of Maloelap Atoll. She had thrown heavy punches at Japanese air bases all up and down the Marshalls and done plenty of damage. The deck crews were hot and tired, their blue chambray shirts stained with sweat and grease. They listened with burning interest to the radioed voices of the pilots piped through the ship's loudspeakers. Men on the carrier kept their eyes peeled for incoming planes, and the anti-aircraft gun crews remained alert at their weapons. When green blips appeared on the Enterprise's primitive radar screens, the Fighter Director Officer, FDO, classed them as bogies or unidentified incoming planes. He radioed the patrolling fighters and vectored them out on a course to intercept. The Wildcats raced out toward each new constellation of specks on the southern or western horizons, gave them a long hard look, and confirmed that they were the carrier's own airplanes. The Enterprise prepared to receive them by swinging her bow into the wind, gunning her engines, raising her speed to near maximum. On the flight deck, the arresting cables were tensioned and the crash barriers were raised. All men on the deck retreated to safety. As the planes entered the landing circle, they passed close to starboard, circled across the bow, flew downwind to port, and then made a final turn aft directly above the wake. A spotter confirmed that landing gear, flaps, and tailhook were all down. The landing signal officer, LSO, stood prominently on the port quarter and held his 2 yellow paddles high over his head. At the moment of truth, he either waved both paddles above his head, the wave-off requiring the pilot to pour on throttle, pass over the deck, and return to the landing circle for a fresh approach, or drew his right-hand paddle across his throat, the cut, telling the pilot to chop his throttle and let his aircraft fall to the deck, where the tailhook seized one of the cables and brought the plane to an abrupt, jarring halt. The deck crews sprinted out to release the cable from the hook, the hydraulic crash barriers retracted into the deck, and the pilot abruptly gunned his engine to taxi his aircraft forward of the barrier. The barrier shot back up, the arresting wires were tensioned, and the deck was made clear for the next plane in the landing circle. "A tricky and a dangerous business," wrote Ordnanceman Kernan, "and everything depended on doing it fast and doing it well." Admiral Halsey watched from his flag bridge, dressed in a leather jacket and an oversized white sun helmet. He listened eagerly to the radio chatter of the American pilots, which revealed a fair picture of the action. "Get away from that cruiser, Jack. She's mine." "Bingo! Look at that big bastard burn." He often summoned the squadron leaders to report to him in person. During lulls in the action, he sometimes retired to his cabin, where he smoked a cigarette, or tried to lose himself in a paperback novel, or just lay in his bunk and stared at the ceiling. By remaining so long in the theater of operations, within easy reach of half a dozen Japanese air bases in broad daylight, he was pushing his luck, and he knew it. Though the destroyer screen was hyper-alert, the danger of submarine attacks grew more critical the longer the Enterprise lingered in the neighborhood. The task force was on watch's doorstep, sometimes even close enough to see the air action over the island. It was surprising that no enemy planes had approached. Had the American airstrikes been so effective that the Japanese could not mount a counterattack? Or did they simply have no idea that the Enterprise was there? At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Lieutenant Commander Hollingsworth of Bombing 6, having made 3 separate strikes that day, asked, "Admiral, don't you think it's time we got the hell out of here?" Halsey replied, "I've been thinking the same thing myself." The last of the group were taken aboard at 1:22 p.m., and the entire task force turned northeast and poured on steam. The Japanese had indeed been caught largely by surprise and would engage in bitter self-criticism after the day's raid. In retrospect, they would realize that the signs had been there. Submarine I-23 had sighted Halsey's task force at sea at the beginning of January, and as a result, alerts had been sent to all the bases in the Marshalls. After the Saratoga was torpedoed on January 11th, they concluded that the Americans would keep their remaining carriers out of harm's way. When there were no further radio intercepts or sightings in the vicinity, they relaxed their guard a bit. The Marshalls' air defenses had been entrusted to the 24th Air Flotilla, Kohi Sentai, under the command of Rear Admiral Eiji Gota. The local air forces amounted to 33 carrier fighters, 9 G-3M medium bombers, and 9 seaplanes. He did not have enough airplanes or pilots to maintain constant air search patterns around the islands. Rear Admiral Sukeyoshi Yatsushiro, who ran the Marshalls' defense force from a stone headquarters on Kwajalein, had hosted his staff officers at a dinner party the night before the raid, and the sake had no doubt flowed freely. The next morning he was buried under the rubble of his headquarters when it was flattened by a 500-pound bomb. Yatsushiro was the first Japanese admiral killed in the war. As Tarawa licked its wounds, 5 undamaged G-3M bombers lifted off from its pockmarked airstrip and streaked north in search of the American intruders. This strike, which got aloft at about noon, was led by Lieutenant Kazuo Nakai. They searched fruitlessly above the cloud cover for 90 minutes, but at 1:30 p.m. caught sight of the fleeing Enterprise through a gap in the cumulus clouds. Nakai pushed his airplane's nose down in a shallow dive, picking up speed. His 4 companions followed in a loose V formation. They appeared as a cluster of blips on the Enterprise radar plot, and the FDO ordered the orbiting Wildcats to intercept. This time no one doubted that they were the enemy, as the American attack planes were all aboard. 4 Wildcats made visual contact with the enemy at 10,000 feet. By that time, the incoming Japanese bombers were a mere 15 miles away from the Enterprise and doing their best to remain hidden in the clouds. Before the American fighters could get into proper attacking position, the Japanese planes entered the range of the screening ship's anti-aircraft fire, and the F-4Fs were forced, according to doctrine, to shear away. The 5 intruders dropped through the cloud ceiling at an altitude of 6,000 feet and sped directly toward the starboard bow of the Enterprise at a speed of about 250 knots. The piercing, importunate beep, 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 beep of the general alarm sounded on every ship in the task force. "It is a continuous ringing," Dickinson recalled, "a series of dashes made with an electric bell. A deaf man could hear that clangor." The Enterprise's anti-aircraft guns opened up, and the noise sounded terrific in the steel walls of the ready room, as it might on the inside of a thunderbolt. The ship shook each time a bigger gun was fired. We had smaller guns that went off with a crack and plenty of machine guns to fill any chinks in the tumult. On deck below, Alvin Kernan and his mates were working to attach a torpedo to the belly of one of the TBD Devastators when they heard the big 5-inch anti-aircraft guns open up above their heads, and a voice over the loudspeaker cried, "Stand by to repel enemy air attack." The ship, maneuvering to spoil the aim of the enemy bombers, turned violently to starboard, causing the deck to heel sharply to port, and the torpedo they were handling skittered away across the oily steel deck. The ordnancemen scrambled after it, pounced on it, and lashed it down to a ringbolt. "I wanted to get the hell out of there," Kernan said, "but we couldn't leave the torpedo with its unarmed but still dangerous charge for fear it would break loose and smash into a bulkhead and explode." The carrier and her escorts threw up an impressive volume of anti-aircraft fire, but it was largely futile. The flak bursts tended to appear well behind the rapidly oncoming planes. Halsey lamented, "Our AA guns might as well have been water pistols," and Captain George D. Murray of the Enterprise judged that the ineffectiveness of the AA gunners was a matter of grave concern. As the enemy planes drew closer, the 1.1-inch gun mounts on the catwalk opened up, and Kernan, unable to see the Japanese planes from his station in the hangar deck, knew that when the small caliber guns cut in, it was time to put your head down. All 5 Japanese planes continued charging along their fixed bombing track. At an altitude of 3,000 feet, their bomb bay doors opened and sticks of 100-kilogram bombs fell in a diagonal line behind them. Captain Murray, watching those well-aimed bombs grow larger, called for full power to 30 knots and a hard turn to port. But now he ordered an ingenious maneuver, calling for full reverse rudder to starboard. The effect on the ship was that its forward speed was checked, and at the same time the ship was suddenly moved sideways out of its own track. The Enterprise neatly crabbed or sidestepped the bombs, which fell in a tight pattern off her starboard bow, some as close as 30 feet away. Those near misses sent up towers of water to a height of 200 feet. Robert Casey, watching from the deck of the nearby Salt Lake City, thought the Enterprise had been blown out of the water. The geysers thrown up by the bombs completely obscured her from his view. "But the water comes down and the mist disperses and we see that the carrier has spun about," he wrote. "The bombs fell precisely where she was when the planes came out of the cloud, but by the time they hit, she was somewhere else." One of those near misses had sent fragments into the carrier's port side, which cut a gasoline line and started a fire on the flight deck. Through the loudspeaker, a voice cried, "Fire on the flight deck aft!" An anti-aircraft gunner was hit in the leg so badly that the limb was nearly severed at the upper thigh. He remained at his post, but soon died from loss of blood. As the bombers pulled out of their dives, scarcely 1,500 feet above the sea, one bank left and came roaring back toward the Enterprise. That was the flight leader, Lieutenant Nakai, whose plane had been hit, probably by a flak burst, possibly by one of the fighters. Smoke trailed aft from both engines, and Nakai might have judged that his plane had been mortally wounded and could not make the flight back to Tarawa. He seemed determined to make a suicide crash attack on the carrier. He approached from astern in much the same way that a friendly plane would approach for a normal landing. Bruno P. Gato, an aviation machinist's mate second class, left his action station in the port catwalk and slid into the rear seat of a parked dive bomber. He seized the gun and began firing at the incoming G3M. Captain Murray, understanding Nakai's intentions, ordered a hard turn to starboard. Gato kept firing steadily, standing up to depress his gun. A stream of tracers went into the nose and cockpit of the big bomber at point-blank range. Lieutenant Nakai may have been killed by that determined fire, as his plane seemed not to maneuver at all in the last stage of his attack. His drifting G3M's wings struck a glancing blow off the port side of the flight deck and ripped a parked SBD in half, spilling debris and gasoline across the deck. Nakai's plane splashed into the sea. Gato continued firing down at the sinking aircraft until the sea closed over it. Lieutenant Dickinson and several fellow members of his squadron left their ready room to observe the results. The first thing they noticed was an overpowering, cloying odor of gasoline copiously splashed across the flight deck. Fire control teams, dressed in padded suits with square hoods and rectangular visors, were spraying the deck down with foamite, a frothy egg-white stuff. Halsey, watching from the flag bridge, was nervy. He told his staff that, "My knees are cracking together." The bombing attack had been deadly accurate and the misses uncomfortably close. The Admiral would no doubt have agreed with Captain Murray's judgment, expressed in the after-action report, that the Enterprise's escape can only be described as miraculous. The Enterprise and her task force resumed their high-speed withdrawal. The ships tore through the sea at 30 knots, leaving long, plunging wakes behind them. Casey, on the Salt Lake City, was repeatedly sent sprawling to the cruiser's deck. "I had trouble getting to my feet with the shock and plunge of the ship," he wrote. "I smashed my head against the bell and battered my bones on the rails and skinned my knees. We are sticking our nose into it and flinging spray up over the bridge. Our wake looks like a waving green stair carpet with white fringes and no particular pattern on a blue floor." Someone coined the phrase, "haul ass with Halsey." The men of the task force would claim charter membership in the Haul Ass with Halsey Club. The Enterprise kept up a larger-than-usual fighter patrol, and all of the anti-aircraft guns were manned and armed. The carrier remained on high alert for air attacks, and her crew assumed that more enemy bombers would be coming. They were not wrong. At 4 p.m., the radar plots recorded 2 more incoming G3Ms, this time from an altitude of 14,000 feet. They were quickly pounced upon by the 9 Wildcats flying cap. As the enemy aircraft came into range of the ship's 5-inch guns, the American fighters veered off to avoid friendly fire. The cap leader, Lieutenant Commander McCluskey, acted as a spotter for the anti-aircraft gun crews. "Your bursts are low," he said over the radio. "Get them up. That's better. Now you're a little high. Just a little lower now. Now you're on. You're on. You've got him." One of the bombers rocked and trailed smoke. Both planes released 500-kilogram bombs from high altitude, but the Enterprise evaded with a hard turn to port, and the bombs dropped harmlessly into the sea off the starboard bow. McCluskey radioed, "Knock off AA fire. We'll take 'em." The fighters again bored in and registered several hits. One of the G3Ms burst into fire and glided into the sea. The other escaped with smoke trailing from its engine. Now the sun lay low in the west, and the enveloping shelter of darkness was little more than 2 hours away. The task force continued to be haunted by radar contacts, and the Wildcats chased and shot down a Japanese float plane, Aichi E-13A1 Type 0, Allied code name Jake, as evening approached. The sun set at 6:35 p.m., and a yellow moon rose 10 minutes later. By 7, the Enterprise had landed all of her fighters and steamed away at high speed, engines roaring, to the northeast. The moon, 1 day past full, was bright enough that men on deck could read by it, and the ships trailed long, luminescent wakes that could have been seen from the sky. But no more strange planes approached that night. Halsey ordered a turn back to the northwest, hoping that this odd course would throw off any pursuers. At dawn, the Americans were relieved to find that they had sailed into a wet cold front and were shrouded in rain and fog. The task force turned back to the northeast, toward Oahu. Dickinson called the weather a nice air raid shelter, and Casey agreed that under the circumstances the fog is very acceptable. No flights were attempted in these conditions, and the aviators enjoyed a well-earned day of rest. Task Force 8's passage home was pleasingly uneventful. The Yorktown and Task Force 17 had meanwhile attacked the islands of Jalluit and Mealy in the southern Marshalls and Macon in the Gilberts. The carrier had launched coordinated airstrikes at dawn on all three islands. Flight operations had been hindered by heavy overcast and intermittent squalls of rain, but the raids had not encountered anything like the determined opposition the Enterprise Air Group had found in the islands to the north. Results were meager. At Jalluit, 11 torpedo planes and 17 dive bombers dived through layers of wet murk and attacked auxiliary ships anchored in the lagoon. 2 were hit, neither sunk. The wretched weather, rather than enemy resistance, claimed 6 American planes from that flight, lost at sea on the return. At Macon, 9 dive bombers attacked over the lagoon at dawn, possibly hitting an anchored mine layer, but failing to sink it, and lighting up 2 big Kawanishi Type 97 flying boats, also at anchor. The attack on Mealy was a wasted effort because the SBDs found no targets worth attacking. The weather grew steadily worse as the morning wore on. The wind rose, the Yorktown was tossed in heavy seas, and visibility dropped to little more than 0. Flight operations were suspended for a time, but there were persistent radar contacts indicating the possible presence of Japanese planes. And shortly after 11 a.m., one of the destroyers sighted a strange aircraft west of the Yorktown. Conditions having abated enough to launch planes, Captain Elliot Buckmaster sent a division of Wildcats aloft to chase down the intruder. They searched fruitlessly amid rain and heavy overcast, and returned empty-handed to the ship. Shortly after 1 that afternoon, the carrier's radar plot detected another snooper just 34 miles away. Wildcats were vectored out to intercept, and after a long game of cat and mouse through the cloud cover, the F-4Fs trapped the enemy aircraft in a patch of clear sky. It was a big 4-engine Kawanishi Type 97 flying boat, the same type as the 2 destroyed at anchor that morning at Macon. It was hit several times and exploded. Flaming debris fell into the sea within sight of the Yorktown. Buckmaster's colorful second-in-command, the recently promoted Captain J.J. Jocko Clark, who would soon command his own ship, offered a play-by-play summary over the Yorktown's public address system. "Burn, you son of a bitch, burn," he exulted. Admiral Fletcher had planned another round of strikes in the afternoon, but the weather did not improve. Further operations risked losing more American airplanes without promising much in the way of results. Fletcher's run of bad luck seemed endless. Early that evening, Halsey radioed him with orders to disengage and return to Pearl. At dawn on February 5th, the Enterprise lookouts glimpsed the green mountains of Oahu through a thick haze. She and the other ships of Task Force 8 approached Pearl Harbor on a tortuous, zigzagging track, a measure against enemy submarines, and then raced in toward the entrance channel through 2 protective lanes of destroyers. For their arrival, Halsey had ordered that all hands dress in white uniforms and man their battle quarters. The Enterprise flew her huge battle flags. The ships in the harbor greeted them with a blare of whistles and sirens. Sailors on their decks, also dressed in whites for the occasion, shouted and waved. Throngs of sailors and civilian workers stopped working and pressed down to the docks on Ford Island and the Navy Yard. Halsey stood on his flag bridge, high in the Enterprise superstructure. Even from a great distance, his white-clad head and shoulders could be seen above the rail as he saluted and waved. Admiral Nimitz, waiting with an entourage of staff officers on the docks, consented to be hoisted to the hangar deck in a bosun's chair. When he met Halsey on the flight deck, he seized his hand and said, "Bill, it was wonderful, a great job." Halsey, overcome, broke down in tears. A message was read aloud over the public address system of each ship in the task force. "Commander, Task Force 8 to Task Force 8. Well done. You have made history in the Marshalls. I am proud to have the honor to command you. God bless you. Halsey." Never again in the entire course of the war would Halsey be more closely bonded to the men under his command. They gave him a nickname, Bull Halsey. For good measure, they gave him another, Wild Bill. Rumors circulated that the next mission of the Haul-Ass-with-Halsey Club would take them deep into the heart of the Western Pacific to relieve MacArthur's beleaguered forces in the Philippines, or possibly even to Tokyo itself, because Wild Bill will try anything once. Newspaper and radio correspondents, having been treated with barely concealed contempt by King and held at arm's length by Nimitz, had almost despaired of finding a star personality in the upper ranks of the Navy. Now they had their man. The carrier raids would receive headline treatment in the American newspapers, alongside photos of a beaming Admiral Halsey. The significance of the raids would be exaggerated for effect, even equated with December 7th. Pearl Harbor, it was said, had been avenged. They provided a badly needed respite from the relentless onslaught of bad news emerging from the Pacific theater. They offset, in a small way, the dismal news that Singapore, Britain's main Pacific stronghold, had surrendered to the Japanese. The estimates made by the Enterprise pilots of enemy ships and aircraft destroyed in the Marshalls proved grossly inflated. In all, Task Force 8 had sunk 2 transports and 1 smaller craft and damaged another transport and 1 smaller craft. 9 enemy bombers and 3 fighters had been destroyed on the ground or in the air. Several buildings had been damaged or destroyed. The Japanese had lost 90 men, including Admiral Yatsushiro. The Americans had degraded the immediate usefulness of Japan's Marshall Islands bases without putting them out of action. The damaged airstrips could be repaired, the installations rebuilt, the men replaced, and the air groups reinforced by the 4th Fleet, based to the west in Truk. In that sense, the raids had provided a glimpse of the long air war of attrition that would have to be waged across a vast sea frontier. To destroy those outer perimeter bases permanently would not be possible for another 2 years. But it was the first offensive operation mounted by the Pacific Fleet, and for that reason alone it was an important boost to morale and self-confidence at a time when those considerations had grown very important. It had provided valuable practice. The Navy was learning how to fight by fighting. 77 pilots of the Enterprise Air Group had flown a total of 158 flights, a few logging 5 flights and 10 hours of cockpit time in a single day. The ship had consumed 148,043 gallons of fuel. In the 24-hour period prior to the raid, she had steamed more than 560 miles, a record for an aircraft carrier. Alvin Kernan wrote that the early carrier raids taught the men of the fleet the skills they needed to win the Battle of Midway. It was amazing how long it took to get the hang of it, and to react instantly in the right way, he observed. War, we gradually learned, is a state of mind before it can be anything else. As the officers huddled and debriefed, all agreed that there was plenty of room for improvement. The mission had exposed serious defects in maintaining a task force formation at high speed, in underway refueling, in the use of radar and communications to direct fighters over carriers. The F-4F Wildcat's lack of maneuverability and speed in a climb were again noted, and the chronic jamming of its 50-caliber guns was deemed a disgrace. The TBD Devastator was dangerously slow, and it seemed a miracle that none of the Enterprise's torpedo bombers was lost. The ineptitude of anti-aircraft gunnery was lamented by everyone, including the gunners themselves. Better weapons and more training, especially target practice conducted from ships traveling at speeds of more than 25 knots, were urgently needed. Defense against air attack was hampered by the impossibility of distinguishing between friendly and hostile aircraft on the radar screen. Lookouts had been too quick to imagine submarine contacts. As for the cruisers and destroyers, their gunnery had been poor, and it would have to improve if the surface navy hoped to make a decent showing in the war. More fighters were needed on the carriers. There should be enough to provide ample escorts for outgoing airstrikes while also leaving some behind to protect the carrier. Robert Casey was amused by the earnest self-flagellation, which left the impression that a great deed which yesterday had seemed like one of the most brilliant, audacious, and effective naval performances of modern times was really something we ought to be ashamed of. February and March would bring new hit-and-run raids on Japanese outposts. On February 20th, the Lexington and a task force made a bold foray into the heart of the new Japanese Empire in the south to hit the big Japanese base, wrested from the Australians, at Rabaul on New Britain. The Lexington was detected on approach by enemy reconnaissance planes and had to hightail it to the east. Halsey and the Enterprise visited Wake Island on February 24th, and then turned north to hit Marcus Island on March 4th. The latter was not a terribly significant outpost, but it lay only 1,000 miles away from Tokyo. On March 10th, the task force built around Lexington and Yorktown under Vice Admiral Wilson Brown, Jr., sent carrier bombers to raid primitive Japanese airfields at Salamaua and Lae on the north coast of New Guinea. The value of those early American raids has often been denigrated by historians. Even during the war, many Americans apparently held the same view. Morrison quotes an officer who remarked that the Japs didn't mind them any more than a dog minds a flea. For the men who went along on them, the impression was of a lot of high-speed steaming across interminable Pacific distances, culminating in a few hours of largely uncontested airstrikes. Casey, who was along for several of them, remarked that we travel something like 20,000 miles in 2 months for a total of about 5 hours of tense action. When Halsey's February 1 attacks were reported in Tokyo, the radio and newspapers reacted with a snore. Moreover, the Japanese, no less prone than the Americans to over-reporting of results, believed they had inflicted heavy damage on the attacking forces. The fighters of the Chitose Air Group made wildly over-optimistic claims of their destruction of American planes. 17 American aircraft were said to be shot down over Tarawa, and the fighters on Roy claimed they had flamed 5 American bombers. But a closer look at the private reactions of Japanese naval leaders leaves a sharply different impression. Halsey's raid arrived as a very nasty surprise. Admiral Matome Ugaki, Chief of Staff to Yamamoto, recorded his impressions in his diary. "They have come after all," he wrote. "They are some guys." The raids were a reproach that went to the heart. They had made us look ridiculous. Ugaki was disgusted that the Americans had not been detected on approach, and noted that the Marshall Islands should have been better prepared for such an attack than the Americans had been 2 months earlier, when the two nations were not yet at war. After experiencing defensive weakness ourselves, we cannot laugh at the enemy's confusion at the time of the surprise attack on Pearl Harbor. He mourned the death of Admiral Yatsushiro, who had been a classmate at the Japanese Naval Academy at Etajima. Captain Yoshitake Miwa, Combined Fleet's chief of operations, reported that Yamamoto's entire staff was infuriated, but could only grit their teeth and jump up and down in frustration. As the first reports of the raids came in, the Japanese Navy sent bombers based in Truk to chase to the east. Several Truk-based submarines were also sent out to take up positions in case the American task forces came farther west. Japanese radio intelligence stations listened carefully for any violation of radio silence that would allow them to home in on Halsey's location, but received nothing except commercial broadcasts from Hawaii reporting the victory of the American task forces. Additional forces were sent out to sea to intercept any remaining U.S. ships. Ugaki lamented that the American raids had been well-timed to coincide with the Japanese activity in the south. They had hit on a weak flank when the major Japanese forces were engaged elsewhere. The enemy's attempt was most timely because our operations were focused in the southwest Pacific and the defensive strength in the Marshalls was thin, he wrote. In addition to a fairly big result, they achieved their purpose of diverting our strength. Carriers closed in and heavy cruisers' bombardment was also most daring. It seems we have been somewhat fooled. There is little chance of the enemy coming up again tomorrow morning. Anyway, we have missed the game. Dispatching so much naval force on a wild goose chase across the Pacific was futile and impulsive, according to Air Officer Mitsuo Fuchida. 1,200 miles lay between Truk and the Marshalls. In the time it would take the Japanese force to cover that distance, the American task force would surely be safe in port. Even after it was clear the Americans had escaped, 2 of the 6 carriers in Nagumo's force, Shokaku and Zuikaku, were detached to patrol the waters off Japan. That reduced the striking power of the fearsome Kido Butai. Perhaps the most far-reaching consequence of Halsey's raids was that they brought home to the Japanese admirals the vulnerability of their capital. Even if such a raid could not do great damage, the Navy's face was very much at stake. Ugaki correctly predicted that the Americans would soon attempt to land a direct punch on Tokyo itself. "They will adopt this kind of method in the future," he wrote on February 2nd, "and the most probable move they would make would be an air raid on our capital. It was fortunate for us that the enemy only scratched us on this occasion and gave us a good lesson instead of directly attacking Tokyo." "Whatever happens," Captain Miwa agreed, "we must absolutely prevent any air attack on Tokyo." And since there was no foolproof defense against carrier raids, a conviction grew within their minds that they must find a way to get rid of the American carriers. Thus were sown the seeds of Yamamoto's plan to hurl the entire strength of the Imperial Japanese Navy against Midway, in hopes of forcing the American carriers out of Pearl Harbor to fight and lose the decisive battle of the war. Chapter 7. Samuel Eliot Morison, the first and greatest historian of American naval operations in the Second World War, compared Japan's southward offensive to the insidious yet irresistible clutching of multiple tentacles. It was a wide-ranging sea-air-land blitzkrieg, as precisely choreographed as a ballet. The attacks fell upon one Allied target after another with staccato rapidity across a 6,000-mile front. "Like some vast octopus," wrote Morison, "the Japanese advance relied on strangling many small points rather than concentrating on a vital organ. No one arm attempted to meet the entire length of the ABDA, American, British, Dutch, Australian, fleet. Each fastened on a small portion of the enemy and, by crippling him locally, finished by killing the entire animal." The tip of the Japanese spear was the land-based medium bomber, often accompanied by the ubiquitous Zero. The long range of those aircraft allowed leapfrogging advances of 500 miles or more. Troop convoys approached soon thereafter, protected by cruisers and destroyers. Small parties of resourceful Japanese soldiers were put ashore on lush jungle islands where the Allies had little or no interior communications. They advanced quickly against weak local defenses. Again and again, they captured Allied airfields intact or with slight damage. Japanese aircraft flew in and began staging for the next series of attacks farther south. When Japanese amphibious forces took control of the airbase at Holo Island, 24 Zeros of the Tainan Air Corps flew 1,200 nautical miles to land at the new field. That was an extraordinarily long flight for those single-engine, one-seat aircraft, but all arrived safely. 2 weeks after Pearl Harbor, Allied resistance was crumbling so quickly that planners at the Imperial General Headquarters in Tokyo brought forward their plans for the next phase of the war. That was the invasion of the Dutch East Indies and seizure of its coveted oil fields, the primary war aim of Japan's entire southern offensive. Those assets offered the prospect of self-sufficiency for a Japanese war economy that had until now relied overwhelmingly on imported American oil. The Dutch fields needed to be taken sooner rather than later, as Japan was even then eating into its limited oil reserves. The Japanese would not wait to finish off the beleaguered Allied armies in the Philippines and Malaya. Using the airfields wrested from the Americans and British, they would strike south into the heart of Field Marshal Sir Archibald Wavell's newly constituted ABDA command before his forces could dig in. The rapid advance of Japanese forces on the main Philippine island of Luzon opened the way to an early invasion of the southern island of Mindanao and the capture of the American seaplane base at Davao, which provided a fine staging base for operations in the shallow waters of the Makassar Strait, the Molucca Sea, and the complex island geography of southern Oceania. Landing parties were put ashore on the thinly populated islands against little or no Allied ground resistance. With the Makassar Strait in the hands of the Japanese, the route to Sumatra and Java was suddenly unguarded and exposed. In late December 1941, Japanese forces landed at Kuching on Sarawak and on Holo between Mindanao and Borneo in the Sulu Sea. Landings continued at Malaya, staged from Indochina through the Kra Isthmus of Siam or across the Gulf of Siam. The great British naval base at Singapore, celebrated as the Gibraltar of the East, was supposed to have stood as a bulwark against Japanese advances on the islands south of Malaya. But with command of the sea and air yielded to the Japanese, Singapore was isolated and neutralized, its still considerable defending forces in no position to harass the Japanese troop convoys bypassing its eastern flank. In January 1942, a convoy advanced through the South China Sea on eastern Sumatra, from the Makassar Strait on Dutch Borneo, and established new beachheads at Brunei, January 6th, and Jesselton, January 11th. Forces sailed from Davao, landed at Tarakan Island, January 12th, and Balikpapan, January 24th, on eastern Borneo, and the Manado Peninsula, January 11th, and Kendari, January 24th, on Celebes. The little island of Amboina, with its fine airfield, was seized on January 31st. Timor, a Portuguese colony, now lay within easy grasp to the south, and from there the long defenseless north coast of Australia would lie exposed to the conquerors. Borneo had been shared by the British and Dutch, neither of whom had adequate defensive forces in place. With the island's colonial masters spread too thin, the Japanese forces rapidly gained the upper hand. The Dutch had blown up or set fire to the oil rigs to prevent their use by the Japanese. Between 80 and 100 Dutch civilians were murdered in reprisal for that application of the scorched earth principle. In any case, Japanese engineers got the oil flowing again soon enough. Resistance on the island would be snuffed out by mid-February. On January 10th, the newly appointed Marshal Wavell, Supreme Commander of Abdicom, arrived in Java and set up his headquarters in Lembang, 75 miles southeast of Batavia. His large staff did not lack for talent. He had under his command a retinue of high-ranking generals and admirals of 4 nations. But it was all too clear that General Marshall's experiment in command unity would be futile and short-lived. Admiral Hart, Commander-in-Chief of the U.S. Asiatic Fleet, had arrived by submarine in Surabaya Harbor on January 1st. He would command the Abda naval forces, officially designated as Abda Float. In those dire conditions, the acronym was perhaps too clever. Hart had ordered the remaining surface units of the Asiatic Fleet out of the Philippines after its main base at Cavite had been left in smoking ruins by Japanese bombers 3 days after Pearl Harbor. The largest ship in the fleet, formerly Hart's flagship, was a heavy cruiser, the USS Houston. She had once served as President Roosevelt's yacht. She was accompanied by 2 other cruisers and 13 ancient 4-stack destroyers. Thomas Hart had been the first major military commander to voice the unpopular view that the Philippines were indefensible and therefore doomed. His early withdrawal had not endeared him to General MacArthur, who faulted the Navy for failing to provide adequate support against the Japanese invasion convoys landing troops on Luzon. But the decision to pull the fleet out of the Philippines was the correct one. Without air cover, the fleet was defenseless, and its withdrawal to the south was necessary if it was to have any effect at all in the war. Even as the rapid Japanese advance seemed to throw the Allies' basic pre-war assumptions into doubt, several of the Abda commanders were upbeat about their chances. As is usual in such cases, the commanders were expected to buck up the morale of their subordinates, and their bravado may have been calculated. But Wavell seemed adamant when he predicted that the Japanese tide sweeping down the Malay Peninsula would be stopped dead at Singapore, even after learning that the island's northern land-facing defense works were inadequate. As late as January 31st, 2 weeks before the surrender of more than 60,000 British and Empire troops to a much smaller Japanese army, Wavell was expressing confidence that the island would stand. British commanders in Burma likewise thought they could hold the line. The Dutch Vice Admiral Conrad E.H. Helfrich pledged that his forces would thwart Japanese troop landings in the East Indies. None of these optimistic forecasts would be borne out. The Japanese clearly intended to take Java, the richest island in the East Indies. They prepared 2 large invasion forces to advance down the east and west coasts of Borneo to close on opposite sides of the island in a pincer movement. It appeared that the best hope of the Abda naval forces was to try to intercept and destroy, or at least whittle down, those fleets, perhaps sinking troop ships and killing a large number of Japanese soldiers before they could get ashore. In January, however, the Abda naval forces were busily employed in convoying Allied freighters south and could not mount effective resistance. As their transnational crews by now suspected, the ships of the Abda fleet were pitifully unprepared to meet the onslaught. Nor did they have the option to flee to safer waters and fight another day. It was their duty to face probable annihilation. Their mission was to buy time, to stall the onrushing Japanese while the Allies brought reinforcements into the theater. The fleet itself was inherently weak, a four-nation flotilla of mostly obsolete cruisers and First World War vintage destroyers. It was a second-rate force even by the assessment of its own commanders. The ongoing decimation of Allied air power in the theater meant that they would fight, for the most part, without air cover. Hart organized his surface warships into a striking force based at Surabaya under the command of Rear Admiral W.A. Glassford. Glassford's ships sortied several times in mid-January, but were stymied by a lack of air reconnaissance and often failed to discover incoming enemy convoys. He withdrew to Kupang Bay in eastern Timor to refuel and was still there on the morning of January 20th when he received a PBY Catalina's sighting report of an enemy invasion force off Balikpapan, a major Dutch oil-producing complex on the eastern coast of Borneo. He dispatched 4 old 4-Piper destroyers to foil the landing. They sailed into Macassar Strait, zigzagging to throw enemy air patrols off the scent. Shortly after midnight on January 24th, they reached Balikpapan Bay. Admiral Hart sent a one-word command by encrypted radio signal: "Attack." Commodore Paul Talbot, in the John D. Ford, instructed the other captains, "Torpedo attack. Hold gunfire until the fish are gone. Use initiative and prosecute the strike to your utmost." The destroyers approached at 27 knots. Fortunately for them, the Japanese fleet was anchored close inshore and the oil facilities had been set ablaze by the retreating Dutch. That provided a fine backlight. The torpedo men picked out the anchored transports as clear silhouettes. In an action lasting over 3 hours, Talbot's destroyers made several close approaches and fired all of their torpedoes, sinking 3 enemy troop transports and a torpedo boat. That action off Balikpapan was a tactical victory for the Allies, but also a disappointment inasmuch as 9 of 12 Japanese transports survived the attack. Having achieved complete surprise, the attackers could have done better. Many of the American torpedoes missed their targets, and many more likely hit but failed to explode. The attack did not prevent the important port and oil fields at Balikpapan from falling into the enemy's hands. The victory provided a welcome interruption to the deluge of bad news, but it did nothing to check the speed of the Japanese offensive into the Dutch East Indies, and it was the last significant accomplishment of the Abda fleet. In the Philippines, General MacArthur's Manila headquarters had recovered its equilibrium after the chaotic first days of the war, when Luzon's sea and air bases had been pulverized by Japanese airstrikes. The imperious general hoped to rally his combined American and Filipino army to meet the Japanese invasion forces advancing on Manila from their beachheads. 40 years of war planning had envisioned that the defenders would pull back behind fortified lines bisecting the neck of the Bataan Peninsula, which commanded the sea approaches to Manila Bay. There they would dig in and await rescue by a seaborne convoy to be brought across the Pacific under the wing of the U.S. Navy. But MacArthur, charged with preparing the Filipino army to assume full responsibility for the nation's defense after 1946, could not stomach a plan that yielded the country to a foreign invader. He hoped instead to meet and annihilate the Japanese forces at their beachheads. Such a strategy would have required, at a minimum, superior air power, highly mobile infantry divisions, and a Pacific fleet that was both intact and committed to sail to the aid of the Philippines. In fact, none of those conditions existed. After the 3rd day of the war, an American airplane was not often seen in the skies above Luzon. Even if the American Filipino forces had been trained and equipped to move quickly to contest enemy beachheads, which they were not, the primitive condition of Luzon's roads made such operations impracticable. Most of the Pacific Fleet had been knocked out of action on December 7th, but even if it had not been, the Europe First strategy ruled out a large-scale rescue of the Philippines until 1943 at the earliest. Pulling the army back to Bataan was the only move that made any sense, and MacArthur should have done it the first week of the war. The first Japanese troop landings came ashore in northern Luzon on December 10th. A much larger invasion force, some 50,000 troops with weapons, light tanks, and artillery, sailed from Formosa in a huge fleet of some 84 freighters and camouflaged troop ships, landing at Lingayen Gulf, north of Manila, on December 22nd. Reiji Masuda, a merchant marine officer on the freighter Arizona Maru, recalled that the invasion convoy sailed in two long lines extending beyond the horizon in both directions. The American submarine force, which had survived the early airstrikes, was expected to mete out heavy punishment on any enemy invasion convoys that approached the Philippines, but their performance was disappointing. A late sighting report did not give the boats sufficient time to move into position, and they could not maneuver freely in the shallow inland waters of the Lingayen Gulf. A few U.S. Army B-17s and Navy PBYs appeared and managed to get some licks in on the convoy as it disgorged its troops, but casualties were minimal. Greater Japanese losses were sustained as a result of choppy seas and high winds, as several boats were overturned by breaking waves near the beach. The swells were high, Masuda recalled. It was terribly difficult to load soldiers and supplies on the bobbing boats. Enemy planes struck us at dawn, aiming primarily at the beachhead. Bullets from strafing planes chased our boats to the shore. Arizona Maru poured fire into the sky. We saw enemy planes spiraling down, trailing smoke. Our ship was rocked by the concussions of exploding bombs and the force of walls of water striking our sides. Most of the ships, however, unloaded successfully, and the landing force began its drive on Manila. It was the largest and most successful amphibious troop landing up to that point in history. The force got ashore with most of its artillery and supplies and about half of its tanks. The way to Manila now was open along Route 3, a paved road, one of the best in the country. The Japanese army advanced rapidly, brushing aside the green, poorly equipped conscripts of the Philippine army, who broke ranks and ran for their lives with distressing regularity. Artillery units manned by American troops were left exposed to withering frontal attacks by the Japanese banzai charges. MacArthur was besieged with requests from his commanders in the field for permission to withdraw. On the 24th, a second Japanese force came ashore at Lamon Bay, 60 miles southeast of Manila on the east coast of Luzon. That came as a cruel surprise. Now 2 Japanese armies were advancing on the capital in a great pincer movement from 2 directions. General MacArthur, at his headquarters in Manila, saw the writing on the wall. He cabled a series of anxious missives to Washington. Could he be reinforced? He urgently needed more air power. Could planes be ferried up from Australia? Could aircraft carriers get within range of the islands? General Marshall replied that assistance of any kind was unlikely. MacArthur was forced to fall back on War Plan Orange, WPO, the decades-old plan of abandoning Manila and staging a fighting retreat to Bataan, where the army would dig in for a long siege behind fortified lines. He declared the capital an open city and issued the order, "Put WPO-3 into effect." MacArthur told his air chief, General Lewis H. Brereton, to send the remaining B-17s out of harm's way. "You go on south. You can do me more good with the bombers you have left and those you should be receiving soon than you can here." MacArthur and his staff folded up shop and sailed in an old coal steamer across the bay to Corregidor Island off Bataan. Filipino President Manuel Quezon, who was suffering from tuberculosis, made the agonizing decision to go with MacArthur. He feared for the fate of the Filipino people, but was unwilling to act as a collaborator. The troops traveled north on Route 3 in long, disorderly convoys of trucks, buses, jeeps, and even ox carts. Horses and donkeys were enlisted to haul artillery pieces. The army shared the road with tens of thousands of civilian refugees on foot. Smoke rose above the dying capital, the work of looters and perhaps fifth columnists. It was Christmas Eve. At St. Fernando, the flow of civilians, troops, and vehicles out of the city met the southward torrent of retreating troops and civilian refugees who were scrambling to get out of the way of the advancing Japanese armies. These two groups met and turned south together, like tributaries of a river, to the peninsula. The defensive lines held long enough to allow most of the forces engaged to move back through them before drawing back into Bataan. The Japanese appear to have been caught by surprise by the retreat, and their air forces were strangely quiescent. Strafing attacks on the densely packed road to Bataan could have taken a devastating toll, but for once in the campaign no enemy planes appeared. Had the Japanese even knocked out a few key bridges, a large portion of MacArthur's forces might never have reached the relative safety of the peninsula. Many Filipinos had deserted the army, but those who remained fought with courage and fortitude, so the loss of their less determined comrades had the effect of raising the overall quality of the troops that got to Bataan. The first Japanese troops entered Manila unopposed on January 2, 1942. Storefronts were boarded up. Gangs of native looters were at work in some of the deserted storehouses. Crowds of civilians stood and watched in stunned silence. At the house of the American High Commissioner, the Japanese lowered the American flag in a military ceremony, and a Japanese sailor ground his feet into it. The rising sun was raised in its place as a band played Kimigayo. General Masaharu Homa, the Japanese army commander, had made the mistake of believing that should his forces occupy Manila, the battle for the Philippines would be as good as won. He was slow to realize that the big fight was going to take place across the bay. MacArthur's forces dug in behind the Abucay-Mauban line, which cut across the northern end of the peninsula and across the flank of an extinct volcano known as Mount Natib. Many of the frontline troops were elite Filipino units, determined to redeem the poor performance of their countrymen in the fight for Lingayen Gulf. MacArthur, who had received clear signals from Washington that he should not expect much in the way of timely aid, nonetheless told his troops on January 15th, "Help is on the way from the United States. Thousands of troops and hundreds of planes are being dispatched. No further retreat is possible. We have more troops in Bataan than the Japanese have thrown against us. Our supplies are ample. A determined defense will defeat the enemy's attack. I call upon every soldier in Bataan to fight in his assigned position, resisting every attack. This is the only road to salvation. If we fight, we will win. If we retreat, we will be destroyed." Probing Japanese attacks on the eastern end of the line brought heavy fighting on January 9th. The defenders fought tenaciously and repulsed those first attacks, and in those actions some of the Filipino troops fought with remarkable valor. In the ensuing days, however, Japanese attacks on the western end of the line, followed by ferocious counterattacks by the 51st Philippine Army Division, opened a breach in the defensive positions. Troops under Colonel Susumu Takechi punched a hole in the Abucay line and drove deep into the Abo-Abo River Valley. Spirited counterattacks could not dislodge the Japanese. After observing conditions on the line, Lieutenant General Richard Sutherland recommended that troops should withdraw to the Bagoc-Orion line, which ran between two towns of those names, and MacArthur quickly ordered the pullback. On January 24th, the Allied forces poured southward. It was a chaotic retreat, as thousands of soldiers were separated from their units and arrived haphazardly behind the lines. But there was little sign of enemy bombers or fighters, which could have done grievous harm to the troops exposed en masse on the roads. By January 26th, the men were securely positioned behind the pillboxes, trenches, and bunkers of the Bagoc-Orion line, and resupplied effectively from the rear by footpaths through the jungle. The American Filipino forces were well aware that they had been driven back into a peninsula that might be their death trap. By insisting on stopping the invasion at the beaches, MacArthur had lost valuable time, and in the overdue rush to effect WPO3, the Army had not managed to transfer all available ammunition, food, and medical supplies to the peninsula. Almost immediately, the troops were put on half rations, but they were secure for the moment, more so than at the northern line, and so long as they held out, big shore guns commanded the entrance to Manila Bay, denying its use to the ships of the enemy. In late January and February, repeated frontal attacks on the American-Filipino lines led to heavy losses for the Japanese, and amphibious landings on the west coast of the peninsula also resulted in bloody repulses. The Japanese initially underestimated the number of American Filipino troops on Bataan at no more than 25,000. But there were more than 3 times that many, and they fought hard. They did not break and run as they had in earlier skirmishes on Luzon. They remained hunkered down behind their lines and met the Japanese infantry attacks with heavy artillery barrages. By mid-February, General Homma had lost 7,000 troops in the battle for Bataan, and his requests to Tokyo for reinforcements had been spurned. Homma was under pressure to extinguish resistance and declare the entire nation pacified. The army's face was at stake, and no less a figure than Hirohito was demanding quick action to snuff out resistance. Those considerations would grow more acute with the conquest of Singapore in mid-February. Homma's chief of staff, Lieutenant General Masami Maeda, argued that the correct strategy was to lay siege to the peninsula and wait for the tens of thousands of men trapped there to eat through their provisions, at which point they would probably surrender without a fight. But a long siege was not acceptable to General Tojo, whose cables made clear that Homma must either attack or be relieved. President Quezon was incensed by the evidence, readily garnered from reports picked up by shortwave radio in his Corregidor bunker, that the Allies were committed to a Europe-first strategy. "Que demonio!" he cried, after listening to such a broadcast in early February. "How typical of America to writhe in anguish at the fate of a distant cousin, while a daughter is being raped in the back room." He was further enraged by reports, denied by MacArthur, that Filipino troops on Bataan were receiving lesser rations than their American counterparts. Quezon, with the unanimous support of his cabinet, proposed giving himself up to the Japanese as a prisoner of war and declaring the Philippines neutral and independent. In that position, he might bargain for the welfare of his people under a prolonged Japanese occupation. MacArthur, who was personally close to Quezon, forwarded the proposal, dated February 8, 1942, to Washington with his qualified endorsement, observing that it might offer the best possible solution of what is about to be a disastrous debacle. When the cable was received at the White House, however, President Roosevelt did not give it a moment's consideration. "We can't do this at all," he told Marshall and Stimson. There could be no separate peace with the Japanese. The president was adamant that Bataan must be defended to the last man, and the Philippines must suffer under occupation until they could be liberated by force. Before that day, Marshall had privately doubted whether the amiable New Dealer in a wheelchair was up to the task of waging a world war, but now he grasped that Roosevelt was capable of utter ruthlessness. "I immediately discarded everything I had held in my mind to his discredit," he said. "I decided he was a great man." In reply to Quezon, Roosevelt evaded the question of reinforcements for the Philippines, but instead emphasized that the great bulk of American aircraft, troops, and other war assets were being sent to the Pacific in the early months of the war. That was true enough. By mid-March, 79,000 troops were scheduled to sail for the Pacific, more than 4 times the number scheduled for Europe. Though offering no specific commitments for the reinforcement of Bataan, Roosevelt gave Quezon his unequivocal pledge to liberate the Philippines. "So long as the flag of the U.S. flies on Filipino soil, it will be defended by our own men to the death. Whatever happens to the present American garrison, we shall not relax our efforts until the forces which are now marshalling outside the Philippines return to the Philippines and drive out the last remnant of the invaders from your soil." This message apparently had the desired effect on Quezon, who swore that he would stand by America until the war was won. The Philippines were done for, but no one was willing to say it out loud. MacArthur's forces on Bataan were expected to hold out as long as they could, perhaps to be annihilated. Their sacrifice would buy time for the stabilization of theaters in the south and east. MacArthur himself would lead the eventual counteroffensive from Australia. On March 11th, by order of the President, MacArthur left Corregidor with his senior staff, his wife, and his 4-year-old son. They fled under cover of darkness in a PT boat to Mindanao, and there boarded a dilapidated B-17 for the long flight to Australia. MacArthur was considerably less popular among his own beleaguered forces on Bataan and Corregidor than he was among the American press and public, who had lapped up every word of his grandiloquent press communiques. Before his departure, his men had taken to calling him Dugout Doug, a reference to his practice of remaining holed up in a bunker on Corregidor and never showing himself among them. After he left for Australia, rumors circulated that MacArthur had taken a large amount of luggage crammed with money, food, and superfluous luxury items, rather than make more room on the plane for others to escape. Those rumors were greatly embellished and largely unfair. However, it is a fact that MacArthur received, by order of President Quezon on January 3, 1942, a payment of $500,000 from the Philippine Treasury. 3 of his senior staff officers accepted smaller gratuities, amounting in total to $140,000. There is evidence that Roosevelt and Stimson knew of the transactions and did not object to them. General Jonathan Wainwright, who remained on Corregidor, was promptly promoted to lieutenant general and given nominal command of all Allied forces in the Philippines. But Wainwright was not confident about the prospects of holding out for long. He cabled the War Department to say that if the forces on Bataan did not receive relief supplies by mid-April, they would be verging on starvation and probably would have little choice but to surrender. Conditions among the men on Bataan grew steadily worse throughout February and March. Rations were reduced from 1/2 to 1/3. Cavalry horses and mules were slaughtered and devoured. Not only malnutrition but illness sapped the men's strength. Bataan was rife with malarial swamps, and dysentery spread widely among their numbers. Supplies of quinine dwindled and then ran out entirely by the end of March. Sick men died in their hospital beds, untreated for lack of medicines. The journalist Frank Hewlett penned a verse that was soon taken up throughout the ranks as a sardonic anthem. "We're the battling bastards of Bataan. No mama, no papa, no Uncle Sam. No aunts, no uncles, no cousins, no nieces, no pills, no planes or artillery pieces, and nobody gives a damn." In Malaya, the British had been far too confident. The first weeks of the war brought a sequence of sudden, catastrophic defeats on land, on sea, and in the air. To say that morale was poor among the British Commonwealth forces does not quite do the theme justice. Between the outset of war and the surrender of Singapore 10 weeks later, they suffered something akin to a mass psychological collapse. One can speculate that time, leadership, and a timely victory or two might have retrieved the ugly situation, but time was scarce, leadership was lacking, and all the victories belonged to the invaders. "Well, I suppose you'll shove the little men off," the civilian colonial governor said to General Arthur E. Percival, upon learning that the Japanese had attacked Kota Bharu in northeast Malaya on the first day of the war. No blackout regulations were decreed in Singapore, and the city lights provided good targets for the Japanese bombers that struck later that night. The sudden reduction of British air power forced the RAF to concede the skies above northern Malaya, allowing the Japanese amphibious landings to proceed unmolested. Having secured their beachheads, the Japanese forces moved with remarkable speed. Infantrymen traveled on bicycles. They quickly routed the 11th Indian Division, which met them in the west, and forced the 10th Indian Division on the eastern side of the Malay Peninsula into a headlong southward retreat. The Japanese followed close on their heels. When the invaders met resistance, they combined flanking movements with ferocious frontal banzai charges that drove the defenders from their positions and sent them running for their lives. The Japanese Navy worked effectively with the Army in covering landings and in moving troops down the peninsula with well-coordinated coastal sea lifts. The retreating British blew hundreds of bridges behind them, but the Japanese Army engineers quickly rebuilt them using native timbers hewn from the surrounding forest. It was only now, in the crucible of battle, that the British recognized how feeble the local RAF presence really was. Their best aircraft and pilots had been pulled back to Europe to deal with the Luftwaffe's air assault on England. It was a policy born of the deep institutionalized contempt for the Japanese air forces, a syndrome shared with the Americans. The loss of so many aircraft to combat, mechanical failures, and accidents in the first 2 weeks of the war was a disaster compounded by the capture of several British airfields by the invasion forces. In some cases, the fields were yielded to the Japanese without a fight. The British Far East Commander-in-Chief, General Robert Brooke Popham, lamented that there were instances where aerodromes appeared to have been abandoned in a state approaching panic. Stores have been left behind, material that is urgently required has been abandoned, and a general state of chaos has been evident. In the majority of cases, the bombing of aerodromes has been on a smaller scale than that suffered calmly by women and children in London and other towns in England, and aerodromes have usually been vacated whilst still well out of range of enemy land forces. The RAF commanders pulled their remaining aircraft back to Singapore, where they would be held in reserve for the defense of the city. But the nightly air raids continued with little or no opposition. On January 13, 1942, a local headline proudly trumpeted, "Singapore beats off 125 raiders." CBS war correspondent Cecil Brown wryly noted in his diary, "What actually happened is that the Japs dropped their bombs and went home." More critically, the near-total absence of friendly planes in the skies above northern Malaya could not be disguised from the British Commonwealth troops fighting on the ground, who were continuously dive-bombed and strafed by Japanese planes. They had counted on total air